In a daze, fragments of memories flashed through the girl's mind. Zijin, although you are our biological daughter, we've raised Xiaoxian for 15 years and have deep feelings for her. To the outside world, the young miss of the Ying family is still Xiaoxian. But don't worry, you won't miss out on anything that's rightfully yours. Who on earth is speaking? And who is the young miss of the Ying family? What, you want to go too? Are you kidding? They're looking for socialites. You can't even play a single piano piece. You'll only embarrass us if you go. I really don't understand why the Ying family adopted someone like you. Your blood type is the same as Lu Wei's. What's wrong with giving him a blood transfusion? Isn't that your only use? You're just a country bumpkin. How can someone be as useless as you? Are you really a child of our Ying family? How pathetic. The girl woke up with a start. She opened her eyes and took several deep breaths before slowly recovering. She glanced at the 4 needle on the back of her hand. This was a hospital. Whose memories were those just now? Could it be that not only did I not die, but I've also transmigrated into someone else's body? Suddenly, the door creaked open. A mocking voice came through. Oh, you're awake. I thought you were dead. The doctor forcefully pulled out the needle that it was just a little blood draw, and you actually fainted. Do you really think you're some pampered young miss? As she spoke, she deliberately squeezed the wound. Blood dripped from a needle mark. Look, who told you to move? The needle slipped, didn't it? The girl frowned, enduring the pain. With a flip of her wrist, she pinned the woman firmly against the bedside table. The woman cried out in pain. What are you doing? Are you crazy? At that moment, another young woman in the room hurried over. This is Dr. Lu. She's not here to harm you. Ying Zijin released her grip. Sorry, I just woke up. I thought a dog was biting me. Dr. Lu's face changed, but she still stepped back in fear. You really are an ungrateful, ill-mannered brat. The frail-looking woman looked at the girl with concern, her face full of self-blame. Xiaojin, how are you feeling? It's all my fault. If it weren't for my illness, you wouldn't have had to give me blood. This time, I even caused you to faint. Ying Zijin glanced casually at the woman. A name surfaced in her mind, Ying Lu Wei. She was her aunt, 25 years old, the #1 socialite of Goose City, a famous pianist in China, and also a hemophiliac. On the surface, she appeared weak, sickly, and gentle as water. In reality, she just treated her as a mobile blood bank, available on call. Since I've been reborn in the place of the pitiful original owner, I might as well have some fun with them. The former big shot wakes up to find she has become the lost daughter of the Ying family. After returning to the wealthy family, not only does she have to give blood to her hemophiliac aunt, she is also mocked for being inferior in every way to the fake young miss who replaced her. Her father doesn't care, and her mother is even more biased. Am I someone you can just bully as you please? Ying Zijin looked at that white lotus aunt, feigning concern for her. She thought to herself, isn't this malnourished body in this state because you forcibly drew blood for several days, causing it to collapse? To think that I, a world-renowned divine fortune teller, have been reduced to an orphan living under someone else's roof, suffering all kinds of humiliation. Do you really think I'm the same pushover as before? Dr. Lu said irritably to Ying Lu Wei, why are you apologizing to her? She's just a country girl they adopted, and she still can't recognize her own place. By the way, who was it that pushed you down the stairs before? Saying this, she yelled at the motionless Ying Zijin, I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? Ying Zijin frowned and glanced at her so noisy. Dr. Lu slammed the folder in her hand onto the table. What kind of attitude is this? Sorry, Lu Wei, but with this terrible attitude of hers, I'm not treating her illness anymore. You can find someone else. Ying Zijin leisurely flicked her hair. The door is over there. See yourself out. Dr. Lu was flustered by her retort. She spat out, Pa. Trying to seduce your own future uncle. What's a creature like you acting so high and mighty for? Then she slammed the door and left. Ying Lu Wei looked at the girl and scolded. Dr. Lu is an expert and a therapist. You've angered her and made her leave. What about your health? Ying Zijin sat back on the bed and started putting on her shoes. Just an expert who only knows how to prescribe glucose. Anyone who didn't know better would think I was about to have some major surgery. Ying Lu Wei became uneasy. She felt that the girl seemed like a different person after waking up. Ying Zijin got up and walked out. But Dr. Lu was right about one thing. I also want to know who pushed you down the stairs. After all, wrongdoers always give themselves away, don't they? Ying Lu Wei bit her lip and said nothing. Ying Zijin walked straight out the door, glanced up at the room number, and laughed mockingly. Nice number. I heard my aunt specially chose this room for me. How very auspicious. A cold sweat broke out. on Ying Lui's back. She felt that something was starting to spiral out of control. After a moment's thought, she took out her phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, she said in a low voice, "Are you busy? Xiaojin usually listens to you the most. Can you help me talk to her?" The person on the other end seemed not to expect this and was silent for a moment. A cold voice replied, "Just focus on your recovery. If she dares to push her luck again, I'll see how I deal with her." The all-powerful big shot had actually transmigrated into the body of a useless girl who was about to be drained of her blood. As the true young miss, she was despised by her wealthy family and treated as a mobile blood bank by her aunt. Then let's see how this big shot will crush you scumbags in this life. The girl's delicate face inadvertently attracted the attention of two men across the way. The spoiled rich kid, Nia Chao, nudged the person beside him. "Hey, seventh young master, isn't that the girl the Ying family adopted a few months ago? The scandal about her seducing her future uncle was all over the place a while ago. Why is she out and about again?" The wealthy seventh young master, Fu Yunshun, gave him a puzzled look, clearly having not heard about it. Nia Chao continued to gossip. "You don't know? She actually dared to mess with Jiang Weiyuan. How audacious. But she's also quite pitiful. They only adopted her to be a blood supply for Ying Lui." Just then, a few street thugs appeared from nowhere and blocked the girl's path. One of them was holding a fruit knife. "Well now, little sister, are you in a bad mood? Why don't you let us brothers play with you? We guarantee you'll be in heaven." Seeing this, Fu Yunshin said lightly, "Go help her out." Nia Chao wondered if he had misheard. "If she gets clingy with me later, I'll just say the seventh young master sent me." He walked forward reluctantly. "Women are so much trouble. I don't want to get involved." But before he could get there, the unexpected happened. The girl suddenly, with a blank expression, grabbed the lead thug's arm and, with a reverse motion, executed a shoulder throw. The move was vicious and fast. The other thug with the fruit knife cursed and rushed at her from behind. "You damn brat, don't be ungrateful." The girl spun around and threw another punch, knocking him down directly. Nia Chao was dumbfounded. My God, didn't this girl just get admitted to the hospital a few days ago? Who is this killing machine now? Fu Yunshun, who had been leaning against the wall sighing, witnessed the whole thing. He lifted his charming eyes and suddenly smiled. This kid is interesting. It took Nia Chao a long while to come to his senses. He pinched his own arm hard. It hurts. So it wasn't a dream. Fu Yunshin explained from behind him. Every one of her attacks was very precise. If she had used even a little more force, these guys wouldn't just be on the ground. Nia Chao broke out in a cold sweat and away. Could it be that this little sister is also a martial artist? If she really were a martial artist, the Ying family would be worshipping her. But Fu Yunshin began to ponder, the martial artist. Just then, the girl appeared behind Nia Chao, as if in a flash, and tapped his shoulder. A seemingly frail girl had single-handedly taken down 3 street thugs who were harassing her, stunning passers-by, and catching the attention of 2 men. The girl suddenly appeared behind the playboy, Nia Chao, as if in a flash, and tapped his shoulder. Nia Chao dodged away as if he'd seen a ghost. How did she get over here? Did she hear me bad-mouthing her just now? His legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. I just have a big mouth and love to gossip. I didn't mean any harm. Please, big shot, have mercy. Beside him, the wealthy 7th young master, Fu Yunshin, watched with interest. Are you proposing on one knee? Nia Chao wanted to slap himself. Oh, these useless legs of mine. Ying Zijin stared at the man in front of her and spoke slowly. 3 days from now, at 7 p.m., at the tavern at number 1 Huangpu Road, you will have a bloody disaster, but it won't be serious. 7 days from now, starting at 12 noon, I suggest you avoid the entire Qunan area. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Nia Chao was completely baffled, but Fu Yunshin smiled and asked, Kid, can you tell fortunes? Ying Zijin changed the subject, although it wasn't necessary. Thank you for your good intentions. It turned out she had just used Nia Chao as a test. It seemed it would still take some time to fully recover her divine fortune-telling abilities. Fu Yunshin stared at her, as if sending electric shocks with his eyes. You did a reading for him. Why not do one for me too? Nia Chao was stunned. What's wrong with this young master in broad daylight? Is she someone you could just flirt with? He quickly stepped in front of Fu Yunshin. Little sister, don't mind him. Where are you going? We can give you a ride. Ying Zijin shook her head and turned to leave. But just then, her stomach let out an embarrassing rumble. Fu Yunshun chuckled. Kid, your benefactor says that to thank you for your kind warning, he's treating you to dinner tonight. Do you dare to come? When the three of them were seated at Han Pavilion Restaurant, Nie Chao looked around in shock. Seventh young master, you don't happen to know the owner of Han Pavilion, do you? Even my old man has to book 3 months in advance to come to this place. Then, taking credit for another's generosity, he said to the girl, it's a rare occasion for the seventh young master to treat. Big shot, eat your fill. He lacks everything but money. Ing Zijin took a sip of tea and said casually, what a coincidence. The only thing I lack is money. Nie Chao was stunned. Don't they give you money? He thought, that can't be right. Even servants get a salary, let alone an adopted daughter. Ing Zijin said with a calm expression, my grades are poor, I've never learned etiquette, and I don't know flower arrangement or the tea ceremony. Why should they give money to someone so embarrassing? Nie Chao was left speechless, but Fu Yunshin laughed. Then I can only say they are blind. This pre-meal etiquette follows that of ancient European royalty. Nie Chao was once again dumbfounded. What the heck? Now we're doing noble etiquette. Ing Zijin put down her teacup and laughed self-deprecatingly. Some habits are really hard to change. I remember the first time I came to Earth was in the mid-15th century. Back then, I was an honored guest of all the major royal families of ancient Europe. And now, it's time for me to adapt to my new identity. The bean sprout thin girl, who is the true young miss, returned to her wealthy family only to be despised and treated like an adopted daughter. But her true identity was not only a divine fortune teller, but also a noble who understood ancient European royal etiquette. Ing Zijin followed the seventh young master, Fu Yunshun, to this mysterious restaurant that even wealthy families had to book 3 months in advance. She unexpectedly discovered a faint spiritual energy emanating from an inconspicuous incense burner. And her most urgent task now was to restore this body, which was on the verge of collapse from excessive blood loss. So she casually asked what fun places there were in Hu City. The rich kid Nie Chao was the first to answer. There are so many. You've been here for so long and haven't been out to have fun. Ing Zijin said quietly, a mobile blood bank probably doesn't have such a thing as freedom. Nie Chao was left speechless. Fu Yinshin frowned and pointed to the blood-enriching red date soup on the table. Drink this. You're too thin. You need to replenish your strength. How many times has Ing Lue been injured this year? Nie Chao was stunned for a moment, then counted on his fingers, just counting hospital visits, no less than 20 times. Nie Chao's eyes widened in shock. Big shot. Don't tell me you've given her blood that many times too? Ing Zijin narrowed her eyes that it's probably more than that. Otherwise, when she woke up, this body's life force wouldn't have been on the verge of being completely depleted. Fu Yunshin chuckled lightly. Excellent. She could be in the world records. Nie Chao broke out in a cold sweat again. When this young master speaks in such a gentle tone, it means he's truly angry. Someone is probably in for a bad time. He quickly tried to curry favor. Seventh young master is right. Big shot. You should eat more to recover. He then called the waiter to bring another plate of pork liver. The carved wooden door of Han Pavilion opened once again, and a group of people walked in. The leader was a handsome and cold man. It was the #1 heir of the 4 great families, and also Ing Lue's fiancé, third master of the Jiang family, Jiang Weiyuan. The manager hurried forward to greet him. CEO Jiang, your table is this way. Please follow me. The secretary following behind suddenly stepped forward and said in a low voice, Third master, look over there. Jiang Weiyuan followed his gaze. Isn't that the spoiled brat from the Fu family? Sent abroad for 3 years, and it looks like he hasn't improved one bit. And there's Ing Zijin. Her expression seemed to be one of resistance. Jiang Weiyuan's gaze darkened. He strode towards them. The 7th young master, Fu Yunshin, who flits through 1,000 flowers without a single leaf clinging to him, was actually persuading a girl with a look of concern. Eat more pork liver. Be good, this is good for you. The girl was clearly very resistant that I don't like organs. The bamboo curtain of the private room was suddenly pulled open forcefully. The person who came was Third Master Jiang, Jiangling, also the future uncle that Ing Zijin was framed by her White Lotus aunt for trying to seduce. He looked down at the girl with an arrogant posture. You ran out of the hospital just to come here and fool around with these people? I don't have that much time to discipline you. I'll only warn you about one thing. Don't make Lue worry. Her health is poor. You'd better go home right now and give her an explanation. The young secretary following him also added tactfully, I hope Missing knows her place. Don't always pester the third master. The third master is very busy and doesn't have time to fool around with you every day. Ing Zijin crossed her arms, not even lifting her eyes. How interesting. I've already fled to this place, and Uncle Jiang still chases me here to discipline me. Who is pestering whom? The secretary's face changed. How dare you speak to the third master like that? Fu Yunshin suddenly burst out laughing. These days, anyone can think of themselves as a treasure. I don't think he's all that great. Kid, why don't you look at me instead? Jiang Mian said no more, turned with a dark face, and left. Nie Chao felt like he had just watched a great show. Seeing Jiang Mian get snubbed for the first time was just too satisfying. Seventh young master, you and the big shot worked together seamlessly. Fu Yunshin looked at him, squirming with excitement. A look of disgust on his face that you're so gross like this. Then he said to Ing Zijin, if you want to go out and have fun, the pedestrian street, amusement park, and ocean aquarium are all quite suitable for kids. Also, there's an underground market over by the TV tower. They have all sorts of strange things like stone gambling and divination. As soon as Ing Zijin heard this, her interest was piqued. How do they do divination? Nie Chao quickly said, it's tarot cards and stuff. Ing Zijin lowered her eyes. She hadn't played with tarot cards in many years. But in this era of depleted spiritual energy, do real tarot cards still exist? Fu Yunshin had been watching her. As expected, compared to places ordinary girls like to go, she was more interested in these things. He said to her, the underground market only opens after midnight. If you want to go, find me. I'll go with you. The crowd there is mixed. It's not safe for you to go alone. Ing Zijin neither agreed nor refused, because a plan had suddenly formed in her mind. The girl was a wealthy family's young miss. When she returned home late at night, she was not greeted by her waiting family, but by the butler's cold face. Second young miss has finally deigned to return. The madam said that since the second young miss willfully left the hospital on her own, she need not return to this house tonight. You may only enter when you have admitted your mistake. Second young miss, please. Who knew that after hearing this? The girl didn't even glance at him and turned to leave without any hesitation. The butler was stunned. Why is she actually leaving? He quickly hurried forward to block her. Second young miss, don't be so willful anymore. Just apologize to the madam and Miss Lu Wei. What good does it to you to be disobedient? Acting like this, you won't be able to win the madam's favor. Just then, a man's light laugh came from behind. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known. Do the servants of the Ing family now dare to order their masters around? Is this how Mrs. Ing disciplines you? The speaker was the Fu family's seventh young master, Fu Yunshin. Ing Zijin turned to look at him. Why haven't you left yet? It was because he had driven her back after dinner. On the way, the two chatted, and Fu Yunshin learned the story of how she came to the Ing family. It turned out that Jiang Mayuan had brought Ing Zijin from Qingshui County to Hu City. He said he was sending her to study at Qingji High School, but they got into a car accident on the way and ended up in the hospital. Although her injuries weren't serious, it was unexpectedly revealed that she had the same rare blood type as Ing Lu Wei. Then the Ing family adopted her. She was used as a mobile blood bank for the hemophiliac Ing Lu Wei. Fu Yunshin rubbed her little head, feeling a bit sorry for her. After watching her get out of the car and enter the villa, he suddenly thought of something and quietly followed her in. When the butler saw the sudden appearance of the seventh young master Fu, he broke out in a cold sweat. How did the second young miss get involved with the seventh young master? This is terrible. Fu Yunshin had a protective expression on his face. Good thing I haven't left. Otherwise, our kid here might have been bullied. Ing Zijin was clearly a bit impatient. Why waste so much breath on an irrelevant person? A fight would be better. But Fu Yunshin had no intention of letting this arrogant servant off. Who did you say should apologize just now? The butler couldn't take the pressure anymore. He raised his hand and slapped his own face. Then he bowed and apologized. Second young miss, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been disrespectful to you. It's all my fault. Fu Yunshin ignored him and looked at Ing Zijin with a smile. Let's go. This time, I'll personally escort you inside. At this time, Mrs. Ing, Zhong Manhua, was sitting on the living room sofa like a noble lady, flipping through a book. Hearing footsteps, she didn't look up. Has the second young miss given in? The butler didn't dare to breathe loudly and only called out softly, madam. Zhong Manhua frowned and looked up. She hasn't given in. When she saw the man in front of her, the rest of her words were forcefully swallowed back. Talk about changing faces faster than flipping a book. 1 second, Mrs. Ng, Zhong Manhua, was about to scold her annoying adopted daughter. The next second, upon seeing the man standing beside her, she immediately put down her book. She stood up with a smile. Oh, it's the 7th young master. Just yesterday, I heard from your father that you returned from abroad. What brings you to the Ng family so late? Fu Yinshun glanced at her, just taking the kid home. I was worried, afraid she'd be bullied. Zhou Manhua's smile froze. What do you mean? The butler quickly came forward and briefly explained what had happened in the courtyard. After hearing it, Zhou Manhua frowned, then smiled again. 7th young master, this is a misunderstanding. I'm sorry to have troubled you to make a trip. Zijin is my daughter too. How could I bear to see her suffer? Fu Yinxin gave a sarcastic laugh. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Mrs. Ng, be good to your adopted daughter. It'll earn you a good reputation for being benevolent. I shouldn't interfere in some family matters. However, he then waved his phone at the girl beside him. I've saved my number for you. If you need anything, contact me anytime. Ng Zijin nodded. Then be careful on your way back. After Fu Yinxin left, Ng Zijin ignored her hypocritical mother and the butler and went straight upstairs to rest. Zhong Manhua's face turned pale, and she slammed the book on the table. Look at her attitude. It was bad enough that she foolishly provoked Jiang Mayuan before, and now she's gotten involved with Fu Yinxin. Does she really think the 7th young master is some good person? The butler didn't know what to say and could only remind her, the young miss is still waiting for your call. Zhong Manhua waved her hand. Look at my memory. I almost forgot. Then she put on a motherly tone to call her real adopted daughter. Seeing the huge contrast in the madam's attitude towards her 2 daughters, the butler couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Back then, when the 2nd young miss mysteriously disappeared, the madam was depressed for a while. It was only after adopting the young miss that she recovered. After all these years, although the young miss is not her biological child, she is treated better than one. The 2nd young miss, as the biological daughter, is treated like this. It would have been better if she hadn't been found. At this moment, Ng Zijin opened a computer in her room. It crashed after she casually typed a few keys. It didn't take a genius to know this was an old, discarded computer. She checked her card balance, which was just over 500. It was a bit low, but just enough. Then she opened the window and looked at the distance to the ground. With a whoosh, she jumped down. The butler, who was closing a window at that moment, only saw a figure flash by outside. He looked carefully again, but there was nothing. He thought his old eyes were probably playing tricks on him. He thought it was the 2nd young miss sneaking out. How sharp is this girl's eye? 1 second, she bought a boo coin from a street stall for 500. The next second, she sold it for 6 million. The young stall owner was regretting it so much his guts were turning green. No wonder he wasn't fated to get rich. So, Ng Zijin jumped out the window, slipped out of the Ng residence, and secretly went to the legendary underground market that only opens at midnight. She was completely unaware that she was already being watched by a man. It was the Fu family's 7th young master, Fu Yinxin. Looks like some kids are not very obedient. At this moment, he was joking and chatting with a beautiful bartender. The bartender kindly reminded him, someone has issued an S-class bounty of $11 million for your life. At least 10 people on the kill list have accepted the bounty. You'd better be careful. Fu Yunxin's charming eyes curved. Well, they have to find me first. Ng Zijin wandered around the market for a long time before she finally saw what she was looking for. It was an ancient coin, inconspicuous among a pile of Celadon ware. With just a glance, she determined the coin's era and name. A Qining Ji Ban Liang coin, minted during the Warring States period before the Common Era, worth at least 5 million. She squatted down, but pointed to a stone bowl next to it, and asked, how much for this? The stall owner was a young man with blonde hair. He looked her up and down and said perfunctorily, 500, take it. He thought, I waited all this time just for a poor wretch. Only then did Ng Zijin's finger land on the boo coin. What about this one? The blonde-haired man was impatient. It's a gift, take it all. Don't get in the way of my business. The girl paid promptly and picked up the boo coin, rubbing it carefully. However, in the blonde man's eyes, this action made him think she was desperate for money. He mocked her to the neighboring stall owner, just a poor girl with no vision, thinking she's found a treasure. That stall owner chimed in, don't be so blunt. What if you make the little sister cry? The blonde man said she'd be better off begging me. Maybe I'd even give her 250 back. How about it? A wave of laughter erupted from the surroundings. Look, you've scared the little girl away. Maybe she's running home to tell on you. The blonde man sneered. I'm doing this for her own good, teaching her a lesson. But before he could finish his sentence, he was brutally slapped in the face by reality. A man in a suit eagerly stepped forward and stopped the girl. That why master would like to purchase this ancient coin in your hand for 6 million. Would you be willing to part with it? The smile on the blonde man's face instantly froze. He couldn't believe his own ears. A resonant, elderly voice sounded from behind the girl. If the price is not enough, we can add more. The girl had unintentionally bought an inconspicuous ancient coin from a stall for 500 yuan, only to have a ruddy-faced, white-haired old man offer to buy it for 6 million. The young man beside him, seeing the girl's disbelief, took out a certificate from his bag and placed it in front of her. Our master is a certified appraiser. You can rest assured, we are definitely not scammers. Several onlooking stall owners started whispering. What did he just say? A Qin Ing Ji Ban Liang coin? Is it real? Is it worth that much money? I remember a few years ago at an auction abroad, there was a similar piece. It sold for over 7 million. Ing Zijin stared at the certificate, lost in thought. It seems there are quite a few new professions in the 21st century. How interesting. She readily agreed to the deal. The young man took out a black card and handed it to her. There's 6 million in here. It's internationally accepted. But Ing Zijin's gaze fell on the golden iris flower on the corner of the black card. It seems the bank where she used to store her gold hasn't gone bankrupt. The blonde stall owner, seeing this, couldn't hold back any longer. He lunged forward to snatch the Bu coin that I'm not selling. I found it, so the money should be mine. Ing Zijin glanced at him without expression. She suddenly flew up and kicked him, sending him flying several meters away. The blonde man fell to the ground with a thud. The surrounding people were stunned. Ing Zijin then handed the Bu coin to the young man. She took the black card and turned to leave. What surprised the onlookers even more was that the management staff, who almost never appeared, had arrived. They flanked the blonde man and lifted him from the ground. They announced to the crowd, the underground market has its rules. You want to take back something you've sold? Confiscate this person's permit, throw him out, and ban him permanently. Then he bowed to the girl that I apologize for the disturbance. Ing Zijin said lightly, it's fine. At this time, the bartender standing behind the crowd, after watching the whole farce, said, this kid of yours seems a bit vicious. Beside her, Fu Yunshin's lips curved up slightly. What are you talking about? She's clearly obedient and cute, okay? The bartender was speechless. Your rose-tinted glasses must be as thick as a city wall. But why did you have the supervisor intervene? Fu Yunshin turned to leave. That I can't go. I have to be considerate of the kid's feelings. After all, we just said goodnight to each other 2 hours ago. If we met again at the underground market now, wouldn't that be very awkward for the kid? A teenage girl actually used a lost ancient medical technique to save a comatose old man on the street. It was truly astonishing. The old master, Mu Hejin, had spent 6 million to buy a coin from a young girl. Mu Chung, who was with him, was full of self-blame. If we had come earlier, we wouldn't have had to waste so much money. But the old man smiled and waved his hand that it's not a waste. At least it let me meet such an interesting young girl. Mu Chung quickly understood. Are you referring to that kick she delivered just now? The old man nodded. Correct. And she didn't get this ancient coin by a lucky fluke. Mu Chung said hesitantly, that's impossible. Even I had to observe for a full 10 days at the underground market before I could confirm it. Just then, the old man suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. Mu Chung was terrified and quickly supported him. Oh no. The master just had surgery a while ago. How could it relapse so quickly? And Miss Ming is far away in the imperial capital. There's no time to save him. What should I do? He hurriedly took out his phone and called for someone to come quickly. With trembling hands, he took out the medicine, but couldn't get it into the master's mouth. Just then, a voice came from behind him. Lay him down flat. Holding his back like that will make it harder for him to breathe. Mu Chung turned his head in surprise. It was the girl who had sold the Bu coin. Ing Zijin walked over quickly, squatted down, and placed her hand on the old man's pulse. Mu Chung angrily asked what she was doing. Ing Zijin just replied lightly with 2 words, saving him. Mu Chung felt as if he had heard a joke. Saving him? Don't think that just because our master bought an ancient coin from you. Before he could finish, the girl spoke. The old man has arrhythmia. He had surgery a month ago. The peak time for an attack is from midnight to 8 a.m. He shouldn't have been out this late. Mu Cheng looked at her in disbelief, because what she said was completely accurate. Before he could recover from his shock, the girl spoke again. Give me the silver needles. Mu Cheng didn't have time to think about how she knew he had silver needles on him. He quickly handed over the box containing them. In the master's current condition, even if others came, it would probably be useless. It was better to let her try. But when he saw that the girl could simultaneously use a complete set of 7 silver needles, he was stunned once again. He had seen Miss Meng treat the master before, and at most, she could only use 4 at the same time. And her speed was just too astonishing. The whole process took less than a minute. The old man coughed violently a few times and laboriously opened his eyes. Mu Cheng helped him to slowly stand up. The old man stared intently at the girl in front of him. The young girl looked to be only in her teens, yet she possessed such high medical skills. He thought for a moment, took out a jade pendant, and handed it over. He said seriously, "Young girl, you saved my life. A thank you is too light. Please accept this. In the future, for any matter, as long as it's not illegal, I will definitely do it for you." Mu Cheng was shocked. He knew this was no ordinary jade pendant. This was the promise of the head of the Mu family. It meant that as long as this girl had a request, the Mu family would use all its power to fulfill her wish. Ying Zijin hadn't intended to take it, but when she saw the character Mu on the jade pendant, she seemed to remember something and finally accepted it. The old man had rarely met a young girl he liked so much. He smiled and asked for her name. Ying Zijin was silent for a few seconds and only said, "My surname is Ying." Watching the girl's departing figure, Mu Cheng asked the old master, could she be from the Ying family, one of the 4 great families of whose city? But with the Ying family's limited power, how could they possibly raise such a formidable descendant skilled in ancient medicine? The old man didn't answer his question, but sighed deeply. What a pity. Why isn't she a daughter of my Mu family? In the early morning, the sleeping girl was awakened by a ding-dong ringing. The girl groggily got up and opened her phone. It was the 7th young master, Fu Yunshin. On the other end of the line was the man's smiling voice. "Kid, are you awake yet? Just woke up. What were you doing last night? You sound so sleepy. Didn't you sleep all night?" Ying Zijin glanced at the sunlight outside the window. "That I was watching a drama until 5 a.m. She had originally planned to study the new technologies of the 21st century, but ended up discovering something called web series. That was truly a time killer." Fu Yunshin teased. "Young people indeed. An old man like me is different. I get sore all over if I miss a little sleep." Ying Zijin casually gathered her hair. That's a kidney deficiency. If you don't mind, I can concoct a pill to help you treat it." Fu Yunshin chuckled. "The kid, is that amazing? Not only can you tell fortunes, but you also know ancient medicine." Ying Zijin played along. "That I'm all right. But can you stop calling me kid?" Fu Yunshin took a sip of coffee. "A 3-year age gap is a generation gap. I'm 6 years older than you, big brother. If you're not a kid, what are you?" Ying Zijin raised an eyebrow. "What big brother? Is this person out his mind? Not only does he treat me like a kid, he also wants to be my big brother." Fu Yunshin's charming eyes curved. "Call me big brother again." Ying Zijin replied directly, "Dream less, get more sun. That's how you get better faster." Well, negotiation failed. Fu Yunshin cleared his throat and said seriously, "All right, no more joking. You don't have to worry about the trending topics. I'll take care of it." Ying Zijin asked, "What trending topics?" She then opened the news on her phone. The top 3 trending topics were Ying Luwei recovers, Ying family's adopted daughter is ungrateful, and Ying family's adopted daughter seduces future uncle. There was also the recent post from her White Lotus aunt. Every line was filled with guilt and feigned concern for her. And her private messages were all filled with support for Ying Luwei and insults and accusations from netizens against her, each one more vicious than the last. Ying Zijin saw 2 people suddenly enter through the iron gate and sked. Some people really can't go a day without stirring up trouble. The newcomers were Ying Luwei and old Mrs. Ying. "Since my dear aunt wants to cause trouble, I'll play along with you. What's the most effective way to deal with terrible relatives? Is it fighting fire with fire or setting the dogs on them? But the most satisfying thing is to slap them in the face. When Zhou Manhua saw Ing Luwei supporting old Mrs. Ing, who rarely came to the old residence, she hurried forward to greet them. "Why have you come?" Old Mrs. Ing, leaning on her cane, said irritably, "What? Can't this old woman come?" Zhou Manhua immediately put on a smile, "But that's not what I meant. I just didn't expect you to come. I haven't prepared anything." Old Mrs. Ing got straight to the point. "I came today to settle one thing. Call that daughter of yours out." Ing Luwei helped the old lady sit down and said with a smile, "You and sister-in-law haven't seen each other in a long time. Why don't you chat for a while? I'll go find Xiao Jin and apologize to her while I'm at it." This sentence successfully angered the old lady. She slammed her cane heavily on the floor. "You will not go. There's no reason for an elder to apologize to a junior. Whoever did wrong should be the one to apologize." Zhou Manhua took a deep breath and shouted up the stairs, "Ing Zijin." Just then, the girl slowly walked down. She glanced at the trial-like scene. "You were looking for me?" Her indifferent attitude made Zhou Manhua's anger flare up. "Is this how I taught you? Don't you know how to greet people when you see them?" Old Mrs. Ing said coolly, "Don't. I only have one granddaughter, and she's currently studying abroad." Her attitude made it clear that she didn't acknowledge this adopted daughter at all. Ing Zijin, nonchalant yet poised, said, "That's good. I don't have the habit of casually acknowledging relatives, either." The old lady was so choked up, she almost couldn't catch her breath. Zhou Manhua roared at her, "Shut up, you rude thing. Is this how I taught you to speak to your elders?" Old Mrs. Ing spoke coolly, "That's enough. I didn't come here today to watch you discipline your daughter. Have her explain why she pushed Wei'er down at the New Year's banquet. Did she think that without Wei'er, she could become the matriarch of the Jiang family? Otherwise, why would someone knowingly take a bath in a room booked for her future uncle, shamelessly trying to seduce him?" Ing Zijin's eyes narrowed. She remembered the incident at the Queen's Center Hotel a month ago. At that time, she had come out of the bathroom of the presidential suite after a shower, only to unexpectedly see Ing Luwei's fiancé, Jiang Weiyuan. She was also told that this was his private suite. Although the matter was later suppressed, rumors still spread. And Zhou Manhua was so mocked by the other wealthy ladies, both openly and secretly, that she was too ashamed to go out. Was this daughter born to be her curse? After hearing the old lady's words, Ing Zijin chuckled lightly. Why eyes aren't blind. Ing Luwei looked at her innocently. "Zijin, how can you say that? Auntie doesn't even blame you." Before she could finish, Ing Zijin took out her phone and played a recording. "Xiao Jin, go to room 1801 at the Queen Hotel and wait for me. I prepared bathing supplies and new clothes for you inside. After you've showered, can you go to the bun with Annie?" Ing Luwei's face instantly turned pale, and Zhou Manhua was also stunned. That voice was clearly Ing Luwei's. Ing Zijin looked at the somewhat surprised old lady with a blank expression. "Any more questions?" Ing Luwei quickly recovered and hurriedly explained, "It's all my fault. I forgot about this. I was the one who asked Xiao Jin to go, but I'd stepped out at the time, and I didn't expect my Yuan to come back early." Old Mrs. Ing was extremely embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. "Even if this matter was a misunderstanding, how do you explain pushing Wei'er down the stairs? You knew she has hemophilia, yet you still dared to do it. Did you want her to die?" The girl was framed by her White Lotus aunt for seducing her future uncle, but she directly played a recording, publicly slapping her hypocritical aunt in the face. And old Mrs. Ing, fiercely protective of her granddaughter, after a brief moment of embarrassment, continued to aggressively question the girl. "And how do you explain pushing Wei'er down the stairs?" But before Ing Zijin could respond, Ing Luwei suddenly rushed in front of her, saying anxiously, "It has nothing to do with Xiao Jin." "Mrs. Ing," Zhou Manhua said angrily, "you don't need to explain for her. She's a habitual liar. She's always been like this." Then she slammed the table. "Apologize to your aunt immediately. Do you know what people are saying about you? Ungrateful. I'm ashamed for you." Just then, the butler who was checking the news suddenly spoke up. "Madam, old Mrs. Ing, this is bad. Someone has released a video from the banquet." Zhou Manhua was also shocked. "What video? Let me see. That was a private New Year's banquet. How could there be a video? If there was a video, wouldn't there be no room for cover-ups?" But old Mrs. Ing sneered. "A video is good. With the facts laid bare, the lies will collapse on their own." But Ing Luwei seemed to realize something. Her expression changed, and she reached out to stop them, but it was too late. The video played automatically. The title was simple and clear: "The Truth Behind the Ing Family's Ungrateful Adopted Daughter." In the video, two women were elegantly walking down the stairs. Halfway down, the woman in front stepped on her dress and suddenly fell forward, her hand violently grabbing the girl behind her. The girl was clearly stunned and managed to grab the railing just in time to avoid falling with her. This video revealed all the facts like a loud slap across everyone's faces. Zhou Manhua looked at the girl with some shame that if you had told Mom wouldn't have. Ying Zijin ignored her and casually swept her gaze over these women with their various expressions. The Ying family's tradition of slander seems to be inherited. Very good, keep it up. After saying that, she turned and strode away. Zhou Manhua couldn't help but shiver. It was as if something important was leaving, something she could never grasp again. And Ying Luwei never expected that the usually timid Ying Zijin would decide to fight back. She had to post another apology message to appease her fans, but the content was as two-faced as ever. As expected, her diehard fans all started to feel sorry for her again. Ying Zijin couldn't help but TSK when she saw it. This White Lotus really knows how to justify herself. No wonder so many people are fooled by her. But who was the person who helped her by posting the surveillance video online? At this moment, in a studio apartment in the city center, Fu Yinshen was drinking a cup of goji berry tea. A drip sound came from the computer. On the suddenly black screen, a line of large red text appeared. "Who is this person that you'd have me make a move?" Fu Yinshen said. "She's my kid. Of course I have to back her up." In response, the other party sent a screen full of curses. Fu Yinshen didn't explain, but asked anything else. The screen was still for 10 seconds. Then a few more lines of text appeared. "Someone hire me to look into you. The 3 of them are on the kill list. I've sent you their files. You'd better stay alive. Don't die before I get to meet you." Fu Yinshen chuckled lightly. "Don't worry. I'll be waiting for you." Then the screen returned to normal. At the same time, 3 file folders appeared on the desktop, but he didn't open them. An adopted daughter with no status actually walked into Loran Bank. You have to know, the people who enter this, the only major international bank in the world, are all rich and powerful. And she even directly presented a black card. How many more mysterious identities does this girl have? Ying Zijin looked at the flower lanterns lining the streets and the carefree children playing. After being used to a life of fighting and killing in her previous life, it was a bit strange to suddenly be so quiet. She thought back to a year ago. At that time, Jiang Muyuan had brought her to his city under the pretext of sponsoring her studies at Qingji High School. Actually, she wasn't very willing at the time because her adoptive father, Wen Fengmian, had severe asthma and needed someone to take care of him. But her adoptive father said that this was all his life would amount to. She, however, was still young. She shouldn't be trapped in this small county town for her whole life. He hoped she could get out and have a better future. But her adoptive father probably never expected that after she was taken back by the Ying family, she would end up in such a state. Not only was her identity usurped by the real adopted daughter of the Ying family, but she was also bullied, mocked, and even had her ID card stolen, cutting off all contact with her adoptive family. Fortunately, she had now gotten her documents back. She would have to find time to make a trip back to Qingshui County. Thinking of this, she handed the black card she got from selling the ancient coins to the bank teller. "Please help me withdraw 2,000 in cash first. Then, open a new card and transfer 1 million into it." The teller smiled, took the card, and quickly began processing the transaction. Ying Zijin yawned. She unintentionally glanced at the golden osmanthus flower on the wall. It seemed she was the one who had casually drawn this logo back then. She never thought that after so many years, those misers from the Loran family would have expanded their bank globally. In that case, she might be able to get back the gold she deposited back then. At this moment, in a traditional Chinese medicine shop across the street, Ying Zijin's classmate, Lu Fangzheng, was hunched over the counter doing his homework. When he looked up, his gaze was drawn to a figure at the door. "Hey, isn't that her? What is someone like her, who's never seen the world, doing at Loran Bank? Don't tell me she thinks it's just an ordinary bank." Lu Ji was busy writing a prescription. Hearing this, she just glanced over casually. But immediately after, her face darkened. Lu Fangzheng added, "Didn't you say she gave you a nasty look yesterday?" Lu Ji sneered. "You bet. Not much ability, but a whole lot of attitude. If Ying Luwei hadn't asked me, did she really think I wanted to treat her?" Lu Fangzheng was about to comfort his sister when he pointed outside and exclaimed, "Why is she walking this way? Don't tell me she wants to buy medicine from our shop?" Lu Ji scoffed. "If she comes to buy medicine, I just won't sell it to her." Just then, Ying Zijin pushed open the door and walked in. The clerk said, "What do you need? You can browse the shelves yourself first." At this moment, the 2 siblings were in the back office, watching the surveillance monitor on the computer. Lu Fangzheng asked in confusion, "Why are we hiding from her?" Lu Ji chuckled. What do you mean, hiding? I'm gonna make a fool out of her, and she'll come begging me obediently. I'd like to see if she can even afford the medicine from our shop. Lu Fangzheng immediately understood. He chuckled darkly and said, then won't she be scared away? Give me a copy of the recording later. When school starts, I'll show it to the class. Serves her right for always dragging down our prodigy class. I want everyone to see her make a fool of herself. Lu Ji stared at the surveillance screen without blinking. No problem. I'll also send a copy to Lu Wei to make her happy. Ying Zijin was originally heading towards the shelves, but for some reason, she suddenly stopped. She abruptly turned and looked straight at the surveillance camera. The gazes of the three of them met unexpectedly through the computer screen. Lu Fangzheng's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me she knows we're watching her. Overnight, the girl became a mysterious big shot with a black card. She wanted to buy some medicinal herbs, but unexpectedly walked into the pharmacy of her sworn enemy, the Lu family. Ying Zijin looked at the Chinese herbs on the shelves and fell into deep thought. The troubles that had come knocking since she woke up this time were really too many. Through the wooden planks, she could smell that the age of these herbs was at most 20 years. The quality wasn't very high. But her adoptive father, when Feng Mian's illness, couldn't wait. She could only make do with these for now. At worst, she would personally go into the mountains to dig some up in a few days. Seeing that she had looked around, the clerk asked her what she needed. If she stated the symptoms, they could also help her choose. Ying Zijin rattled off 30 types of herbs and said she wanted 10 jin of each. Lu Fangzheng, who was hiding in the office watching the monitor, couldn't help but laugh. Does she think she's buying vegetables? She really is an ignorant country bumpkin. Lu Ji picked up her phone to message the clerk, saying she can't afford it anyway. When the clerk saw that she wanted so many herbs, she realized this was a big customer. She quickly made a list and said, Miss, the quantity you want is too large. We'll need to prepare the stock. Please sign the order form first. Ying Zijin asked faintly, how much is the total? Just then, a message from Lu Ji arrived. The clerk glanced at it. Then she said with a smile, exactly 500,000. Ying Zijin let out a soft laugh. Does your shop specialize in supplying herbs to Lord Lousy? The clerk explained awkwardly, our herbs are all harvested from their native mountains, so they're a bit more expensive. If you can't afford it, Ying Zijin raised her eyes. Bill me. The clerk was stunned at first. After realizing what she meant, she quickly said, please wait a moment. I'll go print the bill for you right away. The girls moved completely dumbfounded the Lu siblings. Lu Ji asked in disbelief, what is she playing at? How dare she spend money like that? I heard the Ying family doesn't give her much allowance. Lu Fangzheng said, she's a country bumpkin. She probably doesn't understand prominent families. Anyway, if she buys it, we're the ones who profit. The clerk quickly printed the order and handed it over. Ying Zijin took it and glanced at it, but she didn't sign immediately. Instead, she took out her phone and dialed a number. She was heard saying slowly, I want to file a complaint against the shop at 148 South Zhongshan Road. The Chinese herbs sold at this store are 10 times higher than the market price. Lu Ji rushed out in a panic and yelled at Ying Zijin, are you trying to get yourself killed? How dare you file a complaint? The girl stared at her without any expression and didn't reply. Lu Ji felt a little creeped out by her stare, but she still said arrogantly, I'll call Madame Ming right now and ask her when the Ying family dared to let an adopted daughter step all over our Lu family. In reality, she was just putting on a show, wanting the girl to beg her. But Ying Zijin just gave a lazy yawn. Go ahead and call. I can even call for you. Lu Ji, furious and embarrassed, raised her hand to slap her across the face. But her hand was intercepted as soon as she raised it. At the same time, she was kicked in the leg. Then a cold voice was heard. The Ying family doesn't dare. But I do. The big shot girl stumbled into her rival's Chinese medicine shop. The herbs were overpriced. The siblings' scheme failed, and they became furious. Lu Ji wanted to teach the girl a lesson, but she was kicked first. She slammed into the counter. Then, a cold voice came from the doorway. The things the Ying family doesn't dare to do, I dare to do. The person who arrived was none other than the Fu family's 7th young master, Fu Yunshin. At this moment, the sunlight fell on his devilishly handsome face, making him look both dazzling and flamboyant. Ying Zijin was momentarily stunned. It seemed she suddenly understood the feelings of those fatuous rulers of ancient times. Beauty is indeed tempting. Just as she was about to say thank you, she was interrupted by Fu Yunshin. Little sister, I really don't want to hear those 2 words again. He then patted her little head. How long have we known each other? Why are you still so polite? Ying Zijin pouted. We've known each other for less than a day. Fine, whatever. Let him be. Meanwhile, Lu Ji's face was deathly pale. When did this adopted daughter of the Ing family get involved with the Fu family's seventh young master? But she still managed to smile and said, "Seventh young master, why didn't you let us know you were coming? We've been so neglectful." At this, Fu Yunshin glanced at her and said in a casual tone, 500,000? Just as Lu Ji was unsure how to answer, Fu Yunshin picked up his phone and made a call. The person on the other end asked, flattered, "Seventh young master, you're looking for me?" Fu Yunshan said lightly, "It seems your Lu family is short on cash recently. I'm afraid you'll go bankrupt, so let's just put that order on hold." The person on the other end was shocked. "Wait, seventh young master, why all of a sudden?" Before the other person could finish, Fu Yunshin hung up the phone. At this point, Lu Ji also panicked, because the call just now was made to her father. "Seventh young master, you can't." Fu Yunshan tilted his head and glanced at her. Lu Ji immediately didn't dare to make another sound. She never imagined that Fu Yunshan would cancel the order for their Lu family just for this adopted daughter of the Ying family. That was a huge order worth millions. It's all this woman's fault. The Lu family wasn't a major powerhouse. Compared to the Fu family, they were just small fry. She could only swallow her anger. Lu Fangzheng, who had been in the back storeroom, couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed out and shouted, "Ing Zijin, that's enough. This isn't a big deal. Why do you have to blow it out of proportion? It was just a joke. You didn't lose anything. I promised to tutor you in math, and we'll let this matter go. How about it?" Inwardly, he thought with disdain, "I don't know what Fu Yunshin sees in this country bumpkin. Why is he so protective of her?" Ing Zijin looked up, finding the person somewhat familiar. She asked, "And you are?" Her words really caught Lu Fangzheng off guard. He said sarcastically, "Stop pretending. We've been classmates for a whole semester. You still don't know who I am? Don't you forget, at Qingji, only the top 50 in the grade can stay in the prodigy class. With your rock-bottom scores, if you don't improve, you'll be kicked out. As long as you let today's matter slide, I'll tutor you." Ing Zijin glanced at him again, still not remembering who he was. Lu Fangzheng was very impatient. "You better think carefully. This is a one-time offer. And what's with that look? Do I look like an idiot?" Ing Zijin didn't pay him any more attention. Instead, she said to the clerk, "Pack up the herbs and send them to the hotel across the street." The clerk hurriedly and clumsily started checking the order. Lu Fangzheng was furious. He wanted to step forward, but he was a bit intimidated by Fu Yunshin. The clerk enthusiastically saw the two of them out, saying that the herbs would be delivered by a dedicated person right away. She was ecstatic. Her commission today was a huge windfall. Lu Fangzheng said resentfully to Lu Ji, "Sis, are we just going to let it go like this?" Lu Ji was also holding back her frustration. What can we do now that she's latched onto someone powerful? She must be so smug. I don't believe she can keep Fu Yunshin tied down for a lifetime. Just then, their father's call came through. She had just opened her mouth to say "Dad" when a roar came from the other end. "Dad? What dad? I don't have a daughter like you. Get your ass home right now. Other people buy a few herbs to make soup, but have you ever seen someone buy several hundred jin at once?" Seventh young master. Fu Yunshin frowned, looking at the mountain of various herbs in front of him. He was about to ask the little friend if she planned to eat this as a meal when he saw her pull an electric pressure cooker out of her bag. Ing Zijin ignored his astonished gaze. She quickly selected some herbs, threw them into the pot, and plugged it in. "There's no time to make a proper medicine furnace, so I'll have to make do with this for now. After all, one must keep up with the times." While her hands were busy, she asked the man, the video exposing Ing Luwei, "Was that you?" A smile appeared in Fu Yunshin's peach blossom eyes. "How do you plan to thank your big brother?" The girl said excitedly, "How about I ensure you don't fall all night?" Fu Yunshin's eyes narrowed. "Who did you learn to talk like that from?" Ing Zijin stood up lazily. "I can read. Books have everything." She really felt that the 21st century was great. There were many interesting forms of entertainment. Fu Yunshin lightly tapped her on the forehead. "Read less of these trashy books in the future." Ing Zijin gave a sleepy yawn. "No, that would be no fun. At most, I'll watch with you. Let me learn how to shop online and buy some books first. I'll lend them to you for free then." Fu Yunshin felt a bit awkward for a moment. He must have been out of his mind. For a second there, he actually thought she was trying to with him. She really is just a little kid. 3 hours later, the electric pressure cooker let out a beep. The pot had actually produced dark green medicinal pills. Ing Zijin put the pills into a medicine bottle she had bought earlier. She handed it to him. Fu Yunshin asked if it was for kidney support. The girl said seriously it can prolong life. The seventh young master said, "All right, are we going to eat now?" Ing Zijin slung her backpack on and was about to leave. "Not today. I had to go out of town, back to my adoptive father's house." Fu Yinshin seemed to remember something. It's the 15th of the first lunar month today. He smiled and said, Big brother has nowhere to go today. Can you take me in? At night, fireworks were being set off one after another. When Feng Yin took some noodles out of the old-fashioned refrigerator, thinking of his adopted daughter again. I wonder if Yao Yao has eaten sweet dumplings today. Then he started coughing violently again. Just then, there was a knock on the door. He thought it was his son who had forgotten his keys, so he hurried over to open it. But when he saw the person standing at the door, he froze. A layer of moonlight fell on the girl's hair, making her seem hazy and unreal. It was actually Yao Yao, whom he hadn't seen in a year. Ing Zijin quickly came in and supported her now-aged adoptive father, discreetly checking his pulse. Her adoptive father's physical condition was even worse than she had expected. Her heart truly ached for him. When Feng Mian was stunned for a long while before he came to his senses, he asked eagerly, Yao Yao, why did you come back from the Ing family? Didn't they come with you? Tell Dad, did the people there bully you? Although Ing Zijin couldn't quite comprehend the human emotions of love and hate, she would definitely repay those who were genuinely good to her tenfold. She said in a deliberately relaxed tone, nothing like that. I just got some free time today to come back. It was wrong of me not to visit you this past year. If her consciousness had awakened earlier, perhaps the events of a year ago would not have happened. Only then did when Fengyan feel relieved. Dad is already very happy that you could come back. After all, given the Ing family's attitude at the time, he thought he would never see Yao Yao again in this lifetime. He then told her that Yu still at class today and should be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Dad, I'm back. I bought some meat today. Tonight, we can. The rest of his words were cut off after he saw the girl. The young man's eyes grew colder and colder. After a few seconds of staring, he suddenly turned and ran. Having a handsome and genius younger brother, wouldn't you wake up smiling from your dreams? But after seeing his sister whom he hadn't seen in a year, this brother actually turned and ran. The father was so angry, he couldn't help but cough again. This child, honestly, why did he run off as soon as you came back? Ing Zijin patted her adoptive father's back. Your health is not good. Go inside and rest first. I'll go check on him. Wan Fengmian watched the girl's retreating figure with a complicated feeling. After Yao Yao went back to the Ing family, how did she become so much thinner? Didn't they say they were taking her back to live a good life? What exactly happened this past year? She seems different from before. When Ing Zijin found Wen Tianlan, he was standing on a hillside, silently watching the fireworks in the distance. Ing Zijin walked up and handed him a lollipop, but the boy didn't take it. I thought you would never come back in this lifetime. What are you doing back here? When he didn't get a reply from the girl, he turned his head to look, and his expression suddenly changed, because he saw the dense needle marks on the back of her hand. What is this? Sis, are you sick? Or did the Ing family abuse you? Tell me quick. Ing Zijin didn't answer him. She raised an eyebrow and said, Not angry anymore? I'm fine. Don't you worry. When Tianlan took the lollipop, he would never forget the ugly faces of those people from a year ago. Woman Zijin. Zijin is our Ing family's daughter. Naturally, her surname is Ing. Don't you go trying to claim relations. If the students at Qingji found out she had a father and brother like you, what would they think of her? Here's 100,000 yuan. Forget you have a daughter. She won't be seeing you again. You will only hold her back. Understand? After that, she really never came back. Not even a phone call. He thought that after she went to whose city, she had forgotten about them. But now it seems the Ing family must have done something. And she wasn't living well either. When Tianlan lowered his head and said in a low voice, Sis, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been angry with you. He also wanted to be a normal person, but sometimes he really couldn't control himself. Ing Zijin knew he was frail in his youth and only started school at 13. Even so, he skipped several grades and was a true genius. If it weren't for the severe autism he suffered from as a child, affecting his personality, he would now be a very popular and cheerful boy. So she ruffled his hair. It's not your fault. Let's go back. Dad must be getting anxious. After they cleared the air, when Tianlan started chatting with her about daily life like before. Actually, I didn't go to class this afternoon. Ing Zijin asked him, Did you go to the market in the city to buy meat? When Tianlan nodded, Dad's health is getting worse. I want to help him build up his strength. Ing Zijin thought for a moment and asked him, You're about to take the college entrance exams. Have you decided which university you want to apply to? At the mention of this, the young man's eyes immediately lit up. I want to apply to Imperial Capital University, but the one I really want to go to is Norton University, but without a recommendation letter personally written by the principal. It's impossible to get in. Ing Zijin was taken aback. What university did you say? When Tianlon thought she didn't know. So he took out his phone, searched for it, and showed it to her. This one, Norton University, the school that's perennially ranked #1 in the world university rankings. Ing Zijin looked at the screen and fell into deep thought. What's going on? Has the earth changed this much since I came back this time? The Loron family opening banks all over the world is one thing. After all, they're misers, so they're good at making money. But a neurotic lunatic who only studies theology and wanted to dissect me the first time we met actually managed to build a university into the world's #1? Does he want a whole world to go crazy with him? The esteemed 7th young master was actually in the kitchen cooking. After clearing the air with her brother, Ing Zijin returned home. Pushing open the door, she saw this incredible scene. Her adoptive father, Wen Fengmian, turned his head and asked her, Yao Yao, why didn't you say you were bringing a guest back? I haven't prepared anything. Ing Zijin scratched her head and said, I forgot. Fu Yinshin walked out of the kitchen and explained, Uncle, it's not her fault. I insisted on coming myself. I've been so presumptuous. Ing Zijin looked up and saw the man wearing a Peppa Pig apron. She couldn't help but blurt out, so ugly. When Fengmian covered his mouth and coughed a few times. Yao Yao, how can you talk like that? Isn't that your favorite cartoon character? When you were little, you wouldn't sleep unless you were hugging a Peppa Pig doll. Fu Yunshin's eyes curved into a smile. So you like this kind of thing? Ing Zijin denied it repeatedly with a blank expression. I'm not. I don't talk nonsense. She thought to herself, what on earth was my consciousness doing before it awakened? How could I like this kind of thing? Just then, Wen Fengmian seemed to remember something. He frowned at the young man and asked, Yu, your sister's back. Why did you run? When Tianlon hesitated, he couldn't very well say it was because of resentment, but he stormed out the door. Ing Zijin slowly interjected. He was shy. Wen Fengmian looked astonished. You weren't shy when you received all those love letters. Why are you shy seeing your own sister? When Tianlon's face instantly turned red. Dad, can you please shut up and stop talking? Ing Zijin looked at Fu Yunshan, who was taking vegetables out of a bag. Why did you come over? She thought he was a pampered young master who wouldn't be able to stand this kind of environment. She had even specifically booked him a room at the best hotel in the county. Fu Yunshan looked up dissatisfied. Didn't you say you would take me in? Is this how you fool your big brother? Ing Zijin quickly went over to help. No, I was just afraid of treating you poorly. Let me do it. She reached out to take the bag of vegetables from Fu Yunshan's hand, but he suddenly turned his head towards her. Her cold fingers accidentally brushed against the man's lips. Ing Zijin immediately pulled her hand back. Both of them were stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, the man returned to his usual coquettish self. Little friend, how are you taking advantage of me now? Ing Zijin looked at him for a long while before slowly saying, I didn't mean to. Fu Yunshan patted her little head gently, as if teasing a kitten. It's okay, big brother doesn't mind. Ing Zijin thought of what to give him, a cat or a dog. It could satisfy his hobby of head patting. Otherwise, if this continued, she would go bald. The man saw she was in a daze and was about to ask what she was thinking. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Excuse me, please let me through. When Tianlon had squeezed himself between the two of them. Let me help. It's not right to make a guest do all the work. Inwardly, he huffed. I heard men from the city are the best at deceiving young girls. I have to keep a close eye on my sister. Ing Zijin gave an okay gesture. You can be my assistant. She had been living with the Wen family since she could remember. When Fengmian had to take care of 2 children, just putting food on the table took all his energy. That's why he persuaded her to leave when the Ing family came for her. It was also she could live a good life. However, he never once thought about himself. But it's okay. From now on, she would protect them. The mysterious big shot, who had traveled through centuries and awakened once more, decided to take good care of her adoptive father and brother. The young man following behind her was carrying 2 cups of milk tea. He was a little helpless. Sis, when did you start liking sweets? After finishing the ice cream cone in a few bites, Ing Zijin said, Life is bitter, so you should eat something sweet. By the way, have you completed the procedures for your transfer to Qingji? When Tianlon said, Actually, Qingji invited me a long time ago. I just never accepted. It'll be quick to process now. You've brought Dad and me to Hu City. Aren't you planning to live with us? Ing Zijin shook her head. Not for now. I still have some things to resolve. You guys just live here peacefully. Luckily, I I earned a sum of money at the underground market before. That's how I was able to buy a small apartment in whose city to settle them in. As for the Ing family, although her memories were very vague, the karmic ties between her and the Ing family had not yet been severed. Some things were better investigated there. When Tianlan also thought to himself, my sister suffered so much in the Ing family. Now that he was in whose city, he swore he would make them pay. At this moment, in the courtyard of the Ing family, a servant was carrying a cardboard box in from the main gate. The butler stopped him and asked what it was. The servant wiped away his sweat and said it was a delivery for the 2nd Mississippi. The butler frowned and waved his hand. The madam has prepared everything for her. What else does she need to buy? Just leave it in the courtyard. The madam is meeting a guest and cannot be disturbed. The servant placed the box on the ground with a sigh of relief. The butler inadvertently glanced at a golden symbol printed on the corner of the box. He leaned closer to see what the mark was. Suddenly, a hand pressed down on the box. What are you trying to do? He looked up and saw Zijin staring at him coldly. The butler nervously took a few steps back, stammering, "Second miss, your purchase has arrived." "I'm sorry." Without the madam's permission, Zijin ignored him, squatted down, and tore open the tape on the box with her bare hands. She remembered Fu Yunshun saying he would help her buy some books when he left her adoptive father's house, and that they would be delivered to the Ing family. She wondered what kind of books the guy had sent, but after opening it with anticipation, she saw a box full of children's books. She was completely speechless, and a certain someone seemed to have timed it perfectly for her to receive it. Her phone dinged. "Little friend, did you get it? This is a selection your big brother carefully picked for you. There are ones from all different countries. Enough to keep you busy for a long time. Definitely no worse than that pig, oh." Zijin resisted the urge to smack these children's books on his head and forced out 3 words, "Thank you." After seeing the contents of the box, the servants nearby had expressions of contempt. "Did you see that? It's hilarious. She's so old and still reads fairy tales." The eldest Miss started reading English originals in her first year of high school. There's really no comparison. Zijin didn't ask for help. She picked up the books herself and walked inside. The butler hurriedly called out to stop her. "Second miss, you can't go in now. The madam is—" But before he could finish, the door had already been pushed open. On the living room sofa, Zhou Manhua was smiling and chatting with a noble lady, looking very happy. What kind of mother is this, who shows all sorts of disgust the moment she sees her own daughter? Zijin opened the door, holding a box of books. Her mother, Zhou Manhua, was laughing and chatting with a noble lady. Upon seeing her, her face immediately turned cold. "Why are you back at this hour? Go outside and wait." But Zijin walked straight forward and said faintly, "I've always had a question. How is someone like you qualified to be a mother? Bossing your own daughter around all day, treating her worse than a servant." Zhou Manhua never expected to hear such a thing. She shot up from her seat and pointed at her. "Say that again." The girl didn't bother with her anymore. Her face wore a cold expression that said, "I'm already being polite by not hitting you." She carried the books and went upstairs on her own. Zhou Manhua was so choked with anger, she couldn't breathe. The guest, Madame Mu, frowned and asked, "Is this the girl your Ing family adopted a year ago? What are you thinking? Deliberately causing trouble for your own daughter?" Zhou Manhua forced a smile. "You're seeing something embarrassing. It's just that one reaches middle age and starts thinking about doing good deeds. Don't mind her. About what we discussed earlier, you can rest assured. I've already contacted the Zhong family. When Qinzhou arrives, he can move in right away." Madame Mu smiled and said, "I'm always at ease when you handle things. Actually, I didn't plan on coming over. It's just that for some reason, our old master said he wants to stay in Hu City for a few more days. I had to come along to pick him up, and I came to see you on the way." Zhong Manhua looked surprised. "Old Master Mu came to Hu City?" Madame Mu sighed. "The old master has been a soldier his whole life, used to fighting and killing. He can't stay idle even in his old age. He heard that a rare antique appeared in Hu City, so he rushed over. He almost had an attack outside earlier. Luckily, he met a miracle doctor, otherwise he would have been a goner. And I heard this miracle doctor's medical skills are even better than the youngest one from the Meng family." Zhou Manhua was shocked. "Is he that miraculous?" Madame Mu stood up. "Who knows? We haven't met him either. It's getting late, so I'll be leaving now. We'll keep in touch by phone for anything else." After seeing Madame Mu off, Zhou Manhua instructed the butler to send someone to inquire about that miracle doctor. It would be best if he could be invited to treat the old madam's chronic headaches. Money is not an issue. You must be respectful to him. Zijian returned to her bedroom. After placing the box of children's books on the bookshelf, she sat in front of the computer with a bag of chips and started watching the web drama she hadn't finished that day. Just as she was watching the female lead kick the male lead into a pond and laugh with her hands on her hips, the computer suddenly made a crackling electrical sound. She looked at the screen that had gone black, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Immediately after, a line of blood-red text appeared on the black screen. At the same time, a wailing, ghostly music started to play. "Little friend, who are you to him?" Zijian's expression didn't change at all. She calmly typed in the chat box, "And who are you to dare interrupt my show? When you're enjoying snacks and binge-watching a show, what would you do if your computer was suddenly hacked?" Zijian, in a very bad mood, seemed to remember something and told the other party, "Wait for me for an hour." On the other side of the ocean, a man eating instant noodles glanced at the screen. A minute later, he was seen returning to his seat and starting to flip through a book. He wanted to see what she was holding. But when he zoomed in the camera, it was actually a copy of Basic Computer Science for University Students. The man was stunned for a moment. Damn, this little friend must be an idiot. He couldn't help but type a few lines. "You don't really think you can break my intrusion after reading this book, do you? Little friend, you're too naive." Budding Zijian didn't even lift her head, still reading the book quietly. As the man started on his second bowl of instant noodles, the dozen or so computers in front of him suddenly started beeping rapidly all at once. The man was so shocked he froze. But he quickly reacted and swiftly began a counterattack. But damn it, no matter what code he entered, the computers wouldn't return to normal. Zijian leisurely took a sip of milk tea. Although she had never encountered new technology like computers, based on her divination abilities, as long as she could analyze its core structure, then striking at the root of the problem was not an issue. The instant noodle hacker on the other side completely broke down. He started begging for mercy repeatedly. "Big boss, I was wrong. Please let me go. You're my big sister. I still need to make a living." Zijian knew that this hacker who had invaded her computer was related to Fu Yunshin and had helped her in a way. So she slowly replied, "Little friend is not for you to call me. I'll let you go this time. There won't be a next time." After replying, she released her control over the computers on the other side. But what she didn't know was that the instant noodle guy, whose mentality she had just shattered, was so angry that he immediately hacked into another computer. "What the hell kind of pervert did you find? Do you know what she did? She read a basic computer science book and actually counter-hacked my computer. I'm the guy who hacked into Loron Bank and Norton University. What kind of humiliation is this?" Fu Yunshin raised an eyebrow. "That's quite surprising. So my little friend is this amazing." This sentence made the other party even more explosive. "It's enough that there's a pervert like you in the world. Now, there's a little pervert too. This is infuriating. I'm going to sell all your information to the people on the kill list and have them take you out." Fu Yunshin smiled lazily. "Fine, go ahead. These days, does anyone with a pretty face think they're a big star?" Zijian, who was out buying herbs for her adoptive father, went to a dessert shop next door while waiting. She ordered a mango mousse, took out her new phone, and snapped a few pictures, looking at herself with 2 bunny ears. She heard this was called a selfie. It was surprisingly fun. The crisp sound of the camera shutter caught the attention of a girl wearing a sun hat and sunglasses at a nearby table. She frowned in displeasure. "How do they follow me all the way here? Tell her to delete the photo. I don't want to be on the hot search because of an unflattering picture." The assistant immediately walked over to Zijian. "Delete the photos you took. Miss Luo doesn't like fans taking pictures of her. If you insist on taking them, we can sue you. Understand?" Other customers looked over curiously. "Is there a celebrity? Is it the one in the black shirt? Oh my god, what kind of divine beauty is that?" "No, it's the one at the next table. Have you guys heard of Luo Ziyu? She's the 10th place winner from a talent show invested in by the Jiang Corporation." The assistant saw that the girl had no intention of deleting the photos. Without another word, she tried to snatch her phone, but not only did she fail to grab it, she also slammed her hand onto the cake. Only then did Zijian look up and say faintly, "You dirted my dessert." The assistant was also full of anger. "Who told you not to delete the photos? Why did you have to follow Miss Luo here? Don't you know what respect is?" Hearing this, everyone finally understood. They never thought such a beautiful girl would be a Seising fan. Zijian looked at her in confusion. "Who did you just say?" The assistant was momentarily stunned and embarrassed. Luo Ziyu, who hadn't moved, walked over and took off her sunglasses, revealing a very impatient face. You don't have to pretend you don't know me. I've seen plenty of people like you. Yesterday, you guys chased me so hard I lost a shoe. And you're here again today? Jean gave her a cold look. Are you even worthy? At this, a female student from a nearby table stood up. I was at the next table. This young lady was taking selfies. She wasn't taking pictures of you at all. She's so good looking. Why would she take pictures of you instead of herself? Her friends also chimed in. Exactly. We didn't even recognize you with your sunglasses on. Do you really think you're so famous that everyone knows you? Luo Ziyue's face turned green with embarrassment. Jean didn't spare her another glance and lazily said, "Compensate me." Luo Ziyue, both ashamed and angry, went to the counter and ordered another one for her. Only then did she leave in disgrace with her assistant. The female student from before cautiously approached her and asked, "Miss, are you a trainee from some company?" Jean shook her head. The female student tentatively said, "Can I take a picture with you? I definitely won't spread it around and cause you any trouble." Jean smiled and said, "Sure. I can also learn some selfie skills." After taking the picture, the female student went back happily and then posted on Weibo. Just met a super cool young lady at the dessert shop. A certain someone with connections from a talent show thought the young lady was taking pictures of her. Turns out, she didn't even know who she was. This female student was a blogger with 100,000 followers. An hour later, it had been reposted quite a few times. Although the popularity of this Weibo post wasn't very high, it just so happened to be seen by the agent of the White Lotus Ant, Lu Wei. The White Lotus Ant is about to stir up trouble again. The photo of Jean with the small-time blogger she accidentally met was unexpectedly seen by her agent. He pushed the phone towards Lu Wei, who was touching up her makeup. "Isn't this your fake niece?" Lu Wei glanced at it casually. "It really is her." The agent asked with a serious expression. "She's not planning to enter the entertainment industry, is she? If she is, it's best to sign her to our company. That way, she'll be easier to control." Lu Wei's hand paused. "I'll make a call and ask." However, the call didn't go through because she never expected that she had been blocked. A strange sense of irritation welled up in her heart, as if something was completely out of her control. The agent noticed the change in her expression and asked her what was wrong. Lu Wei forced a smile. "It's nothing. She's probably busy. I'll go directly to the old residence later." The agent knew her situation and nodded. "Just be careful yourself. It's a good thing we managed to take down that hot search in time." Lu Wei pursed her lips and said nothing, thinking, what kind of trick is this Jean playing now? Seventh young master Fu Yunshen leaned against the car, a smile in his eyes as he watched the girl walking towards him. "What are you planning to treat Big Brother to today?" Jean thought for a moment. "How about hot pot skewers? I've never had them before. I heard junk food is delicious. I really want to try it." Fu Yunshen took out his phone and started searching. "Big Brother hasn't had it either. Your health isn't good, so we need to find a clean and proper place." Just as he opened his phone, it vibrated. A new message appeared. After Fu Yunshen read it, his expression changed slightly. "Big Brother has something to do. I'm afraid I can't have a meal with you for now. How about this? I'll order takeout for you and Uncle. You go up and take another nap. How about we have dinner together?" Hearing this, Jean remembered something. It had been exactly 7 days since she first met them. Nie Chao was about to have a disaster. She reminded him to be careful of high places. Fu Yunshen raised his hand and ruffled the girl's hair. "Okay, I'll listen to our little friend." He then turned, opened the car door, and his eyes immediately turned cold. He hadn't expected that Nie Chao would also be targeted by someone on the kill list. He then made a phone call. "Check the Nie family's recent activities for me. Today is the grand opening promotion of #1 bar." Nie Chao had occupied the best spot next to the bar, ready to drink to his heart's content. He was listening to music with his headphones on when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from an unknown number. As soon as he answered, he heard a voice that was hard to distinguish as male or female. "Someone wants to kill you." Nie Chao was a bit speechless. "Stop joking. Who would dare to kill someone in broad daylight? Who the hell are you?" Jean, looking at a flashing red dot on her computer screen, narrowed her phoenix eyes. "In 10 seconds, you can give it a try." Nie Chao was so angry he threw his headphones onto the bar, cursing, "Lunatic." But just then, all the lights in the bar suddenly went out. As the 10-second countdown ended, 2 words came through the earpiece. "Get down." Nie Chao reflexively threw himself to the ground. A bullet whizzed past the top of his head. It shot straight into the wall. Nie Chao's legs went weak with fear. Holy crap, someone really wants to kill me. The big shot's divination ability was proven right once again. Because of her, she successfully helped the carefree Nie Chao dodge an assassination. When Fu Yunshin rushed over, he saw the bar in a complete mess. Nie Chao, with a bandage wrapped around his head, hugged him pitifully, crying and sniffling. Seventh young master, you almost never saw me again. Someone actually wanted to kill me. If it weren't for that mysterious person's warning, he really would have died young. Fu Yunshin pushed him away with some disgust. Stop crying. Go in my car first. I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup later. After he had walked away, he finally answered the phone he had been thinking about. A deep male voice came through. Your brother had a bounty on him. The assassin who took the job is ranked 94th on the God of Guns list. Fu Yunshin let out a soft laugh. Good thing fools have foolish luck. His life is pretty good. He wasn't hit. He just bumped his head while running away. Hearing this, the other person was silent for a few seconds. Got it. I'll be back right away. The White Lotus, Ing Lu Wei, after seeing the photo of Ing Zijin with a web celebrity, thought she wanted to enter the entertainment industry. So she came to the old residence to probe for information. Zhong Manhua was in the living room, trimming the flowers in a vase. She asked her, why do you have time to come over so late at night? Don't you have a schedule today? Ing Lu Wei pretended to hesitate and said, I came to ask you, sister-in-law, does little Jean want to enter the entertainment industry? If so, I can help. But in that case, for the Qingji prodigy class, does that mean she won't be able to go? Zhong Manhua's face instantly darkened. What? She wants to enter the entertainment industry? Lu Wei taught her piano for so long, and she can't even play the most basic for Elise. Who gave her the confidence? Ing Lu Wei was stunned for a moment. Little Jean didn't tell you? Then maybe I misunderstood. Is she here now? I have something to give her. Zhong Manhua was still very angry. She's not here. You could just go up and put in her room. Ing Lu Wei was delighted. This girl has changed so much recently. She really wanted to see what secrets she was hiding. She familiarly went to Ing Zijin's room, completely unaware that something special had been applied to the door. At the same time, in the car, the girl who was originally dozing with her eyes closed suddenly opened her eyes and sat up straight. Fu Yunshin asked her, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Ing Zijin smiled slightly. No, I just taught an annoying person a lesson. Some people have bad luck. The little something she left in the room seems to have been used. Fu Yunshin's long fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, his eyes deep in thought. He had secretly investigated the Ing family. He learned that Ing Zijin was the real daughter of the Ing family. The four great families were really the same as before. For the sake of profit, even their own daughter could be discarded like a chess piece. He looked at the girl thoughtfully. I've always been curious. Why did Uncle Wen give you the nickname? Yao Yao? Ing Zijin was silent for a moment. Yao means to die young. There's a saying in my adoptive father's hometown that giving a child a humble name when they're young makes them easier to raise. Actually, there's another meaning. It's from the peach tree is young and elegant, brilliant are its flowers. My adoptive father hoped I could live a peaceful and happy life. Fu Yunshin looked at her with a smile. Then I'll call you Yao Yao from now on. You don't mind, right? Ing Zijin gave a lazy yawn. As you wish. Let's go. Let's go eat hot pot. If you don't court death, you won't die. The White Lotus aunt, Ing Lu Wei, secretly entered Ing Zijin's room. But when she came out, her face was ruined. What was even more unexpected was that a gossip account then posted a hot topic. Breaking. Ing Lu Wei enters hospital late at night, suspected to be pregnant. Soon, Ing Lu Wei's fans, the Dews, caught wind of it and rushed over. Some congratulated her and her brother-in-law on their upcoming good news, while others cursed her for being a big white lotus. Little did they know, at this moment, Ing Lu Wei was about to go crazy. She looked at her face, covered in red rashes in the mirror. She didn't even dare to cry. The agent was also shocked. What on earth did you touch? How did it become like this? This is so strange. Even the doctor can't find the allergen. How about I give the third master a call? Ing Lu Wei suddenly became agitated. No, Ma Yuan can't see me like this. The agent had a headache. All right. Then I'll contact a doctor in the imperial capital for you. Go there and lay low for a while. Keep a low profile recently. Don't make any public appearances. Ing Lu Wei really felt like dying. 3 days later, Qingji High School started its new semester. A few boys in the second-year prodigy class looked at the dusty desk and chair in the corner. They whispered among themselves. Do you guys think Zijin is too scared to come to school? I think it's possible. Anyway, it's pointless for her to come. Out of a perfect score of 750, she actually only got 387. She's really brainless. If I were her, I'd be too embarrassed to stay in the prodigy class. After hearing these words, Ing Feifei poked the girl at the front desk. Jiwan, what was your aunt thinking? Why did she have to send an adopted daughter to the prodigy class? Zhong Zhuan, who was reading, smiled faintly. I don't know what Aunt thinks, but for Ing Zijing to get into the honors class, it's all thanks to teacher Ying's connections. Ing Feifei said with disgust, that's right. Ing Luwei is a specially hired music teacher at Qingji. For his sake, even if Ing Zijing does poorly on her exams, she won't be kicked out. Zhong Zhuan said nonchalantly to Shang Shu, want to get her kicked out of the honors class? That's simple enough. At that moment, Ing Zijing was walking towards the classroom. She recalled having hot pot with Fu Yunshen when he asked if he should drive her to school. She thought about it and refused. Although her retirement plan was temporarily on hold, experiencing campus life didn't seem so bad. Walking to the classroom door, she suddenly stopped. Her phoenix eyes narrowed as she looked up. She saw that the door was ajar, revealing only a thin crack. Something seemed to be placed on top. She sneered. Trying to set me up with such a childish trick? She lifted her foot and kicked the door open directly. With a bang, the violent act carried a ruthless force. A splash was heard as a bucket of water poured down. Lu Fong, hiding behind the door, couldn't dodge in time and was drenched to the bone. The commotion instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the class. Ing Feifei sneered, Lu Fong, that idiot. He even kept saying, Jiwan, I'll definitely help you drive that country bumpkin out of the honors class. With his IQ, he still wants to pursue you? Truly a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Zhong Zhuan said nothing, looking coldly towards the door. She saw Ing Zijing flick her hair, stride over Lu Fong who was on the ground, and walk calmly into the classroom. Everyone stared blankly as she walked to a corner, took out tissues, and slowly wiped her desk and chair. Only then did they start whispering and gossiping. Holy crap, is that the country bumpkin? Did she get plastic surgery over the winter break? But can plastic surgery change one's aura too? To be honest, with her presence, even the two goddesses, Zhong Zhuan and Yin Yuxuan, can't compare. No way, no way. Am I the only one who feels that compared to Goddess Ing, she looks more like a true, orthodox young lady? A master who has lived for hundreds of years and knows everything from astronomy to geography, returning to high school to study. Wouldn't she completely crush all the little newbies who look down on her? Ing Zijing propped up her elbow, boredly looking at the English elective textbook. Her thoughts drifted to her time in Europe. In that era, people still spoke Middle English. Modern English has been simplified quite a bit. It seems it won't be a big problem. The class bell rang. The English teacher, Deng Xiaolan, walked in holding a stack of test papers. Everyone already knows their final exam scores. Now I'll hand back your papers. This test was very difficult, but everyone did quite well. Zhong Zhuan, 123 points, first in the class. Ing Zijing glanced at her own 25-point paper. She was a bit speechless. It seemed that before her consciousness awakened, this body was truly a poor student. But thinking about it, in the high-pressure environment of a wealthy family, she also had to give excessive blood transfusions to Ing Luwei. Her physical fitness couldn't keep up. Getting a 0 on every exam was already considered good. Teacher Deng was very serious in her lecture, but she couldn't tolerate someone always. She picked up a piece of chalk and threw it at Lu Fong. You, explain reading comprehension question 64. Lu Fong rubbed his head where he was hit and stood up, only to find he couldn't even understand the question. He was dumbfounded. Ing Feifei said with schadenfreude, Teacher Deng, even Jiwan couldn't solve this question. It must be very hard, but I just saw Ing Zijing write down the right answer. Why not have her stand up and explain it? Zhong Zhuan also smiled and raised her hand. I also want to know how student Ing solved this problem. After she spoke, many people in the class began to chime in. Yeah, we're all very curious. The difficulty of this question was way off the charts. No one in the class could do it. Teacher Deng knew they wanted to see Ing Zijing make a fool of herself. She frowned and was about to say something, but the girl in the corner slowly stood up. She held her paper and casually explained it. The question and the answer. The few people who had planned to mock her all turned their heads at the same time. looking at her in shock, because they heard from her mouth a pure and fluent English accent. Ing Zijing glanced at them disdainfully, her whole body emitting a signal that you are all a bunch of trash. Teacher Deng was very pleasantly surprised, repeatedly praising her for her excellent answer. She even asked, "The three of you, did you all understand?" The three of them lowered their heads, their faces red. After school, Teacher Deng called Ing Zijing over. She asked her if she had specifically practiced or spoken English during the winter break. She was very puzzled, as the girl had spoken with a pure, Royal British accent in class. It was rarely heard nowadays. Ing Zijing raised an eyebrow and hummed in acknowledgement. Teacher Deng said approvingly, "This is a good start. Your foundation is a bit weak. Tomorrow, I'll print some basic exercises for you. Take them home and practice more." Before leaving, she patted her shoulder. "Work hard. Don't take other people's words to heart." Ing Zijing didn't refuse this kindness. Although she didn't need it, she still expressed her gratitude to Teacher Deng. Just as she was preparing to go home, she was stopped by the student in charge of class duties. "It's your turn for cleaning duty today. There isn't much trash on the first day. Just erase the blackboard." The boy hesitated for a moment, then added in a low voice, "This morning, I saw Lu Fong put a basin full of water on the door. You should be careful recently." Ing Zijing smiled and said thank you. Although there were annoying people here, there were also friendly teachers and classmates. It wasn't too bad. The student in charge of duties quickly avoided her gaze, turned around with a red face, and ran away, leaving Ing Zijing completely baffled. What's wrong with him? Goddess Ing had just experienced one day of campus life, and 7th young master Fu Yunshin personally came to pick her up from school. Ing Zijing knew he had many things to attend to, so she said, "Didn't I send you a message earlier telling you to leave first?" Fu Yunshin smiled. "Big brother has been quite free recently. I still have time to accompany you on cleaning duty." Ing Zijing sighed. "All right, then let's have a meal together, and then I..." At that moment, a surprise shout suddenly rang in her ear. "Missing!" Ing Zijing looked up. With a screech, a black Maybach stopped abruptly in front of her. At the same time, in a white luxury car across the road, Zhong Manhua looked up and happened to see the girl in the exquisite school uniform. She frowned in displeasure. Why is Zijing hanging out with that playboy from the Fu family again? Can't this child be less troublesome? Always doing such embarrassing things. The Mrs. Mu beside her, however, was attracted by the black Maybach. That seems to be... Zhong Manhua didn't want Mrs. Mu to see her daughter shamelessly seducing a young master from a rich family, so she urged the driver to hurry up and go. But Mrs. Mu was stunned. That car just now, why did it look so much like the old master's exclusive custom car? But what is old Master Mu's status? How could he possibly know an adopted daughter of the Ying family? At this time, Mu Chung, in the driver's seat of the Maybach, enthusiastically greeted Ing Zijing. "Missing, we finally found you. The old master is leaving Hu City tomorrow. He came to see you one last time before he goes." Ing Zijing nodded. As long as old Master Mu doesn't smoke or drink, his health will improve significantly. Old Master Mu coughed awkwardly. "Old man, I know." Mu Chung secretly smiled. Finally, there was someone who could manage the old master. He took out an exquisite box and a folder of documents and handed them to the girl. "This is a small token of the old master's appreciation. Please accept it." Inside the box were silver and gold needles that the Mu family had specially purchased from the field of ancient medicine, worth a fortune. The documents were a donation agreement for a hospital. When Ing Zijing saw the contents of the box, her eyes lit up. This set of custom-made gold and silver needles was indeed what she needed right now. Old Master Mu spoke with a touch of tsundere pride. "Don't refuse. You know, ancient medical arts, these are perfect for you. As long as you accept them, I promise not to touch tobacco or alcohol again." Ing Zijing lowered her eyes and chuckled softly, handing back the donation agreement. "I'll accept the gold and silver needles, but there's no need for the hospital. I'm quite lazy. At most, I'll occasionally go to the hospital to help with difficult cases. Just pay me a salary." Old Master Mu frowned. "How about this? I'll have Mu Chang set up a special expert consultation room for you. We won't let too many people disturb you, but the hospital's revenue will be directly transferred to your card." "It's settled then." After saying that, afraid she would refuse again, he quickly had Mu Chang drive away. They fled with incredible speed. Ing Zijing stared at the Maybach disappearing in a cloud of dust, a bit speechless. So she had to accept it whether she wanted to or not. Fu Yunshin found her dazed and helpless expression a bit amusing. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated a few times. A few messages popped up. "You brat, you saw me just now and didn't even say hello. Getting bold, are you? Fu Yunshin replied unhurriedly. Wasn't I afraid that if I opened my mouth, I'd anger you, old man, and shorten your life? The other party was clearly angry. Scram, I'm warning you. Stay away from this little girl. Don't you dare corrupt her. Fu Yunshin glanced at the girl beside him and chuckled softly. I'm afraid I can't do that. He put away his phone and hurried to catch up with Ing Zijing. Yeah, what do you want to eat tonight? The master's second day of experiencing school life, and trouble already started. The students, who should have been at morning reading, were all gathered at the back of the classroom, pinching their noses with disgusted expressions. This is too filthy. Who moved the outside trash can in here? Our class has never been this dirty. It's so disgusting. Zhong Jiwan frowned at the sight. What happened? Didn't the person on duty yesterday clean up? Who was on duty? The student in charge of duties hesitated. It was Ing Zijing. But Lu Fong cut him off with a cold laugh. What's there to but about? She just didn't do her duty, and she made the classroom like this. I think she just wants to bring shame to our class. Ing Fei, who was enjoying the show, suddenly shouted loudly. Ing Zijing is here. The students all turned to look at the door in unison. They saw the girl push open the classroom door, glance at the crowd standing around, and walk straight to the trash can, looking at it faintly. Inside were her textbooks, workbooks, and the exercises teacher Deng had given her yesterday, all torn to shreds and splattered with greasy filth. Ing Fei covered her nose and mocked. Ing Zijing, did you do a whole lot of nothing for your cleaning duty yesterday? Are you deliberately trying to prevent our class from getting the Mobile Red Flag Award? Hurry up and clean this up. At this moment, Ing Zijing was silently closing her eyes and calculating. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open. Found you. Ing Fei saw her standing motionless and reached out to push her. I'm talking to you. Don't play dead here. Ing Zijing dodged her hand in a flash, turned her head, and gave her a cold look. Some people are not only stupid, but also vicious. In that case, there's no need to be polite. She took a step forward, grabbed her hair directly, and with a bang, slammed her head into the trash can. The action was ruthless and swift. Ing Fei screamed hysterically. Are you crazy? Ing Zijing pushed her head down again. She chuckled lightly. I am crazy, so don't mess with me. Zhong Jiwan finally came to her senses. She roared, Ing Zijing, stop. You guys, why aren't you pulling her away? Immediately, a few tall and burly boys stepped forward. You've gone too far. Not only did you not do your duty, but you're also bullying a classmate. The girl suddenly turned her head to look at them. At that moment, she was shrouded in an aura of violence. For a moment, no one dared to move. Ing Fei struggled to climb out of the trash can, trying to sneak away. Perhaps because she had done too many bad things. Even the heavens wanted to punish her. Suddenly, she stepped on a can that appeared out of nowhere. Her foot slipped, and her whole body fell backward into the trash can again. Ing Zijing couldn't help but be amused. I didn't expect student Ying's love for trash to be so deep, truly inseparable. She thought to herself, you really brought this upon yourself. After a few boys dragged her out of the trash can, they all held their noses and quickly took a few steps back. Ing Fei's clothes were contaminated by the garbage. The smell was unbearable. She had never suffered such humiliation in her entire life. Crying, she ran out of the classroom. Ing Zijing, you're finished. I'm going to tell the teacher. I'm going to get you kicked out of the honors class. Zhong Jiwan frowned, but didn't follow. Instead, she spoke up. Everyone, please help clean up the classroom. We have morning reading soon. The students looked at each other and obeyed the arrangement, wisely choosing not to look for more trouble. Before 3 minutes had passed, the homeroom teacher, Teacher Sue, walked in with a cold face. Ing Zijing, come to my office. When encountering school bullying, the most satisfying approach is none other than an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. When Zhong Manhua received the call from the homeroom teacher, she shot up from the beauty bed in shock. She couldn't believe her daughter had actually hit a female classmate. She glanced at Mrs. Mu on the adjacent bed, her mind racing. She absolutely could not let anyone know she had a daughter who bullied her classmates. She was now somewhat grateful that she had only brought the girl back under the identity of an adopted daughter. Thinking of this, she made a decision. I'm busy right now. You handle it as you see fit. The homeroom teacher looked at the disconnected call and sighed. At this time, Ing Fei had already changed into clean clothes and was sobbing uncontrollably. Mrs. Ing, who had rushed over from her company, held her heart aching. Fei, don't cry. Mom will definitely get justice for you. While comforting Ing Fei, Mrs. Ing looked at the homeroom teacher and roared, You must give my daughter an explanation for this matter. I really don't know how a student like this can be in the honors class. She's simply a parasite, the scum of society. The homeroom teacher also had a headache. Mrs. Ng, please calm down first. The matter hasn't been settled yet. We need to investigate clearly first. Mrs. Ng exploded. What's there to ask? Our Fei is already like this. What else is there to ask? If the honors class doesn't expel this student, I'll expose you online. Her voice was very loud. In the next office, the English teacher, Teacher Deng, heard the commotion and came over. The homeroom teacher was in a difficult position. He had been in the honors class for so long and understood these students. Ng Zijing's grades were not good, but she had a reserved personality. It was good enough if she wasn't bullied. He had wanted to talk to her parents, but Mrs. Ying's attitude was as if she was certain Ng Zijing was the culprit. Is this her real mother? Ng Zijing suddenly turned to look at Teacher Deng. Could I trouble you to lend me a computer? Teacher Deng was stunned for a moment, but didn't ask why. Okay, wait for me a moment. Mrs. Ng, seeing the girl still had a calm and detached look, angrily took out her phone and started taking pictures of her. Look at your attitude. Aren't you going to apologize? Since you have no shame, I'll post what you did online right now. The homeroom teacher frowned and quickly stepped forward to block Mrs. Ng. Without personal consent, this is an infringement of her reputation rights, isn't it? Just then, Teacher Deng waved at Ng Zijing. The computer is ready. Ng Zijing went over and started typing away furiously. Teacher Deng asked curiously what she was doing. Ng Zijing said lightly, nothing, just copying a few video clips from the surveillance room to share with everyone. Ng Fei, who was still spitting curses, suddenly widened her eyes. Does she have surveillance video? That's impossible. Mrs. Ng, with her arms akimbo, had a look of contempt. This is hilarious. Looking at surveillance footage? Is she not embarrassed enough by what she did? Ng Fei nervously tugged at her mother's sleeve, wanting her to stop talking. At this moment, Ng Zijing's hands paused. She said faintly, "It's done." She then turned the computer screen around. Then let's all watch together. Let's see just how well-behaved your precious Ng Fei is. The surveillance footage showed that before the morning reading session, Ng Fei looked around, then furtively entered the classroom, being framed and then falsely accused by others. How should one fight back? The best way is to use magic to defeat magic. Ng Zijing directly hacked in, intercepted a few clips of campus surveillance, and exposed the well-behaved Ng Fei's lies. 6:15, she arrived at the classroom early. 6:20, she took out the books from Ng Zijing's drawer, tore them all to shreds. 6:40, she dragged a large trash can to the back of the classroom. 6:45, she secretly placed 2 spiders into Ng Zijing's drawer. After doing all this, her face was still smiling with smug arrogance. After watching the surveillance footage, everyone in the office was shocked. Ng Fei's face was deathly pale. That's not me. I didn't do anything. Mrs. Ying's face also turned beet red in an instant. The homeroom teacher, Teacher Su, came to his senses and sternly questioned Ng Fei. Look at what you've done. And you still have the nerve to say Ng Zijing bullied you? Why did you do this? Ng Fei could no longer argue. She cried and shouted, "Who told her to always drag our class down? She clearly deserved to be taught a lesson. How can you blame me?" Mrs. Ng quickly hugged her daughter. Even if our Fei did these things, it's no reason for that girl to resort to violence. She must apologize. The reason her tone was so forceful was because when the homeroom teacher called earlier, she heard Ng Zijing's parents say they were too busy to come. Since the Ng family doesn't care about her, why should she be afraid of a mere adopted daughter? However, Ng Zijing didn't even look at the mother-daughter pair. She tilted her head and asked the homeroom teacher with a smile, "Excuse me, what is the punishment for premeditated murder of a classmate? Is it a demerit or expulsion?" The homeroom teacher's expression changed drastically. "What is this about now?" Teacher Deng, who was beside them, spoke up faintly. "Teacher Su, you may not know. The child, Zijing, is afraid of spiders, so severely that she can faint and suffocate." Ng Zijing didn't expect Teacher Deng to speak up for her. If she hadn't seen Ng Fei place the spiders, she would have almost forgotten that this body of hers has a rather severe arachnophobia. It was because she was bitten by a spider as a child. Fortunately, her adoptive father found her in time and saved her. although she no longer felt fear after waking up. A psychological illness could still affect her life to some extent. It seems I'll have to solve this problem in the future. Ying Feifei's face immediately turned pale again. How was I supposed to know? This is just a coincidence. The homeroom teacher slammed the table, even angrier. Shut up. If something had happened to Ying Zijing today, you would have been arrested. Do you know that? Mrs. Ying said impatiently. All right, the person is fine now, isn't she? What's there to fuss about? Let's just drop this matter. Saying that, she pulled out 10 large bills from her wallet. It's just a few books and workbooks. I'll compensate you with 1,000. Is that enough? After throwing down the money, she arrogantly pulled her daughter to leave. But at that moment, the door was kicked open from the outside. With a bang, it directly hit and bent Mrs. Ying's newly done nose. Then, a nonchalant voice came in. Io, 7th young master, look at this. Daring to be so arrogant over 1,000 yuan. Does the Ying family have no one left? Nie Chao was furious. What a shameless person, daring to bully Master Ying. Mrs. Ying's head was buzzing. When she looked up and saw the person standing before her was Fu Yunshun, she was so shocked she stammered. Seventh young master, who said the Ying family's adopted daughter has no one to dote on her. The arrogant and domineering Mrs. Ying never expected that the Fu family's 7th young master would come to back up Ying Zijing. Fu Yunshin ignored the old woman. Instead, he walked straight to Ying Zijing. I'm her guardian. Sorry I'm late. Then he dotingly patted her little head. You go to class first. No need to waste time here. Ying Zijing was stunned for a few seconds. Actually, I can handle it myself. Before she could finish, Fu Yinshan directly took out a piece of chocolate and stuffed it in her mouth. Yao, be good. Teacher Deng agreed wholeheartedly and pulled her up. Right. You had a shock. I'll take you to the infirmary first. Leave the matters here to the adults. Ying Zijing looked back meaningfully. She wondered how 7th young master would deal with that mother and daughter. After the door closed, the atmosphere in the office immediately dropped to freezing point. Fu Yinshin looked up at the homeroom teacher. I need to understand what happened. The homeroom teacher quickly gave a simple account of the whole incident. Mrs. Ying shivered. 7th young master, this is all a misunderstanding. Fu Yinshin sneered. What misunderstanding? Your daughter can't be bullied, but my little one can? Then his dark eyes narrowed. Pick up the money on the floor. Mrs. Ying, ignoring the pain, hurriedly bent down to pick up the money she had just thrown at Ying Zijing. Before she could get up, a stack of money was sprinkled over her head. She was just thrown into a trash can. The person is fine, so what's it a fuss about? Nie Chao dutifully said while scattering the money. Here's 10,000 for you. Is that enough? The homeroom teacher watched this farce and tentatively spoke up. Mr. Fu, regarding this matter, Fu Yinshin chuckled lightly. Follow the school rules. Punish her as she should be punished. After coming out of the office, Nie Chao teased him. I was wondering why a certain someone was rushing over here so early in the morning. Turns out it was to be a hero saving the damsel. You haven't actually fallen for the master, have you? She's still a little sister. Fu Yunshun was silent for a few seconds. It's probably a case of shared misery. I used to hope someone would protect me, but there was no one. So I want to protect her. My life has been too rough, but I hope she can have a smooth life. After old Master Zhong heard that Fu Yunshin had stepped in to help his granddaughter, he called his daughter, Zhong Manhua, back and gave her a furious scolding. What were you doing this morning? Do you know how much Zijing suffered at school? Are you, her mother, just a decoration? I would have been better off giving birth to a vase than you. When the child arrives later, you must apologize to her. Zhong Manhua was stunned by the scolding. Her face beet red. Half an hour later, Ying Zijing arrived at the Zhong family's old residence. Old Master Zhong happily patted the seat beside him. Zijing, come quickly and eat. Grandpa had someone stew black chicken soup for you to nourish your body. Look how thin you become. But you've become even more beautiful. Ying Zijing hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. Old Master Zhong glared at his daughter with an imposing anger. Although Zhong Manhua felt aggrieved, she still forced herself to apologize to her daughter. Mom didn't make it to school in time today. I'm sorry you were wronged. However, the girl seemed not to have heard, completely ignoring her. She turned her head and looked casually at her grandfather. I'm planning to switch to a different class. Old Master Zhong was stunned. Why? In the Zhong family, which lacked affection, at least old Master Zhong genuinely doted on his granddaughter. Ying Zijing told her grandfather she wanted to switch classes. Old Master Zhong was taken aback and asked her what was wrong. Ying Zijing took a sip of soup. I don't want to stay. It's annoying. Her mother, Zhong Manhua couldn't bear it anymore. With a clatter, she slammed her chopsticks on the table. The honors class is the best class at Qingji. Do you know how much effort the Ying family put in for you to get in with your grades? You say you don't want to stay and just leave? Do you think you only represent yourself? If you don't want to study, then just drop out. Old Master Zhong was enraged again. Did a dog eat all your years of good breeding? If you can't speak properly, then get out. To have this attitude in front of him, who knows how she bullies Zijing in private, being scolded like this by her own father. Zhong Manhua felt extremely aggrieved. She stood up abruptly and left without looking back. Old Master Zhong was so angry his blood pressure shot up. Zijing quickly handed him a glass of water, telling him to calm down. Old Master Zhong took a few sips of water and slowly recovered. Wanwan, I heard about what happened at school today. If you're wronged again in the future, call me directly. Although Grandpa has retired, I still have some influence. Zijing was stunned for a few seconds. I know, but in the future, you should stop calling me that. I don't really like using a name that someone else has used. Old Master Zhong's heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings. He was full of self-blame. It's Grandpa's fault for not taking good care of you. If he hadn't been traveling and returned late back then, how could he have let them turn his own biological granddaughter into an adopted one? The next day, another small storm brewed in the office. The chubby principal said, I've discussed it with student Ying's guardian. We're preparing to change her class. Actually, he also had a headache. So many students would kill to get into the honors class, yet she didn't want to stay. The homeroom teacher, Teacher Su, expressed his understanding. Changing classes is also good. Student Ying's academic pressure won't be so great. The principal nodded. That's what I mean. So I was thinking of letting student Ying go to the international class. Hearing this, the international class's English teacher, He-sun, who was standing by, spoke up. She can transfer, but I'll resign. The principal was shocked. Teacher He, what are you doing? He-sun continued with a blank expression. I've long heard that this student got into the honors class through connections. Not only does she not strive to improve, but she also constantly causes trouble with her classmates. I absolutely refuse to accept such a terrible student. The homeroom teacher, afraid Zijing would lose face, quickly explained. Teacher He graduated from Norton University. He's young and hot-headed and speaks bluntly. Don't take it to heart. Zijing wasn't listening at first, but upon hearing the words Norton University, she glanced at He-sun. Some lunatic has made his university #1 in the world, yet he still accepts just anyone. Zijing forced a smile and looked at the principal. You don't have to be in a difficult position. I didn't want to go to the international class anyway. I want to go to class 19. Soon, related posts appeared on the school forum. The students were all enjoying the spectacle, waiting for the top dogs of class 19 to kick her out. The honors class, on the other hand, was celebrating as if it were New Year's, cheering that the one dragging them down was finally gone. Zhong Zhuan also saw this post and sneered inwardly. I'll just wait to see you get kicked out again in disgrace. Zijing ignored these people, packed her school bag, and went to report to class 19. The master, instead of staying in the perfectly good honors class, chose an unspeakable class. A few kids with wild hairstyles were gathered around the teacher's desk, browsing the school forum on a computer. What was the principal thinking? Is our class 19 a place just anyone can enter? A girl walked up and slapped the back of the head of the one talking the most. Keep it down. Don't wake up, Brother Ran. The group immediately quieted down, subconsciously glancing towards the back row. They saw a teenager with his entire head buried in his school uniform, sleeping on his desk. His fingers suddenly twitched. He lifted his head from the desk and said impatiently, so noisy. It was the school bully and taekwondo champion, Jiang Ran. A lackey approached with a pained expression. Brother Ran, someone is transferring to our class. It's that. Jiang Ran cut him off irritably without even listening. I don't care who it is. Tell them to go back where they came from. Having gotten the green light, the lackeys immediately vied to serve him. Brother Ran is so domineering. We'll give her a show of force later and scare her to tears. Just then, the door clicked open. A girl in a school uniform, carrying a backpack, walked in. Hello, I'm Zijing. The kids with wild hairstyles were stunned for a moment, then began to whisper, is this level of beauty even real? So what if she's beautiful? We're not people who judge by looks. But Brother Ran, you should probably go easy on her later. Jiang Ran snorted coldly. All of you, shut up. Then he walked over unhurriedly, looking down at Zijing. You want to join class 19, right? As long as you can beat me, I'll let you in. Otherwise, crawl back to your honors class. Hearing this, the girl put down her school bag directly. Fine, you go first. Make it quick. I want to sleep after we're done. Jiang Ran could hardly believe his ears. Fine, transfer student. Don't you go crying later. 3 minutes later, Jiang Ran was lying on the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling, suffering the first major blow in his smooth sailing life. And Ing Zijing picked up her school bag and walked past him towards the back of the room. No one dared to stop her. The lackeys looked at each other. Did you see her moves just now? I don't think she was even trying. To be honest, I was blown away by how cool she was. They just watched her as she unhurriedly walked to an empty seat, took a pillow out of her bag, placed it on the desk, and went to sleep. She even had a blanket draped over her. Who knew she was so well equipped? Only then did they help Jiang Ran up from the floor, comforting him. It's okay, Brother Ran. Even if you can't do it, we still have Sister You. I'll call Sister You right now and have her come back. Whatever you can't do, Sister You can. Jiang Ran gritted his teeth and roared, all of you get lost. The lackeys scurried away. One of them was frantically clutching his phone. Sister You have to come back. Something terrible has happened. As expected, handsome boys attract bees and butterflies even when just standing still. 7th young master Fu Yunshin took advantage of the students' lunch break to come to the snack street next to the school. He was leaning lazily against a tree, looking down at his phone while waiting for someone. Suddenly, a woman approached him charmingly. Hello, handsome. Can I get your WeChat? Fu Yunshin glanced behind her at the little one walking this way. He smiled with great interest. I have a kid to raise at home. If you don't mind being a stepmother, that's fine too. The woman's face immediately turned green. She cursed psycho and turned to leave. Fu Yunshin waved at Ing Zijing. Yao Yao, over here. Then he casually asked her, how's the new class? Ing Zijing said, it's quite fun. Lots of silly kids, lots of joy. Much more relaxed than the honors class. The two of them ate something simple near the school. Ing Zijing rubbed her round little belly. People really shouldn't be too greedy. She had accidentally overeaten. Suddenly, a slender finger from the side offered her a candy. This is hawthorn candy. It can help with digestion. Ing Zijing raised her hand to take it, but the man deliberately teased her. What are you supposed to say? Ing Zijing glanced at him. Didn't you say you didn't want to hear me say thank you anymore? Fu Yunshin's charming eyes curved. I don't want to hear you say thank you, but I'd love to hear our Yao Yao say thank you, big brother. Ing Zijing turned her head and walked away. Then I won't eat it. Fu Yunshin quickly unwrapped the candy. All right, just kidding. This was specially saved for you. Hurry up and eat it. The two walked a bit further. Fu Yunshin stopped. I'll walk you this far. Go on back. Watching the girl's back, for words drifted to his ears. Thank you, big brother. He chuckled softly. What a duplicitous little one. In the afternoon, the big sister, Xiao Yu, walked into the classroom wearing a black leather jacket, holding a helmet, with fiery red lips, looking imposing. I heard someone came to challenge our class 19. A lackey pointed to the back. It's her. She's super arrogant. Ing Zijing was resting with her eyes closed when her desk was suddenly kicked. She opened her eyes to see the tough girl slam her hand on the desk. Let me tell you, no one in class 19 welcomes you. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The girl propped up her head and looked at her thoughtfully for a few seconds. Your eyeshadow is really well done. Can you teach me? Xiao Yu, who was about to continue her threats, was completely choked up. 10 minutes later, watching Xiao Yu enthusiastically discussing makeup with Ing Zijing, the kids with wild hairstyles were in despair. Is she poisonous? Not only did she defeat Brother Ran, she even won over Sister Yu. What could they do? Sister Yu is a sucker for a pretty face. Doesn't that make her the boss of our class now? What should we call her? A level above sister and brother is obviously Dad. Let's call her Ing Dad. Everyone agreed in a flash. Ing Dad can't join our class without some prestige. Quick, let's start a thread to publicize Ing Dad's battle record. When Jiwan saw this post, she really wanted to smash her phone. Is class 19 crazy? Jiang Ran and Xiao Yu are also useless. They couldn't even handle Ing Zijing. After a moment of thought, she made a call, saying hesitantly, Auntie, there's something I have to tell you. My cousin, she beat up young Master Jiang. The master arrived at the new class and not only tamed the school bully, but also became good friends with the big sister. Xiao Yu was excitedly imparting makeup knowledge to Ing Zijing. I'll send you a list later. They're all affordable makeup products that I've personally tested and found to be good. Ing Zijing listened very attentively, even taking notes in a small notebook. Halfway through, Xiaoyu suddenly stopped. You've never been exposed to any of this before, have you? Ing Zijing hummed in agreement. Xiaoyu felt a pang in her heart, thinking this divine little sister's life was simply too tragic. She generously put her arm around her shoulder. It's okay. I'll protect you from now on. Just mention my name at school, and absolutely no one will dare to bully you. Just then, a lackey ran in hastily. Ing Dad, the Dean of German, is asking you to come to his office. Xiaoyu frowned. The Dean of German is an idiot. Don't go. Anyway, even the principal can't control Class 19. Ing Zijing stood up nonchalantly. I should still go and see, to prevent more trouble from piling up. Xiaoyu nodded. That's true. Then I'll go with you. But what the heck is Ing Dad? The lackey chuckled. Sister you don't get it. You and Brother Ran have been demoted to second in command. Goddess Ing is number one, so naturally, she's Dad. Unable to find a retort, Xiaoyu went up and kicked him. In the office, the Dean of Students handed Zhong Manhua a bottle of water. I've already sent a student to get her. Please have some water first. Zhong Manhua smiled and said thank you. It's only been a few days since school started, and Ing Zijing has already caused her more trouble. That's Jiang Ran. Although the capital has deliberately concealed Jiang Ran's identity, and on the surface, it's only known that he took his mother's surname. His mother is from the Jiang family of Hu City. If the Jiang family doesn't accept an apology, who knows what consequences the Ing family will have to bear. Following a few soft knocks on the door, Ing Zijing pushed open the office door. Her good student appearance pleased the Dean of Students. Student Ing, your guardian is here. She has something to say to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Manhua raised her hand to slap her. The Dean of Students was startled and was about to stop her when a loud slap echoed. However, the person who was hit, and he didn't do it on purpose. Zhong Zhuan clutched her face, tears welling up from the pain. It's okay. I'll be going now. Xiaoyu looked at Ing Zijing in disbelief. Is this really your mother? Are you sure she's not your enemy? Ing Zijing smiled nonchalantly. No, she's my adoptive mother. Zhong Manhua, having come to her senses, immediately pointed at Ing Zijing. You still dare to dodge? You dodged, but why did you pull Wan? Is this how the Ing family taught you? Xiaoyu stepped forward, shielding the girl. I say, ma'am, you're quite hilarious. Even animals know to protect their young. You come in and start hitting people. You're truly worse than an animal. Zhong Manhua sneered contemptuously. It's natural for parents to discipline their children. And who are you to meddle in other people's business? As soon as she finished speaking, a water bottle flew past her face, hitting the wall with a bang. It scared her so much her legs went weak and she almost collapsed. Ing Zijing looked at her without expression. Watch your mouth. Zhong Manhua, with red eyes, roared angrily. Am I not doing this for you? Do you know what price the Ing family will have to pay because you hit Jiang Ran? Only then did Xiaoyu understand that she had come for this matter. She laughed in anger. She threw her phone to the Dean of Students. How about this? Let's call Jiang Ran's parents right now and see if they really wanting Dad to apologize to him. The Dean of Students, having recovered, had just caught the phone when the number on it was already dialed. Have you ever seen a mother who not only applauds when her son gets beaten up by someone else, but also wants to visit and thank them? The Taekwondo champion Jiang Ran, who always walked with a swagger after being taken down by Ing Dad in 3 minutes, returned to his private apartment with a sullen face. He had a band-aid on his face and kicked the door open with a grunt. But as soon as he entered, he came face to face with a pale face, its 2 eyes shining brightly like a ghost's. He was so scared he almost died on the spot. After seeing clearly, he clutched his little heart and couldn't help but complain, Mom, can you not be so scary? The woman looked at him faintly. How many times have I told you? I'm still young. Call me sister. Someone told me you got beaten up today, and it was by a girl. Jiang Ran gritted his teeth in hatred. Which bastard dared to snitch on him behind his back? But he still had to lower his head and admit it. To his surprise, his mother turned around and applauded with schadenfreude. A good beating. Jiang Ran could hardly believe his ears. But he saw her leisurely return to the sofa and sit down. I've been waiting for someone to teach you a lesson, you brat. I finally got my wish. Jiang Ran roared in frustration. Ms. Jiang Huaping, am I your biological son? His mom took off her face mask and educated him earnestly. Student Jiang Ran, who can you blame for getting into a fight yourself? Then she stood up, flicked her hair, and said, let's go. Jiang Ran was stunned. Go where? Jiang Huaping elegantly picked up her bag. To the school, of course. I have to go thank that little girl. for helping me discipline my son. The two of them soon arrived at the dean of students' office. Zhou Manhua quickly stood up to apologize. It's my failure to discipline my child, please. But Jiang Huaping walked right past her. Zhou Manhua was left standing there awkwardly. Jiang Huaping came before the girl and grabbed her hand. You're the little girl, Ing Zijing, right? Thank you so much. Please trouble yourself to look after Jiang Ran more in the future, so he knows the dangers of the world. She thought to herself, she's even a pretty little girl. So well-behaved, so cute. Ing Zijing smiled and said, hello, Annie. Xiaoyu was also quite surprised to see her. She asked, Sister Huaping, why did you come in person? Hearing the words Sister Huaping, Jiang Huaping was overjoyed. I just happened to be back. Little Yu is so sweet. Jiang Ran finally understood why his mom always told him to call her sister. It was all because she was spoiled like this. Only then did Jiang Huaping remember something and turn her head. Mrs. Ing, is it? What did you want to talk to me about? Zhou Manhua naturally knew this woman. She was Jiang Weiyuan's second older sister. She went to the capital at the age of 5 and later married into a wealthy family there. Originally, they were of the same generation, but in front of Jiang Huaping, she didn't even have the right to be angry. She managed to squeeze out a smile. It's nothing. I just heard the children were fighting at school, making you take an extra trip. How embarrassing. Xiaoyu feigned surprise and mocked, ma'am. Your face changes so quickly. Weren't you just forcing Ing Dad to go to the Jiang family to apologize? You even raised your hand to hit her. Now it's suddenly nothing. Jiang Huaping's smile vanished, her expression faint. Mrs. Ing, didn't you know that my son was beaten today because he was blocking the little girl from entering the classroom? This was originally my son's fault. He was the one who suggested the fight. Why do you want her daughter to apologize? Faced with this merciless questioning, Zhou Manhua's confidence immediately faltered. Zijing, why didn't you explain to Mom earlier? Before Ing Zijing could answer, Xiaoyu cut in. You came in and started ranting without distinguishing right from wrong. Who could get a word in edgewise against you? Then she pulled Ing Zijing, intending to leave. Sister Huaping, if there's nothing else, Ing Dad and I will be leaving. Jiang Huaping smiled and waved at them, then looked faintly at Zhou Manhua. Mrs. Ing, even if she's not your biological child, there's no need to treat her like an enemy. Don't you agree? Jiang Ren also understood what was going on. He sneered. Who needs an apology? What a busybody. Mom, let's go. Being mocked like this by a junior, Zhou Manhua felt even more humiliated. She grabbed her bag and left in a hurry. After the Jiang mother and son came out, Jiang Ran asked his mom unhappily, you still haven't told me why you're back. Jiang Huaping patted his shoulder. The Meng family has developed a new medicine. Mom brought a dose for you. The situation in the capital is too chaotic right now. You should just stay put in Hu City. Jiang Ran responded absent-mindedly, his mind elsewhere. That transfer student seems to have a pretty rough life. Forget it. Seeing as she managed to beat him once by a fluke, he'll be nicer to her from now on. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. The master, using ancient medical needle techniques, happened to save the life of old Master Mu, the head of a wealthy family. Unexpectedly, the old man directly gifted her a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. As a thank you, with nothing to do over the weekend, Ing Zijing strolled to the hospital, looking for a chance to practice her skills. She had looked it up online. The hospital old Master Mu gave her was a rare, purely traditional Chinese medicine hospital, but it had a great reputation. She walked straight to the office of the head of internal medicine and knocked on the door. A stern voice, thick with the smell of alcohol, called out, "Come in." The head of internal medicine looked up, and just one glance at her made him frown. He had been notified that a parachuted-in expert would be coming. He never expected it to be a little girl. He hated people who came in through connections with no skills, just to get a title, gild their resume, and collect a salary. He couldn't even be bothered to put on a perfunctory, polite expression. He directly took out a file folder and threw it on the desk. "This is yours. Take it and go." Ing Zijing opened it and casually flipped through it, her eyes scanning 10 lines at a time, quickly memorizing it. The head of internal medicine was about to say, "If you have nothing else to do, then leave quickly." The closed door was suddenly pushed open. A nurse ran in, out of breath. "Director, emergency situation. The patient in bed 17 has gone into deep shock." The head of internal medicine hurried out. Several young doctors were at their wits' end. The patient's breathing was extremely faint. They had already tried acupuncture to stimulate the acupoints, but it was no longer effective. What should they do? The department head gradually calmed down. First, notify the family. It was already a miracle that the patient had held on this long. It would be expected if they couldn't be saved. However, as if to slap him in the face, 3 words suddenly sounded from behind him. He can be saved. The department head was already anxious. Seeing the young girl spouting nonsense, his anger flared. Oh, really? You tell me how to save him. Jin said 4 words faintly, golden needle acupoint sealing. The so-called golden needle acupoint sealing is an ancient acupuncture technique where the user infuses their inner energy into golden needles to unblock the patient's acupoints. But only ancient martial artists can cultivate inner energy. Therefore, anyone who knows this ancient acupuncture technique must be an ancient martial artist. The head of internal medicine sneered. This is a technique from ancient texts that has long been lost. That little girl reads a few books and dares to show off blindly. How ridiculous! He asked disdainfully. Do you even know what golden needle acupoint sealing is? Before he could finish his sentence, a golden light flashed before his eyes. It was a long case filled with golden needles of various sizes. Jin picked up a golden needle and began to sterilize it with alcohol. The department head was stunned. You actually have golden needles? Then he sneered contemptuously. Fine, you treat him. If you can cure him, I'll resign on the spot. This patient is beyond saving anyway. It's a good chance to get rid of this nominal expert. Jin calmly picked up a golden needle and inserted it into the corresponding acupoint. She continued until 9 needles were inserted into the patient's head. Only then did she take a step back and flick the centermost golden needle. All 9 golden needles began to vibrate slightly at the same time. A young girl, not even 20, actually knew the long-lost golden needle technique from ancient books. The doctors and nurses who witnessed her fluid and graceful movements all stared with wide eyes. The department head, however, continued to watch coldly from the side. After 30 seconds, the golden needles on the patient's head stopped vibrating. Jin removed the golden needles, sterilized them, and placed them back in the long case. She faintly uttered 2 words, all done. The head of internal medicine pointed at the patient on the bed, who was still breathing out more than in, and sneered, You call this cured? What a blatant lie. We should hurry and notify the family. But before he could finish, the sound of the patient's pained coughing reached their ears. The young doctors said in pleasant surprise, The patient is conscious. The department head's face turned beet red. He never thought this little girl would actually cure him. Weren't his earlier words just a slap at his own face? Jin, wiping her hands, seemed to see through his thoughts. Don't worry, you don't have to resign. The department head blustered. Hilarious. Did you think I would really resign? Jin casually tossed the paper towel into the trash can. She looked at him faintly. Because you're fired. The department head found him amusing. Who do you think you are? You can fire me. Just then, a hurried voice sounded at the door. Missing, I'm so sorry I'm late. Looking at the person jogging over, the department head was shocked to see it was the hospital director. The director ignored him completely, wiped the sweat from his face, and said to Jin, We've really troubled you. You just arrived and already have to clean up our mess. Jin took out her phone and typed for a bit that it's fine. I've sent you a list. Take care of the people on it. The director looked at the message on his phone, and his expression changed drastically. All right, thank you for your hard work. After watching her leave, he waved at the young doctors and nurses. All right, there's nothing for you here. Stop staring. Go check on the patient. The department head followed the director, sidling out while saying, Isn't it hilarious? That nominal doctor actually said she'd fire me. I won't listen. Clang. The director threw the phone directly at his face, roaring, You have the nerve to say that? Look at what you've done. You dare to embezzle $5 million in public funds? Forget being fired. Just wait for a court summons. The department head collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face pale. He was completely finished now. Monday morning, the 3rd period was biology. But 5 minutes after the bell rang, the teacher still hadn't arrived. Jiang Ren kicked the stool of the lackey next to him, telling him to go see what was going on. 3 minutes later, the punk-style lackey returned with his head hanging. Xiaoyu looked up and asked him, What's old Hagbai up to now? The punk glanced at the girl next to him and stammered, Old Hagbai said, "As long as dadding is in our class for a day, don't expect her to come back and teach." The whole class fell silent instantly. Jean raised an eyebrow to who's Old Hagbai. What to do when a teacher goes on strike for a bizarre reason. The big boss claps her hands and tells you not to panic. It's not a big deal. Jean had just transferred from the elite class to the slacker class that gave even the principal a headache. Old Hagbai gave her a show of force right away by simply not coming to class. She asked in confusion, "Who is Old Hagbai?" Xiao Yu, applying makeup while looking in a mirror, explained, "She's our biology teacher. She scolds people every day, so we gave her that nickname. But you don't even know her. Why is she targeting you?" Jean shook her head, not knowing how she had offended this teacher. Jiang Ran, sitting beside her, sneered that if she comes to class later, just tell her to get lost. Does she really think anyone wants to listen to her class? And she dares to threaten us. Who the hell does she think she is? The punk-style lackey who had just gone to fetch Old Hagbai looked troubled. But Brother Rand, there's still students in our class who want to listen to the lecture properly. Because some students with poor family backgrounds and average grades had been stuffed into their class. They couldn't afford to squander their future like the children of the wealthy. Hearing this, a few students in the front row waved their hands amicably. It's okay. It's okay. We can borrow notes from the class next door and study on our own. Jiang Ran frowned and kicked his desk. How can that be okay? I'll go find the principal. Jean stood up and pushed him back in his seat. No need. It's just biology. I'll teach you. After speaking, she took out the Biology Elective 3 textbook from her drawer and walked towards the teacher's desk. The whole class was dumbfounded. Wasn't their dad a total slacker? Jean ignored the students' colorful expressions, picked up a piece of chalk, and began to write and draw. We'll start with genetic engineering. First, let's talk about circular DNA. The punk-style lackey, who was always reliably last in class, was stunned as he listened. Holy crap, dadding can actually teach. Even I can understand it. Jiang Ran nodded subconsciously, as he had also become engrossed without realizing it. When he came to his senses, his handsome face darkened, and he angrily slumped over his desk in seclusion. What kind of freak is this? So good at fighting and can even teach a class. The biology teacher, Bai Xiaoshi, sat in her office, waiting for the students of class 19 to invite her back. But she waited and waited, and no one came. Until the bell for the end of class rang. The door was finally pushed open. She nonchalantly trimmed her nails and asked, "What? Have you made a decision?" She thought to herself, "Teacher He-sun dislikes Jean so much. This time, I'll help him drive her away. He will surely see me in a new light." But the punk-style lackey who came as a messenger said cheerfully, "Teacher Bai, Brother Rand told me to tell you, you don't have to come teach our class anymore." The smile on Bai Xiaoshi's face instantly froze. "What did you say?" The punk gloated and made a rude gesture. The principal agreed to this. "Oh, right. Brother Rand also told me to tell you that your lectures are garbage." As he walked out, he continued to mutter, "So much worse than Dad Ying's teaching. And she has the nerve to scold us every day." Bai Xiaoshi trembled with anger, her eyebrows askew. Simply detestable. In a wealthy and powerful Fu family, no one could understand why the old master would favor the seventh young master, that unrestrained little rascal. Late at night, in the intensive care unit of the first hospital, several expert physicians were in a frantic state because old Master Fu had suddenly fallen ill and slipped into a coma. The old man's health had been poor for 3 years. It was a miracle he had held on this long. The Fu family members all stood outside the door, waiting anxiously. Only Fu Yunshin stood alone in the back, leaning against the wall, seemingly out of place. He was holding his phone. A voice came through his Bluetooth earpiece that "It was already too late when you found me 3 years ago. Even the ancient medical world can't save your grandfather in this condition, unless you can find that person from the Shangwan family." The second young master, Fu, turned his head and sneered. "Look at him. What's the use of him being back? Grandpa is inside, life and death unknown, and he's still on the phone. I really don't understand why the old master dotes on this stubborn mule. Who among the younger generation isn't more outstanding than him? The old master must be blind." The second young master's voice wasn't quiet, and the person on the other end of the phone heard it. "Why are you still involved with that bunch from the Fu family? Do they have any right to talk about you? If you hadn't found me in time back then, how could old Master Fu have lasted this long?" Fu Yunshin chuckled lightly I'm not doing it for them. The other person continued, I know you only care about your grandfather. The medicine has been sent to you. It should arrive in 6 hours. It's a 3-month supply. Why are you so generous this time? I took on a bounty mission. I'm going to no man's land for medicine, so I won't be around for a while. Fu Yinshin didn't press further. The person on the other end hesitated. Your condition seems a bit off lately. Adjust yourself properly. Relying on hypnosis isn't a long-term solution. Fu Yinshin said nothing, took off his earpiece, and hung up. He just kept standing there, leaning against the wall, staring out the window, lost in thought. 2 hours later, the doctor finally came out. Old Master Fu is awake. Is the 7th young master here? The old master wants to see him. Fu Yunshin said in a deep voice, I'm here, and walked towards the hospital room. The others didn't look pleased, but since the old master had spoken, they couldn't say anything. Fu Yunshin slowed down the foredrip. Grandpa, what happened today? With the medicine, you shouldn't have had an episode. The old master was in good spirits. He said nonchalantly, it's an old problem. I'm used to it. Let's not talk about that. A few days ago, old man Zhong called me. Said you want to snatch his granddaughter. Fu Yunshin, who was checking the forebag, was caught off guard for a rare moment. The old master said smugly, I think it's a great idea. Little Chi, you go and snatch his granddaughter, and then piss him off. Who told him to never let me win at chess? Fu Yunshin finally understood what he meant and smiled helplessly that that's not happening. Yao Yao is still just a little girl. He thought to himself, if he had such thoughts about a child, wouldn't that make him a beast? The old master slapped him hard with a look of exasperation. Who said you have to do it now? Can't you wait until she's grown up? Your grandpa. I won your grandma's heart when I was in high school. Not like you, kid. Such a waste of that handsome face. Fu Yunshin just smiled and turned to pour him a glass of water. The old master continued to ramble. Grandpa's only wish now is to see you get married and let me hold my great-grandchild in my lifetime. Fu Yunshin helped him sit up slowly. Grandpa, you will definitely live a long life. Don't worry. Have some water first. The old master frowned at his worry-inducing grandson, hoping to find a new anchor for little Chi while he was still alive. Otherwise, he was really worried that if you're gone one day, the boy would go crazy. So it's not just a small fries trying every way to make money. Even the big boss is short on cash. The news of old Master Fu's serious illness and hospitalization couldn't be hidden. Within a few days, the entire high society circle of Hu City knew. Old Master Zhong also made a special trip to the hospital to visit. After returning, he just shook his head. That old fellow probably doesn't have many days left. Ying Zijin did some calculations. She knew this illness was indeed very serious. If she wanted to treat it, she would probably need more suitable medicinal herbs. It's just that some herbs were expensive and she didn't have enough funds on hand. She tapped on the desk and asked Xiaoyu, who was playing a game, do you know any fast ways to make money? Xiaoyu looked at her in confusion. Dad Ying, are you short on money? How much do you need? I have some. Ying Zijin shook her head slightly. No need. I can earn it myself. Xiaoyu scratched his head and thought for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. He opened an app on his phone and showed it to her. How about live streaming? Being a streamer is quite profitable now. There are makeup tutorials, gaming, and mukbangs. There are even those where you don't have to show your face as long as you can sing. Ying Zijin became thoughtful. Yes, that's so? I'll look into it. The English teacher, He-sun, was on duty today. After checking the other classes, he came to the back door of class 19. He immediately saw 2 girls holding a phone, talking and laughing. He-sun looked at Ying Zijin's back with a cold expression. When she was in the elite class, he had thought about persuading her to study hard. Now he could only scoff. Let her fall into depravity with class 19. Zhong Zhuan, who happened to be passing by, saw his unpleasant expression and said pointedly, Teacher, please don't mind. My cousin is just like that. She's probably been repressed for too long, so she's been acting more freely lately. We don't dare to say much. Hearing this, He-sun's frown deepened. One who lives under someone else's roof should have the awareness of one who lives under someone else's roof. As far as he knew, Ying Zijin was just an adopted daughter of the Ying family. She took the benefits they gave her, but showed no gratitude. What an ungrateful wretch. Ying Zijin suddenly seemed to sense something and glanced at the back door. She handed the phone to Xiaoyu. Could you help me register an account first? I'll be right back. Xiaoyu looked towards the back, puzzled, and happened to see He-sun and Zhong Zhiwan standing outside the door. Just as he was wondering what those two were doing there, he saw Ying Zijin take out a few sheets of white paper and tape them over the glass on the back door window. Ing Zijin took out a pen and paper and wrote down a long list of physics formulas. Not makeup. We're going to solve problems. Xiaoyu was a bit baffled. That works? Soon, the weekend arrived. The class organized a gathering. Jiang Ran followed Ing Zijin out and asked, puzzled, don't they sell snacks in the clubhouse? Why did you have to come out to buy them? Ing Zijin said while sipping her milk tea, they don't have what I like. Jiang Ran asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. Hey, transfer student, what have you practiced? Muay Thai or Judo? Find me again, okay? Please. Ing Zijin didn't even lift her eyelids. You're so noisy. For the first time, the competitive Jiang Ran lost his temper. Then tell me what it'll take for you to agree. I'll buy you 10 cups of milk tea. How about that? Without waiting for her answer, he turned and ran toward the milk tea shop next to them. At that moment, a cold voice sounded from behind her. Ing Zijin, when will you ever learn to be sensible? Is it because I don't like you that you're deliberately getting close to Jiang Ran? Ing Zijin turned her head and saw it was Jiang Meiyuan, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. What's a better way to deal with a narcissist than a direct slap in the face? Jiang Meiyuan, who hadn't been seen for days, unexpectedly saw Jiang Ran and Ing Zijin talking and laughing. He presumptuously stepped forward to warn the girl. I'm telling you for the last time, playing hard to get won't work on me. Stay away from Jiang Ran. He's not someone you can aspire to. I sponsor your education, not for you to do these things. Also, you still haven't apologized to Lu Wei. Ing Zijin looked at him coldly. This person was truly relentless. Tired of his noise, she raised her hand and poured the rest of her cola over his head. The secretary waiting in the distance was completely dumbfounded. When had Jiang San of whose city ever been treated like this? And just as Jiang Ran came out of the milk tea shop, he saw this scene. The milk teas in his hand fell to the ground with a splat. What was going on? Why did Dadding suddenly go on a killing spree? But it wasn't over. He then saw the group's favorite dad pull a card from her pocket and slap it on Jiang Meiyuan's face. 400,000 to buy this suit you're wearing. Also, here's the principal and interest for the student aid you've provided over the years. Please don't appear in front of me again. Anger instantly surged in Jiang Meiyuan's heart. She made it sound like he was the one pestering her. Was she out her mind? Ing Zijin spoke again, continuing, there were some things I forgot to say last time. Although I don't know where Uncle Jiang got the delusion that I have feelings for you. It's not too late to say it now. Let's be clear so you don't flatter yourself in the future. I don't like you, and I don't want to see you. Also, please tell your fiancé to stop bothering me. Don't forget, you conspired with the Ing family to trick me into coming to whose city to be Ing Lu Wei's blood bank. You don't really think that little bit of student aid can buy my life, do you? Then she yawned lazily. From now on, if I see you again, Uncle Jiang, I'll beat you up every time I see you. The secretary, having come to his senses, hurried forward to persuade her. Miss Ing, please think carefully before you speak. If you act like this, there will really be no turning back. While the three were in a standoff, Jiang Ran walked over leisurely. I'd advise you to save your breath. She doesn't even fancy me, let alone an old man. He thought, what a joke. Although he hadn't admitted she was the dad of their class, there was no way he'd let an outsider bully her. The secretary never expected Jiang Ran to helping Zijin slap Jiang Meiyuan in the face. He was a bit embarrassed. Young Master Jiang Ran, Sanya's doing this for your own good. Jiang Ran also got angry. Are you guys crazy? One by one, you flatter yourselves under the guise of doing what's best for me. Who gave you permission? Are you qualified to meddle in my affairs? That old woman from the Ing family last time was also so annoying. Are you done? Deciding not to bother with them anymore. He followed behind Ing Zijin. Let's go. Jiang Meiyuan suppressed his anger and shouted, Ing Zijin, don't you regret this? The girl stopped, turned back, and sneered, I'll say the same 3 words to you. Don't regret it. The two arrived at a convenience store. Jiang Ran was finally convinced that you're so awesome. Aren't you afraid Jiang Meiyuan will retaliate? Ing Zijin casually picked out snacks. Let him bring it on. Jiang Ran was actually quite annoyed that it's fine. Even if he comes, I can help you. But did you have to be so polite to him? You even called him Uncle Jiang. Ing Zijin took a bag of chips from the shelf. Oh, I was just reminding him of his age. Jiang Ran burst out laughing that you're so wicked. But since I helped you just now, can you agree to fight me? He thought Ing Zijin would refuse again, but to his surprise, she nodded. He was about to happily grab her. Really? Let's go now. We can still come back for fried chicken after the fight. But he couldn't grab her because someone intercepted him midway. A low, smiling voice sounded. That won't do. Our little one can't get into fights. Begging someone to beat you up every day. You really do see everything if you live long enough. Ever since the Taekwondo champion Zhang Ran was defeated by Ng Zijin in 3 minutes, he had repeatedly begged her to fight him again. He finally got the big boss to agree when she was in a good mood, but unexpectedly, someone came to intercept them. Zhang Ran looked up and his face immediately darkened. "Why is it you?" It turned out to be the dandy and unrestrained 7th young master, Fu Yunshin. Ng Zijin also didn't expect him to arrive so soon. "Didn't I say I'd come find you in a bit?" Fu Yunshin took the shopping basket from her hand. "Big brother has plenty of time anyway, so I came over to see." "It's fine. You can continue hanging out with your classmate." Actually, he had just received news that she had run into Jiang Weiyuan. Worried she might be at a disadvantage, he had rushed over. He didn't expect the little one to be so ruthless. Ng Zijin threw all the snacks she had picked out to Jiang Ran. She said to Fu Yunshin, "I'll go with you now." Fu Yunshin raised his charming eyes slightly. "No need. It's still early." Ng Zijin said nonchalantly, "There are a lot of them. They won't miss me." "It's fine. I'll accompany you." Then she looked at the stunned Jiang Ran beside her. "Oh, right. You dropped the milk tea on the floor just now. Remember to clean it up." Watching the two of them leave him behind and walk away, Jiang Ran went into seclusion. Ng Zijin followed Fu Yunshin all the way to the Fu family's old residence. During this time, she kept receiving messages from the furious Jiang Ran that, "I'm telling you, Fu Yunshin is not a good person. You'd better stay away from him. Do you know that he once nearly beat someone to death? He lived in the imperial capital for 10 years and only returned to his city at 14. Think about how old he was when he was beating people up. So violent at such a young age. What if he beats you up one day?" Ng Zijin didn't even bother to reply with a sticker. She just blocked him directly. On the other end, Jiang Ran stared at the conspicuous red exclamation mark, so angry he was jumping up and down. Fu Yunshin casually moved a vase, blocking a hidden camera that some scheming Fu family member had secretly installed. Ying, I'm happy to see you have new friends. At your age, you should spend more time with your peers." Ng Zijin smiled faintly. "Socializing and all that. Besides, you helped me, so of course I have to help you." At this moment, old Master Fu was on the balcony, rocking in his chair and sunbathing. He only sat up after hearing footsteps. "Little Chi, you're here." Fu Yunshin spoke slowly and deliberately. "Well, to fulfill your wish, I brought the little lady back for you to see." Ng Zijin greeted him generously. "Hello, Grandpa Fu." The old master beamed with joy and immediately took out a thick, large red envelope. Good. Your grandpa and I are old rivals. Don't be polite with me." If old man Zhong hadn't mentioned it when he came to visit the other day, he wouldn't have known that the girl before him was the true young lady of the Ying family. Like his little Chi, they were both pitiful children. Ng Zijin did not refuse the old man's kind intentions. As she took the red envelope, she secretly checked his pulse. The old master's physical condition was even worse than she had expected. The poison had already corroded his heart meridians. For the past 3 years, he had been kept alive solely by medicine. Moreover, this kind of poison was not something an ordinary person could concoct. The more the old master looked at the girl, the more pleased he was. He asked her sideways, "Zijin, what do you think of our Yunshin?" Ng Zijin, not understanding his intention, nodded that he's very nice. The old master was overjoyed to hear that. "That's great. Stay for dinner with Grandpa tonight." He thought to himself, his granddaughter-in-law is secured. This will surely piss off that old man Zhou. Fu Yunshin saw how happy his grandfather was for a change and shook his head helplessly. Why was he acting more and more like an old child? The big boss, who just wanted to live a peaceful retirement, couldn't understand why there were always troublemakers trying to harm her. Previously, Ng Feifei had framed Ng Zijin and was given a major demerit by the school. As a result, her resentment towards her reached its peak. While she was being ordered by her father to reflect at home, a strange message suddenly popped up on her phone. There was no text, only a photo attached. In the photo, Ng Zijin and Jiang Weiyuan were standing very close, looking quite intimate. Ng Feifei stared at the photo, her blood boiling. Ng Zijin had caused her to be kicked out of the elite class and ruined her life. Now, wasn't this her chance? Although she didn't know who sent her the photo, this time, she would make that bitch taste what it's like to have her reputation ruined. However, she couldn't send the photo to Ng Luwei. She was so nice to Ng Zijin, she might just let it slide. But her fans were a different story. If they found out that Ng Zijin was seducing her prospective brother-in-law, Jiang Weiyuan, they would definitely explode. Thinking of this, Ng Feifei sneered and directly sent the picture to several leaders of Ng Lui's fan club. She wanted to see how Ng Zijin would get out of this one. At 8 p.m., when the gossip-loving netizens were all free, Ng Lui's official fan club indeed posted on Weibo. They attached the picture and tagged the Ng Corporation's official account. The diehard fans went crazy, expressing all sorts of sympathy for Ng Lui and hurling all kinds of abuse at Ng Zijin. Before long, they had pushed the post to the top of the trending list. While Weibo was in an uproar, Ng Lui was currently hiding in the imperial capital, tending to her inexplicably allergic face. A young man in a hat confidently assured her to relax. All the surveillance footage in the surrounding area had been erased. It was absolutely impossible to recover. Ng Lui thanked him with satisfaction. After seeing him out of the villa, her manager frowned. Actually, there was no need to take such a risk. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future to ensure your fake niece can never recover. It's just a misleading photo. What if it gets exposed? Ng Lui's tone was contemptuous. She doesn't have the ability. Public opinion alone can destroy her. If it weren't for Ng Feifei's grudge against Ng Zijin, my plan wouldn't have succeeded. So, Ng Zijin can only blame herself. Her manager asked uneasily, what if she produces some recording again, like last time? Ng Lui smiled confidently that that's impossible. Last time, it was probably Fu Yunshen who helped her get it. The party venue did have surveillance. I was careless. But this time is different. The surveillance from the 4 surrounding streets has all been erased. Could Fu Yunshen possibly find a hacker more skilled than Mr. Allen? He's one of the hackers from the world's #1 anonymous alliance. I paid a hefty price to have someone hire this expert. The manager pondered for a moment. Fine, I'll help you. But you know as well as I do, if this backfires, there will be serious repercussions. Ng Lui nonchalantly hummed in agreement, touching her face full of red spots. She didn't know where this allergy came from, but it was getting worse with treatment. So, if she was unhappy, someone else had to suffer, minding her own business at home, yet trouble finds her. The big boss, who just wanted to live a retired life of drinking milk tea and binge-watching dramas, had no choice but to once again activate her divine calculation abilities. The rich family niece seduces fiancé incident, single-handedly directed by the White Lotus, Aunt Ng Lui, continued to ferment online. When Ting Lan, who didn't usually go online, also heard about it from his classmates. He looked worriedly at his sister, who was making juice in the kitchen, and asked hesitantly, "Did you see the news online?" Ng Zijin's phoenix eyes narrowed. Don't worry. I'll handle it. Don't let Dad know about this. The young man wanted to say more, but he heard the girl ask him, "Have you finished all the problems I gave you?" When Ting Lan scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Not yet," Ng Zijin dried her hands and said unhurriedly, "Then hurry back. For every wrong answer, I'll add 10 more problems." The young man returned to his room dejectedly. Ng Zijin watched his back, frowning slightly. External information had too great an impact on Tinglan's emotions, which was not conducive to his treatment. Psychological illnesses were not something ancient medicine could solve. Perhaps she really needed to find some of her old comrades. Returning to her room, she opened her computer. She closed her eyes and began to use her divine calculation. She reviewed all the situations on that street at the time and also figured out what had happened. Ng Lui had sent someone to follow Jiang Mian, took the photo, and then sent it to Ng Feifei, erasing the surveillance records in the process. As expected, it was this old woman causing trouble again. But thinking about it, Ng Lui's hostility towards her seemed abnormally strong. Unfortunately, her divine calculation ability had not fully recovered, and she couldn't deduce events from too long ago. But if that woman thought she could erase all the evidence this way, she was far too naive. At the same time, in a basement across the ocean, a certain hacker stared at his suddenly black computer screen, nearly choking on his instant noodles. In this world, the only ones who dared to mess with him like this were those 2 big and small freaks. Then, a few lines of text appeared on the screen. Need a favor. Help me restore the surveillance footage from these 4 streets in whose city from the past 2 days. The certain hacker was on the verge of tears, but he still diligently started typing code. 10 minutes later, Ng Zijin received the surveillance footage sent by the certain hacker. He even subserviently asked, "Need help posting it?" After watching the video, Ing Zijin calmly typed back, no rush. It's not the best time yet. Let the public opinion ferment a little longer. The certain hacker picked up his instant noodles, intending to continue eating. Speaking of which, the person who destroyed the surveillance this time was quite skilled. If it weren't for him, it really couldn't have been restored. He was truly amazing. But after just 2 bites, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. He answered it to hear a cold male voice. Restore the surveillance of the 4 streets at the scene of the incident for me, then post it online. Choking on his instant noodles once again, the certain hacker roared in his mind. Are you kidding me? Do these 2 freaks have telepathy? They even say the same thing. Just lock me up with them. Unable to bear it any longer, he started muttering, I say you're that. What's that popular term online now? Mommy's boy, right? You 2 are clearly more skilled than me, yet you always enslave me. But you're a step too late. I already sent the surveillance footage to her. She said she'll pick a good time to post it herself. The call was ruthlessly hung up. Fu Yinshan walked to the balcony and stood for a moment in the night, daring to bully his little one like this. It seems the Zhang family stock should hit its limit down. The White Lotus aunt, in order to create a scandal to frame the big boss, didn't hesitate to drag her own fiancé into it. At 10 p.m., Jiang Min finished his work and pressed his temples, looking exhausted. The secretary came in and respectfully handed him a tablet. Miss Lu Wei is trending. Someone took a photo of you and the second missing. The fans are very angry now. Should we issue a clarification? Jiang Muyuan glanced coldly at the photo and said, no need to bother. The secretary looked at the online public opinion and shook his head repeatedly. If the second miss hadn't been so impulsive during the day, perhaps Sanny would have helped her. What a pity. She brought it on herself. Just as he was about to close it, he glanced at another trending topic and blurted out in surprise, Sanny, what happened with the Zhong family? He saw that the Zhong Corporation's official account had tagged Ing Lui's official fan club and several marketing accounts with the most retweets. All you trashy rumor mongers, get lost. Wait for the lawyer's letter. Old Master Zhong also didn't expect that he was just surfing the web before bed as usual, only to see a trending topic that almost gave him a heart attack. These brain-dead fans actually dared to say such things about his precious granddaughter. Now let's see how I flame them to death. Just as he was about to post another one, his good granddaughter's call came in. The old master forgot his anger and quickly answered, Zijin, don't pay attention to those people online. They're just deliberately stirring up trouble. Don't worry, Grandpa will back you up. It's all my fault. I couldn't help you prove your identity, which led to you being scolded by others. When Ing Zijin saw the trending post from the Zhong Corporation, she guessed it was from Old Master Zhong. She comforted the old man, saying, after I came back, the happiest thing is that I still have you to care for me. I will handle this matter. Don't get angry and ruin your health. Old Master Zhong's heart soured, and he rubbed his reddened eyes to hold back tears. After hanging up the phone, he sat quietly. After a while, he put on his clothes, got out of bed, and walked to the safe. He took out a document from inside. On it were 5 large characters. Share transfer agreement. He was old. Perhaps it was time to make some plans for Zijin's future. After a whole night and half a day of fermentation, the public opinion was gradually reaching its peak. Ing Zijin lazily looked at the private messages scolding her on Weibo, marveling at how amazing this big data era was. Ing Lui's fans had actually found her new Weibo account based on a picture of her dinner plate. If she were really a 17-year-old girl, she would probably have had a mental breakdown. Xiaoyu suddenly leaned over and asked, what are you looking at? Are you going to post the clarification video now? When he saw the various grotesque pictures, corpses, and horror images in her private messages, he was instantly enraged. Are these brain-dead fans sick? What the hell are they sending? Dadding, your temper is too good. You can even stand to look at this. I'm itching to go through the internet and beat their heads in. Jiang Ran's face was also grim. Dad Ying's comment section has also been overrun by Ing Lui's fans. Why hasn't the platform banned these accounts for such vile content? What are they good for? I'll call my mom right now to find Jiang Mayuan and make him clarify. Ing Zijin calmly tore open a bag of chips. You don't have to go. He won't show up. Jiang Ran slammed the table in anger. This is outrageous. I don't know who took the photo. If I find out, I'll definitely cripple them. Ing Feifei, who was about to come and gloat at Ing Zijin's misfortune, had just reached the door when she heard this. She shivered violently. She turned and ran away as if fleeing. Ing Zijin looked thoughtfully towards the door. Just then, Xiaoyu suddenly shouted, Dadding, look, your White Lotus aunt posted on Weibo. The best time to counterattack a rumor is when public opinion has fermented to its peak. After the White Lotus, Aunt Ing Luwei posted on Weibo to play the victim, and the Ing Corporation retweeted to support her. Ing Zijin decided to start her counterattack. She directly posted the surveillance video from that time, with only a simple line of text. Last time, don't bother me. The fans, who were preparing for a new round of abuse, saw this new post as soon as they came in. The video was a high-definition version processed by a certain hacker. It clearly showed how the girl poured cola on Jiang Weiyuan, and how she threw a card at him, and her cold voice could be heard. 400,000, principal and interest returned to you. I don't like you, and I don't want to see you. Also, please tell your fiancé to stop bothering me. Jiang ran and Xiao Yu watched with great interest. Dadding, you're so cool. I'm going to download this video and watch it repeatedly. But before the anti-fans could recover, a second Weibo post came. A long list of fan accounts, led by Ing Luwei's official fan club, was posted. At the same time, the Shifeng law firm in the imperial capital also issued a statement, saying that they would accept Miss Ying's commission and take full responsibility for this incident. A punk-style lackey asked Jiang Ran, confused, what's the deal with that Shifeng what firm? It sounds so impressive. Jiang Ran glanced at Ing Zijin, who was munching on chips beside him, and told him, Shifeng is the #1 law firm in the imperial capital. They haven't lost a case since their establishment. They have a high reputation in the industry and are very difficult to hire. This time, Ing Luwei's fans are definitely screwed. The punk was so happy his mouth couldn't close that I'll go educate these ignorant netizens right now. They dared to curse Dad Ing without restraint. I'll flame them to death. Jiang Ran still looked at Ing Zijin with some worry. Although I don't know how you managed to hire people from Shifeng law firm, many of these people online are still minors. Even if you sue them, they probably won't be fined much, right? Before Ing Zijin could speak, Xiao Yu raised his hand and answered first that I know this one. I asked Dad Ing before. Although they don't have to bear any consequences now, as long as they have a criminal record, they can forget about careers in public institutions or state-owned enterprises in the future. Ing Zijin made a concluding statement. Ing Luwei and the Ing Corporation's successive statements will inevitably push public opinion to its peak. And when I release the video at that time, I can maximize the effect of the clarification. Jiang Ran tooted and remarked, you cultured people are really ruthless when you play your tricks. At this moment, Ing Luwei, who still knew nothing, was enjoying a hot spring bath. Jiang Weiyuan's secretary saw how things had turned out online. He didn't dare to disturb Sanny, who was in a meeting. Instead, he dialed a number. Miss Luwei, have you seen Weibo? Ing Luwei thought it was her fiancé calling for something. Hearing the secretary's words, she was in a good mood. Not yet. I'll check now. She thought it was probably the dirt about Ing Zijin seducing Weiyuan that was starting to ferment. She didn't pay attention to the fact that the secretary seemed to have more say. She hung up the phone, got up, put on her clothes, and lay leisurely on a lounge chair, ready to enjoy how miserable Ing Zijin was now. But when she opened Weibo, her expression changed instantly, because there wasn't a single comment comforting her. Instead, they were all sarcastic. She hadn't even clicked on the video, but after watching for just a few seconds, her face turned deathly pale. Impossible. I clearly had Alan destroy the surveillance. Where did this video come from? You can escape calamities sent by heaven, but not those you bring upon yourself. The White Lotus. Aunt released an ambiguous photo, accusing her niece of seducing her fiancé. She wanted to play the victim to gain sympathy, but was instantly slapped in the face by the release of the original video. The manager threw the phone at her with a grim face. What did I say before? Once things backfire, there will be a severe backlash. See for yourself. Even your top fans are starting to unfollow you. Ing Luwei recognized this Weibo account. It belonged to one of her loyal, die-hard fans. He would attend every one of her concerts and fan meetings and send her gifts on holidays. Every time she released an album, he would spend over 100,000 to boost her sales. This long Weibo post expressed his disappointment in her from beginning to end. Following this, many fans also began to unfollow. Many who turned against her called her a big white lotus. Ing Luwei's face turned even paler. Her hand trembled, and the phone fell directly to the floor. The manager also scolded her angrily. The entertainment industry is chaotic enough. Some people become famous overnight, and some have their careers collapse overnight. If you want traffic and fans, you should be even more careful. He hesitated, then asked a question that had been puzzling him. Why are you in such a hurry to destroy your fake niece? He always felt that Luwei's attitude was like she was trying to eliminate something that threatened her. Could there be some hidden story? At this moment, Ing Luwei couldn't hear anything. An inexplicable sense of fear welled up in her heart. She tremblingly picked up the phone from the floor and dialed a number. Only you can help me now. On the other side, Jiang Weiyuan had been in meetings all day and was still unaware of the commotion online. He had received a call from Ing Luwei in the middle of it, but because work was more important and it wasn't convenient to talk much, he hung up quickly. After the meeting, just as he was about to call back and ask what had happened, his secretary suddenly ran in, flustered. "San, it's bad. The company's stock has been falling since just now. It's already down 5 points. Jiang Weiyuan's expression changed instantly. He quickly asked what was going on. At that moment, Ing Luwei called again. He couldn't be bothered to answer and hung up directly, instructing his secretary to notify the shareholders for another meeting. At this time, Ing Luwei, at the Imperial Capital Airport, stared blankly at her phone. This was the first time Jiang Weiyuan had ever hung up on her. With teary eyes, she looked at her manager. "Weiyuan is still busy. What's the word on your end?" The manager's expression was finally not so grim. "The company has decided to have an 18th-tier singer take the fall for you. You should lay low for a few days. Don't post anything on Weibo until I tell you to. That singer isn't famous anyway, so we can use this to get some attention. It's a win-win for both of us. Don't worry, netizens have short memories. Just focus on your concerts during this time. Your public image will recover eventually." Ing Luwei was finally relieved. Then compensate that young singer well. Remember to do it privately, somewhere without surveillance. She refused to believe that Ing Zijin could create surveillance footage out of thin air. The big boss's mother, who was a drag on her, came to the school to cause trouble again. However, her internet speed was probably 2G. She was still stuck on the photo posted by Ing Luwei's official fan club. Zhong Manhua rushed to the school in a rage. She had previously reflected and felt that she had wronged Ing Zijin. But this time, the picture couldn't be fake, right? Every time she went abroad to see little Xian, this troublesome daughter would cause some trouble. She stormed directly into the principal's office that "I'm truly sorry. I'm here to handle Ing Zijin's withdrawal from school." The principal was discussing matters of the international class with his son. He was stunned by her sudden statement. Zhong Manhua was so embarrassed, she could barely lift her head. "I didn't expect her to cause such a scandal. For the school's reputation, and for the child's own good." Before she could finish, a cold voice came from the doorway. "Principal, she shouldn't have any say over my studies, right?" Zhong Manhua turned her head and saw Ing Zijin looking at her coldly. The principal nodded blankly. "She can't. Old Master Zhong has given instructions before." This sentence was like a slap across Zhong Manhua's face. But she couldn't lose her temper in front of outsiders. "Zijin, what are you saying? Mom is doing this for your own good. I can't just watch you get scolded by those people. Don't worry. After you withdraw from school, you could go abroad for a few years. This matter will blow over." The principal finally understood what was going on and had to interrupt her. "Wait a minute, Mrs. Ing. Have you not seen the latest news online?" Zhong Manhua was stunned and asked, "What news?" Seeing her expression, the principal knew she was unaware of the turn of events. He shook his head and said, "I happen to have it here. You should come and take a look." The video of a few dozen seconds quickly finished playing. Zhong Manhua's body stiffened, her face pale. She didn't dare to look up at the girl beside her. Ing Zijin ignored her and placed a printed chat record on the desk. "I will handle this matter according to the law, so I'm giving you a heads up in advance." After reading it, the principal's face turned livid. "Student Ing, don't worry. The school will absolutely not tolerate this kind of behavior." Ing Zijin said nothing more and turned to leave. Zhong Manhua, forgetting her own embarrassment, hurriedly chased after her. He-sun, who had been sitting silently, glanced at the departing mother and daughter. Although Zhong Manhua was at fault, for a daughter to be so disrespectful to her elder was truly ill-mannered. But he didn't want to get involved. He asked the principal, "What are these materials?" The principal pushed the chat record towards him. "If you're curious, see for yourself." He-sun took it and couldn't help but be stunned. On it was the conversation between Ing Feifei and Ing Luwei's fan club. The principal said it was clearly a rumor. Ing Feifei had indirectly orchestrated this online bullying against student Ing Zijin. The nature of her actions was extremely malicious. Gusun raised his head and asked what Ing Feifei's punishment would be. The principal's expression was still grim. "What else could it be? Expulsion, of course. Coming out of the office, Zhong Manhua wanted to grab her daughter to explain what had just happened, but her way was blocked by two Shamate-style boys holding replica langy clubs. The big boss was able to turn the tables on her White Lotus aunt and suppress the anti-fans online. It was also thanks to Elder Mu for helping her contact the Shifeng law firm. After the incident, Yin Zijin called him to express her gratitude. On the other end, Mu Hajin was leisurely feeding his cattle. He said, "Don't be so polite. It didn't have to be this troublesome. I could have helped you directly. But seriously, if you're willing, you could take your pick of a young man from my Mu family." Yin Zijin refused bluntly, "I'm not willing." Elder Mu was choked by her words. That was too heart-piercing. Yin Zijin thought for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. "There's one more thing I need to ask of you. Do you know where I can buy rare medicinal herbs? The kind more precious than 100-year-old snow lotus." Elder Mu pondered for a moment that you'll only find those in the ancient medical world. Actually, even in the ancient medical world, no one your age can match your medical skills. I can recommend you for entry. Yin Zijin hesitated for a moment and said she had no plans to go to the ancient medical world for now. Elder Mu didn't press her on why, only saying, "I have a spare star account. You can go on there and try your luck." Yin Zijin later arranged to meet with 7th young Master Fu. While the two were waiting for their food, Fu Yunshin casually browsed the news on Weibo. The marketing accounts and fans had mixed opinions about Ing Luwei. However, one major marketing account caught his attention. The person's tone was clearly smug, saying that Yin Zijin wouldn't actually sue and was just putting on a show to scare people. He tugged at his collar in annoyance and looked at the girl. "Yao Yao, want to see how your big brother teaches those infuriating people a lesson?" Yin Zijin looked up, and the first thing she saw was a small patch of the man's exposed collarbone. She frowned and said, "Wait a minute." Then she reached over, straightened his collar, and retied his tie. 7th young Master Fu's face flushed, a rare sight, in a way. "Little friend, do you have OCD?" Yin Zijin didn't respond. After returning to her seat and sitting down, she lowered her gaze. "Okay, you can continue." Fu Yunshin handed her his phone. "See for yourself." Yin Zijin took it and refreshed the page, seeing that someone called Invincible Hero had just posted on Weibo with a few pictures. It concisely explained that the more than 300 marketing accounts that had published the slanderous articles were all under Ing Luwei's company. Many fans still remembered that it was this invincible bro who had posted the video last time, clarifying that Ing Luwei was not pushed downstairs by Yin Zijin. The comment section immediately livened up, and this Weibo post was quickly pushed to the top of the trending list. Meanwhile, in a basement on the other side of the ocean, a certain hacker was cursing while typing on his keyboard, "I'm the damn boss of the Anonymous Hacker Alliance. Yet I'm ordered around every day by that big shot. He loves making me do this and that. Next time, I have to make him pay." Yin Zijin returned the phone to the 7th young master. Fu Yunshin smiled and asked her, "What made you decide to look for me today?" Yin Zijin looked at him seriously and said one sentence, "I can save your grandfather." Fu Yunshin immediately dropped his lazy smile and asked her, "What do you mean by that?" Yin Zijin opened the memo on her phone and handed it to him. "But I'm still missing these 6 medicinal herbs." Elder Mu said they can only be found in the ancient medical world. Fu Yunshin looked at the list of herbs and said thoughtfully, "They might not be in the ancient medical world either. According to my investigation, the poison your grandfather was afflicted with is not from this country. I'm afraid it's related to the European alchemy world." Yin Zijin nodded and said she was planning to check on Star, as they might be for sale there. Star, whose Chinese name is Xingxing, is an online auction and shopping platform with services spanning the globe. But not just anyone can apply to register an account. It said that a king once listed a small European principality on it. In short, if someone dares to sell, someone dares to buy. Fu Yunshin asked, "Is that the account Elder Mu gave you?" Yin Zijin casually acknowledged it. After 3 seconds of silence, her forehead was gently flicked. Fu Yunshin, a little jealous, got up and walked in front of her. "Little friend, next time you have a problem or need something, remember to find me first. Your big brother has done so much, and he's not afraid of trouble." In this family where her father doesn't dote on her and her mother doesn't love her, at least she still had her maternal grandfather. Old Master Zhong genuinely cared for Yin Zijin. Upon learning that she had entrusted the Shifeng law firm, which was his subordinates, to sue the netizens who spread rumors, he praised her repeatedly. "Good for you for suing. How dare they bully my granddaughter? A bunch of shameless things. But you have a Weibo. Why didn't you tell your grandpa? Quick, quick, let's follow each other." You've gained a lot of face fans this time. Want to post some pretty photos for them to see. Zijin saw her grandpa expertly navigating his phone and said with a smile, "I'm not a celebrity." Old Master Zhong nodded that that's true. Too much attention isn't good either. I've already warned that old man Fu to make his grandson behave and not have designs on you all day. Zijin raised an eyebrow. Was her grandpa talking about the time Fu Yunshin took her to see old Master Fu? Just then, the phone in her pocket suddenly beeped a few times. You really can't speak ill of people behind their backs. She saw that Fu Yunshin had sent several messages in a row. Your grandpa told my grandpa a few days ago that I have improper designs on you. I'm truly innocent. Your big brother is definitely not that kind of beast. Zijin couldn't help but laugh after reading them. After the online storm gradually subsided, the marketing accounts that had been waiting for a lawyer's letter that never came started to act up again. At that moment, a girl sitting in front of a computer breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, Zijin was all talk. Just an adopted daughter. What's with all the drama? She smugly opened the official Ing Luwei fan club account, ready to start the new day's tasks. Just then, the Shifeng law firm, which had been silent for a few days, suddenly posted on Weibo, "Sorry to keep you all waiting. The trial will be held as scheduled on the 17th of this month. Everyone is welcome to watch the live broadcast." The comment section exploded in an instant. Netizens from all over the country who were following the drama began to mock and ridicule Ing Luwei and the marketing accounts. In a short while, the Weibo post from Shifeng law firm, a swift slap in the face, was pushed to the top of the trending list. The girl stared blankly at the screen, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. Before she could come to her senses, there was a sudden knock on the door. When she opened the door, she was completely stunned. Two police officers sternly presented an arrest warrant. Ms. Tion, you are suspected of insult and defamation. Please come with us. The girl trembled with fear, finally realizing she was in real trouble this time. At the same time, a commotion and a girl's cry could be heard from the Qingji campus that I was really wrong. Please, let me go. Students crowded by the windows to watch the spectacle. Damn, Ing Feifei is being arrested. What did she do? The police came for her personally. What a scene. Xiaoyu pulled the seemingly unconcerned Zijin to, let's go watch the show too. Ing Feifei was seen clinging tightly to a pillar in front of the academic building, crying so hard she could barely breathe, refusing to go with the police. A large circle of students had already gathered to watch. Ing Feifei suddenly saw Zhong Jiwan in the crowd and cried out, waving at her, "Jiwan, save me. I don't want to be locked up." Zhong Jiwan frowned. She didn't want to get involved at all, but since Ing Feifei had called out her name, it would be inappropriate to do nothing. Her gaze swept through the crowd and accurately located Zijin's figure. She walked over and spoke hesitantly. Cousin, Feifei was just confused and misunderstood. She knows she was wrong now. Be merciful and leave a way out. Why must you be so ruthless? Unexpectedly, Zijin didn't even look at her. Instead, she looked politely at the two police officers. Excuse me, what's the protocol when someone interferes with a police operation? The more brazen you are when spreading rumors and slandering others online, causing them to be cyberbullied, the more pathetic you look when the police show up at your door. Zhong Zhuan had wanted to plead with her adopted cousin, Zijin, on Ing Feifei's behalf, who knew the girl wouldn't even look at her and would instead ask the police officers how to handle someone interfering with their operation. One of the officers glanced coldly at Zhong Zhuan and said, "Take her too." He thought to himself, since it didn't happen to you, you have the nerve to tell others to forgive so easily. Zhong Zhuan's face flushed red with humiliation. Just as she was about to defend herself, she was interrupted by Jiang Ran. "Who are you calling cousin? Stop trying to act familiar. If I hear you say that again, I'll make you get out of Qingji." One of the Shemmate underlings behind him chimed in. That's right. This is our brother Rancing, Dad. Were you to be calling her cousin?" A herd of alpacas stampeded through Jiang Rant's mind. His reputation as the school tyrant was now officially dead. He roared in frustration, "All of you, shut the hell up." With tears in her eyes, Zhong Zhuan looked at him tremblingly. "Jiang Ran, don't go too far." The young Master Jiang just sneered and ignored her. Watching the show from the side, Xiaoyu said with a TSK, "Have you noticed? This Zhong Jiwan likes Jiang Ran, but it's a pity. With Jiang Rant's idiotic EQ, even if she confessed to his face, He'd probably think she was crazy. In Zijin was slightly stunned. She really hadn't noticed that. Maybe she just didn't understand the thoughts of young girls. In Fei, not giving up, ran to In Zijin and knelt with a thud, tearfully begging her to let her go. Before In Zijin could speak, Xiaoyu jumped out and cursed. I say, In Fei, stop playing the victim. Have you forgotten all the disgusting things you've done? First, you spread rumors that Zijin was seducing Jiang Mayuan, and you even told her to die online. We haven't even settled the score with you for putting a spider in her desk last time. Some of the students who didn't know the whole story were shocked to learn there was more to it and showed expressions of disgust. Goddess Zhong clearly knew the truth, but still spoke up for her. You really can't judge a book by its cover. After that, no matter how much In Fei cried and screamed, she was still cuffed and taken away by the two impartial police officers. After the big show was over, In Zijin yawned and called to Xiaoyu, let's go. Then, without looking back, she walked straight past Zhong Zhuan. And Zhong Zhuan, under the scrutinizing gazes of her classmates, looked extremely grim. Mrs. Ng received a call and rushed to the police station. Upon learning it was about a defamation dispute online, she breathed a sigh of relief. She said arrogantly, "Why make such a fuss over such a small matter? Just have the other party pay compensation. I won't ask for much, just 500,000. We can't let our Fei be wronged." The police officer taking the statement looked at her as if she were crazy. Ma'am, please get her facts straight, okay? Your daughter is the one who broke the law. Whether she goes to jail or not depends on whether the other party is willing to drop the charges. And you're demanding compensation? Mrs. Ng thought she had misheard and her voice shot up. This must be a misunderstanding. Our Fei has always been obedient and sensible. How could she do something illegal? A female officer slapped the lawyer's letter down in front of her, maliciously spreading rumors and telling someone to die. Is that a misunderstanding? You're not here to bail your daughter out. We're notifying you that the court date is on the 17th. Go back and prepare as soon as possible. When Mrs. Ng saw that the seal on the lawyer's letter was from the Shifeng law firm, she gasped. How could they get involved? Doesn't that mean my daughter will definitely go to jail? She tremblingly took out her phone. Old Ng, quickly prepare the card and go to the Ng family to beg for mercy. Otherwise, Fei is finished. The internet is not a lawless place. After sending the instigator of the rumors and defamation to jail, the big boss started to worry about finding the rare medicinal herbs to detoxify old Master Fu. During free activity time in gym class, In Zijin leaned against a tree and sent a message to Fu Yunshen that I've watched the recent online auctions on the Star platform. Those 6 herbs aren't there. 7th young Master Fu replied instantly, "You don't have to worry about this. Your big brother will handle it. By the way, are you going to the pet store tonight? Didn't you want to buy a pig?" In Zijin raised an eyebrow. This was the biggest drawback of her Weibo being exposed. Her entire retirement life plan had been dug up. Just as she was contemplating whether to go, a loud shout suddenly came from beside her ear. "Ing Dad, move." She glanced over and saw a basketball flying towards her. Instead of dodging, In Zijin raised a hand, caught it, and with a single-handed toss, the basketball drew an arc in the air, hit the backboard with a thud, and fell into the hoop. This fluid motion stunned all the boys on the basketball court. A Shamate underling exclaimed, "Damn, Brother Ran, Ing Dad's shooting skills seem to be better than yours too. Your status as the basketball king is probably done for." Jiang Ran's face darkened. He retorted through gritted teeth, "Blah, blah, blah all day. Are you the only one with a mouth?" He thought to himself, what kind of monster was In Zijin? She was even more abnormal than that group of heirs from the imperial capital. Because the chemistry teacher was on sick leave, Ing Dad had no choice but to teach another chemistry class to the foolish kids of class 19. After finishing the lecture and returning to her seat, Xiaoyu brought her a bottle of water and a dessert, saying, "Ing Dad, your white lotus aunt is so shameless." She actually tried to whitewash herself by pinning the blame for the marketing account's rumors on an 18th tier singer from their company. A Shamate boy leaned over curiously and asked what was going on. Xiaoyu cleared her throat and said, "Let me read her Weibo post to you." Then, in the persona of a victim, she recited with great emotion, "These past few days, I have conducted a deep self-reflection. It was my failure to restrain my fans in the first place that disappointed them. Therefore, I have decided to withdraw from the internet for a period of time to focus on my practice. I will bring everyone a better concert in the future." Jiang Ran sneered. How could she be so shameless? Xiaoyu made a face. Maybe the shameless are invincible. In Zijin, however, said nothing. She was closing her eyes, viewing the future. Right now, she could only predict events within the next 10 days. Fortunately, the karmic bond between her and the Ing family was weakening. As soon as this bond completely disappeared, she could completely break away from the Ing family. A Shamate boy suddenly said, "But Ing Lue does have some talent in piano. Many people say she's the next pianist, Vera, because her name also has Wei in it." Xiaoyu couldn't listen anymore. She slammed her fist on the table. Her? Is she worthy? How dare she ride the coattails of my music goddess? Another Shamate boy asked with a confused look. "Oh, is Vera?" Xiaoyu explained with rare seriousness. Vera Hall was a famous European pianist from the 18th century. Because she always wore a mask during her performances, she was also known as the Mask Queen. She only left behind 3 piano pieces of world-class difficulty, but mysteriously, not a single portrait of her was left for posterity. Speaking of her, Xiaoyu was like a little fangirl. "Ing Dad, do you know my music goddess? She's amazing. It's a pity I didn't live in that era and couldn't witness her elegance in person." Ing Zijin was silent for a moment, then said, "I know her." But no one noticed she said know her, not know of her. Jiang Ran suddenly walked over and knocked on her desk. "You promised to fight me again last time. When are you free?" Ing Zijin looked him up and down. "You should eat more and build up your body first. I'm afraid you won't have the stamina." Xiaoyu gloated, "I think so too. What if you pass out while fighting Ing Dad? We'd have to carry you back." Jiang Ran was furious. "But don't look down on me. I've practiced." Before he could finish, Xiaoyu cut him off and shook her head at him. Jiang Ran immediately fell silent. He had almost forgotten that this wasn't the imperial capital. Some things couldn't be mentioned casually. Ing Zijin got up and walked toward the door. "That I don't have time today. I have something to do." Jiang Ran was stunned and quickly asked what she had to do. By now, the girl had already walked out of the classroom. Her lazy voice drifted back. "Going to the pet store to buy a pig." Jiang Ran's face was full of black lines. He was less important than a pig. Was a pig as handsome as him? Birds of a feather flocked together. The people surrounding the big boss were indeed a bunch of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. Jiang Ran, who was begging Ing Dad to beat him up again, almost let slip a long-hidden secret in the classroom. Xiaoyu stopped him in time and dragged him to the rooftop of the academic building. She began to lecture him. "Oh, you want everyone to know you practice ancient martial arts? Besides, the internal energy in your body is unstable. Suppressing it with medicine is not a long-term solution. You should use it less in the future." Jiang Ran tugged at his collar irritably. "I know. But don't you find it strange? A practitioner of ancient martial arts, can't even beat a normal person." Xiaoyu glanced at Ing Zijin, who was walking toward the school gate. "What's so strange about it? Ing Dad is so amazing. It would be strange if you could beat her." Jiang Ran was rendered speechless and fell into another bout of self-doubt. Xiaoyu reminded him again, "Don't mention ancient martial arts here. Although Huqing is over 1,000 kilometers from the imperial capital, they definitely have spies here. Don't be careless." Jiang Ran mumbled in acknowledgement. On the other side, Mr. and Mrs. Ing, in order to prevent their daughter from going to jail for defamation, knew that Ing Zijin was just an adopted daughter and didn't think of apologizing to her. Instead, they went to beg old Mrs. Ing. The 3 of them went to the police station together. Old Mrs. Ing said haughtily, "In Fei Fei's case, we will settle it privately. We're not going to court." The director turned and frowned, asking who she was. Mrs. Ing, however, upon seeing the director, who rarely appeared unless there was a major incident, had a bad feeling. Old Mrs. Ing said forcefully, "I am Ing Zijin's grandmother. I want to withdraw the lawsuit." "Can I?" The female officer thought this old lady was ridiculous. "It's your granddaughter who was bullied, yet you want to help an outsider withdraw the lawsuit." Old Mrs. Ying's face soured at being challenged. "This is our own business. Withdraw the lawsuit and release her now." The director laughed with a hint of mockery. "I'm sorry, but you are not qualified to interfere in Miss Yin's affairs." Mr. and Mrs. Ing were dumbfounded. Old Mrs. Ing was even more humiliated and furious. "What do you mean by that? I am her grandmother." The director remained polite. "Even if you were the Jade Emperor, it would be useless. Please leave. Don't obstruct our work." And so, the 3 of them were kicked out. This incident caused old Mrs. Ing to lose all face. After coming out, she got into her car and left by herself. Mrs. Ing was truly panicking now. She quickly asked her husband, "What do we do?" Even the Ying family's intervention was useless. Doesn't that mean our daughter is definitely going to jail? Mr. Ying's face was grim. He slapped her directly across the face. You idiot, do you know who that director is? He was transferred from the imperial capital. He's usually not even in Huqing. Even he came personally. Do you have any idea how serious this is? Mrs. Ying, holding her face, was stunned by the slap. Only then did she realize she might have provoked someone she shouldn't have. But she was clearly just an adopted daughter. Inside the police station, the female officer asked the director strangely, do they not know that 2 families from the imperial capital have intervened? Otherwise, where would they get the courage to try and withdraw the lawsuit on the little girl's behalf? The director took a sip of water. Even without the imperial capital's intervention, this matter could not be settled privately. Cyberbullying a young girl, and they have the nerve to say it's not a big deal. The female officer agreed and asked if they should find a psychologist for the girl to talk to. I'm just afraid this will leave some psychological trauma. The director nodded and said someone had already been contacted. You organize the statement materials and then send them to the Shifeng law firm. The female officer went out to work. The director thought for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed a number. Miss Ying, hello. That old lady from the Ying family came by just now. I'm just letting you know. Also, a psychologist from the imperial capital will be in Huqing in a few days. You can meet with them. Yin Zijin was not surprised and politely said, thank you. Who would have thought that the greatest wish of the all-capable big boss was to live a retirement life every day? 7th young Master Fu, after learning that the little friend's recent interest was raising pigs, took her to a pet store. The clerk pointed to a mini pig and began to introduce it enthusiastically. This teacup pig is the best-selling pet in our store. It's a crossbreed of 2 ancient varieties and is very popular among the nobility in Europe. Yin Zijin touched the palm-sized pink piglet. She was very satisfied and said with a smile, I'll take it. A teacup pig was not cheap. To sell one so quickly, the clerk's smile became even more enthusiastic. Miss, please come with me. I'll handle the paperwork for you. You can also give it a name. Fu Yinshan watched Yin Zijin follow the clerk to pay and do the paperwork, and recalled her brilliant smile. It seemed the little friend really liked this pig. Just then, the phone in his pocket suddenly buzzed twice. It was a message from an unknown number. Bro, why didn't you just finish off the Jiangshi group? Why pull back? What a waste of money. Fu Yinshan did not reply to the other party. Old Master Jiang had once saved him. He couldn't destroy the Jiangshi group. However, pulling Jiang Weiyuan from the CEO position was possible. At this time, the Jiangshi group was holding a shareholder meeting. The stock had fallen for 5 consecutive days, losing nearly $1 billion, yet they didn't even know who was behind it. Many shareholders questioned whether Jiang Weiyuan was still capable of continuing in the CEO position. After finally dealing with this group of old-timers, the secretary cautiously said, Miss Ping is here. Jiang Weiyuan was quite surprised to see Jiang Huaping. He had little interaction with this half-sister. Why would she suddenly come to see him? He asked distantly what she wanted. Jiang Huaping, dressed in a Celadon qipao, looked elegant and got straight to the point. I heard you were the one who brought Yin Zijin from the county town to Huqing. I'm here to inform you. I like this little girl very much and plan to adopt her as my goddaughter. You know I'm very protective of my own and can't stand to see them wronged. If you bully her again, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Weiyuan sneered, am I the one bullying her? You've only been back in Huqing for a few days. Don't believe everything you hear. The one who has been bullied and wronged has always been Lu Wei. She was taken in by the Ying family as soon as she arrived. What grievances has she suffered? Jiang Huaping chuckled and sked. Although being born blind is not your fault, I've said my piece. You'd better think it over. If it weren't for the online bullying these past few days, she wouldn't have bothered to find this idiot who couldn't tell right from wrong. Not wanting to waste any more words with him, she turned and left gracefully. Thank goodness they didn't have the same mother. Otherwise, she'd start to doubt her own intelligence. She wondered if idiocy was contagious. Better to stay far away from him. Jiang Weiyuan, left behind, became thoughtful. He felt as if Yin Zijin had become a different person, completely unlike the submissive girl from before. Meanwhile, Qingji High School acted quickly, and Ning Feifei's expulsion notice was soon issued. The principal even posted the notice on the campus bulletin board as a warning to other students. The big boss was just worrying about where to get the rare herbs for old Master Fu's detoxification and how to earn money. And just like that, an opportunity arrived. Show you held a stack of registration forms and asked Een Zijin, "The arts festival is coming up. Are you going to participate tomorrow?" Een Zijin gave a sleepy yawn and said, "Not interested." Xiaoyu nodded. "All right then. If no one signs up later, I'll sell this pile of paper to the recycling man and buy you potato chips." Every year for the arts festival, the school invites many famous artists from the industry. It's so boring. Take the calligraphy competition, for example. The first prize is only 100,000 yuan in prize money. That's just pocket change for beggars. Before she could finish her sentence, a registration form was pulled from her hand. Een Zijin waved it at her. "I think it's worth experiencing." Xiaoyu said incredulously, "No way, Ing Dad. Are you that short on cash? So what are you planning to sign up for?" Een Zijin scanned the registration form seriously. "Besides singing and dancing, I can basically try everything else." Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief again. "You even know oil painting? I thought everyone was learning traditional Chinese painting these days." Een Zijin casually replied, "I learned from Kino before." Hearing this name, Xiaoyu was completely stunned. "Ing Dad, you're really funny. Kino was a great artist from centuries ago. The bones buried in the ground now have probably rotted to dust." Just then, the phone in Een Zijin's pocket dinged. It was a message from an unknown number. "Hello, Miss Een. I'm your psychologist. Are you free on the 20th? Let's schedule a time to meet." Een Zijin put her phone away, and the two continued walking towards a classroom, completely unaware of two girls coming out of the restroom behind them. One girl said with envy, "Een Zijin has really changed. She used to always walk with her head down. I never realized she was so beautiful." Beside her, Zhong Zhuan said with a faint expression, "Stop looking. Let's hurry up and finish the bulletin board so we can go home early. By the way, you haven't submitted the arts festival registration form yet, have you? Give me one when you get back." The girl asked in surprise, "You're signing up? I thought you looked down on these things." Zhong Zhuan thought of what Een Zijin had said earlier about participating and smiled faintly. "Why not? It's just for fun." At this moment, old Mrs. Ng, her daughter Ng Luwei, and her daughter-in-law Zhong Manhua were sitting in a coffee shop opposite Qingji School. Ng Luwei said anxiously, "What should we do? Little Jean refuses to drop the lawsuit and insists on going against my fans. If it really goes to court the day after tomorrow, where will our Ng family show our faces in hooching in the future?" Old Mrs. Ng had her daughter late in life and had doted on her since she was a child. She patted her hand comfortingly. "Don't worry, I won't let it get to court." Then she looked impatiently at Zhong Manhua. "Still can't get through to that wretched girl's phone? What did I tell you? She's just an ungrateful wolf that can't be tamed." Ng Luwei's sharp eyes suddenly spotted Een Zijin walking out of the school gate. She quickly rushed over to block her path, saying with a worried expression, "Little Jean, where have you been these past few days? Why didn't you tell the family? We were all so worried about you." Een Zijin nodded with a faint smile. "That I understand. Are you worried you'll die without a walking blood bank?" Ng Luwei's smile froze a little. Many students around were also looking at her with strange eyes. With tears in her eyes, she said pitifully, "It's okay if you have complaints about me, but Mom and sister-in-law are waiting for you over there. Can you go and see them?" She had thought the girl would refuse, so she could use family ties to morally blackmail her. Unexpectedly, Een Zijin readily said, "Okay, it just so happens I have some scores to settle with you all." The old lady of the Ng family, who was used to bossing people around, had to condescend to find her disliked granddaughter for the sake of her precious daughter's future. Een Zijin followed her White Lotus aunt to a milk tea shop across from the school. Old Mrs. Ng had long been impatient. She glanced at her with a sarcastic tone. "You're finally here. What a grand entrance. You even made Luwei personally invite you. Have you forgotten your own status?" At this time, many students were in the shop buying milk tea. They all looked over, whispering that what's going on with Teacher Ng and Een Zijin again. "I heard Een Zijin had a fight with her family and ran away from home. The kind that won't come back even when asked. Isn't she just an adopted daughter? How can she be so willful and throw tantrums?" Ng Luwei's lips curved into a smile. She pretended to try to persuade her mother to talk at home. But before she could finish, a blood donation record was thrown onto the table. Een Zijin looked up at the three of them coldly. "Since you wanted to see me, let's settle this matter while we're at it. Golden blood is priceless. For your sake, I'll charge you 25,000 per 100 milliliters." Hearing this, Ng Luwei's mind went blank. Before she could stop Een Zijin, she continued, "This past year, you forced me to donate blood 13 times without my consent, 200 milliliters each time. That's a total of 650,000. I'll give you 3 minutes. Transfer the money right here, right now." As soon as these words were spoken, the students watching the spectacle were stunned. After coming to their senses, they all took out their phones to take pictures and record videos. They thought it was an elder coming to catch a rebellious girl, but it turned out they were treating the girl as a tool for blood supply. No wonder I heard Jean used to sleep in class all the time. It was because of the blood donations. Who would have thought that the seemingly gentle teacher Ing was such a deranged person? Countless pairs of disgusted eyes turned to Ing Luwei. Her face instantly turned pale, and she slumped weakly into her chair. How dare Jean say this in public? Old Mrs. Ing pointed at Jean, shocked and angry. What did you say? Say that again. Jean lifted her chin, her expression calm. The account number is written on it. Hurry up and transfer the money. Ing Luwei tried hard to suppress the panic in her heart and forced a smile. Little Jean, what are you talking about? We're all family. Talking about money hurts our feelings. Besides, your aunt never forced you to donate blood. Jean sneered. Oh, you think any normal person would be willing to have their blood drawn 13 times a year? Well, I'm not willing. In a fit of rage, old Mrs. Ing slammed the table. Shut up. Who cares if you're willing or not? You entered the Ing family and enjoyed a life of luxury. How can you not give anything in return? These words stirred up a storm. The surrounding people were all shocked by the old lady's shamelessness. They started cursing one after another. I can't stand it anymore. What kind of values are these? I'll give you 5 million. How about you chop off your arm for me? I'd say 650,000 is too little. Isn't the Ing family one of the 4 great families? They should at least give a few million. Does the Ing family just do whatever they want because they're rich and powerful? It was the first time old Mrs. Ing had been cursed at by so many people. Her face was so red it looked like she might faint at any moment. Ing Luwei knew that if this continued, it would be even more embarrassing. She pulled her mother and told her to stop talking, then reluctantly took out her phone and transferred 6.5 million. Jean glanced at the notification. The money had arrived. She then ignored the furious mother and daughter. She turned and left. Zhong Manhua, who had been silent all along, stood up and helped the old lady, whispering, "Let's go home first." This time, old Mrs. Ing didn't scold her daughter-in-law. With their support, she got into the car. Ing Luwei, with a dark face, gave a look to the accompanying butler. The butler understood and walked into the milk tea shop, smiling at the customers that we hope not to see any news about today's incident online. In Huqing, you should all consider whether you want to go against the Ing family. The threat in these words was very clear. To avoid trouble, the customers obediently deleted the photos they had just taken. The White Lotus aunt brought her mother, hoping to pressure her unvalued niece into giving up on suing her fans, but was instead exposed on the spot for using her as a personal, life-sustaining blood bank. Ing Luwei had the butler threaten the students who took photos to delete them all, thinking there would be no further trouble. Unexpectedly, the next day, a major expose account with tens of millions of followers gave her a surprise. The headline was even more eye-catching. Shocking scandal in a wealthy family. Ing family adopts underage girl. Draws blood 13 times a year to serve as Ing Luwei's blood bank. The turmoil on Weibo erupted again, and another flame war began. Her worst fears had come true. When Ing Luwei learned about the online expose, she threw a tantrum, smashing things and throwing piano scores all over the floor. Her manager's head was about to explode from all her drama, but he still patiently advised her, "We've had the trending topic taken down. You should stop looking at Weibo. The studio will post photos of you practicing in a bit. For now, just focus on your practice and prepare well for the concert." Ing Luwei picked up the sheet music from the floor again, suppressed her anxiety, and started practicing the piano. Sure enough, not long after, the studio posted a beautiful photo of Ing Luwei practicing the piano to appease her fans, trying to salvage her completely collapsed public image. And at this moment, in the Ing family's old mansion, Zhong Manhua was still meekly comforting her mother-in-law. Suddenly, the main door was kicked open with a bang. Old Master Zhong walked in with a grim face. Zhong Manhua was stunned and quickly asked why her father was here. She stood up to greet him, but was met with a solid slap across the face. Zhong Manhua held her swollen face, looking at her father in disbelief. This was the first time her father had ever hit her, and in front of her mother-in-law no less. Did he not care about her dignity? Old Master Zhong pointed at her and cursed. "What did you tell me? You said Jean donated blood voluntarily, and only twice. You even hired a therapist to help her recuperate. But the result is she was dragged to donate blood 13 times. You tell me, were you treating Zijin like a damn blood cow? Old Mrs. Ng was already angry about yesterday's events. Hearing this, her anger flared up. Zhong, what do you mean by this? Our Ng family adopted her, and Lu Wei is so good to her. What's wrong with drawing some blood? She thought to herself, was an adopted daughter with no blood relation worth him getting so worked up? Old Master Zhong exploded with rage. Listen to yourself. Is that something a human would say? Here's some good fortune for you, want it or not. You old hag, I haven't even started on you yet. Your daughter's life is a life, but your granddaughter's isn't? Don't you know that Zijin is your biological granddaughter? But old Mrs. Ng didn't get to hear that last sentence. Because she couldn't catch her breath, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Zhong Manhua saw her mother-in-law faint and cried out, telling the butler to call an ambulance quickly. The Ng family was thrown into chaos. It was a complete mess. Soon, the ambulance arrived and carried the old lady onto a stretcher to the hospital. But old Master Zhong hadn't vented all the fire in his heart yet. He said brazenly, I'm really impressed. She doesn't faint early. She doesn't faint late. She faints at this exact moment. Did she set an alarm for it? Zhong Manhua helplessly tried to reason with her father. How could you say that in front of Mom? Luckily, she didn't hear it. Mom's health is poor. She can't handle such a big shock. What if she had a stroke from the anger? How could old Master Zhong not know that the Ng family had no intention of making Ng Zijin's identity public? He threw a harsh word at his daughter. Fine. You're really something. You'd better not regret it. Don't come crying to me then. After saying that, he turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. Zhong Manhua frowned, but didn't chase after him. The thought of that troublemaking girl gave her a headache. How could she possibly regret it? To save old Master Fu's life and cure the 7 poisons in his body, 7th young Master Fu spared no expense to seek out rare medicinal herbs. A few days later, news finally came. A young man cautiously whispered to him, a bounty for the 6 herbs has been posted on NOA. 3 of them can be obtained within a month. The locations for the other 3 have also been found. But he suddenly stopped talking. Fu Yunshin seemed to notice and turned to look at the girl walking over from a distance. Seeing her unhappy expression, he asked, did the Ng family come to bother you again? Ng Zijin nodded that it's nothing. Just ignore them. Fu Yunshin turned his head and told the young man to continue. The young man was stunned, thinking, what does this mean? He's not even keeping this confidential information from this little girl. He said, I don't quite understand. 4 of these herbs are highly poisonous. Can they really be used to save a life? Fu Yunshin didn't answer him, only saying faintly, you may leave. The young man knew his temperament and didn't press further. He took a careful look at the girl before turning to leave. Ng Zijin stared at Fu Yunshin. That man was right. Aren't you afraid I'm tricking you? Most of the herbs I listed are poisonous. Just a touch of them by mistake can kill in an instant. Fu Yunshin was taken aback, then smiled. Then tell me, what would you be tricking me for? Besides money, all I have left is this handsome face. Then he suddenly leaned in close to her and asked expectantly, which one do you like? Ng Zijin thought seriously for a moment. If I had to choose, getting both the man and the money would probably be the happiest outcome. Fu Yunshin raised an eyebrow. Yao Yao, you've learned to be bad. The girl took a lollipop from her pocket and handed it to him, smiling. Then, take this as a small consolation. Then she asked him, what is NOA? Fu Yunshin didn't hide it. It's a forum where you can post bounty missions and trade with other users. There are many capable people in there, but also a lot of bad ones. Your big brother doesn't recommend you play there. Ng Zijin nodded and didn't ask further. She'd just go check it out herself when she got back. That's right, she was just born rebellious. Back home, she turned on her computer. A Weibo notification popped up. It was a photo of Ng Luwei practicing, posted by her studio. But she was drawn to the sheet music for Sunrise on the piano. This score seemed different from the one she had originally written centuries ago. She remembered not having published this piece at the time. Someone probably transcribed it from memory after hearing it. But this inevitably led to many errors in the score. No wonder no one had been able to perform Sunrise completely to this day. The persona she had casually created back then had now become an object for Ng Luwei to ride on for fame. This relationship was truly a tangled mess. Forget it, she'd deal with it later. Better to see what this so-called NOA was all about. On the other side of the ocean, a certain hacker eating instant noodles was choked up again as he looked at a row of hacked screens. Was this the 3rd time the little girl had hacked into his computer? Did he the great leader of the Hacker Alliance, have no face to lose? A line of text appeared on the screen. Send me the NOA address. The hacker complained, but his body was very honest. Okay, sis. I'll send you the dedicated login program too. Then the anonymous hacker's little lesson began. NOA is a place with all sorts of people, but it has a more comprehensive and faster intelligence network than the International Intelligence Agency. It existed long before the internet. It can be traced back to the 15th century. Its origin is still a mystery. Jean's interest was suddenly piqued. She clicked on the strange icon. It was the 9th major arcana. She suddenly seemed to know what that forum was. As expected, times had changed, and many things were different now. The case of the White Lotus aunt instigating the slander that her niece was seducing her prospective uncle-in-law was finally going to court. The Schiefing law firm directly posted the link to the live trial broadcast. The melon-eating netizens had long prepared their sunflower seeds and little stools, ready to watch the big show. In the SUV, Nie Chao, who loved to stir up trouble, was full of excitement that I specially had someone prepare a basket of rotten eggs. Today, I'm going to smash those bastards who bullied our big bossine. Not a single one will be wasted. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he slapped his thigh. Didn't someone try to assassinate me before? Do you know who it was? It was my ex-girlfriend. We broke up peacefully, and I even gave her $1 million in breakup fees. But she turned around and hired a hitman to kill me. What kind of person is that? Fu Yinshan didn't speak, but his face darkened. Nie Chao's ex-girlfriends were all people who wanted to climb the social ladder. It was impossible for them to have access to the NOA forum, let alone post a bounty mission. Therefore, there was only one possibility. The so-called ex-girlfriend was just a scapegoat pushed out to take the fall. He went along with his words and asked, "Which ex-girlfriend?" Nie Chao scratched his head, thought for a long time, and then stammered, "Too many. I don't remember." After finishing her bun, Jean wiped her mouth and said, "I understand." The internet calls this being a scumbag. Even if you get beaten up, you deserve it. Nie Chao's face turned red as he vehemently denied it. That's nonsense. I only ever held their hands. I never did anything out of line. He was just short of saying he was still a virgin baby. Fu Yinshan raised an eyebrow and said confidently, "Yao Yao, don't worry. Your big brother is not a scumbag. I would never associate with people like that." Nie Chao retorted mercilessly, "Young Master Fu, could you be any more shameless? Did your title as Huqing's #1 playboy come from thin air?" Fu Yinshan educated him with a straight face. The word playboy also has a meaning of being outstanding and extraordinary. I've never even held a woman's hand. Nie Chao snorted and shut up, defeated. He really couldn't out-talk this young master who knew everything from astronomy to geography. At this time, some media had already arrived early at the courthouse entrance. Lu Wei, who was heavily disguised, had also arrived. Her friend, Lu Ji, who had been released from confinement by her father, whispered to reassure her. She had already asked her teacher to have a family from the imperial capital intervene. Although it wasn't a top-tier family like the Mu or Nief families, it was more than enough to deal with a law firm. Lu Wei smiled and patted her hand. "Thanks to you. I saw a luxury brand bag when I was shopping last time that would suit you well. I'll buy it for you later." Lu Ji was flattered and exchanged a few polite words with her. Lu Wei told her to go in first. As she waited, her eyes suddenly caught sight of Jean and the back of a man in the distance. She turned and walked towards them. First, it was 7th young Master Fu, and now there was a flashy, egg-selling nouveau riche. This Jean was really debasing herself. She walked straight up behind her and said with a smile, "Little Jean, are you waiting for your lawyer?" "Unfortunately, I've asked a family from the imperial capital to step in. I'm afraid your lawyer won't be able to make it." "Why must you take it this far? If you just bow your head and apologize to your aunt, I won't hold it against you. After all, we are family." Her tone was like that of a loving elder educating a misbehaving child. Jean only noticed her presence from the shadow on the ground. She turned, took off her headphones, and asked, "Were you talking to me just now?" Her attitude was one of complete disregard. Lu Wei felt like she had punched a cotton ball, frustrated beyond belief. She dropped the pretense and sneered, "Let's see how arrogant you can be during the trial." Since they had already torn off all pretenses, there was no need for her to act anymore. She turned and walked towards the courtroom. The two-faced White Lotus aunt had intended to threaten the big boss into apologizing to her, but instead saw a flashing nouveau riche next to her, gesturing with a rotten egg. Fuming, she turned and went into the courtroom. At this moment, Nie Chao was studying from which angle to throw the egg at the White Lotus to cause the most pain, complaining about why the seventh young master hadn't returned from parking the car yet. Suddenly, a deep male voice came from behind. "Miss me already? It's only been a little while." The three of them walked towards the courtroom together. Nie Chao, like a gossipy old lady, told Fu Yunshun that the big boss's pale-faced little auntie had just arrived. He also mentioned she had found a family from the imperial capital to put pressure on the Shifeng law firm. That's hilarious. He was so engrossed he didn't notice a sports car with a golden license plate slowly stopping at the main entrance of the court. The trial was about to begin, but not a single one of the plaintiff's lawyers had arrived. The gossip-loving netizens in the live stream couldn't sit still, all guessing that something must have happened. At the defendant's table, Yin Fei and the girl who managed Ying Lui's official fan club exchanged a look, secretly rejoicing. This was great. If Ying Zijin's lawyers couldn't make it, the trial couldn't proceed normally, and they wouldn't have a criminal record. Ying Lui gave her defense lawyer a look. The lawyer nodded. He rose and said to the judge, "Your Honor, I believe it is necessary to remind the plaintiff that if their litigation lawyer is more than 30 minutes late, we have the right to request a dismissal of the case." As soon as he said this, the people in the gallery started whispering, "No way. Are they really not coming? What can you do? The other side has connections." Ying Lui glanced at the time on her phone. Only 2 minutes left before the deadline. The outcome was already decided. She chuckled and got up, calling Lu Ji, "Let's go." There's no need. But before she could finish, the courtroom doors were suddenly pushed open. A hurried voice called out, "Apologies, we're late." The smile on Ying Lui's face instantly froze. When Ye Chao saw who it was, he looked like he'd seen a ghost and hastily covered his face. "Holy crap, why is he here?" The young lawyer, holding a file, came to the plaintiff's table and explained unhurriedly, "There was a car accident on the way. Apologies for the long wait. Before we begin, please allow me to introduce Miss Ying Zijin's legal representative, this Mr. Nye." Ying Lui's mind went blank. She looked at the plaintiffs, sighed in disbelief. She never imagined that the eldest grandson of a Nye family would personally appear. Her confidence in a sure victory instantly vanished. At the same time, after a few seconds of silence, the live stream comments exploded. "Sistering is so awesome. She even got someone from the imperial capital's Nye family to come." Ying Zijin sized up Niang, then looked at the trembling Nye Chao beside her. "Is this your older brother, the one who just came back from the law enforcement team?" She thought to herself, this murderous, blood-soaked aura is not something an ordinary young master from a wealthy family would have. Hearing this, Nye Chao was stunned. How did you know? His big brother's identity had always been kept secret from the public. Even the other prominent families in the imperial capital might not know. Ying Zijin gave a lazy yawn. "I figured it out through divination." Nye Chao was heartbroken. The big boss was teasing him again. Fu Yinshun said to the little one, "If you're sleepy, take a nap. With Niang here, there won't be any problems with the trial." Ying Zijin remained expressionless. The young lawyer explained to the judge that the previous representative had an accident and was hospitalized, so they had to trouble Mr. Nye to step in at the last minute. Logically, Ying Zijin's legal representative should be her guardian or relative. Unfortunately, none of the elders in the Ying family were any good. The law firm had originally sent its best team, but who knew they would encounter so many obstacles and accidents along the way? First, the flight was delayed. After finally arriving in Hu City, they got into a car accident halfway. The law firm's undefeated reputation was almost shattered, and all of this was definitely not a simple coincidence. The big boss's case of defending her rights against slander and defamation was getting more and more exciting. When a mysterious eldest grandson of the imperial capital's top wealthy family parachuted in to become Ying Zijin's legal representative, everyone present and the netizens watching the live stream were all stunned. After Niang took his seat at the plaintiff's table, he said coldly to the judge, "Let's begin." Hearing that voice, Nye Chao, in the audience, shivered in fear, recalling all the times he'd been beaten up by his big brothers, Iron Sand Palm, since childhood. He had already thought of his last words. Grabbing Fu Yunshun's clothes, he said with a mournful face, "Seventh young master, for the sake of our brotherhood, you have to burn more paper money for me during the Qingming festival in the future." Fu Yunshun coldly pried his claws off. "Don't touch me." I don't get close to scumbags. Nie Chao heard the sound of his own heart breaking as he saw tons of PDA being mercilessly thrown in his single face. The trial proceeded quickly and was over in half an hour. The lawyer Ing Lue had hired was completely crushed by the young lawyer from Shifeng law firm. The judge announced the verdict in court. The defendant, Tian Tian, for inciting cyberbullying, is sentenced to 3 years in prison. The defendant, Yin Fei Fei, is sentenced to 1 year in prison. Upon hearing the verdict, Tian Tian covered her face in despair and agony. While Yin Fei Fei's face turned deathly pale, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Mrs. Yin also broke down, crying, "Fei Fei, if you go to jail, how will Mom live?" At this moment, Tian Tian's guts were twisted with regret. If she hadn't charged into battle for Ing Lue, she would never have ended up in this situation. She would still be a student at a prestigious university. Was it really worth it to sacrifice her own future for a stranger? The trial's outcome left Ing Lue with no face at all. She tremblingly took out her phone and sent a message to a socialite she had met in the imperial capital recently, asking her to find out what on earth had happened with the Wu family. Meanwhile, the head of the Wu family in the imperial capital was hosting a guest. The phone on the table suddenly rang. He apologized, saying he had to take a call. Seeing it was an unknown number, he didn't think much of it and pressed the speakerphone button. After connecting, there was no sound from the other end. He said impatiently, "What is it? Call me back in 3 hours. I'm busy." He was calculating that as long as he could successfully secure this new energy development project today, the Wu family would rise to a new level. Just as he was about to hang up, a cold voice came from the receiver. The Wu family, for embezzlement and bribery of 300 million and illegal hiring of child labor. In 1 hour, all Wu family assets will be seized, supervised by the EZ team. When the head of the Wu family heard the words EZ team, it was like a clap of thunder, leaving his mind completely blank. The Wu family was now utterly finished. At this moment, Nie Ying, standing by the window, received a call. "Boss, we've investigated everything. The flight delay and the car accident were both the Wu family's doing. I've already sent our brothers out." Nie Ying replied indifferently with a grunt and ordered, "Handle it according to the rules." At the same time, Ing Lue also learned what had happened in the imperial capital from that socialite. It turned out the Wu family had committed a crime and was raided by the EZ team. She had almost really believed that Ing Zijin had some connection to the Nie family. She breathed a sigh of relief, got up, and walked straight towards the back row. She sneered, "Xiao Jin, you were lucky today. The Nie family from the imperial capital happened to give you some charity. I just don't know if you'll have such good luck in the future. If you apologize to me now, I might still forgive you. But don't blame your little auntie for not reminding you. Fu Yunshen is just a spoiled playboy. His situation in the Fu family is no better than yours in the Ying family." As she spoke, she tightened her mask because the wound on her face hadn't healed yet. Ing Zijin glanced at her and said faintly, 3 seconds. Ing Lue was stunned, not understanding what she meant. But the 3 seconds were already up. Nie Chao, like a shrewish old lady, gathered all his strength and started throwing rotten eggs at her. Ing Lue let out a shrill scream as a barrage of rotten eggs flew towards her. She was almost dazed from the assault. However arrogant the White Lotus Annie was before the trial was how pathetic her defeat was after. It was finally time for the troublemaker king, Nie Chao, to take the stage. Like a shrew, he carried a basket of rotten eggs and started throwing them at her. Ing Lue's face, covered in a red rash, combined with the dripping egg whites and yolks, was simply too hideous to look at. The people who hadn't left yet were drawn by the commotion. Who is that woman? Her face is so ugly. Why does she look like Ing Lue? The crowd's chatter and the sound of photos being taken rose and fell. Ing Lue covered her face and screamed in hysterics. "Don't look at me. Go away. All of you, go away." Lu Ji hurried over to protect her. The two of them fled with their heads down as if escaping. Nie Chao clapped his hands and sought praise from the girl. "Umph. That's what you get for being arrogant. Big boss, I did a good job, right?" Ing Zijin raised an eyebrow. "You even knew to use rotten eggs. How frugal and diligent of you." Fu Yunshen came over and slapped him on the back of the head. "Stop showing off and go clean it up." Nie Chao scurried off to clean up the mess he had made. Fu Yunshen gently stroked the girl's hair and said, "It's all settled. Don't worry, they won't have a chance to appeal." Ing Zijin nodded and curiously asked why Niang came. Fu Yunshen said lazily, "Don't mind him. He just happened to have nothing better to do. By the way, what were you looking at just now?" Ing Zijin took out her phone and said, somewhat speechlessly, nothing. I just suddenly realized that saving my grandpa money was a terrible idea. Fu Yinshin leaned over, puzzled, and saw the content on the phone. It was a post old Master Zhong had just made. Repost this Weibo, and I'll randomly pick 100 people to receive 10,000 in cash. No reason, just have too much money and want to have some fun. A rich grandpa like this is a once-in-a-century find. Netizens in minutes pushed this Weibo post to the top of the trending list. And at this moment, in the Zhong family's old residence, old Master Zhong was happily sipping red wine while grinning and arguing with Ing Lui's fans online. Zhong Manhua, sitting beside him, asked with confusion, Dad, what are you smiling about? She also didn't know why he had specifically called her over today. Old Master Zhong cleared his throat and resumed a serious expression. Isn't the 24th Zijin's birthday in a few days? When you brought her back last year, you didn't even hold a welcome party for her. This year's birthday banquet must be done properly. Zhong Manhua refused without a second thought. I don't have time. Jinting and I have already planned to go to Europe to celebrate Wanwan's birthday. We leave the day after tomorrow. Wanwan has been doted on by us since she was little and has never suffered. We can't let her spend her birthday alone in a foreign country. Besides, the Ing family has always told outsiders that Zijin is their adopted daughter. If we throw a grand birthday banquet for her, wouldn't it arouse suspicion? Old Master Zhong slammed the table and shot up in anger. Wanwan was the nickname I originally intended for Zijin. You've really got some nerve. You really want an adopted daughter to step all over your biological daughter, don't you? Zhong Manhua rubbed her temples and had to change the subject. Back then, if it weren't for Xiao Xian, I might have ended up in a mental hospital. Besides, haven't I already brought Zijin back? I haven't mistreated her in terms of food, clothing, or shelter. Old Master Zhong slammed his wine glass on the table. What? So you're in the right? Should I give you a Best Adoptive Mother award? If you two had been so careless back then, how would Zijin have been abducted by villains when she was just over a year old? No matter what, I will not let an adopted daughter surpass her. Since you don't want to do it, I'll do it myself. Seeing his daughter, who couldn't tell her priorities, still looking ungrateful, he waved his hand dismissively and ordered her out. Get out. I get a headache every time I see you. Zhong Manhua said no more and got up to walk out the door. If only Zijin were as sensible and outstanding as Xiao Xian, she wouldn't be so biased between her two daughters. Forget it. No point thinking about it. Anyway, having Xiao Xian was enough for her. After the trial, Fu Yunshun went to a room at the end of the corridor. Niang was already waiting for him inside. That I've investigated. The one who posted the assassination bounty was the Jing family of the imperial capital. The target wasn't actually my brother. Fu Yunshun frowned out. On one hand, it was to force you to come back. On the other, it was to throw the Nie family into chaos. Niang turned his head to look at him. That bounty is invalid now. Do you know who made the move? Fu Yinshin said thoughtfully. Nie Chao's phone was hacked by an unknown person that day. I had someone try to crack it, but failed. According to him, a mysterious person told him in advance which direction to dodge the bullet. Although the credibility is low, if such a person exists, we should indeed look for them. Niang nodded. I'll mention it to the IBI. Fu Yunshin's peach blossom eyes lifted, and his tone changed. Oh, you have a little girlfriend? This sudden change of topic stunned Nie Ing for a moment. His eyes darted away as he said, there's no such thing. Fu Yinshin quickly waved his hands. Don't get me wrong. I'm not that gossipy. I just wanted to ask you what kind of things girls in their late teens like. Nie Ing fell silent, because he himself hadn't even managed to win over that rumored little girlfriend of his. Who wouldn't be envious of a job that requires working only one day a week for an annual salary of tens of millions? The big boss listened to the hospital director's report on the past few days. Everything was normal, and she didn't say much. The director paused, then asked, Old Master Shun would like to see you. I was wondering when you might be free. Ing Zijin thought for a moment. Only then did she remember he was the old man she had treated on her first visit to the hospital. She nodded and said, End of the month. I'm quite busy recently. The director stood up and respectfully saw her out, saying he would reply to Old Master Shing shortly. Ing Zijin planned to make some medicinal soup for her adoptive father that evening, so she decided to stop by a nearby supermarket to buy some ingredients. As she passed the clubhouse up ahead, she happened to run into Jiang Muiyuan getting out of a car. Jiang Muiyuan frowned, looked at the girl, and sneered, You're actually following me. You were so resolute last time, but it was just another little trick of playing hard to get. Yet Ing Zijin didn't even pause her steps, as if she hadn't seen him at all. Jiang Moyun felt an inexplicable irritation. Just as he was about to walk towards the clubhouse, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a person walking over from the street corner. He was stunned. The eldest grandson of the imperial capital's Nie family was really in Hu City. Although he didn't know the reason, this was a golden opportunity to get acquainted. He walked forward, lowered his stance, and politely called out, "Young Master Nie." But Nie didn't even glance at him, walking right past and heading straight for the girl ahead. Then, he softly called out to stop Ing Zijin. The natural Miss Ing left Jiang Moyun's little secretary stunned for a long moment. Jiang Moyun was also frozen in place, a look of disbelief on his face. He heard Nie Ing say to Ing Zijin, "My younger brother, Xiao Chao, was in danger before, and it's all thanks to Miss Ing for saving him. Nie, haven't had the chance to thank you yet." Ing Zijin knew this person wasn't easy to fool, so she said generously, "I only gave a couple of reminders at the time. It doesn't count as saving him. Besides, you also came to help me today." Although people skilled in divination were few and far between now, with Nie Ing's means, it wasn't surprising that he could trace it back to her. Nie Ing said politely, "One thing at a time. When I have time, I'll treat you both to a meal." Ing Zijin nodded slightly in agreement. "If Mr. Nie has no other business, I'll take my leave." Nie Ing was silent for a few seconds, then posed the exact same question someone had asked him. "Also, there's one more thing. May I ask what Miss Ing usually likes?" This question completely stumped the girl. Jiang Moyun, who had been standing not far away, turned incredibly grim when he heard this. The little secretary was also so shocked he was about to lose his bearings. The eldest grandson of the Nie family ignored them, but instead chatted warmly with an adopted daughter. "Isn't this a public slap in the third master's face?" He asked cautiously, "Are we still going to the clubhouse to meet the client?" Jiang Moyun exuded a low-pressure aura and said coldly, "Cancel today's engagement." Even the four great families of Hu City weren't qualified to connect with the eldest grandson of the Nie family. How did Ing Zijin get involved with him? Meanwhile, just as netizens were happily reposting old Master Zhong's lottery, on Weibo, they unexpectedly saw some fresh new gossip. A marketing account revealed that a certain pianist went to the hospital late at night, not because she was pregnant, but because her face was ruined. The accompanying picture was a zoomed-in shot of Ing Lui's face covered in red spots. The gossip-loving netizens and loyal fans instantly started arguing again. At this moment, in school, a punk from Class 19 was also cursing indignantly, "Can't the Ing family play fair?" Before, they bought a ton of posts to slander Ing Daddy. Now, as soon as Ing Lui's ugly photo is exposed, they immediately have someone delete the post. He still wanted to see how netizens would curse that white lotus. He sighed helplessly, "You just can't mess with the rich. I'd be better off reposting Ing Daddy's grandpa's lottery." The big boss, who originally wanted to live a peaceful retirement life raising a pig, had to take on a part-time job as a substitute teacher for a group of problem children unloved by their parents. While the study god was writing notes, a punk underling ran in excitedly with several bags. He grinned and shouted, "Ing Daddy, you've been working so hard tutoring us every day. I specially bought some barbecue and happy water to treat you. Take a break first." Ing Zijin put down her pen, looked up, and smiled that "I'm not hungry right now. You guys eat first." The punk looked around and said, "If you get hungry, we can just buy more. By the way, where did sister you run off to?" Ing Zijin lowered her head and started writing lesson plans again. "She went out to walk my pig for me." The two punks, thinking of little Dudu's adorable appearance, had eyes full of envy. "This is so unfair. We want to walk the pig too, okay." Frustrated, he immediately took out his phone to make a call. How could they let sister you have Dudu all to herself? As soon as the call connected, he eagerly asked where she was. Hearing she was near East Lake, he immediately rushed towards the school gate. Just then, Ing Zijin suddenly sensed something. She vaguely saw a vision of Dudu being deliberately thrown into the lake. She stood up in alarm and said, "I'll go with you." East Lake was a major scenic spot at Qingji High School. The school even kept a few black swans in it. It was lunchtime, so there were fewer people around. A girl, with her arm linked through Zhong Zhuan's, was strolling by the lake. She pointed ahead and said, "That looks like Ing Zijin's pet pig. That good-for-nothing bunch from Class 19 is always showing it off. I've seen it before." Hearing this, Zhong Zhuan frowned. Sure enough, she saw a teacup pig happily rolling around in the grass. The girl sneered disdainfully. Someone from small town really has no class. To actually raise a pig. I'm speechless. Zhong Zhuan said faintly. Pets aren't allowed in school. Go pick it up and throw it away. The girl was stunned and asked hesitantly, throw it in the lake? Isn't that too cruel? Can't we just return the pig to class 19 or hand it over to the dean of moral education? Zhong Zhuan's expression turned cold. Do you think the students of class 19 will obey the school rules? If we don't teach them a lesson, will they ever learn? The girl thought what she said made sense, but looking at the cute little pig, she still felt a bit reluctant. Seeing her standing still, Zhong Zhiwan lost her patience. She simply walked over herself and picked up the teacup pig that was lying on the grass. Ignoring the little pig's squealing struggles as it kicked its four hooves, she walked straight to the lake's edge and threw it in. She watched coldly as the little pig flailed in the water and slowly sank. She took out a wet wipe, wiped her hands, and was about to leave. But before she could turn around, a powerful force came from behind, kicking her directly into the lake. With a splash, the action was so fast that her companion didn't even have time to react. The two punks who had run over, panting, cursed, Zhong Zhiwan, you're too vicious. What's the difference between what you did and murder? Zhong Zhiwan thrashed in the lake, crying for help in a panic. Her companion was too scared to do anything because she couldn't swim either. Meanwhile, Ing Zijin was kneeling on the ground, trying to save her beloved Dudu. Survival instinct made Zhong Zhiwan cry out to the girl for help. Cousin, save me. But Ing Zijin didn't even glance at her. It wasn't until she saw Jiang Ran walking over from a distance that her hope was rekindled. Jiang Ran naturally heard her cries for help, but when he looked up at the lake, a mocking, cold smile appeared on his lips. The big boss's divine divination ability proved true once again. After personally witnessing her cousin deliberately throw her pet pig into the water, she unceremoniously kicked her into the lake as well. Ing Zijin pulled Dudu out and performed compressions for a long time. He finally coughed up some water and came to with a squeal. The big boss quickly hugged him in distress, kissing and comforting him. After confirming Dudu was okay, she looked up faintly and said, pull her out. The two punk underlings went forward and dragged the flailing Zhong Zhiwan out of the lake. Without a shred of pity, one said, the school specially treated this part of East Lake. The water by the bank is less than a meter deep. Ing Daddy just wanted to teach you a lesson, but you really wanted to kill Dudu. Zhong Zhuan's face was flushed red, soaking wet and disheveled. She coughed miserably. One of the punks spat, and she's called a campus belle? More like a female killer, I'd say. Only then did her companion dare to step forward and help her up, saying softly, let me take you to the hospital for a checkup. Zhong Zhuan turned her head and glanced at the indifferent Jiang Ran. Her heart ached even more. Supported by the girl, she quickly left. Just then, a guilt-ridden Xiaoyu rushed over to Ing Daddy. I'm sorry. You can hit me to vent your anger. I didn't take good care of Dudu. I'll let him run off. Ing Zijin took out a small pill and slowly fed it into Dudu's mouth. She said faintly, it's not your fault. No one expected this to happen. The pill worked quickly. In less than half a minute, the little pig woke up. Ing Zijin handed him to Xiaoyu and said, you guys take Dudu back to the classroom to rest first. I'm going to the counseling office. At this moment, the girl was still shaken. She said to Zhong Zhiwan, you shouldn't have provoked Ing Zijin. Have you forgotten how she threw Yin Feifei into a trash can? Zhong Zhiwan bit her lip, trembling with anger. How was she to know someone would see? And she certainly didn't expect Ing Zijin would dare to lay a hand on her. And Jiang Ran's indifference was truly heartbreaking. As the two were leaving the school, they happened to run into teacher Heesun returning from outside. Heesun frowned, sized up the girls, and asked what happened. Zhong Zhiwan forced a smile and said she was fine, just going to the hospital. The other girl angrily blurted out, teacher, you have no idea. Ever since Ing Zijin left the elite class, she's gotten worse and worse. She just kicked Jiwan into the East Lake. Heesun was shocked to hear this. East Lake? A student drowned there before. He quickly hailed a taxi for Zhong Zhuan. You two go to the hospital first. I will report this matter to the principal. Zhong Zhuan coughed a few times and pretended to be understanding. I don't want to trouble teacher, After all, we are cousins. I should put up with her temper tantrums. Hearing this, Heesun's dislike for Ing Zijin grew. He said with a righteous expression, this is attempted murder. You stay out of it. I will handle it. Zhong Zhuan got into the taxi and drove off, a subtle, cold smile appearing on her face. If one holds a prejudice against someone, perhaps it is very difficult to eliminate. After learning at the school gate that Zhong Zhuan had been kicked into East Lake by Ying Zijin, He-sun immediately went to the principal's office, filled with indignation. He briefly recounted what he had heard and said he felt it was necessary to giving Zijin a demerit. The principal wasn't surprised that I've already looked into this matter. You've probably only heard one side of the story. The truth is that student Zhong first threw student Ying's pet pig into the lake. Although student Ying's actions were a bit extreme, it doesn't warrant a demerit. He-sun frowned. He indeed didn't know the full story. But how could a pet pig be compared to a human life? The principal continued tactfully, actually, you know that class 19 is a class that no one manages. You really don't need to pay too much attention to student Ying. After all, she didn't join your international class, did she? The meaning was clear. Stop meddling in other people's business. He-sun's face turned awkward. He apologized. It was presumptuous of me. Then he said no more and left. Back in his office, he saw a little boy leaning over his computer, loudly demanding to watch a game livestream. A female teacher picked up the child and apologized profusely that I'm so sorry. My child is too naughty. He-sun rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on, but couldn't say much. Just as he was about to close the livestream page, his mouse accidentally clicked on a pop-up ad. Then, the page jumped to an academic livestream. The screen was simple, just a piece of paper and a pair of beautiful, slender hands. But what caught He-sun's attention was the problem on the paper. The streamer was actually proving a top-tier mathematical problem. The Riemann hypothesis. After watching intently for a moment, he registered an account and then asked a question. Can you prove the Navier-Stokes equations? At this moment, in the class 19 classroom, Ying Zijin was quietly live streaming and solving problems. She was also stunned when she saw this comment. Seeing no response, the user directly sent 100 rockets. Seeing that some big spender was so willing to throw money at her, Ying Zijin neatly wrote a single word, can. Then she began to leisurely solve the equations. He-sun's expression gradually changed from serious to shocked. Which academic giant was this, hiding their identity, solving world-class math problems with such ease? Just as he was racking his brain, the phone on his desk suddenly buzzed. The call had no caller ID. He-sun's expression changed. He quickly stepped outside the office to answer, softly saying professor. On the other end of the line was an old man with a foreign accent that I must remind you, your assessment date is in 3 months. Your D-level college has the easiest assessment. If you still can't pass this time, I won't be able to help you. In fact, outsiders didn't know that getting into Norton University doesn't mean you can graduate with a degree smoothly. Each college has a difficulty rating, with SSS level being the highest and D level the lowest. Students in D level and lower colleges must take a degree assessment. If they fail 3 times, their degree certificate will be revoked. So it's no wonder He-sun was so anxious. Having a grandfather who doted on her unconditionally was perhaps the only warmth the big boss felt in a cold family. The White Lotus, Zhong Zhuan, deliberately throwing away Ying Zijin's pet pig, only to be kicked into the lake in return, caused a huge uproar. Mrs. Zhong, her heart aching for her daughter, suppressed her anger and complained to the old master. That adopted daughter from the Ying family, just for a pet, actually kicked Wan into the lake. Wan can't swim. What if something had happened? I won't let this matter go. Old Master Zhong didn't respond. He turned and instructed the butler to have the kitchen make a bowl of calming soup for his granddaughter. He would deal with this after Zijin returned. Half an hour later, as soon as Ying Zijin entered the house, she found everyone's eyes fixed on her. Zhong Zhuan's eyes were red, clearly having just cried. However, the corners of her lips curved up, as if in provocation. Ying Zijin warmly asked if her grandfather needed her for something. But before old Master Zhong could speak, Mrs. Zhong slammed the table and stood up angrily. What right do you, an adopted daughter, have to call him Grandpa? And you deliberately pushed Wan into the lake. How could you be so vicious? However, before she could finish, old Master Zhong let out a roar. You shut up. Then, he lovingly beckoned to his granddaughter, motioning for her to come sit by his side. After Ying Zijin sat down, the old master spoke with a cold face. Wan, apologize to your cousin. Zhong Zhuan looked up at her grandfather in disbelief. Shouldn't Ying Zijin be the one apologizing? Mrs. Zhong's anger was instantly ignited. Wan is the victim. How can you make her apologize to this adopted daughter? Unexpectedly, the old master roared again. Shut up. Is it your turn to speak? I'm asking Zhong Zhuan. Tell me, why did you throw Zijin's pet into the lake? Zhong Zhuan's expression changed, and she started to sob, saying that the school had a rule against keeping pets. She never expected her grandfather would know about this. The old master roared in anger. So you can just dispose of it as you please? Is that your pet? What? Are you a school leader? Didn't I teach you, when you were little, to return found items to their owner? Zijin quickly helped her grandfather rub his chest. She urged him to calm down. Being questioned like this, Zhong Zhuan felt utterly humiliated. She lowered her head and stammered for a long time, unable to find a suitable excuse. The proud old master clearly didn't want to hear her excuses and no reason. Apologize. Right now. Immediately. Swallowing her humiliation, Zhong Zhuan had no choice but to stand up and bow to Zijin. Cousin, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have thrown away your pet pig. Please forgive me. Zijin still ignored her, smiling as she handed a box of pastries to her grandfather. She said she had come specially to bring him snacks. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. The old master stood up to personally see her out, reminding her to be safe on the road and that he would visit her at school another day. After all that trouble, not only did Zhong Zhuan not receive any comfort, but she was also scolded and forced to apologize, making her cry even more sadly. Mrs. Zhong, protective of her daughter, stopped her sister-in-law, who was also about to leave, asking what was wrong with the old master to be so biased towards an adopted girl. Zhong Manhua looked speechless. How can we guess Dad's thoughts? I have to catch a flight to visit Xiaoxian abroad, so I won't chat any longer, third sister-in-law. On the way to the airport, her mind was heavy. She remembered how she had lost her mind for 3 whole years after losing her child. If her husband hadn't adopted Xiaoxian, she would probably still be insane. When she first found Zijin last year, she was quite happy, but in the end, it couldn't stand up to one disappointment after another. But thankfully, she still had her sweet Xiaoxian. As for that Zijin, she could do whatever she wanted. Who would have thought that the omnipotent big boss would need to see a psychologist? Zijin walked out of the counseling office, holding a diagnosis sheet. The diagnosis was written concisely on it. Bipolar disorder. This psychological illness was even more severe than depression. No wonder she often couldn't control her emotions after regaining consciousness this time. And no wonder her body was so weak. Just then her phone chimed. It was a message from Fu Yunshun asking about her test results. Zijin didn't hide it and told him it was bipolar disorder, but not serious. After seeing it, Fu Yunshun was silent for a long time. They were truly two ill-fated souls in this world. But Zijin didn't take it too seriously. She thought it wasn't a big deal. Making money from her live stream was more important. After school that evening, the light in Qing Zhihai's counseling office was still on. Yu Shueshing, a renowned psychologist from the imperial capital, handed a stack of papers to the man across from him. I've studied her case file and test reports. Compared to you back then, it's indeed not serious. But what's amazing is that she has actually self-recovered quite a bit this past month. Logically, someone with deep depression who hasn't received treatment shouldn't show this kind of improvement. It's a good thing she didn't commit suicide given her previous condition. Fu Yunqin's eyes instantly turned cold. Yu Shueshing felt a little embarrassed and quickly added, but you don't have to worry now. My hypnotherapy is useless on her. In fact, I was almost counter-hypnotized by her. Only then did a hint of a smile appear on Fu Yunqin's face. And you're ranked second on the hypnotist list. How can you not even compare to my little one? Yu Shueshing nodded, not offended. That girl's control over micro-expressions is indeed stronger than mine. However, she asked me to help treat her younger brother, and I've already agreed. By the way, do you still need hypnosis tonight? Fu Yunqin stood up and said lazily, nope. When I'm with my little one, I'm in a great mood every day. Save you the hypnosis and saves me the money. It's a win-win. After saying that, he hummed a little tune and sauntered off. Yu Shueshing shook his head, speechless. This guy really burns his bridges after crossing the river. Then he thought of Zijin again. That girl was so much like someone he used to know. The next day, Zijin, ignoring Wen Tinglin's struggles and protests, directly dragged him into the counseling office. She even told him he was just going in for a nap, and she'd buy him his favorite little cakes when he came out. Yu Xuesheng watched the brother and sister with amusement, when Tinglan muttered under his breath that he wasn't a child anymore. While waiting, Fu Yunshun accompanied the little one, leaning on the railing and staring blankly at the sky. He said, "If you don't mind, tell me about your brother's situation." Ing Zijin recalled for a moment before slowly speaking. Not long after Xiao Lan's mother gave birth to him, she divorced his father. Then she left with their older daughter. It wasn't until Xiao Lan was 5 that she secretly came back once. After that, Xiao Lan didn't speak again for 5 years. Ing Zijin felt inexplicably annoyed. Her divination abilities hadn't fully recovered, and the events of that year were too long ago, so she couldn't deduce the woman's identity. However, she had vaguely heard from neighbors that she probably couldn't stand the poor life in the countryside, so she ran off with the family's valuables. Seeing her looking a bit down, Fu Yunxin patted her little head and comforted her. "It's not too late for treatment now. I used to have autism too, and didn't I get through it just fine? I believe your brother will be okay." This was the first time Ing Zijin had heard him talk about his past. She frowned and asked what happened. This man was always so cheerful and joking around that she never realized he had also suffered from something like that. Fu Yunxin said vaguely, "It's nothing really. Although you're slowly getting better, it's best not to listen to things with negative emotions. I'll tell you after you're all better." Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, Ing Zijin didn't press further. She took out her phone and said, "All right then. I'll set an alarm to remind you, old man, not to forget. Good deeds lead to good karma." This saying is absolutely true. Ing Zijin never expected that the old man she casually saved would turn out to be a hidden master. From the antique-style manner, it was clear that the Sheng family was no ordinary family. Old Master Sheng's name was Sheng Qingtang, a very famous master of traditional Chinese painting and calligraphy. A single piece of his work started at several million. Now that he was older, he lived a reclusive life. His usual hobbies were nothing more than growing flowers, planting vegetables, climbing trees, and catching fish. The last time he was hospitalized was because he fell while climbing a tree to pick fruit. Fortunately, he was saved by Ing Zijin's ancient 9 needles acupuncture. His life was saved. Seeing the girl enter, Sheng Qingtang quickly stood up to welcome her, saying heartily, "I never had the chance to meet Miss Ing. I didn't expect you to be so young and accomplished." Ing Zijin smiled and said, "You're too kind, old master. Let me take your pulse first." Sheng Qingtang said cheerfully, "Actually, I mainly wanted to thank you in person today. Now, even my long-standing qi and blood problems have improved a lot." After taking his pulse, Ing Zijin handed him a small box. "You can try this." Sheng Qingtang took it doubtfully. He opened it and saw a small pill inside. He then slapped his thigh and said happily, "I know. This must be the elixir of life they talk about in TV dramas, right?" Ing Zijin held back a laugh and shook her head. "It's not that exaggerated. It just has some life-extending effects." She thought to herself that the old man had been deeply poisoned by TV dramas. His personality was surprisingly lively. No wonder he could climb a tree and fall into the hospital at nearly 70 years old. Sheng Qingtang let out a long, pained sigh. The elixir of life is just a dream after all." He picked up the pill and was about to put it in his mouth when suddenly someone shouted and rushed over from behind, slapping the pill out of his hand. Then, a bald middle-aged man was seen yelling angrily at the girl, "What are you trying to feed my dad? Believe it or not, I'll call the police on you." Ing Zijin looked innocent. What kind of drama was this now? The bald man then looked at his father and said with disapproval, "Dad, can you please not bring just anyone home?" But Sheng Qingtang didn't respond. He stared at the pill on the floor, completely stunned. A few seconds later, he finally reacted, slapping his son's bald head several times. "You idiot. Do you know this is the elixir of life that Missing specially brought for me? Is it because I go to bed early, wake up early, don't stay up late, and eat fruits and vegetables, having a better lifestyle than you, that you're afraid I'll outlive you and send you off first?" The bald man yelped from the slaps. "What elixir of life? I told you to watch fewer, mindless TV dramas." But before he could finish, Sheng Qingtang slapped him again. "Shut up. This is divine doctoring. Without her, your old man would have already met King Yama." The bald man was stunned again that you're saying this little girl is divine doctoring? You're not kidding me, are you? Sheng Qingtang said irritably, "Isn't it obvious? Hurry up and pick up the pill for me." As soon as the old master's voice fell, the bald man dropped to his knees with a thud. He started crying with tears and snot running down his face. Divine doctoring, you are my second parent. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. My dad gets scammed by health supplement sellers every day, and the more he's scammed, the more courageous he gets. I misunderstood you just now. I'm so sorry. Ing Zijin couldn't stand this level of enthusiasm and reached out to help him up, telling him to speak while standing. She thought, the personalities of this father and son are too dramatic. Sheng Qingtang carefully wiped the pill and said angrily, ignore him. Just let him kneel. With his father's command, the bald man naturally didn't dare to get up, his face full of shamed. It was also my negligence not to have met divine doctoring sooner. Why don't you stay for a meal today? Ing Zijin slung her bag over her shoulder and started to walk out. No need. I have to get back to school. Seeing her determined to leave, the bald man quickly scrambled up from the ground to see her off politely. Sheng Qingtang's sharp eyes suddenly noticed a scroll in her bag. He blurted out, Miss Ing, wait a moment. The big boss never dreamed that just making a house call for a follow-up checkup would lead to such a huge, unexpected gain. Just as Ing Zijin was about to leave the Sheng residence, she was suddenly stopped by old Master Sheng. She paused and looked back at him, puzzled. Sheng Qingtang rubbed his hands together excitedly and said, I just smelled the fragrance of ink. May I ask, Miss Ing, if you have some high-quality treasure in your bag? Could you let me take a look? Ing Zijin took out the scroll and said, this is just something I wrote for fun. Sheng Qingtang carefully took the scroll, unrolled it, and then fell into a long silence. The bald man was also confused that what's wrong with Dad. He leaned over to look and was instantly stunned. Sheng Qingtang looked up at the girl solemnly. Can I offer 1 million to buy this piece of calligraphy you wrote? Seeing her silent, the old master thought his offer was too low and added, 2 million is also fine. Now the bald man was unhappy. Dad, how are you getting stingier in your old age? I think what Missing wrote is much better than your work when you were young. Back then, even your dog scratchings sold for 8 million. Look at this. The strokes are fluid and powerful. Even someone with over 30 years of practice might not be able to write this. Then he looked at the girl with the air of a rich man. Don't mind my dad. I'll offer 10 million. I'll buy this piece. Ing Zijin hesitated for a few seconds and said, I'm sorry. I need this for the school's art festival. If you really want one, I can write another. Sheng Qingtang looked heartbroken. What? You're taking it to an art festival? What a waste of a masterpiece. Then I'll have to trouble Missing to find time to write another one. The bald man took out his phone and asked reluctantly, can I take a picture with this piece? Ing Zijin couldn't refuse again and let him. When she left with the 10 million, her head was still spinning. She felt like something wasn't quite right. Wasn't she here to treat a patient? She looked at the 10 million check in her hand again and couldn't help but sigh. If she had known writing calligraphy was so profitable, why would she have gone through all the trouble of concocting medicine? Just as she was about to hail a taxi back to school, she suddenly received a call from her grandfather. Your birthday is in 3 days. Grandpa is planning a lively birthday party for you. Do you have time to pick out a dress in the next 2 days? Hearing this, Ing Zijin remembered that her birthday was indeed coming up. Back in the countryside, her adoptive father would celebrate her and Xiaolan's birthdays every year. But in the years she had been back with the Ing family, no one had ever mentioned it. She had almost forgotten it herself. After thinking for a moment, she said, you don't have to go to so much trouble. Just come over then, and we can have a simple meal together. Old Master Zhong was silent for a while before saying, all right then, as long as the family is together, that's enough. After hanging up, Ing Zijin pondered for a moment. Should she invite friends for her birthday? 3 days later, while the whole family was happily celebrating Ing Zijin's birthday, on the rooftop of a tall building opposite the one family's apartment, a man in black was lying prone, looking in this direction. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at the slender back of a man in the apartment. Just then, a deep voice came through his wireless earpiece. Are you ready to make your move? The sniper stared through the scope and frowned. Not yet. There's an old man next to him. To avoid alerting the target, I'll act when he's alone. He had finally managed to track down this person from the bounty list. After taking him out, the $1 billion would be his. Who would have thought that while the family was excitedly celebrating the big boss's birthday? On a distant rooftop, a sniper was aiming at one of the people in the apartment. The adoptive father, Wan Fengmian, had prepared a table of home-cooked dishes with a large cake in the middle. Ing Zijin and Fu Yunshen arranged for the two old masters to be seated. Wen Fengmian took off his apron and came out of the kitchen, saying somewhat awkwardly, my place is small. I hope you three don't mind. Old Master Zhong quickly stood up. What are you saying? It's my honor to be here. I should be the one thanking you for the trouble. Old Master Fu, beside him, also chimed in with a chuckle. Exactly, exactly. Old Man Zhong and I used to squeeze into one room. This is nothing. Then he said with a mischievous smile to his prospective granddaughter-in-law, don't be fooled by your grandpa's age. He's a roaring cannon, but he used to be a coward who was afraid of the dark. Old Master Zhong's beard bristled with anger. You, stop spouting nonsense in front of my granddaughter. You count how many of my snacks you stole when we were kids. Old Master Fu looked triumphant. That's because you were too dumb and could never catch me. Old Master Zhong spat in exasperation. Fu Yunsheng and Ing Zijing shared an awkward glance. These two brothers who grew up together are still a pair of jokers in their old age. The meal was a happy and harmonious one. This birthday, though not grand, was very warm. Old Master Fu's health wasn't great, so he had to go back and rest after the meal. Fu Yinshin stood up and asked Yaya to wait for him for a bit. He would take his grandfather home and come right back. Ing Zijing asked in confusion, we've already eaten the cake. What are you coming back for? Fu Yunshin helplessly tapped her little head. What a heartless little friend. A birthday can't be celebrated so simply. I've prepared a surprise for you at 9 o'clock. Ing Zijing didn't know what he was up to, so she could only nod and say, all right. At this moment, old Master Zhong was holding Wen Fengyin's hand, choking up as he apologized. Thank you so much for taking care of Zijing all these years. If you hadn't taken her back with you, I don't know if I would have ever seen her again. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can always come to me. Just treat the Ing family as if those people are rotten cabbages in the field. We won't pay them any mind. When Fengyin said politely, I think of Zijing as my own daughter. It's only right that I take care of her. Please sit and rest for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to clean up. Old Master Zhong watched her retreating figure and suddenly remembered something. He seemed to have seen her somewhere before. She felt very familiar, but he couldn't recall where at the moment. Just then, when Tinglan brought him a cup of tea, interrupting his thoughts. Old Master Zhong was very fond of this young man and told him to call him Grandpa, just like Ing Zijing did. He grabbed his hand and said, Old Man Fu is too bad at chess. You can play a couple of rounds with me. Don't you dare go easy on me. Grandpa isn't afraid of losing. When Tinglan looked up and faintly uttered 2 words, I refuse. Old Master Zhong didn't take no for an answer and handed him the white pieces and, oh no, you have to. As long as you win one game, Grandpa will give you a big red envelope. How about it? Upon hearing this, when Tinglan decisively took the pieces, he crisply replied, deal. Old Master Zhong, who had been outsmarted by the child, touched his chin. Had he been tricked? At this moment, on the rooftop of the opposite building, the sharpshooter was still staring impatiently. After waiting for an hour, the man's figure finally reappeared in his scope, and this time he was standing alone on the balcony. It was the perfect time, place, and opportunity. Just as he raised his rifle, aimed at the man's head, prepared to pull the trigger, and secretly rejoiced that the 1 billion bounty was about to be his shoulder was suddenly tapped lightly from behind. The sharpshooter's heart skipped a beat. His back instantly tensed up. After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally turned his head. Under the high-hanging bright moon, he saw a long-haired girl in little bunny slippers, holding a short gun that was originally in his backpack. She smiled and greeted him, hello there. Under the bright moon and starry sky, a young girl held a short gun, aimed at one of the world's top 10 sharpshooters. The scene looked somewhat bizarre. The man in black looked at the Desert Eagle in her hand, which he was all too familiar with. He subconsciously reached for the backpack he carried with him, but it was already empty. Looking down at the girl's feet, wasn't that his own backpack? The sharpshooter finally realized that the girl in front of him was anything but ordinary. Ing Zijing didn't waste any words with him. She pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the man in black fell to the ground with a grunt. From then on, the world had one less top sharpshooter. The girl expressionlessly wiped the Desert Eagle. Her ears twitched as she heard faint footsteps. Someone was heading for the rooftop, so she quickly and skillfully put the short gun away. She also put the sharpshooter's sniper rifle into the backpack. Picking it up, she braced herself on the ledge and slid her body down. Just like that, she leaped directly from the 18th floor. By the time the man and woman who were following arrived, the rooftop was already empty. Only the sharpshooter's body lay in a pool of blood. The mysterious bartender, who had appeared when the big shot was scavenging, was completely dumbfounded that he's dead just like that. Who did it? Fu Yunshin knelt down to carefully examine the deceased's wound. This person is ranked 7th on the sharpshooter ranking. He was killed with a single shot from a Desert Eagle. The bartender had a look of disbelief. The recoil on that gun is very strong. For a grown man of 70 or 80 kilograms, a single shot could very well shatter the bones in his entire arm. But there are no signs of recoil struggle here. Besides, your information was heavily encrypted. Even the IBI couldn't find it. We deliberately leaked the information this time to lure the snake out of its hole. But the target was taken out before we even made a move. Could it be your little sweetheart playing hero to save the beauty? As soon as he asked, he denied it himself, and oh no. If you had a little sweetheart, how could I not know? He completely ignored the thoughtful look in the man's eyes beside him. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Could it be someone who has a secret crush on you? Fu Yunshin raised his charming eyes and, without a shred of tenderness, gave him a shove. Plenty of people have a secret crush on me. Which one are you talking about? The bartender rolled his eyes at, oh, give it a rest, you narcissist. Although this guy did have the capital to be narcissistic, he still couldn't understand. You must have at least 80 enemies, if not 100. We'll be kind enough to help you. It's a blessing they didn't kill you. Fu Yunshin's expression turned serious. I don't know who did me this favor, but I'm certain this is a warning to other hunters not to act rashly. Otherwise, this will be their fate. But the problem is, besides us, who would know there was a sharpshooter hiding here? What's even more incredible is who has the ability to kill them. Sharpshooters who can make it onto the sharpshooter ranking are all extraordinarily perceptive. Approaching them without a sound is truly difficult, unless they've practiced ancient martial arts and have powerful internal energy to conceal their presence. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore. He told the bartender to clean up the place, as he was going to give the little friend her birthday present. At this moment, a certain beautiful young lady who takes no credit for her deeds was leisurely eating snacks and binge-watching dramas. But the hidden section of that forum had exploded. Less than 3 minutes after the death of the 7th-ranked sharpshooter, someone had already gotten the news. Zijing calmly looked at the new posts that were popping up like crazy, as if the matter had nothing to do with her. Before long, an administrator who rarely ever surfaced posted a sticky notice on the homepage .7th on the sharpshooter, ranking confirmed dead. Last location in Huaxiaozuqing. Cause of death unknown. After 10 seconds of silence, the entire forum exploded even more violently. The girl's face remained faint and expressionless. Seeing Fu Yunshin open the door and come back, she then nonchalantly tossed her phone aside. 1 second, this girl shot the world's 7th-ranked sharpshooter in the head without batting an eye. The next second, she transformed into a well-behaved young lady, eating snacks and binge-watching celebrity dramas. And this man was the same. 1 second, he was investigating the cause of the sharpshooter's death. The next, he was nonchalantly celebrating the girl's birthday. What the hell? Is this an acting competition for the little golden Oscar statuette? After Fu Yunshin returned, he sat down next to Zijing on his own accord. Your gift is in your room. Remember to open it later. The girl nodded, still focused on watching TV. Fu Yunshin glanced at the brainless drama that was playing, raised his eyebrows, and said, no way, little friend. Is this TV show really better looking than me? Hearing this, Zijing finally turned her head. IT really is better looking than you. The plot is full of twists and turns, and is so melodramatic. Who wouldn't like watching it? Fu Yunshin clutched his chest, putting on a heartbroken expression. He gently poked her forehead. You really are a heartless little thing. Tomorrow at noon, I'll treat you and your classmates to a meal. Zijing asked, puzzled. Why are you suddenly treating the whole class to a meal? Fu Yunshin leaned back on the sofa and said, nonchalantly, a very famous chef from Europe has come. I heard his cooking is delicious. So, I wanted to let you all have a taste. Zijing was silent for a few seconds. There's such a good thing. Then she realized something, that if you want to treat me to a meal, you can just say so. Fu Yunshin was suddenly stunned. Has the little friend's 1,000-year-old iron tree finally blossomed? Who knew he would then hear her add another sentence, that we've known each other for so long. I won't laugh at you. The man almost choked, unable to catch his breath. He had indeed been overthinking things. At the same time, in a famous 3 Michelin-star hotel in Europe, the big shot's biological mother, Zhong Manhua, who had specially come to celebrate her real adopted daughter's birthday, arrived at the front desk. She said she had a reservation for the chef's menu for 3 that evening. The young lady at the front desk said apologetically, "The head chef's team flew to Huaxia early this morning to celebrate a certain young lady's birthday. The cake you ordered also cannot be provided. We are truly sorry." Zhou Manhua was both angry and confused. The head chef of this restaurant was notoriously temperamental. She had gone to great lengths to book the head chef 2 months in advance. And he just left like that? The next day at noon, all the students of Class 19 were invited to a courtyard house. In the middle of the courtyard were 2 long tables, filled with all kinds of exquisite and delicious dishes. There were also waiters in tuxedos standing by, giving off the grand atmosphere of a royal court banquet. The classmates all exclaimed, "Father Ying's birthday celebration is way too extravagant." Even Jiang Ran, who had seen his fair share of grand occasions, was stunned. First, the location of this courtyard house was prime, a quiet retreat in a bustling area worth at least 1 billion. Then there were the 2 tables of delicacies, clearly from the hands of a top European chef. Father Ying usually seemed to be neglected at home, but who knew she was such a big spender? Many of the students were eating food made by a 3 Michelin-star chef for the first time. They excitedly took out their phones and snapped pictures like crazy. Ying Zijing rested her chin on her arm, watching a group of silly kids eat wildly, while she herself barely touched her chopsticks. Seeing this, Fu Yunshin asked with confusion, "Today is your birthday banquet, but why do you seem a little unhappy?" Before the girl could answer, she saw Jiang Ran and his shammate underling across from her start to squabble. It turned out the shammate saw his boss sitting still and wanted to snatch the food in front of him. But Jiang Ran punched him away. "Get lost." Who said, "I'm not eating. What's mine is mine. What's yours has to be mine too." Ying Zijing looked at the shammate, who was on the verge of tears, and said with amusement, "Who said I'm not interested in eating? I'm just curious. Who on earth are you to spend so much money to celebrate my birthday?" Fu Yunshin feigned deep thought for a few seconds that I'm the kind of good man who's not only handsome, but also has the money to support a little friend. Ying Zijing was speechless. Can you have a little shame? The fire of jealousy in Jiang Ran's heart was instantly ignited. Why was this old man so close to Father Ying? Unable to bear it any longer, he shot over and stood between the 2 of them. "It's over, it's over. 7th young Master Fu's love rival has appeared." Jiang Ran, the school heartthrob in the hearts of thousands of young girls, saw the old man so close to Father Ying, and a nameless fire of jealousy rose in his heart. He squeezed between the 2 of them and, trying to make conversation, said, "The school's art festival is coming up. Do you want me to sign you up?" Ying Zijing casually asked, "What's there to participate in?" Jiang Ran said pointedly, "The first prize is a 50,000 yuan reward." The girl's eyes lit up at once. "Right now, immediately. Help me sign up." Jiang Ran typed furiously and submitted the registration form. "This is great. With Father Ying participating, she's sure to win a prize." But then his face fell. He said, "The advanced class never usually participates in the art festival competition. After that bitch Zhong Zhuan saw that I signed you up, she actually followed suit and signed up too." Ying Zijing was stunned for a moment. "I asked that my White Lotus cousin." At this moment, the shammate beside them mumbled while stuffing his face, "I heard Zhong Zhuan is a student of a famous master. Isn't it bullying for her to compete? Can Father Ying still win the prize?" Another person hit him with a chopstick. "That can't all this good food. Shut your stinky mouth. Father Ying is the best in the world. No one can beat her." Hearing this, Ying Zijing suddenly became interested. Her cousin seemed to be very hostile towards her. "Then let's meet at the competition." Fu Yunshin noticed the change in her expression, but his eyes were full of doting affection. What a cute little friend. A few days later, all the classes submitted their entries. Zhong Zhuan made a rare trip to the student union office. The head of the arts department looked up and greeted her. Zhong Zhuan said casually that she was just passing by and wanted to see the calligraphy works. The arts department head pointed to a pile of scrolls on a nearby table and said those were the ones that had been sorted. Zhong Zhuan went over and flipped through them, shaking her head repeatedly. "What is this stuff?" "A bunch of vulgar things trying to be elegant." I knew I shouldn't have gotten into a fit of pique with Ying Zijing. to even lower myself to participate in some art festival. A country bumpkin from the countryside. What could she possibly know about calligraphy? She grew more and more bored until she unrolled another scroll and suddenly froze. That calligraphy was majestic and powerful, like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. Whose work was it? Her gaze moved down. The signature clearly read, incite. How is this possible? Without decades of calligraphy training, it's impossible to write characters like these. If a young girl who has never studied under a famous master could write this, it would be a miracle. She turned her head and nonchalantly asked the arts department head if there had ever been cases of students cheating before. The arts department head thought seriously for a moment. It seems to have happened before. I heard from a senior that a few years ago, a student, for the sake of honor, submitted a calligraphy piece by a famous master. But it was obvious he couldn't have written it at his age. What's funnier is that the calligraphy master was also present that day. He was exposed on the spot. Because the impact was so terrible, the student was expelled. Since then, no one has dared to cheat again. Anyway, whoever dares to play this game is definitely done for. Besides, the first prize is only 50,000 yuan. Who would risk being expelled from school to do that? Zhong Zhiwan sneered. Her hit cousin just might. She was a money-grubbing pauper. She glanced around, and, seeing no one was paying attention, she quietly hid the scroll in her sleeve. She said goodbye to the arts department head, saying she had something to do and had to leave. Jiang Ran, who had just returned from the sports field, saw a girl with her head down, rushing towards the school building. He said, puzzled, "Isn't that Zhong Zhiwan? What's she running for all sneaky like that?" Xiaoyu glanced over. Maybe she has a guilty conscience. Ing Zijing, eating a lollipop, didn't even turn her head. Maybe. Xiaoyu teased her. How come you sometimes seem like a mystic? Ing Zijing raised her eyebrows and asked him, what's a mystic? This stumped Xiaoyu. He scratched his head and said, it's just that you seem to be able to predict the future, which makes people feel you're very mysterious. Ing Zijing nodded. Then I can give you a free fortune-telling. Xiaoyu asked in shock, can you really tell fortunes? If you're interested in divination, you could go to the capital sometime. I heard there's a family of mystics there. They set up stalls to tell fortunes every day. They've scammed a lot of money. Hearing this, he became unhappy. What do you know? They're the real deal. Speaking of which, Xiaoyu got angry. They can't tell a damn thing. I was scammed by them. They even conned me out of a month's allowance. Ing Zijing ignored these two bickering rivals. Hearing that a lot of money could be made, her little head quickly started calculating. She decided to pull in Jiang Ran, this big, rich, and foolish client. So she put on a business-like smile and said, if you want your fortune told in the future, don't go all the way to the capital. You might as well come to me with that money. I guarantee my readings are more accurate than that mystic's. And I can even give you a 1% discount. For example, I can tell you right now that at tomorrow's art festival, someone is definitely going to cause trouble for me. First, the white lotus ant, then the green tea cousin. With 800 schemes up her sleeve, she's causing all sorts of trouble just to drive the big shot out of the house. 2 days before the art festival, old Master Zhong, the only one in the family who cared about his granddaughter, gave Ing Zijing a call. He asked her how her preparations were going to Oh, you need Grandpa to help out. Ing Zijing told her Grandpa not to worry. She could handle it. Old Master Zhong chuckled and agreed. All right. Grandpa will go to the school to watch then. Don't feel too much pressure. No matter what you write, Grandpa will think it's the best. Sitting on the side, Zhong Zhuan grew more and more jealous as she listened. She had also signed up for the art festival. Why did Grandpa only care about that adopted daughter? At the same time, she had a plan. She stood up and told her grandfather she was going out. Old Master Zhong waved his hand and said nothing. Zhong Zhuan took a deep breath and left the Zhong residence. She took a taxi to a villa in the suburbs. Ing Zijing actually wants to steal her thunder. This time, she's dead meat. Her senior, Lin Shi, asked her as he poured tea, what brings you here? Zhong Zhuan directly took out the scroll she had secretly taken from the student union and asked him to take a look at the calligraphy. Lin Shi opened it and spread it on the table, a shocked expression on his face as he asked, did you write this? Zhong Zhuan didn't answer, but instead asked him to evaluate the piece. Lin Shi pondered for a long while. This calligraphy seems to be written casually, but the writer's foundation is very strong. The composition of these characters is simply brilliant. Hearing this, Zhong Zhiwan knew what she needed to know. Then a high school student definitely couldn't have written this. Lin, she found it somewhat amusing. Forget a high school student, even a teacher might not be able to do it. In fact, Zhong Zhiwan thought so too. She smiled and said, I'm not very knowledgeable. Senior, can you tell which school this calligraphy belongs to? Lin Shi frowned and looked at it carefully again. This is written in Xing script, but the style isn't particularly distinct. It might be a work of Master Wei Ho. As he spoke, he took another scroll from the shelf. Come and see. This is a piece by Master Wei Ho. I had a hard time getting it from my teacher. Zhong Zhuan unrolled it and took a look, trying hard to suppress the smile on her lips. They do look quite similar. In fact, upon closer inspection, it wasn't because Ing Zijing had cheated. This piece was clearly much better than what Wei Ho wrote. But Wei Ho was a member of the Calligraphy Association. As long as he personally admitted it, it would be enough to crush that arrogant adopted daughter. She quickly calculated in her mind and eagerly asked, Senior, can we go find Master Wei Ho now? Although Lin, she didn't understand what she was up to. He thought for a few seconds and said, all right. He then drove her to Wei Ho's house. Wei Ho put on airs and asked, Young Master Lin, what wind blew you here? And who is this young lady? Lin, she introduced Zhong Zhuan as his junior. He stepped forward and handed over the scroll, saying, we came here specifically to ask if this piece is your work. Wei Ho was originally uninterested, saying he hadn't picked up a brush in years. But when he saw the calligraphy on the scroll, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is my practice piece. Then he asked amiably, how did it end up with you? Lin, she smiled and said, Jiwan brought it. It's been a few years, and your skills have deepened. Wei Ho waved his hand somewhat unnaturally and issued an order to leave. I have some things to attend to, so I won't see you out. Lin Shi politely suggested to Junior, why don't we head back first? But Zhong Zhuan sat still. I still have something to say to Master Wei Ho. You go wait for me in the car for a bit. Lin Shi didn't press further. He nodded and went out. After only the two of them were left in the room, Zhong Zhuan spoke directly. I know that you didn't write this piece. Wei Ho was stunned for a moment, somewhat embarrassed. Zhong Zhuan smiled suggestively. But I can make this piece yours. I presume you have your own seal, right? Wei Ho shot up from his seat and asked what she was planning to do. Zhong Zhuan picked up the scroll, a sinister expression on her face that I just want to get revenge on an annoying person. Master, you, on the other hand, can gain both fame and fortune. Why not do it? The unconcerned big shot, who was solely focused on making money, did a quick calculation and knew that her seemingly well-behaved cousin was about to stir up trouble. The art festival at Tongxin High School was finally about to begin, and to maintain fairness, it would be live-streamed online. Jiang Ran and Xiao Yu led the charge as Ing Zijing's loud and proud support group, clamoring that if Father Ing won the prize money, she had to treat them to a big meal. Ing Zijing looked at this rowdy group of brats, and her mood was lifted as well. She promised she definitely would. Then she added that there would be some trouble during the judging process. She would only be able to get the prize money after dealing with a small accident. So everyone might have to go hungry until the afternoon. Jiang Ran and Xiao Yu, like curious babies, asked, what small accident? Ing Zijing smiled and pointed to the exhibition hall. Just wait and see. The accident is about to happen. At this moment, Zhong Zhuan and the head of the arts group were setting up the venue. Suddenly, Zhong Zhuan looked at her phone and let out a surprised ah. The arts group head next to her was startled and quickly asked, what's wrong? Zhong Zhuan quickly handed her phone to him. The arts group head looked at it and also frowned, stunned. On the live stream, a cold voice was heard. I'd like to ask student Ing Zijing, this piece of calligraphy, I personally delivered it to Master Wei Ho. How did you get it? And you even submitted it for the competition. The speaker was the talented young man, Lin Shi, who had been invited by the school to be a judge. As soon as he said this, the students started murmuring among themselves. What on earth is going on? Ing Zijing was internally selected for the first prize. Was her work actually plagiarized? At this moment, in the Ing family's old residence, Zhong Manhua had just returned from celebrating her real adopted daughter's birthday in Europe. The butler respectfully brought her a glass of milk and said, the old master just called. He asked if you would like to go to the school to watch the art festival together, to cheer for the second young Mississippi. Zhong Manhua couldn't help but laugh. Are you telling me that if we go cheer for her, she'll suddenly become successful? Doesn't she know her own worth? What's she doing getting involved in the art festival? If she really goes, and other people find out my daughter is completely ignorant of the arts, what will the other wealthy ladies think of me? She rubbed her temples in frustration and told the butler to just turn on the TV and watch the live stream. But as soon as she switched to the channel, she saw Lin Shi accusing Ing Zijing's competition entry. Zhong Manhua's face instantly turned ashen. With a crash, she threw the cup to the floor and cursed, that disgraceful, shameless wench. It's being broadcast live to the whole city. What sin did I commit? To have given birth to such a daughter? Turn it off quickly. I don't want to see any more news about her. Back in the exhibition hall, Lynn, she was in front of the live camera, pointing at a faint pattern in the bottom right corner of the scroll. He said, "This is Master Wei Ho's exclusive seal. Outsiders usually can't see it, but if you look closely, you can see that this pattern forms the character Wei." The arts group head hurried over, clapping his hands to signal the cameraman to turn off the camera and pause the live stream. He needed to talk to Mr. Lin. Lin Shi's expression was cold. Will the school not give an explanation for something like this? The arts group head didn't make excuses. We were also unaware of this matter. I didn't expect a student to be so bold. How about this? Later, at the opening ceremony, we will formally issue a public criticism and give her an expulsion punishment. Lin Shi's expression finally softened. Your school's decision is very fair. This kind of cheating behavior must be severely punished. He had no interest in watching any further. Just as he walked out of the exhibition hall, he ran into his junior. Zhong Jiwan smiled and greeted him. Lin Shi pulled her aside. "I was just looking for you. Do you know a student named Ing Zijing?" Zhong Jiwan pretended to be surprised and said, "Zijing is my cousin. Did something happen to her?" The big shot sense of fun is truly unusual. Even though she already sensed she was about to be framed by her White Lotus cousin, she still had to quietly watch her perform, and then slap her in the face on the spot. After learning that Ing Zijing was her cousin, the talented young man, her senior Lin Shi, had a moment of realization. That explains it. You borrowed the scroll to copy before. She must have seen how good it was. How dare she steal it to enter the art festival? Zhong Zhuan said hesitantly, "That can't be right. Although my cousin is from the countryside, she shouldn't be that stupid." Lin, she sneered, that I've seen plenty of people like that. They don't genuinely like calligraphy. They're just blinded by greed and in it for the money. Zhong Zhuan paused. "Senior, did you discover that she cheated?" Lin, she raised his hand and patted her shoulder. "Don't you plead for her. She'll be publicly criticized and expelled later." Zhong Zhuan suppressed her smile and lowered her head, pretending to be sad. "I know." After a flurry of activity, everything was ready. The students were just waiting for the school leaders and invited guests to enter. Ing Zijing, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly sat up straight. She opened her eyes and yawned. Xiao Yu, beside her, asked, "You're not sleeping anymore?" "The opening ceremony hasn't started yet," Ing Zijing said lazily. "Something fun is about to happen." Xiao Yu scratched his head, looking completely baffled. Father Ying's mystic vibe was acting up again. At 9 o'clock sharp, the live stream officially began. The number of viewers grew and grew. They all exclaimed, "So many big names from the art world are here. That Lin, she is so handsome and talented in person." Just then, Lin, she suddenly stood up, took the microphone, and walked onto the stage. He said he had a few words to say before the art festival began. The principal, sitting in the front row, asked with confusion, "What's going on?" The arts group head behind him quickly explained, "There's a sudden situation." At that moment, Lin, she had already started speaking. "I came here today to appreciate the works of the younger generation and to mentor them. But I didn't expect to discover something so outrageous. A student was so shameless as to steal a work by Master Wei Ho to enter the competition. If Master Wei Ho hadn't personally told me that this piece was his practice work, I almost would have been deceived by this student as well." As soon as these words were spoken, not only the students below the stage, but also the netizens watching the live stream became restless. Xiao Yu asked in amazement, "Father Ing, who would dare to use Wei Ho's work to compete? Who do you think is that bold?" Ing Zijing pointed at herself with a smile. "Me." Xiao Yu was so choked up he almost couldn't breathe. "Father, don't joke around. You've been giving me a heart attack lately." Ing Zijing looked at him with a straight face. "That I can take it out for you and replace it with a mechanical one." This scared Xiao Yu so much he almost passed out. At this point, the arts group head on stage had already taken a microphone. He said, "Regarding this malicious cheating incident, the school will absolutely not tolerate it. After discussion by the organizing committee, it has been decided to disqualify student Ing Zijing from the competition and give her an expulsion punishment." The students below the stage immediately started murmuring. How could it be Ing Zijing? Why would she be so desperate as to cheat? Maybe she saw Ji-won participating and wanted to compete with her in everything. She didn't even think about whether she had the ability. She really brought this upon herself. The school tyrant, Jiang Ran, couldn't listen anymore. He abruptly stood up and kicked forward violently. What are you blabbering about? All of you shut up. The students were so scared they immediately fell silent. Jiang Ren looked up at Lin Shi, his eyes red. What kind of punishment is this? Do you have any evidence? You're just expelling her. What kind of teacher are you? Lin Shi didn't recognize him, so naturally, he didn't know his identity. He said righteously, "Of course I have evidence." He then unrolled the scroll and sneered, "Look carefully. Master Weiho's seal is here. Ask her, did she write this piece?" Ing Zijing glanced at it faintly and said indifferently, "Indeed, I didn't write it." Jiang Ren almost choked on these words. Xiaoyu pulled him back to his seat. "Father is speaking. You should butt in less." Zhong Jiwan's expression faltered. She was very surprised. She hadn't expected Ing Zijing to admit it so readily. Did she think that admitting her mistake would lessen the punishment? She was too naive. Who knew that they would then hear her country cousin raise her voice and add another sentence? After all, I can't write something this trashy. The big shot was so arrogant because she had real skills. Ing Zijing's one sentence, "I can't write something this trashy," stunned all the teachers and students in the venue. Immediately after, the comments in the live stream chat started flooding in like crazy. All sorts of mockery about her arrogance, demanding she write on the spot to open everyone's eyes. The judge on stage, Lin Shi, also didn't expect that not only would the girl not admit her mistake, but she would be so arrogant. He coldly ordered someone to set up a table, bring a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone over. Let her write. Soon, a staff member had set up the 4 treasures of the study. Lin Shi looked at the girl and said with contempt, "I'll give you a chance right now. Do you dare to come up and write?" Ing Zijing calmly stood up and walked straight forward. Jiang Ran calmed his somewhat restless internal energy and asked Xiaoyu, "Her iron sand palm hurts so much when she hits people. What kind of characters can she write? Shouldn't a calligrapher's hands be well protected?" Xiaoyu had actually never seen Father Ing practice calligraphy either, but he still believed she could do anything. The White Lotus cousin, Zhong Zhuan, frowned in confusion. She couldn't understand at all why, in a situation where she was clearly cheating, that adopted daughter would still dare to go up and make a fool of herself. Ing Zijing pointed at the scroll and asked, "How much is this calligraphy worth?" Lin Shi suppressed his anger and said, "At least 5 million. Why are you asking so many questions? Just write." Ing Zijing nodded meaningfully. "All right then. Remember what you said." She then walked to the desk and inkstone, lowered her head, picked a wolf hair brush, dipped it in ink, and prepared to write. The principal next to her looked at the arts group head with some dissatisfaction. When was the decision to expel Ing Zijing discussed? How come I, the principal, don't know about it? If there's a hidden story behind this, it won't be easy to clean up. The arts group head smiled guiltily. Why bother you, principal, with such a small matter? Besides, she cheated using Master Weiho's work, and she's from the countryside anyway. What does she know about calligraphy? If you don't believe me, just wait and see what she can write. But then his voice suddenly trailed off. At the same time, the live stream chat instantly exploded. Holy crap. Writing with both hands, one on each side. Is she crazy? Probably just trying to grab attention. She's not afraid of getting her face slapped. Ing Zijing was seen taking a step back, staring at the Xian paper for a few seconds. Then she started writing with both hands at the same time, a flurry of swift movements. In less than a minute, she put down both brushes at the same time. Lin Shi, his anger mixed with mockery, said, "You're done already?" Impatience is the biggest taboo in writing. I'd like to see what masterpiece you can produce. As he spoke, he went forward and picked up the Xian paper. He looked down, and his expression instantly froze. The camera clearly magnified the shock on his face. The netizens were also curious about what he had seen. Lin Shi looked at the characters on the Xian paper, his fingers trembling. How is this possible? The cameraman quietly reminded him to hold up the Xian paper to the camera. Only then did Lin Shi come back to his senses. The unrolled Xian paper was divided into 2 columns. One side was seal script, the other was regular script. The more the netizens had mocked her before, the more they backpedaled now. With such good handwriting, does she need to cheat? I'm kneeling before goddessing. Zhong Zhuan's face turned deathly pale. She never would have thought that the adopted daughter could actually write like that. At this moment, the principal stepped up to take control of the situation. That I don't know why Mr. Lin was so certain that student Lin plagiarized Master Weiho's work. But now that the truth is out, shouldn't you apologize to her? Lin Shi's body was stiff, and he was very embarrassed. But he didn't apologize, because that piece of calligraphy clearly had Master Weiho's seal seal on it. So even if Zijing wrote very well, it didn't prove she didn't steal it. Before the principal could speak again, a surprised voice came from behind. President Sheng, what are you doing here? Who would have thought that this disheveled old man in a straw hat and flip-flops was the retired former president of the Calligraphy Association? This big shot, whom even the principal couldn't invite, was here to back up the little miracle doctor who had saved his life. Sheng Qingtang completely ignored the shocked expressions on everyone's faces and said casually, I happen to be free today, so I came by to take a look. I was thinking of taking the little miracle doctor's piece home, but I seem to have just heard something about a plagiarized work. Lin Shi quickly bowed respectfully and greeted him, but Sheng Qingtang ignored him. Instead, he pointed at the scroll and asked, word by word, you said this piece was written by Wei Ho, correct? Lin Shi was stunned. Although he didn't know why the senior was asking this, he still answered honestly, yes. Last Saturday, I delivered this piece to Master Wei Ho. He personally said it was his practice piece. Sheng Qingtang, furious, retorted, that piece of trash Wei Ho. Is he worthy? Lin Shi was instantly stunned, since the senior dared to say this in public. Could it be that he had seen something? Sheng Qingtang roared at the president of the Huqing Art Association. Right now, immediately, go and get that idiot Wei Ho from me. The president supported him and told him to calm down. I'll go get him now. Sheng Qingtang's stubborn temper flared up again. Just as he was about to explode, he saw Zijing glance at him lightly. Remembering her previous instruction not to get angry, he immediately shut his mouth and swallowed his words. In his excitement, he almost forgot the little miracle doctor was also here. So he cleared his throat twice, put on a stern face guiltily, and waved his hand, saying, hurry up. The live stream comments exploded once again. After netizens figured out the old man's identity, they were full of admiration. At this moment, Zhong Jiwan, below the stage, was getting a little restless. She hadn't expected Sheng Qingtang to know that this piece wasn't Wei Ho's. Could it be that he wrote it? She then dismissed her own guess. His calligraphy style was different. As long as Wei Ho refused to admit it, Sheng Qingtang probably wouldn't be able to produce any evidence. Besides, even if something happened, it wouldn't involve her. After all, it was Wei Ho himself who was greedy for fame and fortune. 10 minutes later, the art's president dragged Wei Ho in. His face was pale, still dizzy from car sickness. Lin Shi was, after all, a junior. In front of these masters, he was just a small fry. Wei Ho didn't even look at him. He walked up to Sheng Qingtang and said respectfully, I was not aware of President Sheng's esteemed presence. My apologies for the poor reception. Please forgive me. Sheng Qingtang gave him a cold, sidelong glance. If I had to wait for you to welcome me, wouldn't that shorten my life? Wei Ho's face fell, and he asked with some displeasure, what do you mean by that? Sheng Qingtang sneered and picked up the scroll. Someone said you wrote this piece. Why don't you tell us about it? Wei Ho looked at it and his expression stiffened. Had he been found out? But he couldn't admit it now, no matter what. So he had to brace himself and say, this piece is indeed my practice work. Sheng Qingtang's gaze grew colder. Oh, you're saying you knew a student took your work to cheat. In a competition, Wei Ho suddenly remembered what Zhong Zhuan had said that day and pretended to be calm that my work was borrowed by a student for copying. Could have been stolen. Lin Shi wanted to argue that this was indeed Master Wei Ho's work, but he was silenced by a sharp glare from Sheng Qingtang. When I'm speaking, do you have the right to interrupt? Lin Shi's face turned red from the public scolding, but he didn't dare to say anything. Sheng Qingtang looked at Wei Ho again and asked him when he wrote it. Wei Ho impatiently made something up. I just got the inspiration 4 days ago. If you call me here just to ask about such trivial matters, then I won't be keeping you company. Sheng Qingtang was so angry, he slammed his hand on the table. Utter nonsense. You say you wrote this 4 days ago, but I saw this very piece a week ago, and I even took a picture of it. Did you travel back in time to write it? He then found the group photo on his phone and held it directly in front of the camera. Look carefully. This was taken at my house. That bald head is my unfilial son. Do you even know which way my front door faces? And you still dare to deceive me and slander a student for cheating? Wei Ho's mind went blank, and he almost collapsed to the ground. The two pieces were identical. He wanted to speak, but couldn't get a single word out. Zhong Zhuan, below the stage, turned even paler. The old man actually had evidence. How is this possible? The big shot was framed for stealing a calligraphy master's work to cheat in a competition. But who would have thought that the former president of the Calligraphy Association, whom most people couldn't even get close to, would personally show up to vanquish all foes for the big shot? After Master Weiho's fraudulent claim to Ing Zijing's work was exposed and slapped down by Sheng Qingtang on the spot, Sheng Qingtang ordered someone to call the Calligraphy Association immediately and report the matter. I want Weiho's punishment decided now. The art's president wiped away his cold sweat and quickly took out his phone to make the call. Weiho panicked and said, "President Sheng, aren't you going a bit too far?" Sheng Qingtang wouldn't listen to him at all. What a joke. If I hadn't come today, wouldn't you all have forced this student to admit to cheating? He then pointed angrily at Lin Shi. And you, without even investigating properly, you publicly demanded the school to expel a student. I'd like to ask you, is this how your teacher usually teaches you to be so indiscriminate? Lin Shi was scolded like a grandson, hanging his head without daring to breathe. He had indeed acted impulsively in this matter. Ing Zijing just quietly watched this farce, not saying a single word from beginning to end. Her phoenix eyes were bright and radiant. The surroundings were dead silent. After a long while, comments finally reappeared on the big screen. Is this what they call being so ruthless you even curse yourself? This is truly a massive face-slapping scene. Lin Shi was no fool. He turned and shot a cold glance at Zhong Zhiwan below the stage. Why had he been so quick to assume a girl had done wrong? But thinking back carefully, every word Zhiwan had said before seemed to be guiding him to have a prejudice against Ing Zijing. He never thought that his seemingly innocent junior could be so scheming, and he had been used and played for a fool by her. Zhong Zhuan hastily avoided Lin Shi's gaze, a look of unwillingness in her eyes. Ing Zijing, a country bumpkin from the countryside, could actually know a big shot of President Sheng's status. Why is heaven so unfair? But Sheng Qingtang had no intention of letting Wei Ho off so easily. He said, "I happened to see this piece when the little miracle doctor came to give me a follow-up consultation. She said she was going to use it for the art festival. But how did your seal end up on it?" Wei Ho's face was flushed red. "I didn't steal the scroll. Someone gave it to me." Sheng Qingtang didn't want to hear another word from him. He told him to get lost immediately. "Don't let your ugly face dirty my eyes." So 2 staff members immediately escorted Wei Ho away. After such a major, fiery ordeal, Sheng Qingtang's head was buzzing with anger. He said, "You all continue. I'm going to go eat some melon to cool off." The art's president hurried forward to support him, wanted to take him to the lounge. But after just a few steps, Sheng Qingtang angrily turned back. He snatched the piece Ing Zijing had just written and said, "I'm taking this one. None of you who can't appreciate good things are to touch it." Everyone was speechless. How would they dare to snatch it from the old man? Ing Zijing also calmly returned to her seat. As soon as she sat down, she saw Xiao Yu and a group of underlings shrink away in awe. She asked with amusement, "What are you all doing?" Xiao Yu patted his wildly beating little heart. "Father, you're just too fierce. So strong it scares me." Jiang Ran turned his head and asked, puzzled, "So you wrote that piece too? How did it end up in Wei Ho's hands?" Ing Zijing gave a tired yawn. "Who knows?" Jiang Ran sneered. "This matter must be investigated thoroughly. I like to see." Before he could finish, Xiao Yu chimed in indignantly. "Who on earth dares to mess with our father?" Jiang Ran's face darkened. "Our father?" It made it sound like he had married into the family. "Well said. Don't say it again next time." The Calligraphy Association swiftly announced the punishment for Wei Ho. That is, expulsion and permanent blacklisting. The melon-eating netizens all applauded. A hypocrite like him, who fraudulently claims and plagiarizes others' work, deserves such a fate. Who wouldn't want an unreservedly doting grandpa on their side? Old Master Zhong, who surfs the internet 18 hours a day, saw the news about Ing Zijing being framed for cheating, and his explosive temper instantly flared up again. Wei Ho dares to bully his granddaughter? That shameless old bastard. I'm gonna go beat him up. As he spoke, he tried to drag Wen Tinglan, who was busy with practice questions. "Come on, let's go vent some anger for her." When Tinglan paused for a moment, he finally understood why his sister had asked him to drag their grandpa to the student corridor before the opening ceremony. If the old man had been at the scene, he would have rolled up his sleeves and charged up to kick someone. He quickly held his grandpa back and urged him calm down first. Just then, a clear voice came from not far away. "What anger are you all going to vent?" When old Master Zhong saw his granddaughter, he said indignantly that he would absolutely not let that old scoundrel Wei Ho get away with it. Zijing said with a smile, "There's no need for Grandpa to do anything. Just let the dogs bite each other." Old Master Zhong didn't understand what she meant for a moment and asked, puzzled, "What does this have to do with dogs? Where are the dogs?" At this time, Wei Ho, who had been publicly exposed for fraudulently claiming Zijing's work at the art festival, had also received the notice of expulsion and permanent blacklisting from the Calligraphy Association. This time, his reputation was completely ruined, and all of this was thanks to Zhong Zhiwan. He furiously picked up his phone and called her. "How dare you set me up? You won't get away with it either, now that I've ended up like this. You gave me this piece, which means you stole it. You can't escape responsibility." Zhong Zhiwan, on the other end, laughed sinisterly that "I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. It was clearly your own greed. How can you blame me?" Wei Ho roared in anger. "It was you who told me to put my seal on that piece and claim it as my own." Zhong Zhiwan's tone carried a hint of mockery and threat that "I told you to do it, so you did it? By slandering me like this, are you prepared to offend the Zhong family?" Wei Ho's expression changed drastically. Of course, he knew about the Zhong family, one of the 4 great families of Huqing. Now that he had fallen to a point where everyone despised him, how could he dare to offend anyone? Zhong Zhiwan gently reminded him, "The work you fraudulently claimed belongs to my cousin. My grandpa dotes on her very much. Do you think he will listen to your explanation when he sees you? Will he believe me or you?" Wei Ho cursed, "Bitch," and angrily smashed his phone. Zhong Zhiwan, on the other hand, was unfazed and blocked Wei Ho's number. Just as she was preparing to leave school and go home, the crowd in front of the announcement board suddenly became noisy. What kind of monster is this Zijing? She actually won first prize in all the events she entered. Is she even human? Is there anything she can't do? And she even beat Goddess Zhong. The judging must be fair and just. It can only be said that Zhong Zhiwan is not as good as Zijing. Speaking of which, isn't her title of goddess a bit undeserved? Nu Fong, a loyal admirer of Zhong Zhiwan, stood up and retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Art is just entertainment. In Zijing's exams, is any single subject score of hers higher than Zhiwan's? Is she worthy of being compared to Zhiwan?" Then he sneered disdainfully that if her Zijing's total score on the final exam can exceed 400, I'll live stream myself eating poop. The other students looked disgusted. "Who want to watch you eat that disgusting stuff?" Hearing this, Zhong Zhiwan's tightly clenched fingers slowly relaxed. That's right, she didn't need to bother with a failing student. So what if her painting and calligraphy were amazing? In the end, which university you could get into still depended on the college entrance exam scores. The handsome man waved his large hand. "Swipe the black gold card as you please." But the big shot's taste was truly a bit hard to describe. Over the weekend, Zijing went to the Fu family's old residence again to check on the toxins in old Master Fu's body. Fu Yunshen, who was waiting outside, saw her come out and approached with a worried expression. "How is he?" Zijing shook her head slightly and asked how much longer it would be until the medicinal herbs arrived. Using golden needles could only temporarily curb the spread of the toxins in the body. Without the herbs, it couldn't be completely eradicated. Fu Yunshen said they were already on the way and should arrive by the end of the month. Zijing instructed him that during this time, Grandpa Fu's emotions must not fluctuate too much, or it would be troublesome if the toxins entered his heart. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little heavy. Fu Yunshen ruffled the kiddo's hair and said with a smile, "Let's go to the mall and buy some clothes. Consider it a belated birthday present from your big brother." So the two of them drove to the shopping mall in the city center. Fu Yunshen unbuckled his seatbelt. Just as he was about to tell Yao Yao they had arrived, he turned his head and saw she had fallen asleep against the car window. The girl's sleeping face was quiet and sweet, her usual indifference shed. Fu Yunshen's Adam's apple bobbed. The kiddo looked so well-behaved when she was asleep. He reached out and gently poked her little face. It was soft, tender, and very bouncy. Unexpectedly, the girl still didn't wake up. Fu Yunshen narrowed his charming eyes and couldn't resist poking her twice more. The touch was warm, as if he were holding a piece of soft jade. Just then, Zijing suddenly stirred. She opened her eyes. As if sensing something, she turned her head. Fu Yunshen's hand was frozen in midair. The two of them made eye contact. It was a bit awkward for a moment. Fu Yunshen, blushing, pulled his hand back. As if nothing had happened, he said with a calm expression, "There was a mosquito on your face just now. I've already shooed it away for you. Ing Zijin didn't speak. She looked up at the rearview mirror. Her cheek was slightly red, with the clear mark of being poked. After a moment of silence, she said, I'm in a pretty good mood today. I can reluctantly let you pinch it a bit more. She directly adopted an attitude of, you already pinched it, so just admit it. Don't pretend, be generous about it. Fu Yinshan coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment and, oh no, Big Brother is afraid he won't be able to control himself and will turn into a beast. Ing Zijin's voice was clear and light. You won't. You can't, because I'll beat you up, and it will hurt a lot. Fu Yunshin's face darkened. As expected, the kiddo wasn't cute when she was awake. The mall was bustling with people everywhere. Fu Yunshin glanced around and said lazily, Big Brother will take you upstairs. Then, the two took the elevator directly to the top floor. Fu Yunshan explained, the 17th floor of this mall is only open to platinum members. It's less crowded and there's no need to queue. The sales lady naturally recognized 7th young master Fu and hurried over to greet the two of them warmly. Fu Yunshin took out a black and gold card and handed it over. Let the kiddo see if there's anything she likes. Pick whatever you want. The sales lady took the card and was stunned. At their mall, one had to spend over 10 million to get a platinum card. But this was the first time she had ever seen a black gold card. Ing Zijin wandered around for a bit and came back holding a piece of clothing. After some thought, she said, I think this one is pretty good. Fu Yunshin looked up and saw a dark-colored long robe embroidered with large red flowers. How to describe this outfit? It would probably look old-fashioned even on his grandmother, who had been buried for several years. His kiddo's taste was truly unique. It just seemed she didn't really know how to dress herself. The sales lady hurried forward to smooth things over. This outfit isn't quite suitable for your age. You should wear something more youthful and vibrant. We just got some haute couture items from Europe. Why don't you step over and take a look? Before she could finish, Fu Yunshin stood up and interrupted her. No need for that. Get all the styles in her size. Send them all to the address I'll give you in a bit. The sales lady, ecstatic, said she would go pack them right away. Don't be fooled by the fact that the big shot knows everything from astronomy to geography and is practically omnipotent. Her taste in clothes was a bit hard to put into words. 7th young master Fu waved his hand and had the sales lady pack up all the styles to be sent to their home. A dazing Zijin stood there, stunned. Okay. The wealthy girl belatedly asked, Are you making fun of me for not knowing how to pick clothes? Fu Yunshan raised his charming eyes and said with utmost seriousness, No. Then he raised his hand and openly pinched her little face. Yao Yao, you're still a young girl in your prime. You can never have too many clothes. Anyway, whether it was something she liked or something that suited her, he would just buy it all. Ing Zijin took his hand away, rubbed her little face, and said, 3rd time's the charm, but not a 4th. Fu Yunshin chuckled and turned to Paid Out. Let's go. Don't we have to go to your maternal grandfather's house for dinner tonight? After swiping the card, the sales lady smilingly saw the two gods of wealth out. This single sale had just completed her performance quota for the entire year. She would probably wake up laughing in her dreams tonight. Just then, the manager in charge of the 17th floor happened to walk over. He glanced over and asked, Is that the Fu family's 7th young master? The sales lady said enviously yes. He just bought over 10 million worth of clothes. Truly worthy of someone from the 4 great families. The manager sneered disdainfully. That status of his is useless. The money is all from old Master Fu. He himself is just an idle, good-for-nothing playboy. You didn't know, did you? His previous fiancée would rather climb into his older brother's bed than be engaged to him. The sales lady's gossip-loving ears immediately perked up. What happened? The manager said, 2 years ago, old Master Fu personally arranged a marriage for him, waiting for him to get married as soon as he returned from Europe. But after the other party found out, she immediately turned around and went to the eldest young master. So you don't need to be so respectful to him. They all say that once old Master Fu passes away, this 7th young master will be finished. After speaking, the manager hurried off to inspect the next store. The sales lady hesitated, but said nothing. The black gold card that 7th young master Fu had handed her, it seemed to be the only one in the entire Century Plaza. Even his older brothers didn't have one. After dinner, Mrs. Zhong saw the old master go to the balcony for a walk and took the opportunity to stop Ing Zijin at the top of the stairs. She said with a hostile tone, I don't know what your mother's attitude towards you is, but I want to make my position clear. It's best not to have delusional thoughts about things you shouldn't be thinking about. You don't have the good fortune for it, understand? I'll leave it at that. I hope you're a smart person and know what you should and shouldn't do. Just as she finished speaking, she looked up and saw the old master humming a little tune as he came down the stairs. Old Master Zhong frowned. "Why aren't you with Wan? What are you doing here?" Mrs. Zhong immediately put on the expression of a loving mother. Wan is in a bad mood and won't tell me why. So I wanted to ask Zijin if something happened at school. I'll go check on her now. You should also take care of your health. Just as she was about to go upstairs, a cool voice suddenly sounded from behind her. "Before you lecture others, please manage your own daughter first." Mrs. Zhong stopped in her tracks. She turned back with a cold face and asked, "What do you mean?" She thought to herself, is an adopted daughter worthy of competing with a young lady of the Zhong family? She's really been spoiled by the old master to the point of not knowing her place. Zijin raised her phone and pressed a button. A clear conversation echoed in the quiet stairwell. It was a recording of the call between Zhong Zhiwan and Wei Ho. First came Wei Ho's furious roar. "You were clearly the one who stole this calligraphy and gave it to me. You were the one who told me to stamp my seal on it." This was followed by Zhong Zhiwan's arrogant voice that, "Be wise slandering me like this. Are you planning to go against the entire Zhong family? We'll see then if my grandfather believes you, or if he believes us." At this moment, Zhong Zhiwan happened to come out of her room. Walking to the turn of the stairs, her face instantly turned deathly pale when she heard the recording. Looking at her grandfather, who was on the verge of exploding with rage, the intense shame and embarrassment almost made her cry out. The White Lotus cousin's mother warned the big shot not to have any designs on the Zhong family's assets, who knew that not only was the big shot not threatened by her, but she even turned the fire onto her daughter. Zhong Zhuan never would have imagined that Zijin would have a recording of her call with Master Wei Ho. After a moment of shock, the recovered Mrs. Zhong was both surprised and furious. She lunged at the girl. "What do you think you're doing? Hand over the phone right now." Zijin dodged aside and slipped the phone into her pocket. "I didn't make the recording public out of respect for Grandpa, but that doesn't mean you can provoke me as you please." Old Master Zhong glared at his granddaughter, furious. "It was you who stole Zijin's calligraphy and gave it to that old fellow Wei Ho." Zhong Zhuan, with teary eyes, tremblingly explained, "It was just because of a little jealousy. I didn't have any other malicious intent." Old Master Zhong was clearly livid. "I don't want to hear your excuses. Get to the attic and reflect on your actions right now. You can come out when you realize you were wrong." Zhong Zhuan wanted to plead with her grandfather again, but she was mercilessly led away by the butler. Old Master Zhong then turned his head and looked furiously at his daughter-in-law. "And you, don't think I can't see the little tricks you pull behind my back. With that kind of energy, you'd be better off educating your child properly. Look at what Wan has become now." Mrs. Zhong was both embarrassed and mortified. Where was her previous arrogance? She lowered her head and said, "It's all my fault. I have indeed been negligent in Wan's discipline lately." Old Master Zhong waved his hand impatiently. "I don't want to hear such polite nonsense. A mother is at fault for her child's misdeeds. Apologize to Zijin right now." Mrs. Zhong's face turned beet red. She had been married into the Zhong family for so many years, and today she was being forced to apologize to an adopted daughter of humble status. Clenching her fists, she endured it and finally mumbled, "I'm sorry," like a buzzing mosquito. Then, too ashamed to stay, she lifted her skirt and hurried upstairs. Old Master Zhong said guiltily, "I never thought Wan would do such a thing. It's my fault for not teaching her well." Zijin's expression was placid. "It's not your fault. Please don't take it to heart." She reached out to help soothe her grandfather's temper and said, "It's getting late. I'll head back to my dad's place first. I'll come see you again another day." Unexpectedly, this was all thanks to Zhong Zhiwan. Grandpa's roaring fit had actually allowed him to vent all the pin-up frustration in his body. Old Master Zhong smiled and told her to be safe on the road. Watching his granddaughter leave, he clutched his chest, feeling strangely odd. How come after that fit of temper, his body actually felt much lighter? He scratched his head and thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. So he just went to leisurely water his flowers. In the attic, Zhong Zhiwan knelt on the floor, feeling extremely wronged. An hour later, Mrs. Zhong came in, raised her hand, and slapped her daughter across the face. She asked coldly, "Do you know where you went wrong?" Zhong Zhiwan clutched her face, her tears flowing even more fiercely. She said she shouldn't have been so foolish. As soon as she finished speaking, she received another solid slap on the face. Mrs. Zhong shook her head, very disappointed. "Wrong. Your mistake was not being clean enough in your actions. You didn't erase all the traces and let someone find evidence. Your bigger mistake mistake was being jealous of an adopted daughter and lowering yourself to fight with her. Then she squatted down to comfort her daughter. You are the young lady I have meticulously raised. How can you be overshadowed by an adopted girl? But your grandfather is right. You do need to reflect properly. Your rivals should be the socialites and heiresses of the imperial capital, not that adopted girl who is nothing. Do you understand your mother's painstaking efforts? Zhong Jiwan mumbled an affirmation. Mrs. Zhong then reminded her daughter, right now, you should be focusing your mind on another matter. The Mu family's young master will be staying at our house for a few days next month. What the Mu family of the imperial capital represents, I don't need to say more. Zhong Jiwan wiped her tears and said she understood. Finally, Mrs. Zhong left with the words, "Don't disappoint me again." A trace of sinister coldness gradually appeared on Zhong Jiwan's face. The humiliation she suffered today, she would one day return to Zijin 1,000 times over. Who would have thought that the seventh young Master Fu, who in the eyes of outsiders was a good-for-nothing, also had a fearful side deep down inside? In the dead of night, Fu Yunxin lay in bed, covered in a cold sweat, clutching the bedsheets tightly. He was having that terrible nightmare again. On a night of pouring rain, his panicked mother hid his small self in a wardrobe, repeatedly telling him that no matter what happened later, he must not come out. The Moondong him watched as his mother collapsed in a pool of blood. He desperately covered his mouth to keep from crying out. Before she died, his mother looked at him reluctantly through the crack in the wardrobe door, telling him he must grow up safe and happy. The sounds of gunshots and screams lingered in his ears for a long time. Finally, amidst a sea of blood, he saw the backs of 3 men in black. The eerie skull pattern on their backs was forever seared into his mind. Fu Yunxin's eyes snapped open, waking with a start. He gasped for breath. Even after 3 years of deep hypnosis therapy, he still couldn't escape the nightmare from 20 years ago. Just then, the phone on his bedside table suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Nye. He frowned but got up to answer it. Nye's voice was deep. "I'm back in the imperial capital. The matter isn't resolved yet. I'll have to trouble you to look after Nye Zhao for a while longer." Fu Yunxin was a little helpless. Such a small matter worth calling me about in the middle of the night. Nye was silent for a moment before speaking again. No. It's just that Shueshing told me he detected a large fluctuation in your emotions. He was worried you might do something drastic. He paused, then asked, "Are you okay?" Fu Yunxin looked at the city lights outside the window and let out a low laugh. "It's nothing. I'm used to it. It's just that sometimes being alive feels tiring." Nye, on the other end, fell silent, not knowing how to reply. Fu Yunxin quickly reverted to his usual carefree demeanor. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Then, without waiting for him to say anything more, he hung up the phone. After a few seconds of contemplation, he sent a message to Yao Yao, asking her what she wanted for breakfast. "Big brother will bring it over for you on my way." He sent the message and was about to put his phone down, since at this hour, normal people should be asleep. But unexpectedly, he received a reply right away. "I'm not a picky eater. Did you have a nightmare?" Fu Yunxin was stunned for a good while. Then he lazily replied, "The kiddo is a true fortune teller. Why are you still up so late? Although you're naturally beautiful and have a lot of hair, you can't stay up this late." Just as this message was sent, a video call came in. Fu Yunxin's hand paused for a moment before he accepted the call. He saw Ing Zijin in her nightgown, rubbing her sleepy eyes, clearly having just woken up too. "You don't seem to be sleeping well. I'll bring you some medicine tomorrow. Take it before each of your 3 meals. 7 days is 1 course of treatment." She thought for a moment and added, "When you have nightmares, it's best not to be alone." Fu Yunxin's eyes flickered. He really hadn't expected the kiddo to video call him just to say this. He smiled and said, "Big brother knows. Yao Yao, go to sleep. If you don't sleep now, I'll have to go to your house and tuck you in a bed." Then, the video call was abruptly cut off, giving him no time to react at all. She really was the same heartless kiddo. After all the commotion, his mind and body unknowingly relaxed. He yawned, suddenly feeling a bit sleepy again. He might as well go back to sleep. The way the big shot taught her White Lotus cousin a lesson was so simple and brutal. A single chopstick was enough to scare her into nearly passing out on the spot. After class at noon, the 3 good buddies went to the school cafeteria to eat together. Xiaoyu asked, "Ing Bi, are you just going to let Zhong Jiwan off like that? You should have released the call recording and let everyone see her true colors. With that kind of character, she's still a goddess." Those guys must be blind. Ing Zijin was looking down, working on a bounty mission. She said don't mind her. She had just received a notification from the NOK forum, informing her that her level had been upgraded to C-class. Xiaoyu turned his head and looked at Jiang Ran with a mischievous smile. Why don't you go and curse that little white lotus out? Shatter her adoring heart. Jiang Ran's face darkened. Are you crazy? At this time, Zhong Zhuan was also eating with her classmates. The girl across from her was stunned when she saw Jiang Ran appear. That I've really seen it all now. Young Master Jiang is actually eating in the cafeteria. But with Ing Zijin around, it wasn't that strange. Zhong Zhuan stirred the noodles in her bowl and smiled faintly. Oh, her? She just likes to flirt with men. The girl was taken aback, her little gossip-loving ears immediately perking up in a way that's so disgusting. Zhong Zhuan said nonchalantly. She first seduced Teacher Ying's fiancé, then she latched on his 7th young Master Fu. Now, she won't even let Jiang Ran go. She glanced over in Ing Zijin's direction, then continued to gossip, and there's something even more disgusting. You don't know, but just a while ago, but she couldn't finish her sentence. Ing Zijin's slender fingers twisted slightly, and a chopstick flew out with a whoosh. With a thud, it embedded itself right into the dining table in front of Zhong Zhuan. The noisy cafeteria instantly fell silent. Every student who saw this was dumbfounded. Zhong Zhuan stared at the distant Ing Zijin in disbelief, her lips trembling in fear. After a long while, the students who had come back to their senses began to whisper, "Holy crap, what kind of legendary martial art is that? How did she stick a chopstick in there?" Xiaoyu, who had witnessed the whole thing, asked with difficulty, "Ing Dai, what was that just now?" Ing Zijin said flatly, "I forgot to hold back. My hand strength was too great. It seems she would have to change that." Xiaoyu and Jiang Ran exchanged a look of lingering fear. Forgetting to hold back could embed a chopstick into a table. If she had used her real strength, wouldn't smashing an iron hammer be like child's play? Xiaoyu suddenly felt a little scared. To be able to use internal energy to this level, she must have practiced ancient martial arts. Ing Dai was truly a mysterious woman. In the afternoon, in the principal's office, the principal flipped through his calendar and said to Hee-sun, Norton University's first interview is at the end of May. Here's what I'm thinking. Don't you have 3 interview slots? 2 will be for the international class you teach, and the remaining 1 will go to the top student in the grade. What do you think? Hee-sun nodded, expressing no objection. However, Norton University didn't just look at grades. In fact, as a D-class member, he wasn't very clear on the details. He had once heard his mentor say that only S-class students were considered true Norton students, and the conditions for entering S-class were confidential. He wasn't qualified to know. The principal thought for a moment and said, I remember you know people from the Royal European Academy of Arts, right? Hee-sun understood immediately. Are you thinking that when I go to Norton University, I should also bring along those top students from the 3rd-year art class? The principal chuckled. That's right. But you might need to bring 1 more. Student Ing Zijin performed very well in this year's art festival. I think she can give it a try. Without a second thought, Hee-sun refused directly. I'm sorry, principal. I don't think it's necessary. The Royal European Academy of Arts also looks at academic scores. With Ing Zijin's rock-bottom exam ranking, what could she possibly do there? The principal didn't expect him to have such a strong opinion against student Ing. He was about to say more when the phone on his desk suddenly rang. He answered it, and after hearing just 1 sentence, his expression instantly changed. He immediately stood up and said, Okay, I'll be right over. He straightened his clothes and hurried towards the door. He said to Hee-sun, an important guest from Europe has arrived. I'll go entertain him first. Hee-sun was also a little curious. What kind of important guest would make the principal so nervous? A world-renowned oil painting artist actually came to the school specifically to find a failing student, to become his apprentice. This directly shocked the principal, who had met many masters. The person who had summoned the principal with a single phone call was the head of the art department. He pointed into the exhibition hall and said in a low voice, that is Mr. Bergerbrien. He just came from the Royal European Academy of Arts. The principal followed his line of sight and was full of questions that I've heard of him. But what is he doing? He saw a blond man pressed against the wall, arms spread wide, with an intoxicated look on his face. The head of the art department explained with some difficulty, he's not hugging the wall. He's hugging the oil painting that student Ing Zijin submitted for the art festival. The principal was dumbfounded. Before he could react, he heard the man shout, excitedly, my God. What a masterpiece. This is simply the hand of God, Zeno Vaughn reincarnated. This blonde, blue-eyed man who seemed like a lunatic was none other than the contemporary Romanicist painter, Berger. Brian, the principal and the head of the art department were speechless. This guy probably escaped from a mental hospital, right? The head of the art department cleared his throat twice, interrupting his self-indulgence. Mr. Berger, our principal is here. If you have any requests, you could just tell him directly. Berger turned around impatiently. Quick, quick, I want to see the person who painted this. The principal finally understood why he was here and asked how he had found this place. Berger looked around with disdain. Didn't you guys hold some kind of art festival? I happened to see this painting online. Otherwise, who would come all this way? There's no good ice cream here. The head of the art department nervously wiped his sweat and whispered to the principal, artists are all quite eccentric. You can't let them lead you astray. The principal felt like his brain's CPU was about to burn out. But the man was, after all, an artist who had come from afar. So he said politely, the student is still in class. You'll have to wait a while. This time, Berger agreed readily. Fine, I'll wait. He soon happened to be passing by at this moment and saw Berger. He was stunned for a moment, then took the initiative to greet him. Berger didn't even look at him and waved his hand impatiently. Who are you? I'm busy. Where's that student's classroom? Take me there quickly. Seeing how anxious this guy was, as if he were rushing to be reincarnated, the principal had no choice but to lead him towards the third-year building. He soon hadn't managed to say a single word from beginning to end. He frowned and turned to ask, why would Mr. Berger come here? The head of the art department, finally seeing this great Buddha off, let out a long sigh of relief. He said proudly, you don't know? He came specifically for student Ingzi. I think he probably wants to take student Ian as a student. He-sun was instantly stunned. Who was Berger? How could he possibly make a special trip? For Ingzi, the head of the art department didn't notice that He-sun's expression had changed. Wiping his sweat, he walked out. I misunderstood student Ian during the art festival. I should go and apologize to her. Just then, the bell rang for the end of self-study class. Class 19 was as noisy and chaotic as usual. While Ingzi was doing a mission on the NOK forum, she suddenly received a message from Sheng Qintang. Little Miracle Doctor, are you interested in the National Calligraphy Artists Association? How about coming to be a vice president? Ingzi casually replied with 2 words, not going. Sheng Qintang on the other and immediately became anxious that if you don't join, you'll be wasting your talent. Ingzi expression was lazy, still unmoved, because it will interfere with my retirement. The other party sent an emoji. Ingzi replied directly, if you send that kind of emoji again, I'll block you. The old man immediately passed the buck to his bald-headed son, saying the documents were all ready, and she was welcome to change her mind and sign at any time. Ingzi yawned and didn't bother with him anymore, continuing to do her bounty missions. If her friends knew that the multi-talented and mysterious big shot had actually lived for over 1,000 years, they would probably be so shocked they'd drop dead on the spot. During the break, a punk-styled underling poked his head in through the back door of the classroom and called out, Ing Dai, the principal is looking for you. Are you going? There's a foreigner there too. It seems he wants to see you. His attitude is pretty good. That person also asked if you like Zeno very much. Ingzi raised her beautiful phoenix eyes and said indifferently, I don't like him. He talks too much. I wanted to bury him. When the underling heard this, he immediately rolled up his sleeves to curry favor. Where is he now? The brothers will go and put a sack over his head. Xiaoyu, who was watching the fun from the side, spoke up leisurely. He's been buried in the ground for several hundred years. You should hurry. If you're late, he might fly away on a broomstick. The underling was completely bewildered, so they were just messing with him. Next, Xiaoyu's celebrity lecture class began, giving him a science lesson. Zeno Vaughn was a world-famous oil painter from the 17th century. He left behind over 100 works in his lifetime. Xiaoyu walked over and put a hand on the girl's shoulder. Ing Dai, that's a really interesting joke you made. You've never even met him. So how would you know he's a chatterbox? Ingzi expression remained indifferent, because when that old man painted, he would often recite the Bible while painting, and in Latin at that. It was so noisy it gave me a headache. Xiaoyu gave her a thumbs up. Ing Dai, you're truly amazing. You can even make up stories that fit so well with history. When I was traveling, I visited Zeno Vaughn's former residence. His study was indeed filled with various versions of the Bible. Ingzi lowered her eyes, her memory returning to the 300 years she spent on the O continent. She had studied oil painting with Zeno for 3 years, most of which was spent listening to him drone on about the Bible. It was true that he was good at painting, but it was also true that he was annoying. As long as he didn't speak, he was a cute little old man. Zeno could be considered one of her many teachers over the years. Unfortunately, he was ultimately just an ordinary person, and she couldn't extend his lifespan for him. Pulling back her thoughts, her gaze returned to her phone. With another 1,000 growth points, she could enter the hidden section of the NOK forum. Hidden within was the true face of this world. This forum was just an organization responsible for guarding these secrets. The punk underling waved his hand in front of her face. That foreigner said he's waiting for you. Ingdai, whenever you're free is fine. Ing Zijin thought for a moment, then stood up. Then I'll go see him now. I'll just treat it as occasionally reminiscing about an old acquaintance. On the other side, Zhong Manhua and Ing Luwei rushed to the school in a panic. Zhong Manhua asked uncertainly, did Mr. Berger really come to Qingji? Ing Luwei nodded, yes, sister-in-law. Little Jean knows nothing about art. I don't know why Mr. Berger would come looking for her. I was worried something might happen, so I'll let you know. Zhong Manhua's anger flared up. What good could this daughter of hers possibly do? She must have cheated again. This time, she had brought shame all the way abroad. She had to apologize to the man before the matter escalated. At this time, it was a break between classes. Many students recognized Ing Luwei and greeted her. Zhong Manhua, restless with anxiety, took a mask out of her bag and put it on. After waiting for 5 minutes, she finally saw a familiar figure walk out of the school building. She immediately went forward and, deliberately lowering her voice, said to the girl, Mom has something to talk to you about. Pack your things and leave the school with me first. However, Ing Zijin didn't even glance at her. Just then, an eager voice suddenly came from behind. Excuse me, let me through. A blonde, blue-eyed foreign man violently pushed Zhong Manhua aside and rushed over. Caught off guard, her ankle, in its high heel, twisted with a crack. Fortunately, Ing Luwei supported her in time. She asked with concern, are you okay? Why don't we go to the infirmary first? We've already seen little Jean. We can come back later. Zhong Manhua was hissing in pain and didn't refuse. Ing Luwei glanced back, as if unintentionally. She naturally recognized that it was Burger Brian. How could she really let her sister-in-law play the peacemaker? If her reputation was ruined, then Ing Zijin shouldn't expect to have it easy either. However, as soon as she turned her head, she saw Burger drop to his knees with a thud. What was going on? Wasn't Burger here to cause trouble for Ing Zijin? And as a top master in the field of oil painting, why was he being so respectful to Ing Zijin? Zhong Manhua saw her strange expression and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Ing Luwei hastily averted her gaze and said, it's nothing. Let's hurry to the infirmary. The world's top oil painting master actually wanted to take a high school girl as his teacher. Who wouldn't be confused by this scene? Burger put his hands together and performed a devout bow of apprenticeship. The principal following behind him had his eyes wide like saucers. He really suspected he was either deaf or blind. Ing Zijin was clearly taken aback by Burger's kneeling. She quickly reached out to help him up. Otherwise, with the new year approaching, would she have to give him a red envelope or something? But Burger remained kneeling and motionless. Master Ning, I saw the painting you did, guest in the cathedral. Please accept me as your disciple. Ing Zijin pressed her temples, a headache coming on that I don't accept disciples. I still have to attend classes and study. The punk underling hiding and watching the fun covered his mouth and cackled. What the hell? Is our Ing Dai scamming another fool? Burger immediately became anxious. Mastering, you don't need to study. I can directly recommend you to any world-renowned university except for Norton University. Ing Zijin smiled faintly. Thank you for your kind offer. I'm going to Norton University in the future. However, the other party didn't notice that she said going to, not getting into. Burger was so worried he was pulling his hair out. Then how can you teach me to paint? If I didn't know that Zeno Vaughn had been gone for several hundred years, I would have thought you were his reincarnation. Ing Zijin was a little helpless. After a few seconds of thought, she said, we can discuss it with each other, Mr. Burger. You are already a world-renowned top oil painting master. I have seen your paintings before. They do indeed have the style of Zeno Vaughn in his youth. Who knew that Burger would suddenly become furious? That's pure nonsense. Don't I know my own worth? The principal's head was buzzing. He felt like he was about to faint. Burger also understood that his hope of becoming a disciple was lost. He put his hands together again and begged, then could I trouble you to paint a few more pictures for me? I want to take them back to copy and study. Ing Zijin unceremoniously held out her hand and said, sure, but I charge money. Berger waved his hand magnanimously, and "Oh problem. One of my paintings once sold for 7 million US dollars. I'll pay you double that price." Ing Zijin smiled at this big spender. "I can give you one for free." Berger grinned like a blooming flower, repeatedly praising her for being a great person. Before leaving, he seemed to remember something. "Master Ing, your English pronunciation is more standard than mine. I almost thought you were a native of our Europe." Ing Zijin watched his swaggering, retreating figure, feeling both amused and exasperated. "Who knows, maybe I really did meet your ancestors back in the day." In the evening, Fu Yunshan was at the school gate, leaning against his luxury car, waiting for the kiddo to finish school. His handsome, outstanding appearance and tall, straight figure attracted the gazes of many students. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Fu Yunshan thoughtfully opened the front passenger door for the kiddo. He started the car and asked her, "Are you still going to Sharon Hospital today?" Ing Zijin rested her chin on her hand and nodded. "Did I have to interview new people today? I need to go and see." Fu Yunshan handed her a bag of nuts. "Why aren't you sleepy today? What are you thinking about so seriously?" Ing Zijin tore open the package and said, without looking up, "I watched a TV series a month ago. I haven't finished it, but I forgot the title." Fu Yunshan asked casually, "What's the plot?" Ing Zijin thought for a moment and briefly described it. "It's about a high school student who travels to ancient times through a mirror and meets a very handsome prince. The next day, she travels back through the mirror, only to find that she has arrived 10 years in the future. Then she just travels back and forth." The corner of Fu Yunshan's mouth twitched. It was indeed a very special and melodramatic plot, but he still took out his phone and said, "I'll ask for you." He then sent out a message. In less than 20 seconds, the other party replied. When Fu Yunshan saw the title of the show, his expression became uncharacteristically complicated. He turned to the kiddo and said, "I found it. The show you were watching is called The Domineering CEO and the Iceberg Prince are fighting over me every day." Ing Zijin looked at the handsome face in front of her, which was trying hard to hold back a laugh, and suddenly fell silent. Hearing this somewhat embarrassing title come out of his mouth, why did it feel a little strange? The all-powerful big shot originally wanted to live a happy retirement life of planting flowers and raising pigs, but she never expected to be busy as a spinning top all day. During the day, she had just sent away an oil painting master who came to be her apprentice, and at night, she had to go to the hospital to interview physicians. After arriving at Sharon Hospital, Ing Zijin went directly to the Human Resources Department. The director handed her the list of applicants, saying, "There are a total of 150 applicants today. We've already interviewed more than half, and there are still 30 waiting." Ing Zijin didn't look at the file and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." The director was flattered and repeatedly waved his hands that you're too kind. "Without you, the hospital would never have its current prestige." He wasn't exaggerating. Ing Zijin had cured Sheng Qingtang, and now she was the hospital's living signboard. Those physicians who had left for other jobs before were probably regretting it to their core. Ing Zijin took out her phone and glanced at it. The interviews start at 7. "I'll go out for a meal first. I'll come over to take a look later." On her phone was a message just sent from Fu Yunshan, wanting to take her for hot pot. The director respectfully saw her out. "It's for the best that you can come and be an interviewer yourself." The remaining applicants had already arrived, all waiting in the waiting area. Lu Ji was feeling anxious and restless, looking around aimlessly. Then she saw a familiar girl's figure. She was stunned for a moment. "Why are you here?" She and Ing Luwei had always been on good terms, and by extension, she had always disliked Ing Zijin, especially since she had been caught in the crossfire and had her finances restricted by her father for so long. More importantly, because of that court trial, the Wu family was investigated and shut down, which also cost her her job in the imperial capital. Thus, a feud had been established between the two. So she arrogantly blocked her way. "You don't think you can come to the hospital as a nurse's aide just because you recognize a few Chinese herbs, do you? Have you taken systematic courses in Chinese medicine? Do you know how to identify poisonous medicinal herbs? Do you understand what inspection, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation are? I heard from Luwei that your academic performance is at the bottom, especially your math and English scores, which are in the single digits. With that level, you're thinking of studying medicine?" Her mocking voice was not quiet, attracting the attention of several other applicants. Ing Zijin gave her a cold glance that seemed to pierce right through her. In the few seconds that Lu Ji was stunned, the girl had already walked away without paying her any mind. Lu Ji punched the air, furious but unable to do anything. The other applicants felt that this person was being ridiculous. They whispered in low voices, "Is that woman crazy?" The young girl didn't even provoke her. Her words are so nasty. Everyone has things they're not good at. My grades weren't good back then either, but I still studied medicine. I really hope she doesn't get hired. I don't want to be colleagues with someone like that. Being talked about like this, Lu Ji was both angry and embarrassed, her face flushing red and pale. Fu Yinshun took the kiddo to an old hot pot restaurant. It was dinner time, and the restaurant was quite full. The two chose a table in a corner and sat down. The waiter quickly brought the dishes. Ing Zijin said, "We have to finish eating before 7. I have to go back to the hospital to interview applicants." Fu Yunxin's charming eyes curved. "Old Master Mu should be thanking you. He threw such a mess at you. I don't know if he's really being generous." Ing Zijin didn't seem to mind much. She said, "As long as I can make money, it's fine." Fu Yinxin was silent for a moment. "Yao Yao, you're not an adult yet. You really don't need to worry about money right now. If you're short on money, just ask Big Brother for it." Just a few bottles of medicine she had given him were definitely worth over $1 million each. But the kiddo had refused the card he offered. Ing Zijin took a sip of her drink and said, "I don't want it. Earning my own money gives me a sense of accomplishment. It's not interesting if it's given by others." The big shot's chopstick divine skill reappeared, delivering justice for heaven. Day after day, for some unknown reason, there were always cannon fodders who voluntarily came to get their faces slapped. Fu Yinshun was taking the kiddo out for dinner at an old hot pot restaurant. A person passing by outside saw them through the window, paused, and then slowly walked in. Just as Fu Yinshun handed the peeled shrimp to the kiddo, a sarcastic, mocking voice was heard. "Oh, look, who do I see here? Isn't this the #1 playboy of Huqing, the 7th young master of the Fu family? What, did your grandfather not give you any money? Have you fallen so low as to eat hot pot now?" Fu Yinshun didn't say a word. Ing Zijin put down her chopsticks and slowly raised her head. With just one glance, she knew all the information about this person. This flippant man was named Fu Yichen, the 2nd young master of the Fu family. His father was Fu Mingxing. He was 27 years old, unmarried, and currently a general manager at a branch of the Fu Corporation. However, he had no real power. A typical good-for-nothing mooching off his family. Ing Zijin's hand inconspicuously pressed down on a chopstick. The next second, the chopstick flicked, and the dipping sauce bowl flew up with a whoosh, splashing directly onto the man's forehead. Fu Yichen didn't expect it at all and couldn't dodge in time. His face and clothes were covered in sauce. The customers at the next table all looked disgusted. Fu Yinxin smiled. He handed the kiddo a napkin. "In the future, if you see him, just walk the other way. Don't dirty your own hands." Ing Zijin nodded and took a new bowl. "He's indeed too ugly." Fu Yichen's face turned green with anger. He shouted for the waiter, "Look at the customers in your restaurant. What is going on here?" The waiter who rushed over was also confused, but he quickly came to his senses and said, "I'm sorry, sir. The customers are eating. Please do not shout. If you are here to dine, we warmly welcome you." But he didn't say the words "looking for trouble" that he was thinking. He thought, isn't this guy a pure psycho? The pretty young lady and handsome young man are on a date, and you go looking for trouble yourself. You got served by heavenly justice, and you still have the nerve to blabber on here. Some customers around them burst into laughter. Fu Yichen was utterly humiliated and furious. He left with a "you just wait" and stormed off. After the little episode, the waiter soothed the customers and told them to continue their meal. Fu Yinxin looked at the girl who was eating her blanched meat, his gaze softening slightly. He took a candy from his pocket and placed it in her palm. "Thank you for sticking up for Big Brother just now." The girl waved her hand, not minding it. At 7 p.m., the interviews at Sharon Hospital continued. Lu Ji's number was the first. The director of the Human Resources Department said politely, "There is one more interviewer who hasn't arrived yet. We'll need you to wait a few more minutes." Lu Ji was stunned and asked, "Is the other interviewer the hospital director?" The director smiled and didn't hide anything. "No. It's the miracle doctor who brought Sharon Hospital back from the dead. I wonder if you've heard of her." Lu Ji was shocked. She asked again, "Is it the miracle doctor who saved the patient that even the doctors at Jiangdi Hospital were helpless against?" The director nodded, his face full of pride. Just then, there were 2 light knocks on the interview room door. Lu Ji straightened her back and turned to look at the door. She wondered if the miracle doctor was a man or a woman. If she could receive his guidance, she would definitely learn a lot of medical skills. As she was thinking, she saw Ing Zijin, dressed in a school uniform, walk in. The smile on Lu Ji's face instantly vanished. This adopted girl couldn't be here to ruin her interview, could she? A high school girl who failed her exams was actually the miracle doctor revered by the medical community. And so, the face-slapping scene once again unfolded without any surprises. When Lu Ji saw that the person who walked into the interview room was actually Ing Zijin, her smiling face instantly turned cold. I was wondering why you were so quiet just now. So you were waiting for me here. Do you think you can ruin my interview just by coming in here? Then she turned to the interviewers in frustration. Then aren't we waiting for the miracle doctor? What is this girl doing here? If Shaoran Hospital is going to hire even someone of this low caliber, then they really don't deserve to hire me. The director of human resources didn't even bother with her. He stood up and respectfully pulled out the middle chair. Missing, you've arrived just in time. This is your seat. Then he frowned at Lu Ji. This is the miracle doctor of our Shaoran Hospital. Have you two already met? The words were like a bolt from the blue. Lu Ji stared in disbelief at the girl sitting in the very center. The one who saved a patient that even the first hospital couldn't cure. And the miracle doctor that even his mentor praised and admired was actually Ing Zijing. What kind of joke was this? She's only 17, and she's a slacker who's at the bottom of her class in exams. How is this possible? Seeing Lu Ji staring blankly, the director urged him by calling his name. Only then did Lu Ji manage to compose himself and shakily hand over the resume in his hand. But the director didn't take it. Instead, he looked at the girl beside him. The meaning was obvious. Tonight's interview was being run by the miracle doctor. Ing Zijing didn't even look at the resume. She raised her eyes and coolly said 3 words, "I don't want you." The director and the 2 experts were a bit surprised. They knew Lu Ji had graduated from the Imperial Capital University of Chinese Medicine. That degree alone was very impressive. Lu Ji was both ashamed and angry. You haven't even looked at my resume. On what grounds can you just open your mouth and say you don't want me? Even if you're using a public position to settle a private grudge, this isn't how you do it. Ing Zijing let out a light laugh that you're overthinking it. You're not that important. This one sentence made Lu Ji tremble with humiliation. His lips quivered as he pointed to the girl, stammering for a long time, but the words that followed simply wouldn't come out. Then they heard Ing Zijing continue in a cool tone. You were admitted to the Imperial Capital University of Chinese Medicine in 2012. You graduated with a bachelor's degree in 2017 and became a graduate student in the same year. Your 2020 thesis defense involved severe plagiarism, and you did not receive your degree. During this period, you interned at the Imperial Capital's 3rd Chinese Medicine Hospital. You mistook a poisonous fungus for a non-toxic mushroom and mixed it into the medicinal herbs. In addition, at least 6 medical malpractice incidents were caused by you. Lu Ji's face completely changed. He asked with a pale face, "How did you know that?" None of this was written on his resume. Ing Zijing didn't answer him. She directly crossed his name off the list of interviewees. With an indifferent expression, she said, "Let the next one in." Lu Ji panicked at once. He began to beg tearfully, "Please, I can't lose this job. I can start as an ordinary physician. I don't even want a salary during the probation period. Just let me try. I didn't mean to target you before. I wasn't really trying to mock you. Be the bigger person. Don't hold it against me, okay?" Ing Zijing didn't look at him again, only coldly spitting out 2 words, "Get out." The intense shame finally pushed Lu Ji to the brink of collapse. He grabbed his resume and ran out, whimpering. The director, listening from the side, was terrified. He felt that this miracle doctor's prowess was not just in medicine, but also in some mysterious ability to see through people's hearts. In wealthy and powerful clans, the surface harmony and love conceal all sorts of open and secret struggles. As one of the 4 great families of Huqing, the Fu family was naturally no exception. The 15th of every month was the day of the Fu family gathering. Fu Yinshun helped his grandfather into the dining room. After old Master Fu sat down at the head of the table, he greeted his children and grandchildren. "Everyone, take your seats." Fu Yinshun also sat down next to his grandfather. Seeing this, Fu Yichen snorted coldly. He's just a bootlicker who knows how to please Grandpa. He has no ability at all. Hearing this, Mrs. Fu, who was beside him, told her son to shut up. Halfway through the meal, the old master suddenly put down his chopsticks. Since everyone is here today, I'll say a few things directly. My body is gradually failing. Some matters will be explained and arranged soon. Hearing this, a few members of the Fu family couldn't help but show joy on their faces. The eldest son, Fu Mingcheng, frowned and said impassively, "Dad, you're still sitting here in good health. Why say such discouraging things?" The old master beckoned behind him. A professional manager who had been waiting for a long time immediately handed over a document. Whether they're discouraging words or not, everyone knows in their hearts. Today, I'll announce one thing first. Saying this, he put on his reading glasses and looked through the document that I plan to divide up several businesses. The atmosphere in the dining room instantly became heavy. All eyes turned to the old master. Fu Yichen was secretly pleased. Grandpa is going to divide the businesses. He'll definitely start with his father, the eldest son. However, the old master's next words made everyone's expression instantly turn ugly. This Yuxiang house will be given to Yunshin. Even Fu Mingcheng, who is usually calm and collected, didn't look good. Fu Yichen shot up from his seat and cursed directly. "Grandpa, are you getting senile? Yuxiang house has been our Fu family's signature for so many years. You're giving it to a dandy? Aren't you afraid he'll lose everything, down to his last pair of shorts?" Fu Yunshin fiddled with a knife and fork in his hands, not saying a word from beginning to end. The old master glanced at his second grandson, who only knew how to eat, drink, and play. His eyes were faint but carried an air of authority. Mrs. Fu quickly pulled the reckless Fu Yichen back to his seat, reprimanding her son, "Watch your words. How can you talk about your younger brother like that?" Fu Yinshin still wore a devil-may-care smile. He said to his grandfather, "I don't want this Yuxiang house. You should give it to someone else, Grandpa." To everyone's surprise, the old master had no intention of giving Yuxiang house to anyone else. He took off his reading glasses and said, "Since little Seven doesn't want it, let's put it aside for now. Let's eat first today. We'll talk about it another day." Fu Mingcheng and his wife exchanged a look, each with their own little schemes in mind. After dinner, back in the study, Fu Mingcheng could no longer suppress his anger. He slammed a stack of documents directly onto the table. The old master is really getting muddled. Yichen and the younger generation don't know the situation. But how can the old master not understand it himself? He was actually going to give away Yuxiang house. Whenever it comes to that kid, the old master is biased beyond measure. I really don't know what he's thinking. Mrs. Du gently massaged her husband's shoulders, persuading him not to be angry. Didn't the kid not dare to take in the end? But speaking of which, I find the old master's condition quite strange. 3 years ago, the hospital issued a critical illness notice, but now the old master's health is actually improving. Fu Mingcheng's eyes turned cold. Who do you think the old master is holding on for? Isn't it for that Fu Yinshin? But his body has been depleted for too long. I'm afraid he can't hold on for many more days. We have to find a way to shift the old master's attention to our Ihan while he's still alive. The reward for 7th young master, Fu coaxing the big shot to study hard, was actually that if she passed just one course exam, he would take her to see her favorite female celebrity. After interviewing all the physicians, Yin Zijing rubbed her sore neck and walked out of the hospital. Just then, her phone suddenly buzzed twice. It was a message from her good buddy, Xiaoyu. You could feel her excitement just from the words. Shang Yaoji is coming to our school to give a speech. Yin Zijing replied with a who, completely puzzled. Xiaoyu excitedly began to promote her idol. Shang Yaoji is the youngest movie emperor in the entertainment industry. Bossing, don't you go on Weibo? How could you have not heard of him? He debuted at 17 and won the Golden Flower Award at 23. And he's super handsome. I'll help you get tickets. We'll go to the lecture together then. Yin Zijing replied with an oh, truly unable to understand Xiaoyu's fangirl mentality. She glanced at her idol's photo and couldn't help but scoff that he's not even as good looking as Fu Yunshin. Forget it, not interested. On the other side, Fu Yunshin's ears were itching. Could someone be praising him? At this moment, he was preparing to return from the Fu family's old residence to his solo apartment in the city. Just as he was about to start the car, the old burner phone in the hidden compartment suddenly rang. He picked it up and heard a hesitant voice, "Brother, something's happened." Fu Yunshin's hands on the steering wheel tightened abruptly. The other person was silent for a long while before speaking with difficulty that we've obtained all the medicinal herbs with a bounty on Nope. The brothers were originally about to send them to you, but the herbs were hijacked while passing through customs. Hearing this, Fu Yunshin's eyes turned cold. He said in a calm voice, "Got it." The next day at noon, he came to Qingji High School again, as usual, leaning against a tree and quietly waiting for the little one to get out of school. A rustling of footsteps sounded. Fu Yunshin turned to look at the girl, smiling brightly. "I just saw on your school's bulletin board that a celebrity is coming to give a speech. Is that so?" In Zijing nodded. "T the end of the month. I heard he's a movie emperor." Fu Yunshin raised an eyebrow. "Little one, you love watching dramas so much, but you don't even follow celebrities?" In Zijing thought for a few seconds. "Following celebrities is too tiring. Besides, I prefer good-looking female celebrities." Fu Yunshan tilted his head and suddenly smiled. "Are you sure it's female celebrities?" In Zijing said righteously, "Yeah. Who doesn't like good-looking girls?" Fu Yunshan was at a loss for words for a moment. It seemed to make a lot of sense. He reached out and removed a leaf that had fallen on her hair, then bent down to meet her gaze. "All right, let's talk business. Something came up for your big brother, and I need to go abroad. It'll probably take 4 or 5 days to get back. You have to take good care of yourself these few days. Don't take advantage of my absence to only eat tomatoes for lunch every day." In Zijing frowned slightly. Her divination ability hadn't fully recovered. If Fu Yunshin went abroad, she couldn't predict his safety. Last time, someone tried to kill him at his own home. Who knows how many people would be waiting for him on this trip? Fu Yunshin seemed to see the little one's worry. He raised his hand and ruffled her hair. "It's nothing major. Big brother will be back soon. Before that, there's one more thing I need you to do. Study hard for this midterm exam. As long as you pass one subject, Big Brother will take you to see your favorite female celebrity live." After speaking, he turned and walked towards the school gate. "Let me treat you to a meal before your class starts." Back in the classroom that afternoon, In Zijing was still contemplating whether to study or not. Thinking about it carefully, the reward seemed quite worth it. "Then I'll study." Having made her decision, she propped her head up with one hand and, with the other, opened her phone inside her desk. She wanted to find the name of the female celebrity from the web series she was watching last time. Beside her, Shioyu was slumped over her desk, drowsing as, "Oh, boring. Why did I come to this public lecture? I'd rather skip class and go street racing. I really don't get why we, as high school students, have to listen to a university professor's lecture. We can't understand it at all, okay?" Just then, a piece of chalk was suddenly thrown towards her. Shioyu instantly jolted awake. The chalk, as fate would have it, landed right next to Boss Ying's book. The old professor said sternly, "That female student over there, come up here and solve this problem for me." In Zijing put away her phone and looked up, bewildered. "Are you calling me?" The slacker Big Shot's hobbies, besides sleeping, probably included publicly slapping the faces of clowns. During a public lecture for the entire grade, the old professor's chalk flew past students who were sleeping and snoring and precisely hit In Zijing, who was taking a rare moment to slack off and watch a drama, telling her to come up and solve the problem on the blackboard. The students in the lecture hall all turned to look at her in a flash. Lu Fong from the genius class laughed mockingly. "Teacher, don't make her solve the problem. She probably doesn't even know what a chemical reaction is." As soon as he said this, a wave of laughter erupted in the classroom. "Yeah, teacher, don't waste time. Just continue with the lecture." The old professor angrily slapped the table, telling everyone to be quiet. "This student, you either come up and solve this problem, or go stand in the back as punishment." Under everyone's watchful eyes, In Zijing stood up. However, she walked not towards the back of the classroom, but towards the blackboard at the front. The classroom, which had been quiet for a few seconds, instantly erupted again. Many of the mocking voices came from the genius class. "Oh, slackers get to go to the blackboard to solve problems these days? She used to sleep all day in our class. No wonder she was kicked out. I think class 19 suits her well. It's a pure garbage dump." Jiang Ran couldn't stand it anymore. He picked up the chemistry book in his hand and threw it directly at the student who said that, roaring with red eyes, "Shut your damn mouths." The few students were so scared they didn't dare to make another sound. Provoking this school bully was asking for death. Zhong Zhuan watched Jiang Ran stand up for In Zijing, feeling miserable inside. She just didn't understand. In Zijing only had a pretty face and nothing else. How did everyone start revolving around her? At this moment, In Zijing was holding a pen, looking at the problem on the blackboard. She stood there blankly, her hand not moving at all. Down below, Lu Fong sneered, "If you can't do it, just come down." Don't stand up there embarrassing yourself and wasting everyone's time. You've really got some thick skin. Een Zijing ignored him, raised her hand, and wrote a string of numbers on the blackboard. After writing, she walked straight back to her seat. Seeing this answer, the mocking laughter in the classroom grew louder. What the hell is this? Even if you're making it up, at least make up an integer. Goddess Zhong has only written the formula and hasn't even calculated it yet, and she's already written down the answer. How pretentious. The old professor pushed up his glasses, but his face was full of gratification. This student wrote it correctly. But next time, it would be best to write down the steps to the solution as well. Otherwise, the other students won't be able to understand. Everyone instantly shut their mouths. Lu Fong, in particular, froze, his face full of disbelief. She really got it right? How is that possible? Zhong Jiwan also gripped her draft paper in shock. This problem was very complex and even involved knowledge from university-level chemistry. It would take her at least 5 minutes to solve it. But Een Zijing actually wrote down the answer in just 5 seconds. The old professor tapped the table with his set square. All you sleeping students, please wake up. We'll continue the lecture. You should all learn from this student. Don't dawdle when solving problems. This sentence made the few boys who had been mocking the loudest bury their heads in shame. But they were still unconvinced. It's not like we couldn't solve the problem anyway. She just got lucky and happened to guess it right. The public lecture, which felt like listening to a foreign language, finally ended. A group of underlings followed Boss Ing back to their own classroom. Xiaoyu patted the little tail of the teacup. Pig. Let's go. I'll give you some high-quality corn kernels when we get back to the classroom. Just then, Lu Fong ran over, panting, and blocked their way. Een Zijing, don't you go. I have something to say to you. The midterm exams are at the end of April. Do you dare to make a bet with me? You take the 7 science exams from the genius class. If you can pass even one of them, I'll live stream myself eating poop on the campus forum. How about it? The group looked at him as if he were a lunatic. One of the punks hesitated. Hey, is your brain okay? He thought to himself, he looks decent enough. How is he such an idiot? Bossing is the one who usually tutors us. You must have eaten too much to dare challenge her. Lu Fong said rudely, what's it to you? Een Zijing, are you going to accept or not? If you don't dare, then you're not allowed to bully Zhuan anymore. Lu Fong thought he would be ignored again, but to his surprise, this time the girl actually stopped, turned her head, and glanced at him. All right, make sure you live stream it. It was the first time she had ever heard such a bizarre request. She had to satisfy him, right? Back in the classroom, Xiaoyu was feeding Dudu, still very confused. Bossing, why did you agree to his bet? You usually ignore things like this. Een Zijing picked up a bottle of Coke and said unhurriedly, because I quite like dog blood drama. Like a slacker's comeback and face slapping. What do you think? When the time comes, if I send the video of him eating that stuff to my grandpa, won't the number of forwards increase greatly? And this way is much better. I won't have to spend money to buy him forwards. These words made even the little pig's eyes widen. Xiaoyu said with lingering fear, Bossing, whoever offends you will truly die a miserable death. After the White Lotus Annie got red spots on her face, was nearly disfigured, and then incited her fans to slander the big shot and got sued. She was met with a barrage of curses from the entire internet, and she went into hiding. Today, her equally troublemaking old mother got herself admitted to the hospital. Only then did she show her face, rushing to the First People's Hospital. Lin Luwei looked in a makeup mirror at her own pretty face, which had returned to its original state, still completely baffled. Before, red spots had inexplicably appeared all over her face, and then they cleared up just as mysteriously. Even the dermatology experts couldn't find out the reason. As she was lost in thought, the door to the emergency room opened from the inside. A doctor walked out, looking exhausted. Lin Luwei quickly stood up and eagerly asked, "How is my mother?" The doctor sighed helplessly. The old lady's condition is not optimistic. I've already used silver needles to seal several of her acupoints to temporarily relieve her pain. But this is not a long-term solution. We must find the cause of her headaches as soon as possible. Forgive my lack of skill. I'm truly powerless. Hearing this, Lin Luwei swayed and nearly fell. Her manager quickly supported her. Then what should we do now? The doctor thought for a moment and said, unless you can invite someone from the Meng family or a miracle doctor with skills comparable to the Meng family, only then can the old lady be saved. After speaking, he went back to the break room. Lin Luwei, however, was frozen in place, troubled. The Meng family of the capital city was not so easy to invite. Have you found a miracle doctor who cured Shang Qintang before? The manager shook her head and said, no news yet. Just then, the phone in Lin Lui's bag suddenly rang. She took it out and saw it was Lu Ji, whom she hadn't contacted in a long time. As soon as she answered, the other party said with a sob, "Please do me a favor. Put in a good word with your niece. Ask her to hire me, okay? I really need this job at Shore Hospital." Lin Lui frowned and interrupted him. "Wait a minute. What are you talking about?" Lu Ji caught his breath. "Yin Zijing is the miracle doctor you're looking for." Lin Lui seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. "Have you been under too much stress lately? What nonsense are you talking about? As her aunt, don't I know what that girl is capable of? All right, I have to practice the piano. We can talk about whatever it is after my concert is over." Then, without waiting for Lu Ji to say anything more, she hung up the phone. She looked at her manager beside her and said with a laugh, "Lu Ji must have gone crazy from job hunting. He actually told me Yin Zijing is a miracle doctor." "What damn miracle doctor? Probably the kind of charlatan who tells people to go to a temple and eat sacred soil when they get sick." The manager shook her head speechlessly. "Don't worry about that for now. You take care of the old lady and practice the performance piece well. I believe the reputation that was damaged before will soon be restored." Lin Lui thought of the piece that could drive people crazy and said impatiently, "I know. Someone pretended to be a delivery man and sent the school bully a pair of sneakers with hidden nails. The chivalrous big shot has another job to do." A post suddenly appeared on the Qingji High School campus forum. Gossip about the bet between Yin Zijing of Class 19 and a certain male student surnamed Liu from the Genius class. Who do you guess will win? Soon, this post was pushed to the top of the homepage. The gossiping students took sides. In any case, no matter the outcome, there would be a show to watch. In the gym, one of the punk underlings cursed angrily. "Who is this poster? So shameless. If I find out who it is, I'll have Brother Ran smash his head in." Jiang Ran walked over and slapped him on the back of the head. "Whose head do you want to smash in?" The punk grunted in pain. Xiao Yu leisurely admired her freshly painted nails. "Look at you, all worked up." In the end, it'll definitely be Lu Fong live streaming himself eating poop. "What are you worried about?" And she pointed at Jiang Ran and tattled to Yin Zijing. "This guy's going to participate in some taekwondo competition tomorrow. I don't know who's so reckless. Does he really think everyone is you, bossing?" Just then, in the distance, an underling ran over excitedly, holding a pair of shoes. "Brother Ran, your new shoes are here." Jiang Ran took them and scoffed. "So ugly. And they cost me tens of thousands." Despite his complaints, he still planned to change into them. Yin Zijing was looking at the basketball court below when her gaze suddenly froze. She turned her head and shouted, "Don't wear them." But those two words came too late. Jiang Ran's right foot was already inside and had stepped on the ground. His expression changed in an instant. Veins popped out on his forehead. Xiao Yu keenly sensed something was wrong. "What's wrong?" she asked blindly. As she spoke, she quickly bent down and picked up the other shoe. One look and she knew what was wrong. The front part of the shoe was covered with densely packed needles. You couldn't even see them without looking closely. Jiang Ran endured the heart-piercing pain and forcibly took the shoe off again. His white sock was covered in spots of blood. Fortunately, there was a first aid kit at the entrance of the locker room. He gritted his teeth and began to bandage himself. The underling beside him gasped. Jiang Ran said irritably, "Shut up for me. I'm the one who's hurt. What are you gasping for?" The underling said with lingering fear, "That looks so painful." Xiao Yu asked with cold eyes, "Which animal did this?" The underling who ran the errand waved his hands in a panic. "It wasn't me, Sister Yu. I swear I would never hurt Brother Ran." Xiao Yu frowned and said, "I know you wouldn't do something like this. Where did you get the shoes?" The underling was so anxious that tears started to fall from the school's package delivery point. "But what about Brother Ran? Can you still participate in the competition with your foot like this?" Jiang Ran took a breath and said with a cold smile, "It's fine. I could still beat them to a pulp with just one foot." Just then, Yin Zijing had already finished calling 120. She glanced at him and said coolly, "Go to the hospital." Half an hour later, a female doctor holding a syringe said impatiently, "What are you hiding for? Get over here." At this moment, Jiang Ran was nothing like the arrogant school bully he usually was. He clutched his arm and hid in the corner. "That I told you I'm fine. I'm not getting a shot." The female doctor said irritably, "You have so many wounds, and they're so deep. If you don't get a tetanus shot, you'll be meeting the king of hell tonight." Xiao Yu yelled at him as if scolding her own son. "Don't be stubborn and court death at a time like this." Jiang Ran still had a sullen face, muttering, "It's not that easy to die. I'm not getting it." Yin Zijing suddenly patted his shoulder with a benevolent look. I think you should get the shot. Don't you agree? Jiang Ran paused, then changed his tune under pressure. Fine, I'll get it. After finally getting the shot, Xiaoyu directly got a wheelchair and made him sit in it. Jiang Ran's face was dark with anger, and he didn't want to speak. Two underlings chattered obsequiously. Brother Ran, just don't go to that competition. The doctor said you can't do strenuous exercise. I'll stay here in the hospital with you for the next few days. Yin Zijing took out her phone, fiddled with it for a while, and handed it to Xiaoyu. The package was delivered to the school an hour ago. Pay attention to this person. Xiaoyu leaned over to look and saw a surveillance video. The person who delivered the shoes was not a delivery man. It was a person dressed in black from head to toe. It was even impossible to tell if they were male or female. Xiaoyu said grimly, this was obviously premeditated. Bossing, send me this video. I'll have someone look into it. The next day, Jiang Ran was still lying in the hospital, looking at his foot, which was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, feeling annoyed and irritable. He said to the underling who was playing a game, I'm hungry. I don't want the hospital's nutritious meal. Go to that restaurant we always go to and get me some good food to go. The underling quickly put away his phone and stood up. Okay, Brother Ran. You stay put and don't run around. I'll be back soon. Hearing the click of the closing door, a faint, cold smile appeared on Jiang Ran's lips. Enduring the sharp pain, he picked up the crutch beside him and hopped out of the hospital room on one foot. Yesterday, he hadn't dared to tell Xiaoyu that he wasn't competing in a taekwondo match, but an underground boxing match, because only the kind of strength found in underground fighters could possibly temporarily calm his chaotic inner energy. Things were still chaotic back in the imperial capital. He couldn't rely on his family's power, nor did he want to bring trouble to the people around him. So he had to go to the appointment. Otherwise, the people from the black market would never let it go. To save the troublemaking, wayward youth, the long inactive big shot had to come out of retirement. In a fast food restaurant, Yin Zijing received another daily message of care and concern from a certain someone. This person was her brother in age, occasionally wanted to be her father in thought, but often played the role of a mother in life. Seventh young Master Fu. Fu Yunshin raised his charming eyes and asked, little one, did you eat well today? Yin Zijing guiltily pushed her milk tea and fries aside and nodded obediently. Then she changed the subject and asked him, have you arrived in Europe? Fu Yunshin said, just arrived a while ago. Things are going smoothly. You don't need to worry. Just then, the girl caught a glimpse of a young man on crutches outside the window, hopping into the boxing club across the street. It was Jiang Ran, who had secretly slipped out of the hospital. Yin Zijing hurriedly said to the man in the video, the person I'm waiting for has arrived. Let's talk next time. Fu Yunshin asked, confused, what's wrong? Yin Zijing smiled slyly. I'm going to save a wayward youth. Jiang Ran went straight to the underground black market. In the boxing ring, several tall and burly young men were already waiting for him. The person in charge glanced at his foot, which was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, and sneered. The doctor said you'd be late. Jiang Ran was not intimidated. I just came to say that I'm not fighting today. You can see my foot is injured and I can't fight. I'll refund you the entry fee. 10 times, 100 times, you name it. Any amount is fine. As soon as he said this, the faces of the young men changed. The person in charge crossed his arms and said condescendingly, you're injured. What does that have to do with us? Do you think we like money that much? It was agreed upon long ago. If you don't fight, it's a forfeit. Forfeiting is the same as admitting defeat. If you lose, your hand gets chopped off. Saying this, he waved to the men behind him. Hold him down. Jiang Ran gritted his teeth and said coldly, don't touch me. I'll fight you. At worst, he could use his inner strength. The person in charge smiled, that you're a sensible kid. Then throw away your broken crutch. Don't just stand there, get on the stage. Jiang Ran clenched his fists and placed his crutch in the corner. Because he was standing on one foot, his body was unstable and kept swaying. Someone laughed. Kid, don't try to be a hero. You might as well just chop off one hand. If you really get on stage and fight, you won't just lose a hand. Your life will be at risk. Jiang Ran roared angrily. Shut your damn mouth. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from the entrance. A girl holding a milk tea walked in slowly. She said coolly, you get down. Jiang Ran turned his head and was stunned to see who it was. Why are you here? He hadn't told anyone about his participation in the underground boxing match. Yin Zijing didn't answer him, and repeated for him to get down. Jiang Ran picked up his crutch with a dark face, hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth to warn her they're not ordinary boxers. They're all quite skilled. Maybe you shouldn't go up. Zijing ignored him and walked straight towards the ring. Once you're down, stop nagging. The person in charge, who was enjoying the show, seemed to understand what was happening. He teased, "Little young master, you're really pathetic. It's just a fight. Why did you bring your girlfriend?" Jiang Ran glanced at him, not angry at all. Instead, he smiled that you'd better think before you speak. Otherwise, you might not have a brain in a moment. Girlfriend? Do I have the guts? This is the dad our whole class worships. Okay. The person in charge laughed and threw up his hands, still talking tough at a time like this. A substitute fight is not impossible, but a substitute fight is 6 times the normal stakes. However, for your girlfriend's sake, I can allow her to fight one-on-one. Jiang Ran's temper flared up. He was about to rush over and argue with him, but Zijing directly grabbed the bristling, angsty teen and moved him aside. She calmly walked onto the boxing stage. No need. Let them all come at once. I'm in a hurry. This sentence silenced the entire boxing ring. Jiang Ran cleaned his ears, suspecting he had misheard. After a moment of shock, the person in charge beckoned to the man behind him. He sneered, "You've got guts. Then let's all go at once. Just don't cry later." Jiang Ran stared intently at the boxing ring, his heart uncertain. That's 18 experts. Can boxing really do it? The well-hidden big shot crushes the underground fight club. On the stage, a slender girl was surrounded by 18 tall, sturdy, and muscular men. It was as if she could be swept away by the wind at any moment. The big brother with tattooed arms scoffed and said with a smile to the injured Jiang Ran, "Little young master, you're really something. Could it be that one of your hands isn't as important as your girlfriend's life?" But his words were suddenly caught in his throat, because the girl on the boxing stage had moved. She leaped forward in a single bound, her knees slamming forward. With a crack, the sternum of the man in front of her instantly broke. He fell straight down. Without giving anyone else time to react, she raised her arm, bent her elbow, and threw out an elbow strike, directly knocking down the person on her right. Immediately after, her legs powered up again, and she suddenly broke another boxer's arm. The girl didn't use much force, but every single move was fast, precise, and ruthless. This was simply a one-sided, inhumanely cruel beatdown. The earlier sneer on the tattooed man's face froze. He watched in disbelief as the boxers fell one by one. He was completely dumbfounded. Finally, unable to contain his fear, he scrambled and crawled to escape, grabbing his phone and dialing a number. He yelled into the phone, "Something's happened." Jiang Ran was also completely stunned. What kind of fighting style was this? How did it resemble the original forms of ancient Chinese martial arts recorded in books? He then knocked his head, dismissing his own thought. Was he going crazy? To actually connect his class's dad with the origins of ancient martial arts. Looking up at the ring again, all 18 boxers were on the ground, wailing in pain. Some had even fainted from the pain, and Zijing jumped down effortlessly. She picked up the milk tea she had placed on the ground earlier and took a sip. Good, it's still warm. I don't have to spend money on another one. Jiang Ran opened his mouth, wanting to say some words of thanks, but the girl didn't even look at him. She drank her milk tea and strode out the door. Jiang Ran, leaning on his crutch, hopped on one foot and hurried after her. "Bossing, wait for me." Zijing stopped and turned to glance at him. "Just go back the same way you came." After saying that, she walked straight out of the boxing club, cold and heartless. It was as if a father hadn't come to save his son. Jiang Ran reached out his hand and looked helplessly at the girl's back. Bossing's love is there, but not much. Not long after Zijing came out, she received a call from the hospital director, saying that a patient with a special status had arrived at the hospital. He specifically asked for the miracle doctor. "Are you free now?" Zijing said she happened to be free and would be right over. After saying that, she hailed a taxi. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at Sharon Hospital. Just as she reached the director's office door, she heard the director say excitedly, "I never expected to see you here. My daughter loves you so much. Could I trouble you to sign an autograph for my daughter?" A young man coughed a few times and didn't refuse. He asked in a hoarse voice, "What's your daughter's name? I'll write her a special autograph." Zijing gently pushed the door open and walked in. The director immediately greeted her respectfully. He pointed to the handsome but sickly-looking man opposite him and said, said, "This is Shang Yaoji. He's a big movie emperor." Then he proudly introduced Yin Zijing. "The miracle doctor you're looking for is this Miss Yin." The man's face was pale, and he was coughing incessantly. The director asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Shang Yaoji looked at the girl, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the legendary miracle doctor to be so young. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke in a low voice, "Miss Yin, if possible, I'd like to ask you." Before he could finish, Yin Zijing interrupted him directly. "You have a problem with your vocal cords. At first, you just couldn't sing. Later, it became so severe that you couldn't even say your lines. So you had to turn down all your engagements and choose to rest." The director listened, completely bewildered. Even if Chinese medicine has the 4 methods of diagnosis, it couldn't be that she knew everything just by looking like some kind of charlatan, right? The miracle doctor Big Shot's divination ability was online once again. With just one look at the movie emperor, she knew he had a problem with his vocal cords. Shang Yaoji was stunned for a moment, then sighed softly. "Miss Yin is indeed a miracle doctor. Everything is just as you said. A month ago, my vocal cords suddenly failed. I went to major hospitals for many checkups, but the doctors couldn't find the cause of the illness. They only prescribed me ordinary medicine for my throat. But after I went back and took it, my condition actually got worse. Then, by chance, a doctor from the first hospital recommended you to me." Yin Zijing took a piece of paper from the desk. "It's not a big problem, but you shouldn't have taken those medicines." Shang Yaoji coughed a few more times and said with a bitter smile, "I didn't expect this to happen. Can you treat my condition?" Yin Zijing nodded. She quickly wrote a prescription. "Go to the pharmacy and get the medicine according to this. Go home, brew it, and drink it for 7 days, then come back." The director leaned over to look and found that what was written were all very common medicinal herbs, nothing special. As expected, not just anyone could understand a miracle doctor's prescription. Shang Yaoji took it with both hands and thanked her repeatedly. He had no doubt about the miracle doctor who could see his illness at a glance. After quietly leaving the hospital, he got directly into a nanny van parked on the roadside. His manager handed him a cup of water and asked with concern, "How did it go?" Shang Yaoji was no longer as worried as before. "It went very smoothly. I should be fine after another month of rest." The manager asked, somewhat disbelievingly, "Is she really that miraculous? I've been with you to so many hospitals, and none of them could cure you." Shang Yaoji took a sip of water and smiled without speaking. Seeing him like this, the manager understood. It seemed the miracle doctor at Sharon Hospital was indeed formidable. "We'll have to thank her properly later." After a pause, he asked again, "Do you really not remember what you ate a month ago?" Shang Yaoji recalled for a moment and shook his head. "That a month ago was the cruise celebration party. I ate too many things, and no one else had any problems. It's indeed hard to investigate." The manager sighed worriedly and reminded him to be careful recently and to avoid contact with people in the industry for now. Late at night, on the outskirts of Huqing, Fu Yunshin carried a black canvas bag, clutching his bleeding abdomen and taking a slight breath. "Maybe it's been too long since I was injured. I've become delicate. It actually hurts a bit. I didn't expect that this time, besides the mercenary squad, even the 7th-ranked marksman on the hunter-gunslinger list would show up to snatch the goods." In order to protect the medicinal herbs without revealing his identity, he chose to take the bullet. Fresh blood was gushing from the wound. His vision blurred slightly. He glanced at the canvas bag in his hand. Fortunately, all the herbs were brought back intact. "It's just that in this state, I'm afraid I can't go see the little one for a short while." He leaned against the wall and slowly sat down, preparing to rest for a while. When he looked up, he froze. A slender figure had appeared in front of him. Fu Yunshin took a breath and murmured in a low voice, "Am I hallucinating from blood loss? Why am I seeing my little one?" Just as he was about to lose consciousness, his brow was suddenly poked. A familiar voice came from above his head. "Get up. I'll take you to the hospital." Fu Yunshin struggled to lift his eyelids, and the girl's figure came into view. She was looking down at him. He smiled helplessly that "It really is our family's Yao Yao." Then he shook his head and said, "Big brother can't go to the hospital. Let me rest for a while. My healing ability is very strong." Yin Zijing squatted down, authoritatively pressed him into her arms, and said, "Don't move." Then she gently unwrapped the blood-soaked gauze from his abdomen. The dandy playboy, 7th young Master Fu, who was a wastrel in the eyes of outsiders, was actually shot. Just as he was about to pass out from blood loss, the big shot Yin Zijing appeared before him like an angel. Yin Zijing threw the removed gauze aside, took out her silver needles, and weaved them through several acupoints on his body, as if she were holding not a person, but a piece of embroidery. Fu Yinshin raised an eyebrow and said, "Yao Yao, isn't this you openly taking advantage of your big brother?" As soon as he finished speaking, another silver needle descended. But the force was clearly much greater than before. Fu Yinshin hissed in pain. He didn't dare to joke anymore, afraid the little one would send him to his grave with one needle. Slowly, the bleeding stopped, and the pain gradually disappeared. Fu Yinshin turned his head to look at this cool and indifferent girl. He had suffered similar injuries many times before, always just bandaging them up casually. At worst, he would be unconscious for a few hours and then wake up. This was the first time someone had appeared in the middle of nowhere in the dead of night to treat him. He couldn't help but raise his hand to tuck a stray strand of her hair behind her ear. Yao Yao is really a gentle and kind little girl. After the bleeding completely stopped, Yin Zijing took out clean gauze and rewrapped it for him. She could sense Fu Yunshin's power and could also divine some information about him. But whenever she tried to do a deeper divination, the results were always blurry. This was what she couldn't figure out. After bandaging him up, the girl helped the man slowly stand up. Fu Yunshin hesitated for a moment and asked, "Don't you have anything to say?" Yin Zijing looked at him, puzzled. Then, as if she had a sudden realization, she came out with a shocking statement. Felt good to the touch. Fu Yinshin was helpless. He was defeated. This really killed the conversation. His little one was indeed no ordinary girl. He dotingly ruffled her hair. In any case, thank you for today. Let's go, I'll take you home." Yin Zijing was worried about his wound and didn't let him go back to his own solo apartment. So she took him in once again. At this time, her adoptive father and younger brother were already asleep, so she quietly reminded him to be quiet. The two of them held their breath and were about to walk into the living room when, by a stroke of bad luck, they ran into a waking Wentinglan. Before Fu Yinshin could explain anything, the young man rubbed his eyes and turned to go to the bathroom, muttering to himself as he walked, "I'm dreaming again. And I'm dreaming of that old man who's determined to be my brother-in-law." Yin Zijing sat on the sofa and yawned. Little Lon had another hypnosis therapy session yesterday. He's been recovering well during this time. Fu Yinshin was about to say, "You can rest assured about Xue Sheng's hypnosis therapy." But after he said this, there was no response for a long time. He turned his head and saw that the girl had already fallen asleep, quiet, obedient, and soft. He bent down, picked her up, and placed her on the bed in the bedroom. He stood there watching her for a long time. He gently said, "Good night, little one," before closing the door and leaving. On the other side, the news of Jiang Ran's injury quickly spread throughout Qingji High School. This made his secret admirers extremely anxious. After finding out which hospital he was in, they rushed over with fruits, flowers, and snacks to visit him as soon as school was out. In a hospital room, Jiang Ran pulled the blanket over his head and said irritably, "Tell them all to get out. I don't want to see anyone." If these girls saw his foot wrapped like a rice dumpling, where would he, the great school bully, hide his face? His mother, Jiang Huaping, who had rushed over from the imperial capital, tapped him on the head, still so popular. "Don't be so fierce to the girls. I didn't expect my son to be so popular. He really takes after me in my youth. All right, I'll go out and entertain your guests for you." After saying that, she went out with a smile to deal with the female students who wanted to be her daughter-in-law. Only then did Jiang Ran lift the blanket and sit up. He asked Xiaoyu, "Have you found the person who pretended to be a delivery man and sent the shoes?" Xiaoyu took a bite of the freshly peeled apple. "We have a lead. We should be able to find them in a few days." Jiang Ran grunted, dissatisfied. "Wait a minute. Didn't you peel this apple for me, the patient?" Xiaoyu gave him a strange look. "Look at you. It's not like your hands are broken. Why should I peel it for you?" "Because you have a big face." Jiang Ran was rendered speechless. He snorted coldly, turned his head, and grabbed an apple himself. He took a viciously large bite and asked, "Why haven't I seen Bossing today?" Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, "It seems like something happened with the Zhong family. The big shot wanted to live a peaceful life, drinking milk tea and walking her pig every day. But there were always some scurrying rats who weren't afraid of death and came to provoke her. So she had to reluctantly teach them a lesson." Early in the morning, Zhong Tianyun, the nephew whom old Master Zhong had doted on and taken care of since he was a child, arrived at the Zhong family's old residence with several shareholders and bodyguards. They marched in with the air of staging a coup. Zhong Tianyun sat on the sofa, adjusting his tie with the air of a master of the house. He greeted with a fake smile. "Uncle, how has your health been lately?" Old Master Zhong glanced at the several group shareholders, then looked coldly at this ungrateful wolf. "If you have something to say it directly. I hate this roundabout manner of yours." A sharp glint flashed in Zhong Tianyun's eyes that in that case, I'll be direct. The Jadeite Pavilion has always been under your personal management, Uncle, but you lost its most precious treasure. Now the Zhong Group's stock has plummeted. Do you think you're still qualified to be the chairman? He then waved to the bodyguards behind him. Take the old master away. He couldn't even be bothered to hide the greed in his eyes. He had originally thought that if he outlived the old man, he could find a way to take over the Zhong Group himself. Who knew that in recent years, the old man's body had actually gotten stronger and stronger. He had finally waited for this golden opportunity. This time, he had to force the old man to step down no matter what. A shareholder frowned and couldn't help but speak up. Tianyun, you're going too far. Shouldn't our top priority be to find the whereabouts of the pavilion's treasure first? But Zhong Tianyun was unmoved. Finding the 10 Directions ring was indeed the top priority. But Mr. Eugene from the European DK Group had already arrived in Huqing. The sales contract had been signed long ago. They had to give him an explanation first. The story goes that the Jadeite Pavilion's signature treasure, the 10 Directions ring, was the work of a master carver from 50 years ago. He spent 3 months carving 88 Buddhas from a piece of jadeite rough stone that was half the height of a person, naming it the 10 Directions ring. The 10 Directions ring is exquisitely carved, with a market price as high as 500 million. Seeing the butler, Zhong Quan, standing alone before the old master, struggling with the bodyguards, Zhong Tianyun scoffed disdainfully. The most influential person in the Zhong Corporation is, of course, the old man with the most shares. Now that your sons are not in the country, you must come with us today, no matter what. Zhong Zhuan had never seen such a spectacle. She frantically cried out, "Grandpa." Mrs. Zhong held her daughter back and whispered, "Don't be impulsive. Your grandpa is still the chairman of the Zhong Corporation. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly." Zhong Tianyun paid no mind to the mother and daughter. He impatiently ordered, "Take away anyone who gets in the way." Outnumbered by the hungry wolves, the butler was restrained by 2 bodyguards. He watched helplessly as another was about to grab old Master Zhong. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the doorway. "I'd like to see who dares." A girl in a hoodie and a baseball cap walked in against the light. Old Master Zhong's expression was finally no longer calm. He shouted urgently, "Zijin, why are you here at a time like this? Grandpa is busy here. You should leave quickly. Come back another day." Budding Zijin did not leave. She chuckled lightly and said, "It's fine." Zhong Tianyun frowned in displeasure. "Where did you pop out from? When did the Zhong family get someone like you?" Mrs. Zhong said hatefully, "She's not one of the Zhong family. She's that adopted daughter the Ying family took in." Hearing this, Zhong Tianyun sneered contemptuously, "Oh, she's that unloved adopted daughter. I was wondering what she was." "Eldest uncle, you're really getting more muddled with age." Old Master Zhong couldn't stand hearing others speak ill of his granddaughter. He waved his fist and roared, "Shut your stinking mouth for me." Seeing that her grandpa was still defending Ying Zijin at a time like this, Zhong Zhiwan felt a pang of bitterness. She stepped forward and said, "I know you're worried about Grandpa, cousin, but you can't help with anything right now. Can you please stop causing more trouble?" Zhong Tianyun tutayed, a look of someone enjoying a good show on his face. "Old Master, this granddaughter of yours is interesting. Even an adopted daughter knows to stand up to me. But your own granddaughter not only stands there without moving, but also makes snide remarks about her own cousin." Zhong Zhuan's face instantly flushed red from being exposed on the spot. Her body trembled, and a layer of water welled up in her eyes. Ying Zijin said nothing, just calmly rolled up her sleeves. Zhong Tianyun shook his head. A look of disdain. "What do you think you're doing? You can't possibly think a little girl like you can." However, the rest of his words were blocked in his throat by the bodyguard screams. An adopted high school girl, a nobody in the eyes of outsiders. could actually make the one-character team, which supervises the elite circles, bow down to her. How many more secrets was she hiding? Seeing her grandfather's ungrateful nephew leading people to force a coup. Without a second word, she rolled up her sleeves and got straight to it. First, a bodyguard bore the brunt and was sent flying with a kick. In less than a minute, the remaining few were all wailing, lying scattered on the ground. Ing Zijin, like a street punk, stepped on a bodyguard's rear, her gaze coolly landing on Zhong Tianyun as if smiling. What were you saying about me just now? Old Master Zhong was stunned, speechless, that, oh my goodness, my frail granddaughter, who can't take care of herself, is this fierce. He seriously suspected if his presbyopia had gotten worse. After the shock, Zhong Tianyun stood up angrily. Very good, very good. No wonder you're so bold. Turns out you know a little kung fu. But do you think you can stop me with just that? Ing Zijin didn't even bother with him. She kicked aside the bodyguard she was using as a footstool. She turned to look at the door, trespassing and illegal kidnapping. Take him away immediately. Following that, two young men in uniforms stepped through the door. The armbands they wore were particularly eye-catching. They directly restrained Zhong Tianyun's shoulders. This time, he finally panicked. He began to struggle desperately. What are you doing? Let me go. Do you know this is illegal? The two young men ignored him and instead looked at the girl, clearly waiting for her instructions. Ing Zijin didn't look at the panicked Zhong Tianyun and said faintly, "Thank you for your hard work. Take him away." The two took their orders and dragged the man out of the Zhong family's old residence. Zhong Tianyun was still shouting unwillingly, "Let me go. Who are you people? I'm going to sue you." The other shareholders, afraid of being kicked out themselves, fled in a hurry. After the miscellaneous people were cleared out, the butler came before the girl and knelt down straight. His voice choked with emotion as he said, "Thank you so much, Miss Cousin. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine what they would have done to the old master. If you have any orders in the future, I will risk my old life and never hesitate." Ing Zijin quickly helped him up. "Nothing like that will happen. It's my duty to protect you all." Standing to the side, Zhong Jiwan's jealousy was stirred up again. The butler had always been loyal only to Grandpa. He had never even said such words to her father. What right did an adopted daughter have? Old Master Zhong glanced at the mother and daughter, shaking his head in disappointment. "You two can leave first." The two's hearts instantly turned ice cold. This was clearly the beginning of alienation. Mrs. Zhong dared not say anything more and left in disgrace with her daughter. The butler was also very perceptive. He scratched his head and said, "Old Master, you and Miss Cousin can chat first. I'll go to the kitchen and prepare some drinks for you." Only then did Old Master Zhong tentatively ask his granddaughter, "Zijin, who are those two young men you brought? What do they do?" He thought the two lads looked quite handsome and spirited. Maybe something could develop. Anything would be better than that troublemaker from the Fu family who looked like a demon. Ing Zijin, unaware that her grandfather was plotting to set her up, lazily said, "They are from the one-character team." Old Master Zhong froze for a moment, then exclaimed, "Is it that mysterious one-character team from the capital?" It is said that many years ago, several major families, in order to restrain themselves and prevent their descendants from going astray and failing within 3 generations, joined forces with the authorities to establish the one-character team. After continuous development and expansion, they now control the major and minor elite families in the capital and other cities, strictly investigating all illegal activities. And they also have a very unusual connection with the International General Bureau of Investigation. It is a sharp sword hanging over the heads of the elite circles. Old Master Zhong pinched his thigh hard, making him wince in pain. Only then was he sure he wasn't dreaming. He asked seriously, "How can they obey your orders?" Ing Zijin took a bunch of grapes from the fruit plate and started eating, saying nonchalantly, probably because they honor their bets. This statement directly made the old man's mind explode. Actually, the matter wasn't as complicated as he thought. It was just that two elites from the one-character team found Ing Zijin. They had heard from He that this young girl was highly skilled. This time, on a mission, a few captains happened to be away, so they wanted to have a sparring match with her. Ing Zijin, who was juggling multiple jobs and busy making money, had no time to deal with their nonsense. In less than a minute, she had both of them down on the ground. Then she casually waved her sleeve and went to drink milk tea. Old Master Zhong pondered for a moment and said to her seriously, "Don't tell the Ing family about this. In the eyes of those who only recognize benefits, blood ties and kinship mean nothing. If they find out you have a connection with the one-character team, they might try to use you. Ing Zijin nodded and told her grandfather not to worry. She knew what she was doing. The signature treasure, worth 500 million, was stolen overnight. This plunged the Zhong Corporation into an unprecedented crisis. What conspiracy lay behind it? Old Master Zhong, with a worried frown, told Ing Zijin that the loss of the 10 Directions ring was indeed a bit tricky. If the contract hadn't been signed, there would still be room for negotiation. The fatal thing was, they had already signed with that multinational company. Tomorrow is the delivery date. Ing Zijin suddenly asked her grandfather, "Is there a shareholder meeting this afternoon?" The old man nodded. "That's right. Zhong Tianyun, who caused a scene today, is just one of them. He's impatient and couldn't hold back. In fact, there are many like him in the Zhong Corporation." Ing Zijin felt that this matter wasn't so simple. She smiled and said, "It just so happens I'm not going out to play today. Would you mind taking me with you?" At 3 p.m., in the Zhong Corporation's conference room, all the shareholders were already seated. The shareholders who initially didn't know about the missing 10 Directions ring were now all shocked. Doesn't the 10 Directions ring have the most advanced security system protecting it? How could it be lost? Moreover, Mr. Eugene is coming to inspect the goods tomorrow. What are we going to give him? Old Master Zhong slammed the table. He roared with an imposing air, "Quiet." The noisy chatter immediately disappeared. Old Master Zhong said calmly, "I've gathered you all at this time to discuss a strategy for tomorrow. We may not be able to find the lost 10 Directions ring in a short time. Therefore, we must find a way to delay the transaction with the other party, while ensuring the foundation of the Zhong Corporation is not shaken." The shareholders looked at each other and fell silent. After a while, someone suggested, "How about we ask the other 3 major families for help?" A voice immediately retorted, "That's a joke. They can't wait to get rid of us. How could they possibly help?" At this moment, a middle-aged shareholder looked at the girl standing next to the old man. He frowned and asked, "Uncle Zhong, don't blame me for being blunt. In a meeting of this level, how can an outsider be allowed to listen in? Even Zhong Zhuan, the young miss, isn't qualified to attend a high-level shareholder meeting, let alone a young girl of unknown origin. Our most important task now is to find the 10 Directions ring or hire another master carver." Old Master Zhong snorted coldly and began to brag, "What a coincidence. My granddaughter, she could do both of the things you mentioned." In his eyes, his granddaughter was omnipotent, and he accepted no refutation. Ing Zijin looked at her proud grandfather and fell silent for a moment. She didn't think she had ever told her grandfather she could carve. The other shareholders all had looks of disdain, but the middle-aged shareholder sized up this beautiful girl. Although the old man was sometimes unreliable, he would never joke about the Zhong Corporation. Thinking about it, with such a big crisis in the Zhong family, the old man's daughter, who is the current matriarch of the Ing family, showed no reaction at all. She wasn't even as considerate as a young girl. He straightened his expression. "Since Uncle Zhong has said so, then I apologize for my earlier prejudice. I wonder if you have come up with a solution." Old Master Zhong scanned the room. "The manager of the Jadeite Pavilion is dismissed for dereliction of duty. From now on, it will be directly managed by the group's headquarters. All management will be relieved of their duties." The thief was able to bypass multiple security systems and steal the 10 Directions ring without a trace. This means the other party is not only cunning, but also has a powerful background. This isn't just targeting the Jadeite Pavilion, but an attempt to take down the entire Zhong Corporation. All we can do now is stall for time. We'll meet with the DK group tomorrow and see. Ing Zijin's eyelashes were lowered the whole time, as if deep in thought. The middle-aged shareholder immediately stood up to act as the vanguard. "Leave this to me. I'll contact Mr. Eugene right now." At the same time, in the Ing family's old residence, the butler finished a phone call. He walked to the sofa and whispered to Ing Luwei, who was wearing a face mask, "The Zhong family is in trouble." Ing Luwei opened her eyes and asked, "What happened to the Zhong family?" The butler shook his head that I'm not entirely sure. "I heard they've offended a European multinational company. It's very likely to affect the foundation of the Zhong Corporation. Their stock has been falling all day." Ing Luwei sat up, glanced at the second floor, and also lowered her voice. "Was that a call from the Zhong family just now?" The butler nodded, but it wasn't a high-level person. "It seems to be someone from the lower ranks, hoping the Ing family can step in and help." Ing Luwei took off her mask, a sarcastic smile on her face. "The Zhong family has gotten into such big trouble, and they want to drag the Ing family down with them? There's no such good thing in the world. Ignore this matter, and don't tell my sister-in-law. She's been quite tired lately, so there's no need to bother her with this." The butler retreated, saying he would go and refuse the Zhong family. Yinglue took a sip of tea. The Zhong family had nothing to do with him. Besides, there was that annoying old man who defended Zijin in everything. However, the Zhong family was a century-old elite family. While he didn't expect this incident to crush them, he would be happy to see the Zhong family change its leader. The Zhong Corporation's signature treasure was stolen by a mysterious group. For a time, their stock plummeted, and they faced the risk of bankruptcy. Late at night, Fu Yunshun, who was drinking coffee, picked up his rarely used small phone. From across the ocean, a heart-wrenching wail immediately came through. "Big brother, are you crazy? Why are we buying Zhong Corporation stock? That's real money we're spending." Fu Yunshun lifted his head, his peach blossom eyes nonchalantly letting out an "oh." "Probably because I have too much money." The next day, the anxious old master Zhong decided to go negotiate with the client first. The middle-aged shareholder following behind him leaned into his ear and whispered excitedly, "It's like a miracle. After one night, our stock has actually recovered, and it's even higher than before." Old Master Zhong was happy inside, but on the surface, he snorted coldly. "Of course. I saw your ugly face first thing in the morning. I told you my granddaughter is a lucky star. What the hell do you know?" The middle-aged shareholder was so choked up he almost passed out, just because he didn't understand the situation and spoke against the little girl during the meeting. This old man holds such a grudge. The middle-aged man led him and several other key shareholders to the reception room. At this time, a blonde, bespectacled foreigner was already seated in the room. It was the buyer of the 10 Directions ring, Mr. Eugene of the DK Group. The middle-aged shareholder made the introductions for both sides. Eugene stood up, extended his hand, and said politely, "I have long heard of Chairman Zhong's great name. It is a pleasure to finally meet you today." Old Master Zhong didn't bother with pleasantries and got straight to the point. "You must be aware of the current situation. I asked your company to grant us a few more days. We will definitely deliver the 10 Directions ring then." Eugene smiled upon hearing this. "Before I came, our boss had already anticipated you would say this. But this is your own mistake. There's no reason for our DK Group to bear your losses. The purchase of the 10 Directions ring was out of our president's personal collection hobby, and we have already prepaid a $200 million deposit." Old Master Zhong's gaze darkened, understanding the other party was about to state their terms. "You might as well speak plainly." Eugene took out a document. "Chairman Zhong is indeed straightforward. We can extend the delivery time for you. But if you still can't find the 10 Directions ring within 5 days, you must use the Jadeite Pavilion as collateral." As soon as he finished speaking, all the shareholders' faces changed. Old Master Zhong, without a second thought, flatly refused that that's impossible. The Jadeite Pavilion is the foundation of the entire group. He didn't expect DK's ambition to be so great. Eugene shook his head with some regret that that's a real pity. "Since you're so insincere, don't blame us for being ruthless. We don't want the $200 million deposit either. After all, it won't be long before the Zhong Corporation collapses." This statement was filled with a thick threat. Old Master Zhong wished he could rush over and smash this bastard's head. Just as the two sides were at a stalemate and Eugene thought victory was in his grasp, a cold voice suddenly came from the door. "Fine. We'll sign." This statement made Eugene's smile freeze. He frowned and looked towards the reception room door. It was a fair-skinned girl. Her eyes were cold as she looked straight at him, exuding a faintly oppressive aura. Eugene inexplicably had a bad feeling, but then he thought, she's just a little girl. He almost let her bluff him. He stopped looking at the girl and picked up the document on the table, saying politely yet distantly, "Since Chairman Zhong is unwilling, then we have nothing more to talk about." But he couldn't leave the reception room. Zijin blocked his way and repeated, "Put the agreement down. We'll sign." At this, the middle-aged shareholder shot up and said loudly, "We absolutely cannot sign. The Jadeite Pavilion is the lifeblood of the Zhong Corporation. It cannot be mortgaged under any circumstances." Even the most foolish person could now see that this was clearly a trap set by the DK Group. They were after the entire Zhong Corporation, but unfortunately, they had no evidence. The middle-aged shareholder looked coldly at Eugene again, but let's not beat around the bush. "Even if we don't sign this agreement, you can't really let the Zhong Corporation collapse. Eugene was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Since you're so confident, then do as you please. Zijin took the document directly from his hand and said faintly, no need. The agreement will be signed. But we have another condition. Foreign capital set a trap, attempting to annex the Zhong Corporation's signature treasure. But their plan was disrupted by a young girl who suddenly appeared. Zijin said nonchalantly, the betting agreement can be signed, but an additional condition must be attached. The DK Group's representative, Eugene, looked the girl up and down and asked with some contempt, are you in a position to make decisions? The other shareholders all became anxious upon hearing this. They chattered at Old Master Zhong. The agreement must not be signed. We can't lose the Jadeite Pavilion. On such a big matter, how can you let a little girl mess around like this? The old man remained silent the whole time. Seeing a change in his expression, the middle-aged shareholder also quickly tried to stop him. That I know you dote on your granddaughter very much, but you have to consider the situation. This agreement is obviously unfair. How can we sign it? Old Master Zhong ignored everyone. Instead, he looked up and asked, Zijin, are you confident? The girl nodded solemnly. The old man instructed his special assistant behind him, bring a pen. We'll sign this betting agreement. But when he took the pen, he didn't use it. Instead, he handed it to the girl. Grandpa will listen to you. You sign it this time. The grandfather and granddaughter looked at each other. Zijin's expression was firm. Only then did she resolutely take the pen. Old Master Zhong coughed and said with authority, the Jadeite Pavilion is indeed the most important industry of the Zhong Corporation. If we lose this betting agreement, I, as the chairman, cannot escape the blame. I will resign at that time. With these words, the other shareholders couldn't say anything more. After all, the group was in a dilemma. The middle-aged shareholder's expression changed drastically, and he eagerly wanted to persuade Uncle Zhong again. But the old man waved his hand, stopping the words before they could come out. That's enough. I'm old anyway. Retiring early means I can enjoy my retirement sooner. It'll save me from cleaning up messes for you guys all day. It's so annoying, interrupting my web surfing. Eugene was also a bit shocked. Why did Old Master Zhong's attitude change so quickly? He asked doubtfully, you mean, this Miss Ing can represent the entire Zhong Corporation, is that right? The old man huffed angrily. Isn't that obvious? He turned to the girl and said, you're in charge today. Zijin patted his back reassuringly. Then she looked at Eugene and said faintly, if we can deliver the 10 Directions ring within 5 days, the Zhong Corporation wants DK Group's $300 million order. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was stunned. The middle-aged shareholder leaned over to the old man and asked in a low voice, what $300 million order? Old Master Zhong shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. Eugene's face darkened. That you've got a lot of nerve. And what does this little girl know we have this order? Zijian's expression remained indifferent. Add this condition, and we'll sign the agreement immediately. You can think about it. The shareholders looked at each other, completely bewildered. The other party was actually hesitating over such an unreasonable condition. Eugene's expression changed several times. After a while, he suddenly sneered, I agree. If you can find the 10 Directions ring in 5 days, this order, DK Group will hand it over. Zijin picked up the pen and signed her name with a flourish. She said confidently, the 10 Directions ring won't be lost, and the Jadeite Pavilion won't be lost either. Eugene shook his head and also signed the document. Young people should be more modest and not talk so big. The agreement was in duplicate. He put one copy back in his briefcase. Finally, he scanned the crowd and said with a regretful smile, it seems the people of Zhong Corporation are not very smart. For a $300 million order they can't get, they actually chose to sign this sure-to-lose betting agreement. What a bunch of fools. The big boss, on behalf of the Zhong Corporation, signed a betting agreement with the buyer of the 10 Directions ring. And this was precisely a conspiracy designed by the person behind the theft. After the other party left, the middle-aged shareholder was so anxious he was jumping up and down that we don't even have a single clue about the 10 Directions ring's whereabouts. What are we going to do? Zijin handed the agreement to her grandfather's special assistant for safekeeping. She turned her head and said, we will. You don't need to worry about the 10 Directions ring. After thinking for a moment, she added to her grandfather, for the next few days, you just stay at home and browse Weibo. I found several interesting video materials for you. Posting them should get a lot of shares. Hearing the latter part, the old man immediately cheered up. Then hurry up and send them to my phone later. The middle-aged shareholder was speechless. Can you two wake up? The urgent matter now is to find the 10 Directions ring. Then, Ing Zijin told her grandfather that she had something to do and would leave first. Old Master Zhong didn't ask, just told her to go about her business. Although he unconditionally believed his granddaughter was the best, he couldn't possibly put such a huge matter on a child's shoulders. After a moment of thought, he instructed the other shareholders, "We need to prepare for 2 scenarios. Right now, immediately, contact all highly skilled master carvers." In the afternoon, the special assistant rushed into the chairman's office with a folder telling the old man the situation was not good. The news of the missing 10 Directions ring was trending. Old Master Zhong lifted his reading glasses, his first reaction being, a company as obscure as ours deserves to be a trending topic. The special assistant was at a loss for words, but had to admit that statement seemed to have a point. After reading on his phone, the old man was quite calm that I expected this. At this point, the DK group is definitely involved in the loss of the 10 Directions ring. Otherwise, why would they go to such lengths to set this trap? Who are they trying to fool? The top trending topic was starkly Zhong Corporation, DK Group betting agreement. The first popular Weibo post below, it was from DK Group's China headquarters. It was accompanied by a picture, which was the betting agreement the 2 companies had just signed that afternoon. The comment section was full of speculation. Some said the Zhong Corporation had lost its integrity in its old age, while others guessed there was a hidden mystery. Old Master Zhong put down his phone and asked his special assistant, "How's the stock? Has it fallen beyond recovery?" The special assistant scratched his head in confusion. No. Our stock not only didn't fall, it's still rising. We just received a huge order worth several hundred million from Europe, and the other party said they can pay first and get the goods later. Hearing this, old Master Zhong started to doubt his sanity. Has the capital market become this wild? The incident continued to escalate. Eugene scrolled through the comments and pushed open the door to the presidential suite. He bowed to the person sitting on the sofa and said respectfully, "Boss, everything has been arranged. The Zhong Corporation will have no chance to back out." The man called Boss was also a blonde foreman. Surprisingly, he was very young. The man nodded, a smile appearing on his face. "Well done. In 5 days, the Jadeite Pavilion will be ours." Eugene sincerely showered him with flattery. "It's your perfect plan. First, you had me sign a contract with an unimportant high-level executive of the Zhong Corporation. Then, you hired experts to bypass the Jadeite Pavilion's multiple security systems and move the 10 Directions ring. This way, the fault of lax security can only be borne by them. Finally, you spread the news to guide public opinion. Once the Jadeite Pavilion is in hand, acquiring the entire Zhong Corporation is only a matter of time." The man took the document and said approvingly, "You did a good job this time." But when he saw the signature at the bottom of the betting agreement, his brow furrowed slightly. "Who is this Ing Zijin?" Eugene smiled nonchalantly. "You don't need to worry about her. She's not from the Zhong Corporation, just the adopted daughter of another major elite family in Huqing, the Ing family." But the old man said she could represent the Zhong Corporation. Then let them taste the consequences of youthful arrogance. How about it? The man drained the champagne in his glass. "Very good. Then I'll be waiting for your good news." A big boss who has lived for thousands of years can hack a system in minutes. It's like child's play. Late at night, Ing Zijin completed the last bounty mission on that forum, and her growth value finally reached the qualification to enter the hidden version of the E-Alliance. She moved the mouse and clicked yes. As soon as she pressed it, the forum's homepage changed instantly. The page became simpler, more plain, and uninteresting. She glanced at it without much thought and directly started posting a bounty. Seeking 1 piece of King of Kings ice-type jadeite. Bounty, 80 million. Delivered to a certain villa in Huqing, Huaguo before 5 p.m. tomorrow. Although ice-type jadeite is rare on the market, it's not unheard of. For the extraordinary individuals in the E-Alliance, such a small task held little attraction. To prevent the bounty post from sinking, Ing Zijin casually tapped on the keyboard. She pinned the post herself. She even thoughtfully bolded it and added a large exclamation mark. It was no different from what an internal administrator could do. And almost at the instant it was pinned, the hidden big bosses who were just browsing all noticed this post. The unruly ones all started tagging the administrator to respond. Under the relentless bombardment from a crowd of users, Administrator 004 finally appeared slowly. Everything is normal. Everyone, mind your own business. After posting this sentence, he quickly went invisible again. What kind of international joke was this? Even the higher-ups wouldn't mess with a big boss who could hack that system. A small fry like him didn't want to cause trouble. At this moment, in a century-old castle in Florence, Europe, a young man sat in front of a computer and logged out of the forum. The account name he was using was very high-end and grand, called Only Loves Money. However, this was not his account, but the castle owner's. On the phone, he briefly explained the situation. I'm very sorry, master. I couldn't trace the person using the account. However, based on the delivery location provided in the post, I preliminarily deduce that a mysterious person is secretly helping the Zhong Corporation that lost the 10 Directions ring. This blonde, capable young man was none other than Job, the head butler of Loron Castle. But when he heard his master's words, he was shocked. What? You're going to take this bounty? The man on the phone coughed a few times, a faint smile in his voice. Yes. This person is not simple. He deliberately hid his tracks, so you won't be able to trace him. Deliver the item on time tomorrow. Use this opportunity to exchange for a favor. Don't take the bounty money. I'm not short on this pocket money, because I want to confirm if he is the person I know. After hearing this, Job's expression became serious. He immediately started making arrangements. Just as the Zhong Corporation dispatched a large number of people to search for the whereabouts of the 10 Directions ring, a certain hacker who lived in a basement and loved instant noodles was also investigating at someone's request. After pulling an all-nighter, he excitedly called a certain heartless man. I found it. It's exactly as you guessed. It was that divine thief gang. No wonder the trail went cold when it led abroad. I hate running into these bastards the most. They come and go without a trace. Very hard to deal with. Fu Yunshen had clearly expected this. He smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about the rest. I'll send people to find it." The variant hacker, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, said in a somewhat resentful tone, "I'm going to sleep. Don't forget to send me every new flavor of instant noodles. And help me say hi to your little one." Fu Yunshen raised an eyebrow and turned to look at the girl who was eating a lollipop. "The hacker chief says hi to you." Ing Zijin raised her phoenix eyes. I heard everything. You don't need to go find it. It's too much trouble. I have another way for this." Fu Yinshan was taken aback. He rubbed her little head and said with a playful air, "No way, little one. Are you still being polite with your big brother now?" Ing Zijin shook off his demonic claw and shook her head. "I'm not being polite with you. It's really too time-consuming." She looked at the sky and pulled down the brim of her cap to block the somewhat harsh sunlight. Finding the 10 Directions ring and shipping it back would require even more manpower and resources. It's better to just carve a new one. By my calculations, my delivery should be arriving soon. The Loron family, which leaves all the world's financial magnates in the dust, actually sent Ing Zijin a precious gift worth 80 million. This shocked everyone. In the Zhong family's old residence, the old man was frowning, looking at the company's financial reports, when a noisy sound suddenly came from the doorway. Be careful, everyone. Just move it into the main hall." He looked up and saw the butler directing 2 servants to carry in a wooden crate half the height of a person. Old Master Zhong put down his documents and asked suspiciously, "What is this big thing? Who sent it?" The butler wiped away his sweat, also puzzled. "I don't know. It looks quite valuable." The old man put on his reading glasses and slowly got up to walk over. "Let me see what good stuff this is." He squatted down and looked closely and was stunned to see 5 words, "Sent by the Loron family." This was a name that could shake all financial families. The master and servant both fell into silence. After a while, the old man pointed at the family crest and broke the silence. "Is this the Loron family we've heard of?" The butler, as if still in a dream, said blankly, "It can't be, right? What a joke. That's the #1 super financial group in the world. How could they send something to a small fry like the Zhong family?" The old man silently took out his phone and typed 4 words into the web search bar: Loron family. It rose in the 15th century and was one of the most powerful noble families in Europe, ruling the great city of Florence for 3 centuries. And during these hundreds of years, they sponsored many literary and artistic giants, such as the genius painter Kino. However, for some unknown reason, in the mid to late 18th century, the Laurent family suddenly declined overnight, almost disappearing completely. It wasn't until the last 100 years that this ancient family re-emerged. With a strong momentum, they opened Laurent banks everywhere, quickly taking control of the global economic lifeline. That symbol of a golden throne with a crown on it was the sacred and inviolable family crest of the Laurent family. The rise and fall of this family over several centuries remains an unsolved mystery to this day. After reading, the old man muttered to himself, it really was sent by them. He stared at the crest that symbolized power for a long time, still unable to figure it out. But why would they send something to the Zhong family, with whom they had no dealings? It was truly bizarre. At this moment, the butler's sharp eyes spotted a card on the side of the box. He immediately took it off and handed the invitation to the old man. The old man opened the card with confusion. On it was beautiful handwriting. Tea, oh my dear Coke milk tea fries. The King of Kings ice-type jadeite you requested has been delivered. The master hopes to become friends with you. We look forward to the day you can be our guest in Florence. It was signed by Job, the head butler of the Laurent family. After reading it, the old man's expression instantly became serious. Never mind who this Coke milk tea fries who can eat and drink so much is. Is this ice-type jadeite inside? The butler was stunned for a moment. Miss Cousin seemed to say a delivery would arrive today. Could it be hers? The doorbell rang at that exact moment. Jean walked in and greeted the two. She glanced at the ostentatiously packaged box on the floor. Grandpa, could you please help me sign for this delivery? The old man was both curious and gossipy. Jean, do you know the head of the Laurent family? Why would they send you ice-type jadeite? Jean was silent for a moment. That aren't they in business? As long as you have money, you can buy it. The old man thought about it and agreed. It was rumored that the head of the Laurent family was obsessed with wealth and had to sleep on a bed of gold every night. Then he asked hesitantly, what are you going to do with this ice-type jadeite? Jean effortlessly picked up the wooden box weighing over 100 pounds and said nonchalantly, I was thinking of carving a new one. I've already taken a week off from school. I'll be staying with you for these few days. The old man's heart sank. His granddaughter was joking with him again, but he saw the girl walk straight upstairs. Grandpa, don't worry. In 4 days, the 10 Directions ring will be ready. The old man was dumbfounded, truly suspecting if he had misheard. And what surprised the butler was that the box, which took 2 strong men to lift, was so easily carried away by Miss Cousin. Does she have superhuman strength? The all-powerful Big Boss's divine carving master skill was discovered again. Under the shocked gazes of her grandfather and the butler, Jean easily carried the 100-plus pound wooden box to the second-floor workshop. She opened the box and moved the ice-type jadeite inside onto the workbench. This piece of top-grade jadeite, half a person's height and without a single impurity, was even more precious than the rough stone used for the 10 Directions ring. She took out the carving tool she had prepared from her backpack, rolled up her sleeves, and got to work. The reason the 10 Directions ring could become the signature treasure was not only because the rough stone itself was valuable, but more importantly, the jade carving master had carved 88 lifelike Buddhas on this not-so-large piece of jadeite. It is said that 50 years ago, that master, with the help of several apprentices, took 3 months to complete the carving of the 10 Directions ring. No wonder after the DK group hired the Divine Thief Gang to steal it. They were so certain that the Zhong family couldn't deliver. It's just a pity they were unlucky enough to run into the omnipotent Jean. For a whole day and night, Jean locked herself in the room and didn't even come down to eat. Old Master Zhong was so anxious he paced back and forth. He went up several times, but couldn't even get in the door. He had no idea what his granddaughter was tinkering with inside. She just wouldn't let him see. Just as the old man was worried that the child would exhaust herself, the doorbell of the Zhong family's main gate was rung. The butler hurried out to open the door. Seeing that it was Fu Yunshun, he was stunned for a moment. Then he politely invited him in and called out to the old man, "Young Master Fu is here." Hearing this, old Master Zhong said grumpily, "What are you doing here? Get lost. Are you here to help your grandfather steal my family's cake?" Fu Yunshun's face darkened. What kind of unscrupulous things did his grandfather do in the past to make the old man so resentful? Wasn't this just adding obstacles to his already difficult path of wooing a wife? So he cleared his throat and said respectfully, "I'm here to see Yao Yao." Unexpectedly, old Master Zhong agreed without much hesitation. Fine, you can go up. Second floor, fourth room on the right. Watching the pig who wanted to snatch his precious cabbage go upstairs, the old man snorted. His granddaughter wouldn't even let him, her own grandfather, see. How could you let this brat in? He gloated, waiting to see him being rejected at the door and slinking back down. The butler, helpless and amused, reminded him to maintain his elder's dignity and not bicker with the child. Fu Yinshun walked to the door and knocked, but there was no response from the room. He tilted his head slightly and heard the faint, steady breathing inside. The little one was clearly asleep. He placed his hand on the doorknob, and with a slight twist, the lock clicked open. He pushed open the door and saw Zijin sleeping at the table. Next to her was a half-carved jade sculpture. He didn't expect the little one to be so stubborn. Oh well, she was his to raise. He couldn't hit her or scold her. What else could he do but spoil her? So he walked over, bent down, and carried the girl in his arms, placing her on the bed in the adjacent bedroom. Then he returned here, picked up the carving knife on the table, carefully observed the technique of the half-finished jade sculpture, and skillfully began to work. It took so much effort to raise the little one this well. After all, if she got tired out, he would have to raise her all over again. The priceless 10 Directions ring, stolen by the International Divine Thief Gang, unexpectedly reappeared. This caught the opponent, who thought victory was in their grasp, completely off guard. In the blink of an eye, it was the day set by the betting agreement between the two groups. Seeing the dejected shareholders on the opposite side, the DK Group's representative, Eugene, stood up and smiled slightly. The 5-day extension for delivery has expired. It seems the Zhong Corporation has still failed our trust. The betting agreement takes effect today. The Jadeite Pavilion will be taken over by the DK Group. Chairman Old Master Zhong sat in the head seat, his gaze heavy, without saying a word. At this moment, a shareholder sent by the nephew who wanted to usurp power stood up. He said with schadenfreude, Chairman Zhong said before that if the bet was lost, he would resign. Please also sign the share transfer agreement later. The middle-aged shareholder who had always followed Old Master Zhong was instantly enraged. If Uncle Zhong steps down, do you have the ability to support the entire group? Another shareholder spoke up with a contemptuous tone. That's not something you should worry about. Chairman Zhong, don't blame us. Who told you to entrust the fate of the Jadeite Pavilion and your own destiny to an ignorant adopted daughter? Hearing this, Eugene pretended to casually scan the room. Right. I remember this agreement was personally signed by Chairman Zhong's granddaughter. Why isn't she here today? What a pity. Before he could finish his sentence, the conference room door was kicked open. The loud noise interrupted Eugene's words. This familiar sense of déjà vu. Why was this scene replaying? And his boss, who had been silent beside him all along, also turned to look at the door. They saw a casually dressed young girl walk in against the light. She seemed to have just woken up, yawning lazily. The blond man walked forward and extended his hand with a faint smile. You must be missing. I must thank you for helping the DK Group acquire the Jadeite Pavilion. His words were clearly meant to sow discord. Old Master Zhong, who had been silent, spoke up coolly that I know my granddaughter is beautiful and good in every way. But you don't need to use such a cliched and familiar pickup line. The little girl isn't even 18 yet. An old man who's almost 30 is not worthy. The smile on the DK Group boss's face instantly vanished. He said awkwardly, Chairman Zhong, you've misunderstood. I really just wanted to thank Miss Singh. Then he looked at the girl again and sneered as if in sudden realization, my apologies. I heard Miss Singh is from a poor county. You probably don't understand English, do you? Unfortunately, beside my mother tongue, I only speak English. This time, the hot-tempered old man couldn't take it anymore. Just as he was about to explode, a hand gently pressed on his shoulder. Zijin turned her head and very casually said a sentence in Latin to the blond man. The DK Group boss was truly stunned for a moment, clearly not understanding. Zijin smiled faintly and then fluently switched to English. I thought you were from Europe. You would know a little more. The blond man's face instantly became extremely embarrassed. He sneered, Chairman Zhong, you've certainly raised a sharp-tongued granddaughter. Then he returned to his seat to compose himself. Let's not waste any more words. Now, please have Chairman Zhong bring out the deed and transfer documents for the Jadeite Pavilion. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 young men struggled to carry a large box in from the door, placing it in the center of the conference room. Zijin looked up at the blond man. Open it. The DK Group's boss's face gradually turned cold. You dare to order me around? Zijin directly threw a box cutter onto the table. I told you to open it. Eugene looked at his boss, who was on the verge of exploding, wiped a cold sweat, and stood up, saying, "I'll do it. Please don't be angry." Eugene picked up the box cutter and started to open the box. His subordinates had just reported that the 10 directions ring was right under their noses. Why did he have a bad feeling? When he opened the box, his face froze in disbelief. How is this possible? The middle-aged shareholder pushed him aside. "Were you standing there stunned for? Let everyone see." After speaking, he picked up the box cutter himself and huffed and puffed as he cut open all 4 sides of the box. Now, the lustrous object inside the box was completely exposed to everyone's eyes. It was a jade sculpture with 88 Buddhas carved on it, with a carved wooden stand below. What else could it be but the 10 directions ring? The big boss actually delivered a new 10 directions ring within 5 days. This directly shocked the 2 major groups that had signed the betting agreement. Old Master Zhong shot up from his seat, staring at the jade sculpture in disbelief. This was not the one that was stolen before, but this one was clearly more exquisite. The carving skill was also more superb. So for the past few days, his omnipotent granddaughter had locked herself in her room and was actually carving the 10 directions ring. The old man clutched his wildly beating heart, his whole world cracking apart. And the one who received the biggest shock was none other than the boss of the DK group. He completely lost his composure, blurting out, "This is absolutely impossible. The 10 directions ring is clearly still in the warehouse over in Europe under special guard. How could it possibly appear here?" He couldn't help but roar, "This is a fake. It must be a fake." The middle-aged shareholder, who had just barely recovered, put his hands on his hips and retorted, "Open your dog eyes and take a good, clear look. This is the 10 directions ring. Isn't it time for you to hand over that $300 million contract?" He announced that from now on, Zhong Shu's granddaughter was his new idol. Hearing this, the boss of DK Group was furious. Since the 10 directions ring has been found safe and sound, the remaining balance will naturally be transferred to the Zhong Corporation's account. But as for that $300 million order, don't even think about it. After saying that, he sneered and was about to leave. Just then, Zijin looked up at him coolly. "Answer the phone." The blonde boss was very impatient. "What phone? Stop pestering me." But he had just taken one step when the phone in his suit pocket suddenly rang. He stopped dead in his tracks, took out his phone, and saw it was an unfamiliar overseas number. Although a bit puzzled, he still answered it. But after hearing just one sentence, his face immediately changed. His special assistant, Eugene, who was standing by his side, saw that his boss's expression was off and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" The blonde boss instantly broke out in a cold sweat, all his previous arrogance gone. His face was pale as he stammered that it was a call from the IBA. As soon as he said this, Eugene's face fell. Now, it was the Zhong Corporation's turn to watch the show. IBA is the acronym for the International Bureau of Investigation, which specializes in handling major criminal activities such as international terrorist attacks, transnational kidnappings, and espionage. Those phantom thief gangs operating across various countries are one of their primary targets. The 10 directions ring, hidden in a small principality, had been found. The phantom thieves had all been captured, and DK Group, which had dealings with them, naturally couldn't escape punishment. The blonde boss was plunged into endless panic. The middle-aged shareholder finally got his chance and mocked him relentlessly. What did they say? "How did it scare you so much, kid? Are they going to seize your company? You're really something," even managing to alert them. Then he gave him a big thumbs up. Zijin, standing to the side, yawned. She said to her grandfather, who hadn't yet recovered from the series of reversals, "The matter is resolved, so I'll be leaving. You've been on edge for days. Make sure to get some good rest." Old Master Zhong snapped out of his thoughts. "Grandpa will have someone send you back." Zijin tactfully declined her grandfather's kind offer. "In Onid, someone is coming to pick me up. You should stay and handle the cleanup." Walking to the door of the conference room, she suddenly stopped. She turned and looked coolly at the trembling blonde boss. "I forgot to tell you the meaning of that Latin phrase earlier. No enemy can conquer this place." The betting agreement between the 2 major groups had been a top trending topic for a whole day. Many curious netizens were waiting to see who would win and who would lose. Just as everyone was righteously denouncing Zijin, a new Weibo post appeared. Our side has uncovered an international theft case somewhere in Europe. Upon investigation, the stolen item is the 10 Directions ring lost by the Zhong Corporation. Additionally, DK Group, which is involved in this case, is also under investigation. As soon as this news broke, the internet truly exploded. Who would have thought that the legendary IBA actually existed? A certain hacker boss, being ordered around by 2 big shots in succession, also had a bit of a temper, you know. Fu Yinshin glanced at the Weibo post from the IBA and deleted a message from his phone. Only then did he raise his charming peach blossom eyes to look at the girl in the passenger seat. Yeah, what do you want to eat? In Zijin, who had stayed up for 4 days straight to carve the 10 Directions ring, was so tired she could barely keep her eyes open. She drowsily replied, grilled eel rice. Fu Yinshin reached out to pull the thin blanket over her. Sleep for a while. Big brother will call you when we get there. Although he had helped these past few days, the workload of carving a new 10 Directions ring was still too great. The little one's body, weakened from multiple blood draws, had just started to recover. He couldn't let her keep pulling all-nighters like this. With this betting agreement, not only did the Zhong Corporation get a $200 million final payment for free, but they also snatched DK Group's $300 million order. The company's stock also skyrocketed overnight. It was a massive win. As he was lost in thought, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. As soon as he answered, the amazed voice of a certain instant noodle-loving hacker boss came through. Bro, you're really something else. You had them post at IBA Weibo, didn't you? Fu Yinshin said calmly no. The certain hacker didn't buy it. He was incredibly excited. Come on, it was definitely you. Although I don't know some of your hidden identities, I know you're a true master. Just tell me, is there anything you can't handle? Hearing this, Fu Yinshin glanced sideways at the sleeping girl and said lazily, probably that I still don't know how to coax the little one. There was a moment of silence in the air. The certain hacker, after his initial shock, exploded. Are you nuts? Stop feeding me dog food. By the way, bro, can you help me get a position at the IBA? I'm not asking for much. Something like an officer's secretary would be fine. That way I can get all their gossip. Fu Yinshin mercilessly and flatly refused. Hanging up now. The little one is sleeping. The certain hacker stared at the disconnected call, so angry he didn't even want to eat his instant noodles anymore. What a guy for getting his friends over a girl. He grumbled and looked at his computer, preparing to take on a new task, when a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly realized something was wrong. He remembered that the IBA had also investigated that jerk's identity before, hadn't they? What was all this about? In the chairman's office of the Zhong Corporation, the old master, who had solved the trouble and made a huge profit, was leisurely sipping tea. He unexpectedly received a call from his unfilial daughter, who was always several steps behind. Dad, you're just being reckless. How could you let Zijin sign some betting agreement? Weren't you afraid she'd lose the entire Zhong Corporation? The old master's good mood was instantly ruined by the call. Are you an idiot? Do you need to teach me how to do things? Zhong Manhua pressed her temples, trying to calm herself. That's not what I mean. Just tell me where Zijin is now. Tell her to come home immediately. I have to teach her a lesson this time. A mother who can't find her daughter. What a joke that would be if it got out. The more the old master listened, the angrier he got. Just shut up. Every time I talk to you, I feel like I lose a year of my life from anger. Without waiting to hear what his utterly stupid daughter had to say, he hung up the phone. Then, with a cold face, he looked at the middle-aged shareholder across from him. Have the company post on Weibo right now. The middle-aged shareholder, who was grinning from ear to ear, was a bit confused when he suddenly heard this. The old master glared at him. What are you waiting for? The middle-aged shareholder then belatedly ran outside. Okay, Chairman Zhong, don't worry. I'll arrange it right away. A minute later, the Zhong Corporation's official account posted an update. The group was able to overcome this crisis thanks to the young miss turning the tide. You say she did nothing? Sorry, she was the one who carved the new 10 Directions ring. The new 10 Directions ring was carved by a high school girl in just 4 days. 9.5 out of 10 people who saw this news thought it was complete nonsense. The middle-aged shareholder, following old Master Zhong's orders, returned dumbfounded after posting on Weibo, we have proof that the young miss carved the 10 Directions ring. A lot of people online don't believe it. Old Master Zhong put down his teacup and glanced at him unhappily. Of course. Did it just appear out of thin air? Saying this, he spiritedly took out his phone. Let's see who dares to question it. I'll go and shut them down. But before he could open Weibo, a call from his dear granddaughter came in. Inzijin pressed her head and said tactfully, "Grandpa, please don't post on Weibo anymore. Let me have some peace and quiet to live out my retirement." Old Master Zhong's face darkened. Who's retiring? He was over 70 and hadn't even thought about retiring, feeling more energetic the more he worked. Yet his 17-year-old granddaughter was already talking about retirement. Inzijin chuckled softly. "Did I know you mean well? I see it all." Old Master Zhong suddenly felt a bit conflicted. "But those people online," Inzijin said nonchalantly, "I don't read it. Besides, they're all irrelevant people." After hanging up, Old Master Zhong thought for a moment and turned to the middle-aged shareholder. "What do you think of my granddaughter?" The middle-aged shareholder became serious. "Very impressive. Putting aside your own biased view, the young miss is very suitable to be a leader. She's decisive and has a good head for business." Old Master Zhong nodded, his decision becoming clearer in his mind. Inside the SUV, Inzijin looked expressionlessly at Borg, who was frantically sending her messages. She resisted the urge to block the annoying guy. Borg was like a little fanboy, chattering nonstop. "Master Ming, you are really, really, really amazing. Is there anything you can't do? Please teach me how to paint like Kino, okay?" Inzijin simply muted his notifications. The world was quiet at once. She muttered to herself with some disdain, "Are all oil painters this noisy? Both the Kino of the past and the Borg of today are chatterboxes. Is this a fine tradition of a European oil painting world?" Fu Yinshan, who was driving, looked relaxed. He said with a smile, "I don't think so. It's like pulling teeth to get our little one to say a few more words." Then, he casually reached out and ruffled the girl's hair. "But Big Brother is quite happy. It's rare for Yao Yao to have so much to say in front of me. For someone with depression, the scariest thing is to completely close themselves off." Fortunately, the little one wasn't like that anymore. Inzijin glanced at him. Just as she was about to say something, her phone rang again. It was Sheng Qingtang, the former chairman of the Calligraphy Association. As soon as she answered, his excited voice came through. "Little divine physician, I knew you were extraordinary in many ways, but I never expected you to be so skilled at carving too. Are you free recently? I've already prepared your certificate for the Artists Association. Just come over and sign it when you have time. You don't have to do anything, just lend us your name." The girl's lips curved into a professional, fake smile. She spoke the most ruthless words in the most polite tone. "Not free, not interested. The person you're calling is dead. If you need something, burn some paper money." Old Sheng was so choked up he almost passed out on the spot. Then this call, which had been accidentally dialed to the underworld, was hung up. After dinner, Fu Yinshin drove Inzijin back to her adoptive father's apartment complex. He looked at the little one, still wrapped in a blanket and sleeping. He said softly, "We're home." The girl turned over and buried her head, clearly not wanting to deal with him. Fu Yinshin helplessly opened his door and got out. He walked over to the passenger side. As if she knew what he was about to do, Inzijin snuggled deeper and turned her body away again. Fu Yinshin chuckled and patted her gently. "Time to get out of the car. You can't sleep here, can you?" Inzijin, with her head covered, finally responded this time. She whimpered, "I want to sleep here." Fu Yinshan leaned down, a half smile on his face. "Are you trying to get Big Brother to carry you?" At first, Inzijin still didn't react. After a moment, she half opened her eyes, as if seriously considering the possibility of his words. She figured this way, she could keep sleeping without having to walk. So she reluctantly raised a hand, like an empress to her consort, and said to the little consort in a very sleepy, perfunctory tone, "Then carry me." Fu Yunshin's expression froze. He hadn't expected this answer at all. Perhaps the little one didn't see him as a man at all. Well, he had spoiled her himself, so he could only endure it. Tragically, the elevator happened to be out of service for maintenance, so he had to carry the little one up the stairs step by step. Fortunately, the floor Inzijin bought wasn't high, for the convenience of her adoptive father, who was in poor health. The stairwell was so quiet you could almost hear a steady heartbeat. He wondered where all the meat from the good food he fed the little one went. She was still so light. Inzijin's chin rested on his shoulder. When her head occasionally tilted, her cheek would brush against his neck. It was a softness unique to a girl. To prevent himself from turning into a beast, Fu Yunshan had to look away, straighten the little one's head, and quicken his pace up the stairs. He deeply felt that these few flights of stairs were too far. It was even more difficult than walking through a no-man's land under a hail of bullets. The big shot's mother, who lived on a 2G network, saw the statement posted online by the Zhong Corporation. The new 10 Directions ring was carved by Zijin. She couldn't help but seriously suspect that her father was getting senile. Just then, she unexpectedly received a call from the Huagua Calligraphy and Artists Association. She was stunned for a moment, then asked doubtfully, "Did you dial the wrong number?" The staff member on the other end carefully checked the number again. And oh, it's correct. Aren't you Master Ying's mother? Zhong Manhua's expression turned cold. What master does our Ying family have? If you're going to scam people, at least have some skill. All right. In the end, she even advised the other party to download the National Anti-Fraud app and stop trying to fool people. Zhong Zhuan, who was beside her, suddenly realized something. "Aunt, why are you so angry?" Zhong Manhua hung up, blocked the number, and smiled faintly. The scammers these days are really something. They even claim to be from the Artists Association, wanting to invite some mastering over. They don't even bother to draft a script before making things up. Zhong Zhuan couldn't tell if she was relieved or nervous. She tried to suppress a smile and said, "But what if it's really them?" Zhong Manhua pursed her lips, very dismissive. "Absolutely impossible. Your uncle, your cousin, and your female cousin have no artistic talent. They're not cut out for art. As for her, even more impossible. The thought of her good-for-nothing, troublemaking daughter gave her a headache. If Zijin could become a master, she would rather believe that pigs could fly. She didn't know what sin she had committed in her past life to give birth to such a troublemaker. Using the incident of the stolen 10 Directions ring, old Master Zhong used an iron fist to purge the ambitious and vile elements within the group. His nephew, who dreamed of usurping power, was too clever for his own good and learned the hard way what "if you don't court death, you won't die" means. After setting the Zhong Corporation straight, the old master personally made a trip to the prison where Zhong Tianyun was being held. It had been less than 10 days, but Zhong Tianyun had already lost his former arrogant demeanor. His face was sallow, and his eyes were lifeless. Seeing him in such a state, old Master Zhong looked heartbroken. "I never thought you would team up with DK Group and do such a foolish thing, collaborating from the inside." At this point, Zhong Tianyun knew he couldn't escape. He decided to give up all hope and sneered, "Uncle, there are many things you never thought of. Like, did you ever think you would cause my father's death back then? If my father hadn't passed away so early, the Zhong Corporation would belong to our branch of the family now." Old Master Zhong's expression remained calm. "That that what your mother told you? Did she not tell you that at the final moment, it was she who rushed in and dealt your father the fatal blow? I was also seriously injured at the time and was semi-conscious. I couldn't stop her or save my second brother. That is indeed my fault." Zhong Tianyun's expression changed drastically. He roared in disbelief that he was talking nonsense, but he was held down firmly by 2 guards. Old Master Zhong waved his hand wearily. "It doesn't matter what is said now. After all, you will eventually pay the price for your actions." Besides the matter of the 10 Directions ring, there were also charges of embezzling public funds and money laundering, enough to keep him inside for the rest of his life. He only left one last sentence: "From now on, you're on your own," and left with his hands behind his back. The more the big shot wanted to live a low-key retired life, the more people stirred up trouble in front of her. And now, the biology teacher was inexplicably looking for trouble with her again. Xiaoyu was trying out a new eyeshadow palette. As she applied it, she said to Ying Dai, who was spinning a pen beside her, "They found the person who sent the shoes to Jiangran. It was Hua Ping from the capital. Big Sis has already gone back to deal with it. She told me to let you know." Zijin nodded and hummed in acknowledgement, as if completely uninterested. Xiaoyu was very curious. "What have you been thinking about so hard? You've been at it for half of the study hall period." The usually lazy Zijin had a rare serious look on her face. "I'm thinking about which subject to take for the midterm exam to save the most trouble." Xiaoyu's small head was filled with big questions. That even a question you need to think about? For a student like Ying Dai, aren't exams a piece of cake? Let me ask you, aren't you taking all of them? Zijin was silent for a few seconds. It seems there's no difference. The school rules don't say you can't sleep during exams anyway. So taking one subject is the same as taking 7. Oh, Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something. By the way, have you heard of Norton University? Our school actually got an internal interview spot for that top-tier university. In June, a teacher will take students to Europe. Zijin's interest was immediately piqued. She asked, "How are the interview spots distributed?" Xiaoyu said, "One goes to the top student in the senior year, and the rest of the spots are for the international class." In Zijin became thoughtful. Ever since her younger brother when Tinglan transferred to Qingji, he had been the undisputed first in every exam, big or small. The interview spot for Norton University would definitely go to him. It seemed she would have to make a trip to Europe in June as well. Just as she was thinking about how to avoid meeting a certain alchemy-crazed, instant noodle-eating person, a punk-styled underling ran in from outside, shouting frantically, "Something bad has happened." Xiaoyu's hand trembled from the lion's roar, and her eyeshadow went straight up to her eyebrow. She looked up, wanted to beat him up. She said through gritted teeth, "You'd better have a real reason for this." The underling, knowing he had messed up, was too scared to make a sound. In Zijin told him to speak slowly. The underling took a while to calm down before saying, "I was just passing by the office and saw old demonist by go to the Dean of Academic Affairs. She said something about arranging a single-person classroom for you during the midterms to prevent you from cheating." Xiaoyu snapped her eyeshadow case shut. She said angrily, "Is old demonist by out her mind?" In Zijin put her headphones back on and said nonchalantly, "It's fine. Things won't go her way." In the Dean of Academic Affairs office, the dean rejected teacher by without a second thought. "What you're suggesting is absolutely impossible. Since she's taking the elite class's exam paper, she has to take the exam in the same classroom as the elite class students. That's final. No more discussion. Go back and prepare your lessons." But teacher Bai persisted that I'm making a serious suggestion. In Zijin used to be a slacker. To pass, she will definitely cheat. It's better to arrange a separate exam room for her. The Dean of Academic Affairs couldn't listen anymore. "Are you the dean? Or am I the dean? Since you have so many ideas, go tell the principal. I'll immediately vacate my position as dean for you." Hearing this, teacher Bai's expression became awkward. She mumbled, "That's not what I meant." The dean couldn't be bothered with her anymore. "Remember, you are just a biology teacher. You are not qualified to dictate the school's examination regulations." Then, teacher Bai was dejectedly shown out of the office. A few days later, the midterms arrived. The Dean of Academic Affairs arranged In Zijin's seat right in the center of the elite class. He wanted everyone to see whether this girl would cheat or not. In Zijin nodded without expression and walked over. Now the elite class students were unhappy. They all told the students sitting around her to guard their papers well and not give her any chance to copy. Zhong Zhuan, sitting in the front row, heard the students' whispers and a scornful smile appeared on her lips. Just then, teacher Bai, the proctor, walked in with a long face. She knocked on the desk to quiet everyone down. "Put away all irrelevant items." Then the bell rang. The exam began. Others studied to get good grades and bring honor to their families. But the big shot was here to sleep. She spent half an hour answering questions and 2 hours sleeping. When the exam finally ended, she turned in her paper, yawning as she left the classroom. The elite class students all had mocking smiles. They were worried she would cheat, but she didn't even do the questions. It seemed she had completely given up. Zhong Zhuan chuckled as she listened to her classmates' discussions. "Let's see what score that adopted daughter gets this time." Fu Yinshin knew the little one was tired from the exams these past few days, so he had been driving her to and from school. He asked her how her exam went today. "Do you think you can pass?" In Zijin said while fastening her seatbelt. "Language arts was okay, I guess." In truth, she only did the questions at the beginning and didn't write a single word for the essay. When doing the math paper, she habitually used advanced calculus methods and had to redo it. For the comprehensive science exam tomorrow, she would have to restrain herself a bit. Fu Yinshin handed her a cup of milk tea. "This shows that once our Yao Yao gets serious, she's very formidable. Don't worry about that bet. Even if you don't do well, you still have Big Brother." In Zijin glanced sideways at him. "I promised you before, so I'm just playing along." Fu Yinshin dotingly ruffled her hair. "Is Big Brother's charm that great?" In Zijin slowly poked the straw in her milk tea cup. She shook her head and said, "I want to see pretty female celebrities." Fu Yinshin was suddenly choked up. The little one was as ruthless as ever. He then said lazily, "If you pass one subject, I'll reward you with one pretty female celebrity." In Zijin seemed interested. "What if I get a perfect score?" Fu Yinshin waved his hand magnanimously. "If you could get a perfect score, Big Brother will give you an entire entertainment company. The next day, because of this promise, Een Zijin arrived at the classroom 10 minutes early. Lu Kuang, who had issued the challenge, tried hard to hold back his laughter. Soon, this slacker would have to apologize to his goddess in front of the whole school. The proctors for each exam were randomly selected. When Heesun walked in, he immediately saw the girl sitting in the middle. He frowned instinctively. To compete with the elite class students? Doesn't she know her own capabilities? Then, he and the other proctor began to distribute the exam papers. The comprehensive science exam was only 2.5 hours long, and the questions were very difficult. All the students began to work against the clock. Een Zijin first unfolded the paper and glanced through it. Just then, Heesun was patrolling and passed by her. He had intended to walk straight past, but he saw her glance at the paper and then bubble in an answer on the answer sheet. She didn't even do any calculations, relying purely on guessing. He couldn't help but say, if you're just going to write randomly, you might as well not take the exam. And he had thought the girl genuinely wanted to change her ways. As he spoke, he reached for the paper in her hand. But Heesun's hand had just stretched out, not even touching the corner of the paper, when the desk suddenly jolted and slammed into his thigh. With a loud bang, he stumbled back several steps. If not for the desk behind him, he would have definitely fallen to the ground. A sharp pain shot through him, causing him to double over. The students all looked over, both shocked and confused, not knowing what had happened. The other proctor was also startled and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Just then, Een Zijin looked up, her eyes icy that if you don't have a brain, I can remove it for you. A single sentence plunged the classroom into dead silence. The respected Heesun had never been contradicted by a student like this before. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes held a suppressed anger. Een Zijin didn't spare him another glance. She stood up, took her exam paper and answer sheet, and walked straight out of the classroom. It happened so fast that the other proctor didn't even have time to stop her. The motivation for the big shot to pass the exam was actually to see pretty female celebrities. But a teacher who seemed to have a grudge against her just had to cause trouble. In a fit of anger, Een Zijin took her paper and answer sheet and left the classroom. The other proctor had no choice but to turn to Heesun, asking anxiously and angrily, "How could you start a conflict with a student in the exam room? Can't you resolve any grudges in private?" Heesun leaned on the desk and slowly stood up, asking with a cold face, "Do you think I have a grudge against her?" The proctor gave him an "I'm not stupid" look, which he provoked someone while taking an exam. Heesun pursed his lips and didn't explain further. He was simply annoyed by Een Zijin's casual and sloppy attitude. Zhong Zhuan looked away, unable to hide the smile in her eyes. She had long guessed that Een Zijin's attitude towards the exam would sooner or later clash with the strict teacher he. Her score for this subject was done for. But less than 3 minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Then, the Dean of Academic Affairs walked in with a grim face. "Teacher he, what is the meaning of this?" Heesun was stunned to see him and asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" Een Zijin stood quietly behind, watching the show. The Dean of Academic Affairs put his hands on his hips. "You casually tried to take away a student's exam paper, and you asked me what's wrong? Did you just try to stop studenting from taking the exam?" Heesun didn't deny it. She wasn't answering the questions properly, just writing randomly and wasting the paper. So, I was going to take it. The dean found him utterly unreasonable, even if she drew a turtle on the answer sheet. "What's it to you? Did you pay to print this paper? Or did studenting not pay her tuition and isn't entitled to one?" In his 20 years as dean, he had never seen a teacher with such twisted logic. Or is it that graduates from Norton University are superior to everyone else? He then said sarcastically, "You don't need to proctor the rest of the exams. I'm mainly afraid that if you see a student thinking about a problem, you'll think they're daydreaming and take away their paper." Heesun was questioned into silence. Especially in front of so many students, he felt a sense of humiliation for the first time, as if he had lost all face. The dean didn't care how awful his expression was. He said sternly, "Now, please leave the exam room immediately." Now, all the students in the classroom were staring. Heesun's pride flared up. He pushed up his glasses and turned to walk towards the door. But the pain in his leg made it difficult to even stand. In the end, he had to limp out, leaning against the wall. The dean of academic affairs calmed the students and told them to continue the exam, promising to make up for the lost time. A hint of gloom appeared in Zhong Zhuan's eyes. She never thought that even the upright dean of academic affairs would be biased towards the adopted daughter. As for Yin Zijin, who usually disliked causing trouble, the reason she made such a big scene was actually very simple. No one could stop her from seeing pretty female celebrities. Not even the Jade Emperor himself. After the exam, it was just time for a meal. Yin Zijin got in her exclusive luxury car and casually asked, "Where are we going?" "Yeah," Fu Yinshin said lazily. "We're not in Huqing today. Big Brother is taking you to the film studio. Didn't you always want to see pretty female celebrities?" Yin Zijin was stunned for a moment. The exam just finished. The results aren't even out yet. Fu Yinshin raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Yes, oh, I'm letting you have a preview. If you happen to see a female celebrity and get inspired, won't you have the motivation to study?" Yin Zijin pouted. Sometimes she really didn't want to talk to this simpleton. What? The beauty-hating 7th young master Fu has actually turned gay? To reward the little one for taking her exams seriously, Fu Yinshin specially took Yin Zijin to the film studio to see pretty female celebrities. While waiting at a red light, he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, the award-winning actor you mentioned who was coming to the school for a speech happens to be filming over there. Big Brother can also take a look and see if there are any male celebrities more handsome than me." Hearing this, Yin Zijin's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. "Are you finally preparing to turn gay?" Fu Yunshin's mouth twitched. "When you look at female celebrities, it's admiring a star. How come when I look at a male celebrity, I'm turning gay?" Yin Zijin held her phone and said to him seriously, "The internet says that when girls hold hands, they're sisters. When guys hold hands, they're a couple." Fu Yinshin had never heard such a novel saying before. He freed a hand and took the little one's phone. "Big Brother is confiscating your phone for now. Watch less of this nonsense in the future. Don't let your clever little brain be corrupted." Yin Zijin pouted and looked out the window. She was thinking of doing a live stream on the way to kill boredom, explain some problems, and earn some pocket money. Looks like that would have to wait until next time. However, she didn't know that the proctor who wanted to confiscate her paper just a few hours ago was now eagerly waiting for her to go live and beg her to solve problems. Eason limped back to his office. His legs still ached faintly, even with a plaster on it. As usual, he clicked on the chocolate mousse he followed, but the profile picture was still gray. This study streamer hadn't been live for over 10 days. He had spent hundreds of thousands on gifts, and the private messages he sent had all sunk like stones in the sea. He thought about it, still unwilling to give up. He took out his Norton University graduation certificate, took a picture, and sent it as a private message again. But even by the end of the workday, he hadn't received a reply from the streamer. It seemed his money was spent in vain. Just then, a school website announcement suddenly popped up in the bottom right corner of his computer. He clicked on it and saw that it was a punishment for his conflict with a student in the exam room. Teacher Hee-sun is banned from proctoring, suspended for 1 week, and must apologize to the student at the flag-raising ceremony. Seeing this announcement, Hee-sun's expression turned even uglier. Admittedly, he had been impulsive in this matter, but was such a severe punishment necessary? And it was posted on the campus network. What would the students think of him? He stood up indignantly, about to go and argue with the principal. Just then, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took it out and saw there was no caller ID. There is only one place that would call him with a deliberately hidden number, Norton University. Eason immediately answered and respectfully said, "Tutor." The person on the other end sighed first. "You weren't supposed to receive this call. You should know that the university has been observing and recording your work to assess whether you can graduate without an examination. But your performance today has greatly disappointed the university, especially since you were punished. Therefore, the difficulty of your assessment has been doubled. 2 of the students you teach must successfully pass the university's interview and admission exam for you to be considered qualified." Hee-sun's expression changed in an instant. His face was full of disbelief, because this assessment requirement was, for him, harder than climbing to the heavens. The old man said regretfully, "That's all. Good luck to you." After the call ended, Hee-sun remained stunned in his chair, unable to recover. He was afraid he would never be able to graduate from Norton University in this lifetime. After being slapped in the face by the big shot several times, the publicly shamed White Lotus little ant came out to cause trouble again. Inglu Wei, who was practicing in the piano room, only played a few notes before feeling resentful. Annoyed, she slammed the piano lid shut. Just then, her manager called to ask about her practice progress. Inglu Wei couldn't help but complain. What kind of stupid piece is this? It's so hard to play. Vera Hall has been dead for hundreds of years. Why couldn't she leave behind the complete score? The manager frowned. Don't let anyone with ill intentions hear you say that. Vera is a legend in the music world. You can't compare to her. If you don't want to be criticized, you must be careful with your words. Inglue's head was about to explode from the incomplete score. That I'm at home. No one can hear me. The problem is, what about my concert? The manager thought for a moment and said, your current situation was all caused by that fake young miss. I have a suggestion. Why don't you invite her to your concert? Let her play a piece on the spot. Inglue was stunned. Let her play? She doesn't know anything. The manager smiled. It's precisely because she doesn't know anything that we should have her play. Inglue suddenly understood his intention. You mean, letting Zijin embarrass herself in public to help me? The manager nodded. But you have to find a way to get her to agree to come first. Inglue flicked her hair. I know what to do. Leave me a few front row tickets. I'll take them to my sister-in-law and the others to fulfill the little one's wish to see pretty female celebrities. Fu Yunshin specially brought In Zijin to a famous film studio. The place was filled with ancient-style buildings, and countless extras were coming and going, making it very lively. Fu Yunshin parked the sports car on the side of the road and naturally pinched the little one's cheek. There's a good barbecue place nearby, but May Day is coming up, so there should be a lot of people here. Big brother will go get a number first. Nie Zhao will be here soon too. In Zijin nodded obediently. She got out of the car, planning to stroll around and see if she could run into any female celebrities. A few minutes later, Nie Zhao arrived from the other side, dressed in a flamboyant pink suit. He turned heads all the way. Seeing the girl, he excitedly showered her with compliments. Big shot. I missed you so much. In Zijin looked at his outfit, really wanting to pretend she didn't know him. Nie Zhao even sighed regretfully. It's a pity seventh young master hides you so well. I can't even see you if I want to. In Zijin mercilessly exposed him. I'm at school every day. Nie Zhao was a bit embarrassed for a moment. Why were both big shots so dense? So he scratched his head and changed the subject. My company invested in a Qing dynasty drama, and they're filming over there. Do you want to go take a look? The women are beautiful, and the men are handsome. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hearing this, In Zijin decided to pay him a little more attention. Then let's go. Nie Zhao eagerly led the way, introducing the place as they walked. This is the royal garden. I think there's a catfight scene between some concubines later. I prepared snacks and drinks for you. You can just sit here and watch the show. This service greatly satisfied Big Shotting. She decided on his reward, that I can read your fortune for romance. Yeah, the simpleton was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. He excitedly ran to a tree, about to move his luxurious, gold-flashing chair that was just as flamboyant as he was. But just as he was about to lift it, a young assistant rushed over and snatched it away. Indeed, a flamboyant man who likes pink suits has a unique taste. Even his custom-made chair shone with the golden light of a nouveau riche. At this moment, In Zijin really wanted to pretend she didn't know Nie the simpleton. But someone who knew its value actually came to fight him for this chair. Nie Zhao asked, bewildered, what are you doing? This is my chair. The young assistant glanced at him sarcastically. What do you mean, your chair? This clearly belongs to the film crew. Nie Zhao's young master temper flared up. If it belongs to the film crew, doesn't it belong to me? Give me the chair now. The young assistant was already being ordered around and was looking for a place to vent his frustration. All right, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Miss Luo wants to rest in a softback chair. If anything happens to her, can you take responsibility? Get out of the way. If you delay me, will you compensate me for my wages? Nie Zhao held back his anger, resisting the urge to kick him. Give you money? I'm more likely to dock all your wages. This was a luxurious seat he had specially ordered for the big shot. A single chair like this cost over 10,000. What kind of trash was this Miss Luo? Did she deserve it? He had practiced judo. After all, with a little bit of skill, he snatched the chair back. The young assistant stomped his foot in frustration. That you're definitely done for. You dare to touch Miss Luo's chair? Don't you want to make it in the film industry anymore? He thought to himself, what a reckless extra. Nie Zhao had no time to deal with him. He picked up the chair and walked toward the big shot. What bad luck today. I'll take you to watch the show another day. Seventh young master has probably made the arrangements. let's go eat. He would rather carry his chair than give it to some Miss Luo. The two left one after the other, leaving the young assistant trembling with anger, cursing under his breath. You just wait. The simpleton carried the glittering, luxurious chair all the way to the barbecue restaurant. He was panting heavily as he complained to Fu Yunshin. That blind person was too much. He actually wanted to freeload my chair. My temper almost flared up, and I nearly smashed it on his head. Fu Yunshin brought the grilled skewers to the little one and said calmly, and then I'd have to go bail you out of jail. Plus, your big brother would have to pay for another Porsche. Hearing this, Nie Zhao immediately deflated and snorted indignantly. Fu Yunshin turned to ask Yao Yao, are you okay? Yin Zijin shook her head, indicating that she hadn't been involved at all. Then she took a small bottle out of her pocket and threw it to second young master Nie. Nie Zhao picked it up, and his eyes lit up with excitement. What's this? Is an immortal pill that can bring me romantic luck. Before Yin Zijin could speak, Fu Yunshin lazily raised his eyes and said as if teasing a fool, that's for nourishing the kidneys. Yeah, the simpleton's small head was filled with big questions. He was in the prime of his youth. Why would he need to nourish his kidneys? Fu Yunshin's peach blossom eyes curved into a low chuckle. Yao Yao, I'm not wrong, am I? Yin Zijin nodded slightly. Nourishing the kidneys is just one of its effects. So that's not wrong. Nie Zhao, heartbroken, picked up a bottle of beer. How despicable. These two were ganging up to bully him, an honest single dog who gets dumped by women. Fu Yunshin ignored him and turned to ask the little one, how was the exam today? Yin Zijin said while eating, it was okay. Fu Yunshin asked with a smile, for the comprehensive science, are you confident you can get over 100? The girl said faintly, 300. Nie Zhao, who had just taken a big gulp of beer, spat it all out. I say, big shot. You're great at fighting, but in terms of academics, you're a slacker like me, right? Although he was a good-for-nothing, he at least knew that 300 was a perfect score in comprehensive science. Besides, he had inquired about Yin Zijin's grades. Even passing was difficult for her. Okay? Fu Yunshin, with his biased view, glanced at him. You two are different. How can you be as well-behaved as my little one? Nie Zhao glanced at the girl who was seriously eating skewers. His mouth couldn't help but twitch. Indeed, she was well-behaved and beautiful. It's just that her smile could charm 100 men, and her punch could kill Lu Zhishan. After eating, he picked up his precious chair and started showing off again that I have a loft suite here. I've had it cleaned up, specially reserved for you. Fu Yunshin glanced at his watch and said, it's late. Yao Yao should go back to sleep. The girl, eating ice cream, shook her head at, I still want to watch my drama. How about Big Brother takes you to see a live performance tomorrow? That won't do either. Nie Zhao, with his gossipy ears, listened with gleaming eyes. Fu Yunshin helplessly gave up. All right, but only one episode, okay? The flamboyant man in the pink suit is actually the film crew's investor. The 18th-tier actress who didn't recognize him is in for it now. Luo Ziyue, who had bought her debut spot with her sponsor's money, felt like her whole body was falling apart after a day of filming. After work, she was about to go back to the hotel to rest when her young assistant spotted the flamboyant man in the pink suit. He said angrily, the chair that scoundrel is carrying is the one I found for you. Luo Ziyue took off her sunglasses and looked in the direction he was pointing. But the first person she noticed wasn't Nie Zhao, but the beautiful girl next to him. Isn't this the Saseing fan who was following her at the milk tea shop before? She even stubbornly denied it, causing her to lose face. She didn't expect her to follow her all the way to the film studio this time. So her face turned cold, and she said, follow me. With her master backing her, the young assistant naturally felt confident. Luo Ziyue quickly blocked the girl's path and sneered. Wasn't what I said to you last time clear enough? You Saseing, you dare to come again? Fu Yunshin stepped forward and shielded the little one behind him, asking coldly, what did you say? Luo Ziyue was stunned and didn't recover for a long time, until she heard the producer's voice from behind. Your scene tomorrow starts at 7. You absolutely cannot be late. Luo Ziyue was very impatient, but had to respond, thank you for the notice. Then she disdainfully tilted her chin at Yin Zijin and Nie Zhao that I don't want to see these two people at the film studio again. Otherwise, I won't film this drama. Just two insignificant extras. She didn't believe she couldn't handle them. But who knew that when the producer looked over, his nerves instantly tensed. He was so terrified he almost knelt down. Boss, Why did you come in person? I swear to God, the plot this time is really not as cliché as last time. He remembered when the boss had a whim and came to the studio, threatening to break their legs if they filmed such a cliché drama again. He couldn't help but feel terrified. The boss, who hadn't visited the set in ages, couldn't be serious this time, right? And the moment the producer spoke, Luo Ziwe's arrogant expression froze on her face. The young assistant behind her was even more scared, trembling. This weirdo in a pink suit and slippers was actually the boss himself. He had just snatched a chair and made threats. Now he was going to have to pack up and leave. The producer wiped his cold sweat and introduced to Luo Ziwe. This is our drama's investor, Mr. Nie Zhao. Nie Zhao said sarcastically, don't be so formal. I'm not some rich sponsor with too much money to spend. I'm a little extra who's been blacklisted by the film studio. Luo Ziwe's face instantly turned pale. I'm so sorry for offending you earlier. Who would have thought that such a big investor would dress so informally? Nie Zhao clearly wasn't buying it. What did you say about our seventh young master's little sister just now? Say it to me again. What do you think you are? Are you worthy of her coming for you? This sentence humiliated Luo Ziwe so much she could barely stand. She had to force herself to apologize to the girl, mumbling, "It was my misunderstanding. I always thought you were a Seeing fan, so I said those rude things." Jin, eating her ice cream, didn't even look at her from beginning to end. This made Luo Ziwe feel even more humiliated. Then turned to beg boss Nie. Nie Zhao, with his hands on his hips, said, "Too bad. Your grandpa here is just that petty." He directly ordered the producer, "Get him off her set right now. And that snobbish little assistant. Fire them as well. You handle the rest. What a nuisance. We're leaving now." The producer acted decisively. He told Luo Ziwe, "You don't need to come in tomorrow morning. Your pay for these few days will be paid in full." Then he looked at the little assistant, who was more of a hindrance than a help. "You two, go to accounting tomorrow to settle your wages. Now scram." After this whole fiasco, the two who had lost their jobs were truly filled with regret. Nie Henin, holding his precious shadow, asked seventh young master with a grin, "Wasn't I cool just now?" Fu Yinshin gave him a disdainful sidelong glance. "Let's talk after you improve your taste in clothes." Nie Zhao looked his own baby pink suit up and down. Isn't this totally domineering? What the hell do you guys know about fashion?